Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Kanso claimed he could take them out, and it wasn't a joke. His awakened ability was rather bizarre, often ridiculed by friends as useless. However, Kanso himself felt it was okay. He didn't enjoy violence. His only interest lay in studying the award-winning projects of urban planning competitions. His biggest dream was, the world is so vast, and I want to see it. Previously, due to the stringent access restrictions of Mu City, this dream had been indefinitely postponed. Unexpectedly, after the apocalypse, his tunneling ability granted him freedom, reigniting hope. Kanso spent a good half-year digging through hundreds of winding passages beneath Mu City, more complex than the municipal hall in Lulai Port. Without his guidance, an ordinary person might never find their way out. Leading Irene and the others, Kanso arrived at a secluded alley. After confirming no one was watching, he pried open the manhole cover. The way out of the city is somewhat special, and it'll be a bit of a hardship to use the sewers. The girls, having endured torment, had already toughened their spirits and didn't complain about the hardship. Silently, they queued up and climbed down. Finally, Kanso, meticulously restoring the manhole cover, couldn't help muttering, "Initially, I just dug randomly, but somehow people always came down for exploration. Hey, guess what happened? They got themselves lost. When I found out, the bodies had swollen like balloons." The girls showed disgusted expressions, prompting Kanso to quickly change his tone. Sorry, I won't talk about it. I just wonder why these people have such strong curiosity." Later, I had to dig all the entrances in hidden places. The sewer was dim and damp, occasionally with unidentified flying insects, water rats, and bats passing by. Eventually, they lost all sense of direction and had to rely on Kanso. Irene kept her gun aimed at him, not entirely dropping her guard. If Kanso showed any suspicious behavior, she'd immediately disable him. About an hour later, Kanso stopped at a dead end. "You guys stay back a bit. I sealed this place last time, need to dig again." Lin Yuyu and the rest stepped back as Kanso's hands emitted a faint sandy yellow glow. He turned into a rapid drill, swiftly digging into the ground. Soon, sunlight penetrated as a hole about half a person's height appeared out of nowhere. Lin Yuyu used both hands and feet, struggling to climb out, realizing they were near the lifeline. She glanced around, confirming the direction to Shea Base. "Let's go." Under the sunlight, Lin Yuyu's face gleamed, unaffected by the traces of dirt, radiating her beauty. Kanso stared at her for 2 seconds. "Miss, you seem familiar. Have we met somewhere?" Lin Yuyu initially thought, not good, but then quickly composed herself. In moments like these, she couldn't afford to appear guilty. She straightened up, hands on her hips, and scolded assertively, "Don't think that just because you helped us, you can casually strike up a conversation. I'm not interested in you." Kanso was startled by her shouting and hurriedly tried to explain, I wouldn't dare. It's just that. I also want to go to Shea, but I don't have any way in. Can you take me with you?" After Kanso finished speaking, he smiled innocently. In fact, he could have used this as a bargaining chip, demanding Irene and her group's compliance within the city. However, he didn't. It wasn't until he had safely escorted all the girls out that he foolishly asked his question. This guy truly lacked any cunning or hidden agenda. Lin Yuyu coincidentally received a message from Song Kei, her lips curved slightly, of course. At Shea Base, Zhuang Qinjian browsed through the list of awakeners, occasionally pulling up a few profiles and making notes on the screen. He pondered various combinations in his mind while Song Kei idly counted his eyelashes with her hands resting on the wheelchair's back. Lin Mo poked his head in. "I've detected, the people you mentioned seem to have arrived." "Great, I'll go greet them." Song Kei instantly brightened, leaving Zhuang Qinjian behind as she rushed toward the base's gate. Traces of the previous war still lingered. Amid rolling sand dust, a female awakener with a cannon in her left hand and an empty right arm emerged. Her gaze was resolute, her steps steady, followed by dozens of disheveled girls supporting each other. Above the base, Zhang Xiai confirmed their identities and nodded, signaling, "Let them through." Rita's team had prepared hot water, clean towels, and coats at the end of the drawbridge. Irene took a towel, wiped her face, and looked up at the imposing city walls. Emotions swirled within her. As a native of Mu City, she had never imagined that she'd end up leaving her home and relying on refugees from elsewhere. "From now on, this will be your home," Rita held the youngest, Marcia, and said solemnly. The girls, who had endured fear and worry throughout the journey, couldn't hold back their tears any longer and began sobbing uncontrollably. Mu City, Miaolun's private residence. Useless. The boiling teapot was knocked over, and a teacup flew, crashing heavily toward the 2 kneeling figures on the ground. Gotenwei's forehead was hit, instantly turning red from the scalding, while Hu Chao, positioned next to him with his head close to the ground, was drenched. Neither dared to move. Miaolun's eyes narrowed into a straight line, brimming with unquenchable fury. "You can't even capture a group of women. What use are you to me?" Zhang Wanyao was kneeling by his feet. Miaolun suddenly erupted in anger, and the overturned teapot happened to fall towards her. Despite dodging quickly, her hand was still scalded red. Marie, in the corner, intended to step forward, but Zhang Wanyao shook her head, her expression indifferent, as if nothing had happened. Sir, those deserters didn't leave through the city gates. Godinwei attempted to defend himself. Miao Lun snorted coldly. Are you questioning Mu City's defenses? Tell me, faced with the encirclement of weapons from all directions, do you think those damned women grew wings and flew away, or did they turn into eels and slither through some hole? Godinwei cried foul in his mind. He had checked thoroughly, but the people did indeed vanish right under his nose. He couldn't shirk responsibility. Glancing at Hu Chao, Godinwei looked for any sign of support, but Hu Chao remained as silent as the dead. In such moments, he always achieved a new level of cowardice, enduring beatings and scoldings without a word of complaint. Miao Lun's nostrils flared as he breathed heavily, his chest heaving violently. The Rose Army was the fruit of his labor, meticulously selected and nurtured with considerable time and effort. Now, with nearly half of them lost, Miao Lun seethed with resentment. Was that sly fox so omnipotent? Could they find people so accurately and effortlessly take them away? Miao Lun's sinister gaze glanced at the most beautiful rose on the ground. Zhang Wanyeo's fingertips trembled, yet her demeanor remained as composed as ever. Outside the door, a servant cautiously knocked 3 times. Sir, General Nikong has arrived. The people in the room were momentarily stunned. Why would Nikong come here? Nikong always summoned warlords in the reunification palace. Besides, this place was merely a private residence, not the gathering place of the Miao family. Having just suffered a defeat in Shay, his sudden appearance here was highly unusual. Miao Lun said coldly, get up. Godinwei and Hu Chao immediately stood up, obediently positioning themselves behind him. As the door was pushed open, Miao Lun's face had already resumed its smiling demeanor. Nikong, with a dignified appearance, walked in. He wasn't moving fast, but his inherent aura from long-held authority inexplicably lightened the atmosphere. Nikong took the main seat, resting his arm on his knee, and for a while, he remained silent. The room was as silent as a tomb. Why did the general come here today? Any instructions? Miao Lun spoke nonchalantly, maintaining his composure. Ruan Wenjun is dead, and his Iron Eagle team is leaderless. Divide it between you and Mu Qin, more usable manpower, Nikong spoke. Thank you, General, Miao Lun graciously accepted. Nikong stared at him deeply for a while before continuing. Furthermore, promote someone from among those minor warlords to take Ruan Wenjun's place. Handle this matter yourself. This was a blatant delegation of power to Miao Lun. Promoting a high-ranking warlord held lucrative opportunities, and Miao Lun could use this to consolidate his influence. Over time, his power would only grow stronger. Nikang's second statement finally brought a hint of joy to Miao Lun's face. Are your people reliable? Nikong glanced at Hu Chao and Godinwei. Miao Lun was well aware that Jiralimani had died in Shay. He thought Nikong might have his eye on one of his private soldiers. If the general likes, feel free to take them. Among my subordinates, loyalty is unquestionable. Nikong waved his hand, seemingly just asking casually, no need, keep them. Zhang Wanyeo trembled all over, barely able to control her emotions. This was her first time seeing Nikong up close, and her hatred intensified. The enemy was right in front of her, she couldn't contain her feelings. Tianatian's face kept flashing in her mind, and she wished she could rush forward and kill Nikong right then and there. Marie sensed her trembling and moved closer to her. A tear fell from Zhang Wanyeo's eye, and her knee suddenly twitched at Novel bin Adat. Marie acted swiftly, grabbing her immediately. Her sixth sense warned her that if she didn't stop Zhang Wanyeo, something terrible might happen. The commotion drew Nikang's attention. He cast an indifferent glance, passing over the trembling Zhang Wanyeo and Marie. Nikong was well aware of Miao Lun's unsavory hobbies in private, including the Rose Army's seemingly glorious but actually bloodstained and dirty operations. However, Nikong didn't care. Miao Lun was a clever person, and clever people are inherently difficult to control. But he brazenly exposed his weakness for lust, never intentionally hiding it, which in turn became a challenge for Nikong to exploit. To ascend to the position of the top warlord in Mu City from an ordinary person's status required a depth of thought that couldn't be underestimated, especially when coupled with a keen sense of self-preservation. Satisfied, Nikong left. His visit seemed merely to exchange inconsequential words. Miao Lun looked in the direction where Nikong disappeared, his eyes narrowing slightly as a faint smirk played on his lips. Asterisk. Shay base. Zhuang Qinjian, Zhang Xi, and Song Ke were in a meeting when Lu Xiao barged in, controlling the wheelchair. I have some bad news and some worse news. Which one do you want to hear first? Lu Xiao asked. Zhuang Qinjian lifted his head, his expressionless gaze meeting Lu Xiao's. The others remained silent, no one answering his question. Disappointed, Lu Xiao shrugged. Okay, seems like you guys don't get humor. The first bad news is that Nikong has issued new laws, a region-wide warrant for the arrest of 4 S-level awakeners from Shay. In other words, from now on, we are also gloriously wanted fugitives. The path of forging admission permissions is no longer viable, Lu Xiao stated. His icy gaze flickered, projecting a deciphered string of text in front of everyone. The second, even worse news, I intercepted several one-way confidential messages. They were a request for intervention orders sent by Nikong. I have strong reason to suspect that the Alliance has already received them. What's a request for intervention? Song Ke asked, puzzled. Zhuang Qinjian's expression grew more serious. The district magistrate holds the highest authority within their jurisdiction. In the event of an uncontrollable situation, they can relinquish a portion of their interests and request intervention from the Alliance. The Alliance then dispatches special envoys to briefly intervene in local affairs and help the magistrate resolve the issue. Song K caught on immediately. Is Nikong panicking? A person so domineering voluntarily bowing down and relinquishing the magistrate's supreme position to request Alliance intervention was itself unthinkable. Could Juralamani's death have hit him that hard? Zhuang Qinjian smiled faintly. I believe this opens up another approach for us. If Nikong has made this decision, it seems that his remaining two puppets might not match Juralamani's strength. However, these are just speculations. Given the current situation, within the next 3 days at most, the Alliance's special envoys will arrive in Mu City. They might not send just one S-level. When they arrive, it might be challenging to deceive or outwit them, Zhuang Qinjian warned. A chill ran through everyone. Their plan involved assassination, not recklessly confronting S-level awakeners. We're out of time, we need to quickly get into the reunification palace, Zhuang Qinjian concluded decisively. Two unexpected guests arrived at the heavily guarded entrance of the reunification palace. Before they could approach the restricted area, armed guards aimed their weapons at the two, warning them to halt. We're here to claim the bounty. One of them slowly raised his head. A grim scar ran from the corner of his eye to his jaw, his eyes unusually gloomy. Coupled with a voice that seemed scorched by flames, his hoarse tone made anyone listening uncomfortable, sending shivers down their spine. Next to Scarface stood a silent, thin man, both carrying peculiarly shaped black boxes. The captain of the guards couldn't help but be startled. What bounty could they be claiming at the reunification palace? Then, his expression changed as he quickly recalled the most prominent recent bounty, the one personally issued by the general, to kill any one of the 4 S-level awakeners of Shay and claim a substantial bounty by presenting their head at the reunification palace. The authority of this warrant was high, its difficulty immense, nearly impossible for anyone to accomplish. However, correspondingly, its rewards were astonishingly abundant, even allowing requests to be made directly to the general himself. Under this high reward, there must be brave souls willing to attempt the impossible. Could it be that someone had actually fulfilled this warrant? Only an S-level could kill another S-level awakener. The captain felt a chill down his spine. When he looked back at the two, his attitude immediately became respectful. Two heroes, we need to verify the token first. Scarface sneered. Simultaneously, he and the thin man pressed a switch on their boxes. A small door automatically lifted from the side, revealing 2 bloody human heads. The captain's heart turned cold as he hurriedly retrieved the footage from the battle with Shay. The identities of these S-level fugitives were unknown, lacking their biological information, which forced them to resort to traditional methods of verification. After scanning the video and pausing it, he scrutinized the blurred, fleshy heads. Eventually, he managed to identify them, the crippled man controlling the mechanical vehicle on the city wall on the left, and surprisingly, the one on the right bore a striking resemblance to the leader of the refugees, Kaing Chi. The captain was shaken to the core. He took a step forward, wanting to examine more closely. Scarface promptly closed the small door with a click and ominously stated, I want to see the bounty. Please wait a moment. I'll report to the general immediately. The captain moved aside and communicated discreetly via his communicator. The message was swiftly relayed upwards, and Nikang's order came promptly, let them pass. Please come in. The guards who received the order made way for the two visitors. Scarface and the thin man carried their boxes, passing through the security checkpoint. Precise instruments scanned them from head to toe, ensuring no weapons or sharp objects were allowed. The indicator lights blinked twice, all remained calm, no alarms sounded. After entering through the main gate, they walked for almost 15 minutes before officially entering the realm of the reunification palace. Along the way, they encountered patrolling awakeners. The security level here was so high that not even a bug could fly in. Scarface stared at the majestic and grandiose buildings ahead, a peculiar smile on his lips. The general is indeed wealthy. Look at this lavish life. Once we claim the bounty, we'll get ourselves a big house like this. Scarface and the thin man exchanged glances, envisioning the good days to come, bursting into hearty laughter. The captain of the guards twitched at the corner of his mouth, deliberately avoiding any response. At the bottom of the black boxes, several small openings suddenly split open. Mechanical spiders fell out densely, some crawling into nearby bushes, others disappearing into crevices in the buildings, without drawing anyone's attention. The 8 eyes of each spider faintly glowed as they swiftly collected data from their surroundings. In a space several meters underground, a black-haired girl retracted her ears, which had been eavesdropping for any movement. From the hole in the ceiling, she leaped down, landing soundlessly like a panther. Taking 2 steps forward, she activated a faint light. In the winding and dark tunnel, hundreds of advanced awakeners were quietly lurking. Lu Xiao's fingers danced, projecting a screen. The real-time footage collected by the mechanical spiders streamed back. It began with rows of marching boots, then zoomed out, presenting a clear view of the buildings within the reunification palace, becoming increasingly complete as the spiders moved. Enough. Have you found Naiwen's location? It'll take time. These people, naturally, were Song Ke and their team. As for Scarface and the thin figure, they were their accomplices. Zhuang Qinjian discovered an awakener with the ability of reverse molding. His mind worked swiftly, formulating the entire plan in an instant. First, Lu Xiao crafted fake heads using machinery, then the Awakener with reverse molding ability conducted cosmetic surgery on them. Finally, they sent 2 new faces legitimately into the reunification palace to investigate the internal situation, while Song Kei's team used Kansu's ability to infiltrate the palace through underground tunnels. In the selection of the bounty heads, Zhang Xi, as the leader of Shay, held undeniable value, undoubtedly occupying a slot. Zhang Xi himself had no objections to this. As for the other one, it was volunteered by Lu Xiao. One couldn't deny that the genius's way of thinking was indeed difficult for ordinary people to comprehend. Lu Xiao's smile and the scene of him playfully massaging his own head would certainly remain unforgettable for a lifetime. In the reunification palace, within an ordinary building, the sound of objects shattering echoed. Get lost. A terrifying-looking teenager, covered in brown patches, smashed all the vases in the room, muttering hoarsely. His eerie gaze contradicted his young age, yet his body was frail and shorter than others his age. The guards, possessors of extraordinary abilities, stood silently in his way, thwarting his attempt to leave. The boy erupted in rage. Good, I couldn't leave the palace before, but now I can't even leave this room? Who gave you the guts to confine me? Young Master Nai Wen, this is the general's directive, all for your safety, one of the guards explained calmly. Safety? What do I have to fear? Nai Wen revealed a demonic grin. What's the point of living like this? If I die, so be it. I don't even care. Why should you dogs interfere? Nai Wen reached under the bed, his expression revealing a sinister and bloodthirsty intent. I heard Shay's leader's head was delivered? I'll go take a look. I plan to make a new ball out of it. Young Master Nai Wen, you cannot leave the room. Boom. A burst of flame shattered the speaker's head. Nai Wen wiped the blood splattered on his face, twistedly smiling. Don't tell me what I can't do. He cleared a path with a particle gun, forcing the guards of the security team to step back, finally walking out of the room. Several dozen miles away from the reunification palace, in another tunnel, Marcia sat on a bench, waiting for Kansu and the others to return for her. She fiddled with the terminal, conversing telepathically with Marie atop her head. Sister, is that sister named Yao around? Marcia suddenly remembered something, silently asking in her mind. She's here, what's wrong? Marie glanced at Zhang Wanyao beside her, who sat motionless, staring at her hands. Since Naikong visited, she had grown increasingly silent. In the underground chamber, Marcia rummaged through her pockets and retrieved a neatly folded piece of paper. There's someone named Fangs Higzo who asked me to read this passage to her. I had 7 times despised my soul. The first time, when it could have dared to strive but chose to comply with the status quo. The third time, between difficulty and ease, it chose ease. Marcia's tender voice read aloud the beautifully rhymed poetry. In the courtyard dozens of meters above, Marie repeated the heard words and phrases word for word. The 6th time, it scorned the ugly faces, unaware it had the same countenance, at novel bin at. The 7th time, the soul lay askew in the filth of life, unwilling yet hesitant. All errors should be concluded at the 7th time. From this day forth, I am willing to burn my soul to secure a joyful new life for you. Marcia earnestly finished reading, and the 2 sisters simultaneously sighed in relief. So difficult to read, so awkward. What does this poem really mean? Zhang Wanyao blinked slowly, a faint curve forming at the corner of her mouth. She seemed to be smiling, yet poignant tears fell incessantly. It's still the same as before. What do you mean, the same as before? Marie asked in confusion. When he made a mistake before and didn't dare to apologize face to face, he would secretly write a poem and place it on my easel. If I opened and read it, it meant I forgave him. If not, he'd continue writing until I did forgive him. In Tongwan, Fangs Higzo had an excellent reputation as a respected doctor. But at home, in front of Zhang Wanyao, he appeared awkward, like a young lad in his early 20s, always clinging to her, unwilling to let go even after a long embrace. Is he your husband? Marie asked cautiously. Did you leave him because you were angry? No, I never. Her voice trailed off quietly. Zhang Wanyao wiped her tears, her resolute eyes filled with determination. Can you ask your sister if Fangs Higzo is at the reunification palace now? Marie closed her eyes for a moment. Marcia says he went to the reunification palace. Under the protection of layers of awakeners, Naikong received 2 individuals who had come to claim a bounty. Seated on a chair, he stared intently at the box they held. Where is the head of the Kaingchi? Show it to me. Scarface sternly refused. Wait a moment, General. We haven't discussed the reward yet. The reward can be claimed directly from my internal affairs officer, Naikong replied. What we want can only be given by you, General. Scarface chuckled strangely. Frowning, Naikong asked, what do you want? I want to live in a palace, Scarface blurted out. Forget it. Didn't we agree on just money and crystals? A thin, silent man suddenly opposed loudly. What money? Can't I change my mind? Scarface retorted coldly. Due to a disagreement over how to split the loot, the 2 men argued fiercely, faces turning red, hinting at an imminent physical altercation. Naikang's patience dwindled away. Raising his right hand, numerous heavy weapons were aimed at the 2, silencing their argument instantly. I'll ask you one last time, what do you want? Naikang sneered. In the past, he wouldn't have even entertained the idea of meeting such people, let alone listening to them. Scarface glanced at him, then grinned. General, how about you let me take your place for 2 days? Naikang's pupils contracted sharply. These two were definitely not here to claim a reward. He stood up abruptly, shouting, "Kill them." Scarface and the Thin Man fiercely hurled the black box forward. With a whoosh, just before the explosion of the shell, they vanished on the spot. "General, they're Spatial Anchor Awakeners," someone in the guard unit recognized. Spatial Anchor Awakener belonged to an extremely rare branch within Spatial Awakener. By setting one or more anchor points, they could instantly return to the anchor point within the range of their ability, making them the perfect choice for committing crimes and escaping. Not good. Nikong realized something, his face turning pale. "Where's Nai Wen?" Beep beep. A piercing countdown alarm sounded from the black box on the ground. In the next second, a scorching blast soared into the sky. This wasn't the head of an S-level awakener, it was clearly a high-powered explosive device. The guard unit and Nikang's figures were instantly engulfed. In the reunification palace, within the underground passage, the southwest direction on the projection screen suddenly displayed scrambled snowflakes. The real-time footage flickered twice and vanished. "There's a hyperfrequency band in this area," Lu Xiao said. "The behavior pattern of the mechanical spiders is being disrupted, and data cannot be transmitted back." It seems the security here isn't so hopeless after all," he sarcastically remarked. "The scrambled area is the core of the reunification palace," Zhuang Qinjian inferred. "Nikong and his son should be inside." Zhang Xi furrowed his brows at the statement. "But this place is not small. If we search it one by one, it'll take too much time and pose a risk of exposure." Lu Xiao cracked her knuckles confidently. "Need me to crack it? I'll get it done within 5 minutes. No, within 3. "What about Scar and the others?" Zhuang Qinjian asked without answering. "They've entered the reception hall, engaging with Nikong. They can last at most another 10 minutes, Zhang Xi responded calmly. 10 minutes, Zhuang Qinjian narrowed his eyes. "Now, what do we do?" Song Ke asked softly. Zhuang Qinjian pondered for a moment, then turned to Lu Xiao. "You crack that, we'll figure out a way to lure Nai Wen out." "No need," Lu Xiao enlarged a certain area of the footage. "This kid is coming out on his own." In the clear projection, Nai Wen held a particle gun, forcing the guards of the security team to slowly retreat. "Young master, what you're doing is too dangerous. Please put the gun down. Please return to your room, young master. It's not that we won't let you out, it's the general's orders." Under the bright light, the brown patches on Nai Wen's face became more pronounced. His limbs of varying lengths gave an unsettling sense of discordance. His thin body seemed like a bizarre creature draped in human skin, taking step by step toward the reception hall. Lu Xiao swiftly locked Nai Wen's position, and Kanso activated his abilities, tunneling frantically toward that spot. "Considering the time for reinforcements after the alarm is triggered, we have 9 minutes left," Lu Xiao said. "Enough," Song Ke nodded. Zhang Xi donned a hood, his entire face disappearing into the shadows, leaving only a faintly visible prominent nose. He turned back, fingers clasped together, gesturing an attack signal behind him. Including Fan Yiwen and Samuel, the Shay Awakeners lowered their body centers, poised and ready. 9 minutes to take down Nai Wen, more than enough. A faint blue light emerged as Song Ke manifested a triangular military dagger. This weapon was known as the Reaper's Blade, capable of instantly destroying human tissues. One stab, blood sprayed, causing fatal wounds that led to the enemy's demise. As she made her move, she unexpectedly noticed the trembling in Fang Higzu's hands. This tremor wasn't due to fear or dread but rather the manifestation of an uncontrollable shiver when someone's conviction to do something reached its peak. Song Ke quietly observed him for 2 seconds, then swiftly walked over, handing the triangular military dagger to Fang Higzu. "We will succeed." Fang Higzu looked down at her. In the refuge of the Luojia shelter, he had once been desolate, seeking only death. It was Song Ke who forcibly pulled him back from the edge of the cliff, firmly promising him with unwavering eyes, "I can do it." Perhaps it was the lingering resentment and intense hatred within him, or perhaps it was because of the resemblance between her and Tianation's dimples. At that moment, Fang Higzu chose to take a gamble, to trust this stranger, Song Ke. Initially, he observed as an outsider, watching the team called V587 strive tirelessly for his revenge. Gradually, he found himself unknowingly involved, following them into the desert, enduring hardships and trials, all the way to Mu City. Fang Higzu gradually understood how fortunate he was to have encountered a group of companions he could entrust his back to. In just a few months, they had indeed overcome all difficulties and reached the final step. "Nikong, Nai Wen, today would surely be your death sentence." Fang Higzu took a deep breath, the tremors slowly fading away, taking the spiritual weapon from Song Ke's hand. "Let's go." The dome of the reception hall could be seen in the distance. Nai Wen had an excited smile on his face. He was just about to speak when suddenly, a large hole cracked open in the ground ahead, and one after another, people with supernatural abilities leaped out. "Enemy attack!" exclaimed the nearest member of the guard, immediately triggering the alarm. "Prepare for battle." Before the word was fully spoken, a dark blue triangular army dagger sliced through his throat. The guard fell wide-eyed, and as he hit the ground, a torrent of blood gushed from his neck. Song Ke withdrew the dagger, swiftly producing a multitude of shurikens between her fingers, launching them accurately towards the guards who were trying to block the hole. The shurikens, gleaming with a cold light, found their marks. Zhang Xi held a sword in one hand and swiftly formed seals with the other, unleashing the devastating Five Thunder God's decree, clearing out interceptors from another direction. The underground passages created by Kanso were like that of moles, a new hole for each escape route. Within seconds, a dozen or so openings appeared on the ground, continuously allowing high-level awakeners to emerge. In this urgent moment, he even thoughtfully created a ramp for Zhuang Qinjian and Lu Xiao's wheelchairs for easy access. The scene descended into intense combat. Song Ke made a sudden dash towards Nai Wen and unexpectedly collided with a resilient water shield, sinking into it entirely. This was a water-based defensive ability, yet there were no individuals with abilities within 5 meters of Nai Wen. Emerging from the water shield, Song Ke stared coldly at him. 6 months ago, in Tongwan, you killed an 8-year-old girl. When Song Ke attacked, a trace of panic flashed across Nai Wen's grotesque face. After she was blocked by the water shield, he quickly regained his composure. Facing her accusation, Nai Wen seemed indifferent, even smirking arrogantly. I've killed too many people to remember. Song Ke forcefully thrust the triangular army dagger into the water shield, which dissolved the flowing liquid, dispersing it like a clump of cotton in the air. Her name was Tian. Her father was a doctor. He tried his best to save you, but you killed his daughter. Tian? Oh, I vaguely remember, there was someone like that, Nai Wen said casually, but it was quite boring. She didn't know anything. Even when I undressed her, she only knew how to scream, giving me a headache. Afterward, when I made her bleed, she stopped screaming, just like a doll. If you put it that way, she was quite sweet. Nai Wen licked his lips, and his underdeveloped, deformed body twisted involuntarily. There was a moment of bewilderment in Song Ke's eyes at Nai Wen's words. She didn't fully understand what Nai Wen meant, but in the next moment, she suddenly saw Fang Higgs's eyes. Those eyes were crimson, almost the color of blood at novel bin at. Made her bleed. Undressed her, made her bleed. Song Ke's mind was violently shaken. Her grip tightened on the triangular army dagger. How could a 14 or 15-year-old person be so evil? Boom. A deafening explosion echoed from the direction of the reception hall. The guard unit, alerted by the alarm, joined the battlefield. Song Ke agilely dodged an attack, taking down 2 guards swiftly. She needed to find the water-based awakener first, break the shield protecting Nai Wen. But with the overwhelming number of guards at present, she needed to think of a way. Suddenly, Song Ke turned back and locked eyes with Zhuang Qinjian. They understood each other without a word in this critical moment. Their thoughts connected in an instant, sparking understanding between them. Zhuang Qinjian closed his eyes, his powerful mental ability quickly analyzing all the types of abilities present on the scene. Then, he abruptly opened his eyes, targeting a specific direction, raising the rapid-fire crossbow in his hand and shooting several arrows in that direction. Song Ke abandoned the attack on Nai Wen and sprinted toward the target alongside the flying arrows. The water-based awakener, seeing the approaching Song Ke like a grim reaper, frantically conjured a water shield around himself. Clang! Sharp edges pierced the surface of the water shield, creating a deep dent, the cross-shaped puncture inches from the person's forehead. Breathing a sigh of relief for narrowly escaping, the person's expression changed drastically once again. Song Ke tightened her grip on the dagger handle, the blue light becoming increasingly dazzling. Her powerful awakened energy erupted to the extreme, inching forward, exerting pressure. No matter how strong the defensive ability, no shield could withstand the knife in her hands. Splish, splish, the entire water shield shook violently. The water-based awakener realized his imminent peril, his face drained of color. Panicked, he turned and ran. Song Ke, determined, shattered the water shield, and the triangular army dagger pierced through the person's spine. A high arc of crimson blood sprayed out in a straight line, and the person slowly collapsed, his supernatural ability dissipating. Song Ke turned around, her shoulder-length hair tousled by the wind. From a distance, she shouted at a retreating figure, Fang Higsu. Nai Wen frantically raised his particle gun, wildly firing shots. Crack! A mechanical arm viciously swung in, mercilessly knocking him down, snatching away his weapon, and disassembling it into pieces. Nai Wen fell in a sorry heap at someone's feet. Fang Higsu squatted down, gazing down at this demon. Do you remember me? Nai Wen met his bloodshot eyes. These eyes, he had seen them before, amidst a haze of consciousness on the operating table. Back then, he felt he was about to die, but the masked doctor nodded at him, saying, "You will survive." And miraculously, Nai Wen did survive. He remembered, of course, it was Dr. Fang who saved him. Nai Wen sighed regretfully, "Dr. Fang, it's your bad luck, I didn't even know she was your daughter." He paused, his speech gradually picking up pace. "If you really care about this, then have another one. Next time, I promise I definitely won't." Poof! Before he could finish, Fang Higsu's military dagger pierced his chest. The aim was precise. Nai Wen's face contorted, in immense pain, yet he did not die on the spot. "You're actually quite afraid of death, aren't you?" Fang Higsu rotated the triangular military dagger expressionlessly, the blood groove harvesting within him, forming a clot. Fang Higsu had seen countless patients' expressions on the operating table. Nai Wen might have kept saying, "If I die, I die," but his eyes spoke differently. He wanted to live more than anyone else. Tian is the best daughter in the world. She rarely cries, hardly ever throws tantrums. Even if I don't have time for her, she never blames me, she just sulks on her own. Every time she says I love daddy the most, I feel like I can give her everything. That day, when Tian Tian finally forgave me, I bought her favorite strawberry ice cream. I bought two, the first time I ever did, so she could secretly eat one without telling her mom. It was our little secret between father and daughter. I had made plans with her, but I will never see her again. Because I saved you. Because I overslept for those 40 minutes. Feng Zhigzhou meticulously removed Naiwen's kidneys, spleen, stomach, lungs, intestines, liver. His hands were remarkably steady, devoid of any tremor. Despite his organs emptying, Naiwen felt remarkably conscious. He couldn't die. Someone like you will never understand what Tian Tian meant to me. You don't deserve to live, let alone be called human. The person before Naiwen was no longer the image of a doctor saving lives. He resembled a ruthless butcher dissecting a corpse. Fear enveloped Naiwen, escalating rapidly as his life drained away. Finally, like a child, he whimpered in tears, Don't, father, save me. Naiwen's plea of father, save me, pierced Feng Zhigzou's deepest wound. When Tian Tian died, she must have wanted him to save her, too. Feng Zhigzou sliced open Naiwen's ventricle, plunging a blade into his pulsating heart. Naiwen's cries abruptly ceased as he watched his heart being extracted, his body shattered, and his soul fragmented. Naiwen ceased breathing. Feng Zhigzou's hands were soaked in fresh blood, tears streaming down his face. In a hazy vision, Tian Tian with her soft braids nestled in his arms like a mischievous little mouse. Happily, she held a strawberry ice cream, cream smeared on her dimples. Daddy, don't tell mom, okay? I like you the most. Naiwen. A desperate and agonized roar echoed. Nikong, covered in ash, appeared outside. Those two dimmed bombs had killed all the awakeners in the living room. Only Nikong, protected by his causality-based ability, survived. He urgently dispatched reinforcements, but it was too late once again. Under the fierce attacks from Zhang Xiai, Lu Xiao, Samuel, and others, the scene became a battlefield with incessant gunfire, swiftly eliminating the guards. An opportunity? Song Ke headed straight for Nikong, leaping high and bringing down a triangular military dagger. Awakeners protecting Nikong retaliated together. Song Ke faced various attacks, refusing to retreat. Just as she was about to make contact, a misdirected shell exploded midair, sending her flying. After rolling several times, Song Ke barely managed to stop her retreat. The causality on Nikong remained. Song Ke slammed a fist onto the ground. The piercing alarm echoed throughout the reunification palace, drawing more and more awakeners to the scene, surrounding them. Zhuang Qinjian's wheelchair stopped beside Song Ke. He reached out a hand, helping her stand, and spoke calmly. The energy around him has weakened. Naiwen is indeed his puppet. But I can't kill him, Song Ke said resentfully. Because there's one final layer of causality on Nikong, Zhuang Qinjian remarked. The last layer of causality. The final puppet. Who could it be? Song Ke lifted her gaze, looking at the multitude of faces within the battleground. Triangular dagger. Guards kept arriving, surrounding Song Ke and the others. After Naiwen's death, the scene fell into a stiff standoff. At this moment, Nikong surprisingly calmed down. All emotions, be it shock, sorrow, fear, or anxiety, vanished from his face. Only the sternness belonging to a magistrate and the dignity accumulated over nearly 3 decades remained. An internal affairs officer brought him a fresh military uniform. Before everyone's eyes, Nikong unbuttoned his collar and cuffs, calmly changed into the new clothes, meticulously fastening every button. A group of rats from the sewers, trying to infiltrate everywhere, attempting to meddle in others' affairs. Nikang's piercing gaze landed on Zhang Xiai. Are you Kang Chi? Stirring up this drama to replace me? Zhang Xiai coldly stared back. It's your self-destruction. Your tyranny, your oppression of the people, your allowance of the twisted caste system that plunged Mu City into chaos. You are utterly undeserving of being a magistrate. With an arrogant lift of his chin, Nikong retorted, young people often have heroic ideals, thinking they're saviors. Understandable, but mostly self-deception. What you say now sounds grand, but if you ever sat in my position, you might turn out to be even more of a tyrant than I am. Nai dog, stop talking rubbish. Fan Yaiwen roared. Nikong was clearly trying to throw dirt onto Zhang Xiai. Nikong sneered, his gaze shifting to Song Ke, Zhuang Qinjian, and Lu Xiao. These 3 sudden S-level awakeners were entirely beyond his control. Their secret alliance with Kang Chi was the main reason he found himself in this predicament. And you, what's your purpose? Nikong asked coldly. To kill you. Song Ke pointed her triangular military dagger straight at him. Nikong, you allowed your son to commit murder, killing my daughter. You deserve to die. Feng Zhigzou, his hands soaked in blood, slowly stepped forward. Yet, it wasn't his blood, it belonged to Naiwen. Nikong squinted, taking a while to match the face with the name. Dr. Feng, never expected, you were the mastermind behind the scenes. I underestimated you. If I had known you'd cause so much trouble, even if it meant eradicating Tongwan, I should have killed you back then. Even at death's door, Nikang's attitude thoroughly infuriated the awakeners present. Song Ke and Zhang Xiai led 100 people charging forward. The guards scrambled to defend, but the relentless artillery and supernatural abilities raised the surrounding buildings. Countless attacks surged towards Nikong, yet mysteriously diverted before reaching him. Nikang's close aides, seeing the dire situation, fled. Barely a few steps away, sharp talismans descended from above, piercing their backs, and numerous supernatural abilities surged towards Nikong. He smirked coldly, unmoving from start to finish. Zhuang Qinjian, amidst the chaos, stared intently at Nikong, his brow gradually furrowing. If the third puppet was indeed on the scene, given the current chaos, there was a constant risk of being killed. How could Nikong remain so composed? Zhuang Qinjian glanced towards Lu Xiao, who immediately turned the screen towards him. The monitoring on it was crystal clear aside from their core area, where they were. Nikong hadn't stationed any troops in other locations identified by the mechanical spiders. Zhuang Qinjian paused for a moment, then raised his voice to shout at Nikong from a distance, "You're left with only one puppet. Why do you think we can't kill you?" Nikong sized him up directly. "Interesting. You even know I have a puppet." Zhuang Qinjian, leaning on his cane, stood up and took 2 steps forward. Nikong subtly raised his hand, and the guard unit switched to a defensive retreat. The melee halted, casualties on both sides, but Nikang's losses were evidently more severe, with only a third of the high-level awakeners remaining. Next came the time for psychological warfare. Zhuang Qinjian smiled faintly. "It's been 5 minutes since the explosion. I was just wondering why not a single warlord rushed to save you. Unless, you never issued the order for reinforcement. And you'd do this for only one reason." Zhuang Qinjian spoke slowly, each word deliberate. "You're protecting your puppet, and in doing so, you're safeguarding yourself because as long as he's alive, you won't die. You can maintain composure now because you know the other person isn't in the reunification palace, ensuring we can't find him." Nikang's lips gradually tightened. This kid had an uncanny ability to see through people's intentions. Zhuang Qinjian's eyes narrowed slightly as all the pertinent information raced through his mind. "Your first puppet, Jularamani, an almost S-level awakener, chosen because he's hard to kill. The second, your son Nai Wen, imprisoned in the reunification palace, firmly under your control. You're confident here due to the top-notch security, believing no one would breach it before us. Turning these two into puppets, although secure, poses risks. As long as the existence of your causality-based supernatural ability is known, they can be easily wiped out together. One shouldn't put all eggs in one basket, a principle a general like yourself must understand. So, the third puppet must be entirely different from conventional thinking." Zhuang Qinjian's composed voice reverberated in the vast space. "You must ensure that even if he's not under your nose, he can survive unharmed. This means he surely possesses self-defense capabilities, maybe even more so, and his situation outside is safer and less conspicuous than staying in the reunification palace." Nikang's eyelids trembled ever so slightly. "Peasants, workers, or mercenaries? Too risky. Merchants or the wealthy? Not secure enough. Based on Mu City's hierarchical structure, he must be at least at the 2nd tier or higher, wielding substantial power and status, with a large private militia for protection. High-ranking officers and small warlords are absorbed or assassinated. They aren't your best options. Then, we're left with the 3 major warlords. Ruan Wenjun is dead, so is it Mu Qin or Miao Lun?" Zhuang Qinjian stared at the tightening back of Nikang's hand, smiling brightly. "Do you think I'm going to guess Mu Qin? After all, he's an awakener, with a better chance of survival compared to Miao Lun, an ordinary person. But there's a question that's been bothering me. The 3 major warlords, each holding different powers, create a balance and a check on each other. Mu Qin and Ruan Wenjun had many overlapping interests, causing constant friction between them. However, Miao Lun seems to have no direct conflicts with anyone. General, can you tell me why? At the hero banquet where Song Ke participated alone, Mu Qin and Ruan Wenjun were at odds, but Miao Lun managed to navigate smoothly." Zhuang Qinjian had felt a sense of incongruity then. Furthermore, during large military actions like the attack on She, the other 2 warlords participated, even Nikong himself commanded on the field. Why was it specifically Miao Lun who was excluded, at Novel bin Adat? Why do you particularly favor Miao Lun? It's not because of trust but because Miao Lun is your most deeply hidden puppet, Zhuang Qinjian declared conclusively. Nikang's calm facade shattered. With a few words and an intricate sequence of reasoning, Zhuang Qinjian breached Nikang's psychological defenses. To kill Nikong, they had to eliminate the puppet first. Miao Lun had to die. Zhang Xi immediately signaled a dozen people. "Come with me." He turned to Song Ke, who seemed about to say something, and nodded. "Leave it to me." Feng Zhigzhe wiped his face and stood resolutely in front of Zhang Xi. "I'm going with you." As for Ayao, she was still with Miao Lun. He didn't know if she was in danger. He had to go himself to feel assured. Feng Zhigzhe turned back, looking at Song Ke, Zhuang Qinjian, and the others, bowing deeply. "I'm counting on you. Stop them." Nikong bellowed. Song Ke swiftly conjured a Shaolin staff, charging forward, sweeping through the opponents and knocking down the pursuers. Zhang Xi, Feng Zhigzhe, and others took the chance to leap into the tunnel, disappearing in an instant. A hint of anxiety flickered in Nikang's eyes, yet he managed to maintain composure. "Just with a dozen of you, you think you can kill Miao Lun? We will definitely do it. Once he's gone, you'll be left waiting to die." Song Ke spoke resolutely. She wasn't sure how strong Miao Lun's self-defense capabilities were, but she knew Zhang Xi well. Her senior brother was the kind of person who, once making a promise, would give his all to fulfill it. "What if I tell you that even if you kill Miao Lun, you still can't harm me?" Nikong quickly regained his calm demeanor, even arrogantly finding a chair and sitting down. Not good, Lu Xiao from the back suddenly spoke up. His ice blue eyes swiftly flickered, displaying data streams. Detected interference from unknown signals. 5 starships are heading towards Mu City, estimated to arrive in an hour. At this timing, arriving at Mu City on starships clearly exposed the identity of the approaching party. They hadn't anticipated that the actions of the Alliance's special envoy would be quicker than expected. Nikong received the same information. His features relaxed, and he burst into laughter. I told you that you couldn't touch me. I not only sent a request for intervention but also submitted an emergency refuge to the Alliance. Before you find Miaolun, I might have already left Mu City. Nikong was planning to escape? Song Ke was stunned by his shamelessness. Zhuang Qinjian looked at Nikong, who was laughing heartily, and grinned. Once you submit an emergency refuge, it means you'll lose all privileges as a magistrate. You won't be able to return to Mu City for the rest of your life. General, you're willing to hand over the kingdom you've painstakingly built. I must admire your magnanimity. Oh, are you this afraid that we'll kill you? When it came to cutting remarks, Zhuang Qinjian ranked second to none. Nikang's laughter faded. A group of mercenaries was on their routine patrol. As they turned a corner and took a few steps forward, there was a slight crack beneath their feet. Without reacting in time, they stumbled upon hidden frost traps. Ice blades, solidified like whirling knives, slit everyone's throats in an instant. With a muffled thud, the unfortunate squad fell neatly in unison at Novel bin Adat. In a camp several meters away, awakeners were idling away, playing cards. Double nines? Sweep? I win? Huh, what's that smell? Smells like rotten eggs. Rotten eggs? Isn't this hydrogen sulfide? Not good. Outside the camp, massive frost-wrapped shells plummeted from the sky. Upon impact, they burst open without any flames, releasing a green poisonous gas. The awakeners who accidentally inhaled it clutched their throats, writhing in agony. The enemy assault alarm sounded, prompting mercenaries armed to the teeth to charge from all directions. Our feelings are like trapped in a weird loop. The more we love, the more confused we become. The more we love, the more confused we become. A clear, soothing voice began to resonate, causing the mercenaries to lose focus. They were ensnared in a confusion debuff, dropping their weapons one by one, scrambling around like headless flies, clutching their heads in panic. Silent frost bombs relentlessly pounded the ground, and in a blink, the entire private militia camp fell silent once more. From a distant high-rise building, hidden awakeners cautiously peeked out. Su Xing tied his headband, tiptoed to the window, controlling frost traps while coordinating with Sucha and Irene to create super frost poison gas bombs. He became the most powerful offensive force in destroying the militia camp, no longer relying solely on hexagonal ice blades. His attacks were versatile and unpredictable, achieving a perfect balance between multitasking, visibly progressing through trials and tribulations. All done, Lin Yuyo glanced at the terminal, marking off another location on the map. The operation at Rita's End went smoothly. Mu Qin and Ruan Wenjun's militia camps have been cleared. Only Miaolun's remains. We need to accelerate. As a covert team, their primary mission was to dismantle the armed forces of major warlords, preventing them from aiding Nikong. Thus, to minimize attention, Irene opted not to use more overt firepower but instead employed the newly developed frost poison shells. Something's odd, Socha, who had gone to scout ahead, emerged and said in a low voice, the alarm at the reunification palace has been blaring for almost 3 minutes, yet there's no movement at this camp. Lin Yuyu paused, realizing that while the lack of defense when they initially attacked was normal, continuing to play cards calmly even after the alarm had been blaring for so long seemed too composed. Stick to the plan for now. I'll contact Zhuang Qinjian's team, Lin Yuyu decided after a moment of thought. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed from the direction of the reunification palace. After a few seconds, a piercing alarm sounded. Miaolun's hand, in the midst of rolling a cigarette, paused. He squinted, gazing into the distance, half of his face obscured by smoke. After a while, a newly transferred aide hurried in, softly reporting, Sir, the general has been attacked. Attacked? Miaolun repeated the words, has the general ordered me to reinforce? Yes, there's an order, but not for reinforcement. The general's exact words were stay put unless requested otherwise. Ha, Miaolun suddenly sneered, stay put unless requested otherwise. What a brilliant order. He fiercely stubbed out the cigarette on the table, leaving a grim scar, then stood up abruptly, striding out purposefully, with Godinwei and Hu Chao trailing behind him. Sir, where are you going? The aide knelt, wondering if Miaolun was openly defying orders. Miaolun's voice was chillingly cold. Summon all the private militia, immediately return to the estate. Sir, something terrible has happened, sir. A servant rushed in, scrambling and falling at Miaolun's feet. Our militia camp has been attacked. Where? Miaolun's face turned ashen. Everywhere. The servant's voice trembled, not daring to meet his gaze. Everyone present knelt in genuine fear. Miaolun's fluctuating breath felt like an impending guillotine. Suddenly, he pivoted, heading towards the backyard. Zhang Wanyao and Marie were speaking softly when Miaolun barged in without a word, slapping Zhang Wanyao across the face. Bitch. Zhang Wanyao fell to the ground, half of her face swelling, lips bleeding profusely. Marie snapped her eyes open, interrupting her telepathic conversation with Marcia, rushing to help her up, glaring at Miaolun. Why do you hit someone? Miaolun's face was incredibly dark. Step by step, he advanced, his immense shadow gradually enveloping Zhang Wanyeo's slender figure. Marie rushed forward to shield Zhang Wanyeo but was kicked aside by Miao Lun and restrained by Hu Chao. Gripping Zhang Wanyeo by her hair, Miao Lun dragged her up from the ground. I've raised you for so long, never thought I'd nurture a treacherous spy, a two-faced wench. The location of the militia camp was leaked by you. Zhang Wanyeo coldly responded, yes. Miao Lun, enraged and without interrogation, had already concluded her guilt. No matter what she said, it couldn't change his furious reality. The portraits Zhang Wanyeo had given to Irene several times used her unique layering technique. At first glance, it depicted a girl trapped in the Rose Army, but beneath the surface, through a specific method, it revealed the map of the militia camp. Furious beyond measure, Miao Lun kicked her abdomen, causing Zhang Wanyeo to curl up in pain. Sir, should we still go to the estate? Godinwei asked softly. Go, Miao Lun wiped his hands, saying coldly, take them all. Several girls in the backyard had their eyes blindfolded, mouths taped shut, hands and feet tightly bound before being loaded into a transport vehicle. Marie moved within the darkness of the rear compartment, trying to locate Zhang Wanyeo by scent. She lay motionless on the ground, causing Marie to grow increasingly worried. She nudged her with her head, attempting to wake her up. After a while, Zhang Wanyeo slowly regained consciousness, lightly brushing against Marie. Sensing that she wanted to communicate, Marie turned around quickly. Their hands met, and Zhang Wanyeo's warm fingertips swiftly wrote a word in Marie's palm. Marie carefully discerned the word sister in the local dialect. Marie immediately understood her intention. She closed her eyes and initiated a telepathic connection, desperately calling out for Marcia. As the sun gradually descended, following the last remnants of light along the horizon, hundreds of fully armed awakeners guarded a single person, hurriedly entering Miao Lun's ancestral estate. The gates shut tightly behind them, the footsteps of guards on patrol becoming more vigilant. Time passed second by second in the reunification palace. The security detail had been cleared out, leaving only a few. Song Ke wiped off the blood splatters on her face, her eyes fixed unblinkingly around Nikong. She retained the last bit of her awakened energy, waiting for Zhang Xi's signal. As soon as her senior brother succeeded, she would instantly deal with Nikong. The special envoy is estimated to arrive in 35 minutes, Lu Xiao reminded. There was still time, and Song Ke felt slightly relieved. The terminal lit up with a notification. Zhuang Qinjian glanced down, and his gaze froze instantly. It was a message from Zhang Xi. Miao Lun has escaped. Zhuang Qinjian swiftly typed in response. Zhang Xi succinctly explained the situation. Shortly after the explosion at the reunification palace, Miao Lun led his group away from the estate. They found nothing, which either meant Miao Lun had a spy monitoring the general's every move, or he knew his puppet status, sensed danger, and retreated early. Zhang Xi's next message arrived, heading towards the estate. Help me locate Marcia's position. Fortunately, Marcia was in the underground passage of the estate, maintaining telepathic contact with her twin sister all along. After Miao Lun fled, she followed Marie through the tunnel and relayed the information promptly. However, for some unknown reason, despite the surface sounds transmitting into the tunnel, the signals inside were exceptionally weak. Zhang Xi's terminal couldn't locate her. Zhuang Qinjian tossed the terminal to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao caught it and quickly started typing upon scanning the information. What's wrong? Song Ke asked, concerned. Zhuang Qinjian squeezed her hand, but before he could say anything, Nikong in the distance glanced at the terminal and burst into loud laughter. I just said it, you can't kill Miao Lun, nor can you kill me. Song Ke furrowed her brow, ready to hurl her swallowtail dart to silence him when suddenly, she became alert. A familiar spatial rift appeared in the sky. Trouble, Lu Xiao said with a sigh as she located Marcia's position. The special envoy hasn't arrived, but the PA squad has. One after another, towering figures emerged from the void, their powerful awakened energy causing intense fluctuations in the air. 3 of them. S-level awakeners. Wait a minute. Song Ke widened her eyes suddenly. The person walking at the rear, over 2 meters tall, with the left side of their face burned and necrotic, muscles fused together, an eerie white eye, and the right side riddled with numerous knife scars, appeared neither human nor ghost. This was the Bloody Hunter, Punk. Mu City fell into an eerie silence. Streets emptied, residents aware that something significant was underway, kept their doors and windows shut, huddled inside without daring to peek out. As for other warlords, merchants, and wealthy elites, they observed the situation from a distance. Numerous high-level awakeners surrounded Miao Lun's residence. Due to urgency, Zhang Xi's group didn't even take the tunnels, instead traversing straight through the city, emanating a lethal intent as they zeroed in on their target. In the vast night, Zhang Xi issued a cold command, prepare for a strong assault. Top priority, eliminate Miao Lun. The forceful and thunderous divine purge invocation sounded the attack. Shay's awakeners exploded with awakened energy, shattering the mansion's gates, engaging in a fierce battle with the pouring private militia. Feng's Higsa closely followed Zhang Xi, wielding a triangular military dagger, fearlessly fighting the private militia. If knocked down, he'd rise again. If injured, he'd hastily administer rough self-treatment before charging forward. Ayeo was still in Miao Lun's clutches. He had to move faster, quicker to rescue her. Boom! Dazzling cannon fire leveled an entire row of buildings. The voices of Irene and Lin Yuyo resounded. We've come to help. With the addition of area attack awakeners like Irene and Su Xing, the assault on the mansion accelerated. Soon, flames crackled, thick smoke billowed, and scattered figures ran helter-skelter. Kaiyingshi, northeast corner, someone's trying to flee. Detection-type awakener Lin Mo noticed the disturbance and loudly warned. Zhang Xiai and the others turned to chase the fleeing figures at the northeast corner. Dozens of awakeners protected a portly figure in military attire, desperately trying to escape. Sucha acted the quickest, vanishing and reappearing among the group, a poisoned dagger swiftly bypassing the guards, relentlessly severing the fat man's neck, almost simultaneously followed by Zhang Xi's soul annihilation curse piercing his brain. With dual fatal injuries, Miao Lun was undoubtedly doomed. The rotund figure froze, staggered a few steps, and slowly collapsed to the ground, the military cap tumbling off to reveal the entire face. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their expressions suddenly shifted. This wasn't Miao Lun at all. Miao Lun wasn't at the mansion, he'd used a decoy, successfully deceiving everyone. When Zhang Wanyao woke up again, the room was pitch black. Marie curled up at her feet, hands behind her grinding ropes against the table corner. However, the ropes were specially made, rendering her actions meaningless. Marie, where are we? Zhang Wanyao asked softly. Upon hearing her voice, Marie immediately leaned closer. Ah Yao, you're finally awake. Miao Lun brought us to his estate. Zhang Wanyao propped herself up, looking out of the window. Beneath the bleak moonlight, her lips were as pale as snow. No, this isn't Miao Lun's estate. She had once accompanied Miao Lun to his estate, a luxurious mansion situated in Mu City, in a quiet and affluent area. Lights there never ceased, but at this moment, outside was shrouded in thin mist, desolate with no signs of life, only Miao Lun's private soldiers on edge, resembling more a suburban villa area. Zhang Wanyao hadn't been here before, but Miao Lun owned numerous properties, beyond her complete knowledge. What? But before we left, Miao Lun clearly said we were going back to his estate, Marie muttered in confusion, then smacked her forehead suddenly. Oh no, that means the message I sent to Marcia was also false. The reinforcements she sought must have gone to the wrong place. Marie's voice lowered in concern as she glanced at Zhang Wanyao. Ah Yao, you look really pale. Are you okay? I'm fine, Zhang Wanyao shook her head. Can you still contact your sister? Yes, she came with us. I want to know what's happening in the reunification palace, Zhang Wanyao said. I'll ask her right away. Marie activated her powers and communicated with Martha underground. Nai Wen was dead, Nikong had 3 puppets, and the last one was Miao Lun. Only by killing Miao Lun could Song Ke have a chance to take down Nikong. Zhang Wanyao's misty eyes narrowed slightly. Miao Lun probably knew he was a puppet long ago. As she approached Miao Lun, although this person was initially reckless, he didn't lie as cautiously before. However, gradually, there were more and more private soldiers around Miao Lun. In the end, they never left him no matter what he did. Moreover, he was secretly gathering various rare awakeners, such as Hassa who excelled in dead tracking, Sangbo who could turn into black mud, and Hu Chao and Godinwei, who were always close bodyguards. When did Miao Lun realize Nikang's manipulations on him? It's unclear. But his mind was extremely deep, quietly enduring it all, seemingly bargaining with Nikong on one hand and seeking opportunities to break free from the constraints on the other. Miao Lun obviously wanted to transfer the puppet elsewhere, but the causality awakener had died, and other high-level causality awakeners were even rarer to find. Thus, Miao Lun's plan had to be temporarily shelved. Lately, Miao Lun's gaze toward her had been increasingly peculiar. Clearly, he had sent someone to follow her, harboring suspicions, yet he wasn't in a rush to deal with her. Perhaps, Miao Lun's retention of her wasn't due to favor but rather as preparation to serve as a vessel. However, before he could implement this plan, Nikong fell into multiple assassination crises. While Zhang Wanyao and Marie were whispering, a girl's cry suddenly came from outside the room. Godinwei dragged them all out. The number of private soldiers Miao Lun brought wasn't substantial, a large part had been dispatched to his estate to divert attention. However, those who remained were the elite. Shortly after, Godinwei kicked open their door. The master requests your presence. Will you go by yourselves, or shall I escort you? Marie fearfully bit her lip, while Zhang Wanyao replied calmly, we'll go by ourselves. Including Zhang Wanyao, 6 girls were taken to a spacious bedroom, where they were startled by the gruesome scene. Hu Chao held an extremely thin blade, slicing at a person's face. The individual's skin showed no inch of relief, tortured to the point of unrecognizability, whimpering in agony. Miao Lun sat in front, spreading his legs apart. I'll ask you again, what is that old man's plan? The secretary sent by Nikong couldn't endure the torture, pleading, General, the old man has submitted an urgent asylum request. The Alliance will pick him up tonight. Please, I've told you everything I know. Please spare me. Miao Lun stared at him in silence. Hu Chao murmured, his answers from 7 times are consistent, General. There are few cuts left. Should we continue? In other words, this person hadn't lied. Miao Lun raised a finger. Hu Chao swiftly struck, giving him a swift end, terminating the secretary's life. Having obtained the desired answers, Miao Lun stood up with suppressed anger, pacing back and forth in the room. He violently kicked over a chair, cursing furiously, old man, damn that old man. Take the person away. Servants entered quietly and dragged away the lifeless body of the secretary. Miao Lun suddenly turned around, panting heavily as he pressed down on Godinwei's shoulder with force. I don't care what it takes. Tonight, guard the door for me, no flies allowed in. Understand? Godinwei knelt down on one knee following his pressure, bowing his head. Godinwei swears to guard the master with his life. Miao Lun nodded in satisfaction. Go. Once Godinwei left, Miao Lun's grim expression remained unchanged. He seemed like a desperate trapped beast, grabbing the whip on the table and venting his frustration, causing varying degrees of harm to the girls in the room. Hearing their painful sounds, Miao Lun suddenly reached for one girl's head, pressing it forcefully onto the still congealing blood and flesh, casting a hefty shadow. The girl's screams were agonizing, causing Hu Chao's eardrums to twitch. Subconsciously, he glanced up and met Miao Lun's ferocious gaze. His body shook, stepping back 2 paces, hiding behind the screen. From there, he could clearly see Miao Lun's silhouette but didn't have to directly witness those cruel scenes. After a while, Miao Lun stopped, the girl covered in blood, barely clinging to life, slipping into unconsciousness. Miao Lun turned his gaze toward Marie, coldly commanding, come here. Terrified, Marie retreated, but Miao Lun impatiently whipped the air, lashing around her neck and forcefully dragging her closer. Marie resisted, kicking and punching, but Miao Lun's grip tightened. Her breath became labored, her eyes rolling back, and her struggles grew feeble. Zhang Wanyao rushed over, attempting to pry Miao Lun's hand away. Irritated, Miao Lun kicked out, a resounding thud as Zhang Wanyao's back collided with the iron bed frame, blinding her vision for several seconds. Miao Lun relaxed, a bloodied grin forming. Why the rush? Your turn is coming soon. Good things are always saved for a slow, enjoyable end. Hu Chao, hearing the commotion inside, peeked beyond the screen. He saw Zhang Wanyao lying almost lifeless on the ground, while Marie's eyes were shut tight, a ring of marks around her neck, her hand under the table spasming. Hu Chao recoiled. At this moment, he especially missed the deceased Sangbo. If not for having no choice, he truly didn't want to engage in this filthy work. There's no more time. Zhang Wanyao endured the intense pain, forcing herself to calm down. She had to do something. As long as Miao Lun died, Nikong would lose his final protection. Her abilities were limited, she couldn't personally kill Nikong, but she could expedite his demise, giving him a push toward death. From Miao Lun's perspective, it seemed inevitable that Nikong had a trick up his sleeve. Miao Lun's purpose in hiding was clear. As long as they could endure tonight, both Nikong and Miao Lun could continue to live unharmed. There's no time, no time. At novel bin at. Zhang Wanyao crawled forward slowly. Miao Lun, dissatisfied with the whip, tossed it aside and instead used both hands to grip Marie's neck. Zhang Wanyao's trembling fingertips reached the tip of the whip. With sudden and astonishing strength from her slender body, she gritted her teeth, swiftly and skillfully entwining the whip around Miao Lun's neck, creating a tight knot and pulling it backward. Miao Lun tensed all over, eyes bulging, reflexively groping at his own neck, trying to undo the knot. However, Zhang Wanyao, having practiced the same action countless times, tied the knot in an extremely intricate manner. It was impossible to loosen it quickly. Miao Lun, frustrated and desperate, made gasping sounds in his throat. His left hand reached back to try and grab the whip's end while his right hand, freed, slapped Zhang Wanyao's face and seized her hair, pulling upward. Zhang Wanyao resisted with all her might, refusing to release the whip. Yet, the energy a strong and healthy man could muster in a life-or-death struggle far surpassed that of a weak and injured woman. Amid Miao Lun's vigorous struggle, Zhang Wanyao's fingertips bled, her strength steadily draining. Marie awoke from suffocation, witnessing the scene before her. She opened her mouth, silently calling out, "Ayao!" Tears streaming down her face, she desperately clawed at Miao Lun's arm, her fingernails deeply embedded in his flesh. She lowered her head and, like a wild beast, bit and gnawed, forcibly pulling Miao Lun's hand away from Zhang Wanyao's hair. Hu Chao heard the commotion and, peering through a screen, saw Miao Lun slightly tilting his head, hands pressing down on Marui, trembling uncontrollably. Hu Chao instantly made a connection, glanced once, then silently lowered his head again. Miao Lun's face had already turned blue and purple, and Zhang Wanyao was on the verge of giving up, her strength drained. The tip of the whip slid forward a few inches. At that moment, a hand covered in scars came in and, adding to her force, tightened the whip together. It was another girl from the room, just pushed into the pool of blood by Miao Lun. Her appearance was immensely tragic, but her eyes were filled with resolute determination. In the silent confrontation, a third hand covered in, followed by a fourth, a fifth. These girls from the Rose Army, stripped and vulnerable, seen as toys by Miao Lun, chose to resist with their lives. They made no sound, either staggering forward or crawling, tightly gripping the whip with unwavering determination. They only had one thought: Miao Lun must die. Miao Lun, on the brink of breaking free, suffered another blow. His eyes glazed over with a deathly pallor, his brain rapidly starved of oxygen, the blood in his neck artery ready to burst. Miao Lun's struggle grew stronger, finally managing to knock over a teacup with great effort. The sudden sound of shattered porcelain startled Hu Chao, who vigilantly raised his head, only to look towards the door. Faint sounds of a scuffle emanated from the darkness, sporadic flashes of supernatural light. Hu Chao furrowed his brow slightly. What was Godinwei up to? He couldn't even handle something as simple as guarding the door. They might as well switch roles, let him watch over Miaolun. Wait. Hu Chao suddenly realized he hadn't heard Miaolun's voice for several minutes, and even the cries of those girls had disappeared. He was drenched in cold sweat, pushing the screen down to rush forward. A sharp talisman suddenly pierced through the back of Hu Chao's head. Zhang Xiai and Irene rushed in with a group of people, everyone shocked by the scene before them. The girls, battered and bruised, held onto the whip in various poses, while its other end was wrapped around Miaolun's neck. He lay stiff, barely clinging to his last breath. Ayao! Feng's Higze dropped his triangular dagger and rushed over, picking up Zhang Wanyao from the ground. Zhang Xiai grabbed Miaolun, the 7-star sword piercing his head accurately. Miaolun had no strength left to resist. After confirming his death, Zhang Xiai sent a message to Zhuang Qinjian's side. Miaolun's body was dragged away. Marie fell from the table, landing on the ground, coughing violently. Zhang Xiai paused, removed his robe, turned away, and covered her body full of wounds. Lin Yuyu and Irene also took out clean coats and distributed them to the other girls. The Shay Awakeners at the scene fell silent. These girls were heroes. Perhaps Miaolun, even in death, wouldn't have imagined that his glamorous life would end with being strangled by the very rose army he had nurtured. Feng's Higze anxiously checked Zhang Wanyao's limbs, urgently asking, Yao, you're hurt? Let me treat you. Zhang Wanyao gently placed her hand on his. Why are you in such a mess? Feng's Higze wasn't much better off than her. His face was stained with blood, and his hair was tangled. Zhang Wanyao smiled tenderly. How many times have I told you? Clothes are hard to clean. Feng's Higze hadn't heard her nagging for a long time. His heart felt sour and bitter. I'll clean them. I'll do it. Yao, Nai Wen is dead. I killed him with my own hands. Nikong is about to die too. None of them will escape. I finally avenged Tian, Feng's Higze said, choking up. I know, Zhang Wanyao said softly, you've worked hard during this time. Feng's Higze shook his head quickly. I haven't. It was all my fault before. I couldn't handle things. I always made you angry. When things settle here, can we leave Mu City? Go back to Tongwan, or wherever you want to go. No, just go back to Tongwan. I want to go home, Zhang Wanyao said softly. The phrase go home filled Feng's Higzun's eyes with tears. Clumsily, he reached out to hold Zhang Wanyao, but she stopped him again. Feng's Higze looked up in confusion. There's something I need to figure out how to tell you. Zhang Wanyao took Feng's Higze's hand and placed it on her abdomen. Feng's Higze released his awakened energy, then his face froze. Zhang Wanyao's spleen was shattered. Not only the spleen but other organs also suffered rapid deterioration due to massive blood loss and external pressure. Although she had no visible wounds on the surface, her body was riddled with injuries. Miaolun's kick at the private residence was unusually vicious, and Zhang Wanyao, despite enduring for a while, couldn't hold on any longer after repeated heavy blows. It's okay. I'm an A-level healer, I can save you. Feng's Higze's speech was incoherent, his hands trembling incessantly. He desperately released his awakened energy, channeling it into Zhang Wanyao's body. However, Zhang Wanyao was just an ordinary person, her constitution hadn't undergone any enhancement, and the absorption of awakened energy was exceptionally slow. Feng's Higze's voice trembled. Yao, don't be afraid. I'm a doctor, I'll perform surgery on you, let's do it now. Zhang Wanyao held Feng's Higze's hand, stopping his futile efforts. There was no more time, she knew. Before, what I said was all out of anger. Aksu, you're not just a good father but also a very, very good husband. It's just regrettable that I can't accompany you any further. Don't be sad, I've never regretted what I did. She cupped Feng's Higze's face, crying, this time, don't fall apart. Promise me to live well, can you do that? Feng's Higze cried as he shook his head, I can't, Yao. I'm worthless. I can't save Tian, I can't even save you. You're not worthless, you're the best doctor in the world. Promise me? Zhang Wanyao stubbornly stared at him, insisting on an answer. Feng's Higze, in immense pain, nodded tearfully, I promise you. Promise me what? To live well. Nikong is dead, Zhang Xiai suddenly spoke. Song Ke killed Nikong. Nikong is already dead. Dead? That's good, he got what he deserved. Zhang Wanyao's voice grew fainter. Aksu, I seem to see Tian. This dream was a long-awaited beautiful one. Tian wasn't crying anymore, instead, she was saying something, her dimple showing, and she smiled sweetly. Zhang Wanyao hurried forward, finally hearing clearly. It turned out she was calling, Mommy. Your children are not your children. They are the sons and daughters of life's longing for itself. They come through you but not from you. And though they are with you yet they belong not to you. For their souls dwell in the house of tomorrow, which you cannot visit, not even in your dreams. 3 S-level awakeners emerged from a spatial rift and walked towards Nikong. Except for Punk, the other two were dressed in matching combat suits. The leading man, upon confirming Nikang's identity, presented his credentials and introduced themselves. Former Mu City Magistrate. We are Alliance Special Operations Team members, Gasta and Roy. We arrived at District C55 at 1727 local time as scheduled. Why is it only you? Where are the special envoys and the starships? Nikang's expression soured. I demand an immediate departure. The starship escorting you is estimated to arrive in 33 minutes, Gasta replied. Then I command you to kill these people now, Nikong said, pointing at the Awakeners Song Ke and the Shay Awakeners across from him. Gasta remained unmoved, showing no regard for Nikang's demands. Former Mu City Magistrate, our mission is to ensure your personal safety until the special envoys arrive. You have no authority to issue orders to me. Gasta and Roy exuded a calm and restrained demeanor, unlike Punk, who stared intensely at Song Ke. The scars on his face twisted grotesquely, clearly recognizing her as the culprit who had blinded his right eye on Manzoni Street, forcing him to replace it with a mechanical eye. Punk took a slow step forward, without any warning, and suddenly erupted. A series of bloody smoke explosions ensued. Fortunately, Song Ke was prepared, instantly transforming her shield. With a flick of her left hand, a handful of shurikens flew towards Punk. Punk's face contorted as he charged like a wild beast. Song Ke morphed her shield into a blade, striking at his lower body. Punk jumped to evade, and simultaneously, Song Ke leaped higher than him. Leveraging her aerial advantage, she delivered a brutal sweeping kick to Punk's chin. A boom echoed as fireworks exploded, the strong recoil causing Song Ke to spin in midair before landing steadily. Meanwhile, Punk staggered backward, his feet leaving deep marks on the ground, his lower jaw almost dislocated. The exploding fireworks still managed to injure Song Ke. The cuff of her coat was blown off by the explosion. Despite dodging quickly during the face-off, she was grazed by Punk's blood explosion, leaving a wound on her arm. Fortunately, it wasn't serious. Samuel and the others wanted to intervene but were stopped by Song Ke. You guys, step back. In a fight between S-level Awakeners, ordinary Awakeners couldn't intervene. Samuel and his group would only be massacred by Punk. Gasta stood in front of Punk, speaking coldly, Bloody Hunter, acting without authorization, this is your first warning. Punk sneered, you brought me here to quell the rebellion, didn't you? What's wrong with me killing her? Gasta remained unfazed, all actions are subject to the special envoy's directives. If it happens again, I will initiate containment orders and send you back. Punk clenched his fists in frustration. His distinct eye revealed a fierce hostility, akin to a vicious dog on a leash, though he refrained from initiating any further attacks. Gasta turned to Song Ke. Are you an S-level Awakener? Which unit do you belong to? What's your designation? Who's your superior? Song Ke paused for a second before honestly replying, I have no unit, no designation, and my superior. I am the highest. A wild S-level Awakener? Gasta gradually furrowed his brow. S-level Awakeners were extremely valuable as strategic assets and were surely subject to various attempts by the Alliance to recruit them. Gasta didn't want to engage in direct conflict with her at this moment. The Alliance is officially executing a mission. Take your people and leave the reunification palace immediately. No, Nikong must die, Song Ke countered, raising her blade without stepping back. Seeing her stubbornness, Gasta's tone grew colder, intentionally obstructing, hindering official duties. Do you know the consequences? Punk formed blood beads at his fingertips, provoking madness, while Nikong in the distance felt triumphant, expecting his imminent escape. Talking was futile with them. Song Ke gripped her tang sword tightly, bypassing Gasta in preparation for a forceful breakout. Punk laughed maniacally, confronting her head-on. She struck first, you can't blame me. Gasta and Roy felt a headache coming on, forced to join the fray. As they moved forward, blockers appeared before them. Roy faced off against Lu Xiao. The man in front of him moved with the aid of 6 huge mechanical arms, engrossed in a screen, tapping his fingers rapidly, appearing dismissive. He easily intercepted Roy. With composure, Roy initiated his attack. His ability, the prism, manipulated refraction rates of different colored lights, creating illusions of displacement and dispersion during combat, inflicting numerous cutting injuries. Roy mastered his ability to perfection. His prism, angled sharply, shot directly at Lu Xiao, emitting a blinding 7-colored light. Lu Xiao inputted the final code, confirming Marcia's location. Done. He happily curved his lips, sending it to Zhang Xi. Then, seemingly nonchalant, Lu Xiao casually lifted his head. The nearest prism had flown close, less than an inch from his nose. His ice blue eyes gleamed with an extraordinary radiance, displaying the code 101010 from his pupils, altering the prism's structure, slowly disintegrating it. Lu Xiao swung all 6 arms together, a torrential data flow erasing Roy's formidable attacks effortlessly. Those terrifying prisms seemed like mere toys, effortlessly eradicated by him. Only then did Roy clearly see his opponent's appearance, silver hair, ice blue eyes. He exclaimed in disbelief, You're from the Lu family. Lu Xiao blinked in confusion. What Lu family? No idea. Gasta was also an offensive type awakener, possessing the rare ability known as biogenic current, controlling the electrical currents in biological entities with awakened energy, causing them to erupt explosively, thereby stunning or killing the target. Gasta glanced at Zhuang Qinjian, who was seated in a wheelchair, not underestimating him. Daring to actively obstruct an S-level awakener, the opponent's strength was not to be underestimated. As the secretive biogenic currents attached to Zhuang Qinjian's various organs, tissues, and cells, about to unleash, suddenly, each current encountered formidable awakened energy and was instantly obliterated. Gasta felt deeply shocked. The opponent's energy control was even more exquisite than his own. Zhuang Qinjian's counterattack mirrored Gasta's electric currents. Taking a page from his opponent's book, he controlled awakened energy to strike back. The radiation field in the air fluctuated intensely. Gasta felt as if his thoughts were weighed down by heavy stones, continuously retreating, momentarily falling into a disadvantage. An early awakener. Gasta thought of something and abruptly lifted his head. Early awakeners referred to a group of individuals who had awakened their abilities before the apocalypse. They absorbed more intense radiation than ordinary awakeners, had more time to adjust their states, and mastered their abilities, making them even more powerful. However, nurturing an early awakener required massive manpower and financial support. Whether it was the nutrient tanks, laboratories, exclusive potions, or the stages of radiation absorption, all were highly confidential data that only the major families in District B could manage. As far as Gasta knew, the genetic optimization program implemented by the Liu family aimed to nurture early awakeners. So, who exactly was this person in front of him? Surveying the battlefield, Gasta gradually realized that the 3S level awakeners were intent on killing him. No wonder the Mu City magistrate had requested asylum at Novel bin Adat. Song Ke, engaged in combat with Punk, remained highly vigilant, always mindful of her positioning. Although both were evenly matched at the moment, her opponent had yet to use his other ability, Time Reversal. All three battlefronts were locked in a stalemate, with little time left before the Alliance special envoys arrived. Above the reunification palace, the outlines of 5 starships faintly appeared. Among them, the smallest one suddenly surged its engines, accelerating instantly and appearing overhead. It slowly descended, hovering at low altitude, extending a gangway. Nikong impatiently stood up, striding hastily toward the gangway. Ignoring everything, Song Ke swiftly forced Punk back with a series of strikes and chased after, determined not to let Nikong board the starship. Gasta and Roy's primary task was to protect Nikong. Without hesitation, both diverted their attention and charged towards Song Ke. Nikong ascended the gangway, standing at the doorway, looking down at Song Ke, who was desperately chasing after from behind. As she threw hidden weapons and swung her blade toward him, each strike deviated from hitting him. A merciless smirk graced Nikang's lips. How does it feel, watching helplessly as you let me depart, powerless to stop it? Nikong moved his lips, about to speak, but a faint cracking sound echoed in the air. The sound was light, easily overlooked, but Nikong felt as if struck by lightning. His pupils sharply contracted. Miao Lun is dead. Song Ke's spirit surged. Her senior brother had succeeded, the final layer of causality on Nikong had vanished. Nikong, now devoid of any protection, was at the mercy of others. Pale-faced with terror, Nikong turned his head and scrambled into the cabin, slipping multiple times in his panic, barely managing to enter the compartment. The cabin door closed slowly, and the starship began to ascend. With a leap, Song Ke caught the remaining piece of the gangway with her hands, gripping it tightly with her legs, swiftly climbing upward. She hung from the underside of the starship like a precarious kite. Bang! Bang! Blood explosions continuously exploded behind Song Ke. Attacks from prisms and biogenic currents came relentlessly towards her. Unable to evade, she became a living target, enduring the damage. Flipping herself onto the top of the starship, she struggled to maintain balance against the powerful airflow as the starship ascended. Moving forward, she located Nikang's position and thrust her tang sword. Clang! The formidable metal-based ability created a deep crack in the cabin window but didn't shatter it. Nikong and she locked eyes through the transparent glass, his gaze filled with terror. Boom! A cloud of blood mist billowed from her abdomen as Punk's explosions intensified. Song Ke staggered, her whole body slipping off the starship, seemingly about to plummet from the height. At the critical moment, she gripped her tang sword with one hand, flipping herself back up. Far away, Zhuang Qinjian's eyes turned chillingly cold. He retrieved the last remaining seal from the space and prepared to inject it into his leg. No longer want your leg. Lu Xiao's mechanical arm extended, stopping his action, his face uncharacteristically devoid of mockery. Don't need it. It's nice to accompany you. Happy. Zhuang Qinjian's smile was radiant. He forcefully pushed Lu Xiao away, resolutely injected himself, and the potent seal took effect once more. In extreme agony, he stood up again, running swiftly in Song Ke's direction. Lu Xiao couldn't help but stay silent. He knew his own situation very well. With years of chronic illness, his broken leg couldn't regenerate. Yet Zhuang Qinjian clearly had hope for a cure but was willing to take such a risk. He used to be such a proud person. Could he really accept a lifetime in a wheelchair? Madman. Lu Xiao rolled his eyes. One couldn't deny, this person was becoming more and more insane but also more, like a living person. Song Ke's right hand, blood flowing profusely, covered the surface of the starship. Her awakened energy surged at a terrifying speed, causing the surface of the starship to emit a faint blue light, trembling incessantly. Nikang's panic grew, wondering what kind of monster she was to want to forcibly destroy the starship's hull. Nikang anxiously looked at the control panel. There were 5 seconds left until the next leap. 5. Song Ke gripped the tang sword with her left hand, inching it into the porthole. 4. Gasta and Roy unleashed their abilities, launching their most ferocious attacks at Song Ke, while Punk lit blood explosions on her. 3. Just as Song Ke seemed about to fall again, 2 figures rushed forward, powerful and icy waves of awakened energy erupting. A torrent of data formed an inescapable defensive net, repelling prism, bioelectric currents, and blood explosions. Zhuang Qinjian and Lu Xiao were thrown more than 10 meters away. Zhuang Qinjian, who always cared about appearance, had a torn and tattered coat. Lu Xiao fared worse with 6 mechanical arms broken, but this wave of attacks hadn't harmed Song Ke in the slightest. 2. Punk's left eye flickered a deathly white, time rewound activated. Song Ke exerted all her strength, her eyes bursting with a brilliant blue light. The starship's hull collapsed, the Tang sword unstoppable as it pierced Naikang's heart. 1. Boom! The entire starship exploded into dazzling fireworks. Time's flow slowed down, eventually freezing and reversing. Under the gaze of all, an intact starship reappeared. Punk's ability had taken effect. Everyone held their breath, looking up at the sky. A graceful figure leaped high and landed soundlessly. Slowly, with injuries all over, Song Ke stood up. Behind her, the starship, just recovered from the explosion, stayed in place for 2 seconds before its hull shattered into pieces. Naikang's corpse slammed heavily onto the ground, a Tang sword stuck in his mouth. Time reversal could only revert non-living entities to their state a few seconds prior. But on the starship's surface, the impact left by Song Ke's ability remained. Even with time reversal, it would still shatter. Moreover, long before Punk activated his ability, Song Ke had already killed Naikang. The scene fell into dead silence. Song Ke's eyes flashed with blue light, her awakened energy gushing out wildly, crackling with electricity like a rampaging madman. She passed judgment on Punk's trio, who gave you permission to touch my people. Behind Song Ke, Naikang crashed to the ground, bones shattered, piercing his organs, and crimson blood spread out. Anyone could see that this once prestigious magistrate now met a dismal end, dead beyond any possibility of survival. The Tang sword, which had rung with such resounding authority, echoed like a funeral bell in everyone's ears. The onlookers were petrified, staring at Song Ke as if she were a monster. Amidst the pursuit and blockade by 3 S-level awakeners, the ruthless killing of the magistrate from District C was not the most terrifying aspect. What truly shattered nerves was Song Ke's act of single-handedly destroying a starship. This transcended human limits, and even among awakeners, the effect was explosively remarkable. Consider this, the hull of the starship was entirely constructed from rhenium, Re, a rare element possessing stability comparable to diamonds, hard, wear-resistant, heat-resistant, and corrosion-resistant. Except for its expensive cost, it had virtually no flaws. Yet, solely with her awakened energy, Song Ke disintegrated it into shards. One could imagine the astonishing energy she unleashed in that brief moment. The remaining 4 starships hovered in high altitude, afraid to descend easily upon the reunification palace. Inside the foremost command cabin, a man in formal attire with meticulously groomed hair solemnly observed Song Ke on the floating screen. Trouble, such trouble, muttered Park Jae-woo, deeply troubled. Even though he had mentally prepared before coming, the complexity of the situation in District C-55 far exceeded his imagination. The demise of the applying for emergency asylum magistrate would undoubtedly invite scrutiny upon his return for duty. What troubled him more were the 3 unidentified S-level awakeners below, poised to potentially trigger a new round of conflict at any moment. Park Jae-woo was an extremely astute politician, keen on promotions and averse to war and violence. Out of self-interest, he leaned towards resolving disputes through peace and non-violence if it could be avoided. No battles should be waged, as any battle would result in casualties, and casualties would affect his political achievements, hindering his path to advancement. Naikang's death was a settled matter, but there might still be room for maneuvering, perhaps even a chance for negotiation. Have you found information on these 3 individuals? Park Jae-woo's expression turned serious. 2 S-level operatives from the Special Operations Team and a team of fully armed A-level awakeners were on the starship, following Park Jae-woo's orders. The civilian aide brought up the file screen and reported to Park Jae-woo, "Sir, we could only find details on one person, named Song Ke, biological ID, VUL 77000523, registered in District C-72, Awakener level, A-level." The A-level awakener seated behind immediately exclaimed in surprise. What? A-level? How does she even remotely resemble an A-level? District C-72, that governed by artificial intelligence, Ferrara? This is too chaotic, isn't it? What's going on at Ferrara's registration center? S-level awakeners slipping through? If they'd reported in time, maybe this could have been resolved earlier. Sir, her energy fluctuations are quite abnormal. Odin, also an S-level awakener, cautioned in a deep voice. Park Jae-woo looked at the energy detection device on the console. The detector connected to it was circling around Song Ke, and the radiation levels kept skyrocketing. Various lines on the screen danced erratically, displaying energy far exceeding the threshold of an S-level. "We can't engage, we can't." Park Jae-woo's expression remained unchanged, but internally, he sighed deeply. "Issue an immediate broadcast for surrender." The cannons on the 4 starships were raised, armed with the Alliance's latest heavy weaponry. Simultaneously, a small unmanned drone descended to low altitude, its loudspeaker repeatedly playing a mechanized message, "Those below, please disarm immediately. Any grievances can be resolved through dialogue. A step forward leads to a sea of fire, but stepping back might offer a way out. Special Envoy urges." Song Ke, annoyed, her eyes flashing blue, conjured a dozen crossbow arrows out of thin air, turning the unmanned drone into a hedgehog. Park Jae-woo, it's over. The chance for negotiation shattered. Due to excessive strain from their supernatural abilities, Gasta and Roy collapsed to the ground, drained of energy. Punk, seemingly unaffected, stared at Song K with a sly smile. You've got guts, killing in front of me. I'm quite curious, how did you survive last time? Wisps of blood mist faintly appeared around Punk's fingertips. But it doesn't matter. Today, I'll watch you breathe your last. Song K raised her right hand, forming a phantom blue sovereign spear without relying on any external aid. It'll be you breathing your last. What does she intend to do? Is she insane? She wants to kill Punk? He's an S-level dual elemental. People within the starship looked surprised, discussing among themselves. Several months ago, Punk, the bloody hunter, had his secret of possessing a second awakened ability exposed, stirring considerable discussion within the Alliance. Song K launched an attack with the spear, and Punk confronted her head-on. Their exchange was so swift that it became difficult to follow. Both possessed formidable supernatural abilities, their magnetic fields colliding relentlessly. Purely in terms of combat skills, Punk wasn't Song K's match, but his brutal explosive attacks often caught Song K off guard. Song K didn't retreat a step, fighting with a total disregard for her own safety. Unless it threatened her vitals, she didn't bother evading. Her attacks grew more ferocious, deftly dodging the misty explosions, swiftly lowering her center of gravity, and seizing the opportunity. The sovereign spear, like a serpent, ruthlessly pierced through Punk's left palm and flung his entire body backward. Bang! Punk crashed into the outer wall of a building, causing it to collapse, rubble and debris scattering around. His whole body was drenched in blood, his mouth contorting in a strange twitch. In the next moment, Song K's arm erupted into a crimson firework, joints shattered, and her entire right arm hung limp. Punk's left eye flashed wildly as he triggered a time rewind, breaking free from her control and returning to his position several seconds earlier. Unable to use her right hand, Song K remained unfazed. She calmly switched to her left hand, and her awakened energy manifested audibly, reforming into a spear, thrusting toward Punk. Seeing the spear in her hand approaching, Punk triggered a time rewind. Song K retreated to her previous position, but her offensive remained unaffected. In the instant of her attack, the spear transformed into twin maces, like two iron plates crashing down with immense force, catching Punk off guard, hitting him in the mouth, damaging his internal organs, and causing blood to spurt out. Song K's transformations were erratic, driven solely by combat instinct. Her opponents couldn't predict which weapon she would use next, and these weapons could appear at any time, in any unexpected manner. She shifted between swords, spears, crossbows, turning into staffs, halberds, and dual blades in the blink of an eye, incorporating a variety of concealed weapons, making her attacks unpredictable. Punk had never seen such bizarre ancient weapons and couldn't discern their characteristics. He could only increase the frequency of his blood explosions. Song K sustained more and more wounds, shocking onlookers as she seemed to fearlessly withstand the blood explosions. Sir, the radiation levels are still rising, Odin frowned. Is she still human? A trembling A-level awakener asked. Should we intervene, sir? Park Jae-woo's expression became inscrutable. Among the awakeners accompanying his actions, only Punk's identity was somewhat delicate. Strictly speaking, he was Park Jae-woo's political adversary, sent ostensibly to quell rebellion but actually tasked with monitoring Park Jae-woo, looking for any grounds to seize upon. Park Jae-woo's mind raced while maintaining a grave countenance. Don't rush in. Let's wait a bit longer. Others didn't notice, but Punk, locked in battle with Song K, struggled increasingly against the mounting pressure. Gritting his teeth, Punk deliberately exposed a vulnerability, lunging forward, igniting blood mist at Song K's left arm. Song K quickly shook herself, and suddenly, an ime thorn appeared in her right hand. Impossible? Punk's pupils constricted. Her right hand was supposed to be useless. In that moment of Punk's exposed vulnerability, Song K seized his head and forcefully slammed it into the ground, the ime thorn piercing his intact mechanical eye. Punk let out a heart-wrenching scream. Through his blood-hazed vision, he witnessed the miraculous changes occurring on Song K's body. The originally fatal wounds, deeply penetrating bones, visibly healed at an incredibly rapid pace, gradually reverting to minor flesh wounds. Wide-eyed, Punk gasped, You're D-dual. Song K didn't give him a chance to finish speaking. The ime thorn pierced through his right hand, severing tendons, rendering both of Punk's hands useless. Following this, she conjured an axe and brutally chopped off Punk's legs. Punk's mechanical eye was damaged, his limbs demolished, only his left eye could still move. Sir, should we? Odin couldn't sit still, asking anxiously. Under Park Jae-woo's gaze, deeply conflicted, he spoke sorrowfully, Go ahead. In urgent moments like this, we must watch out for each other. Punk has done his utmost, we can't let him bear the risk alone. Odin and another S-level awakener leapt from the starship, successfully joining forces with Gasta and Roy, aiming to support Punk. However, just as they moved, 4 heavily scarred mechanical arms shot out, blocking their path. Zhuang Qinjian assisted Lu Xiao onto a wheelchair, his voice icy cold, Personal grudges, wouldn't it be inappropriate for you all to intervene? Odin snorted, utilizing his supernatural abilities. Before striking the 2 obstructing figures, a plethora of runes descended from the sky. A young man in a black Taoist robe flickered before them, and countless thunderbolts crashed down, delineating a clear boundary between the 2 groups. Kaing Chi, Samuel and the others exclaimed excitedly at Novel Bin Adat. At a crucial moment, Zhang Xi had returned. Park Jae-woo, inside the command cabin, took a sharp breath. Another S level? What sort of gathering ground was Mu City for these monstrous entities? On Zhuang Qinjian's side, several S-level awakeners engaged in a chaotic skirmish. Meanwhile, Punk, paralyzed in all four limbs, stared fixedly at Song Ke, bursting into raucous laughter. No wonder you survived. Wishing to kill me? Can you bear the consequences? I'll drag all of you down with me to hell. Punk's pale eyes suddenly flickered at a high frequency, his body rapidly inflating like an overblown balloon, emitting a faint, piercing crimson light. Not good, he's about to self-destruct. Song Ke widened her eyes slightly and hastily released her awakened energy to counteract it. However, the energy unleashed by an S-level awakener's self-destructive force was capable of cataclysmic destruction. Quick, retreat! Gasta and Odin screamed in terror as the four remaining starships swiftly veered away in the sky, the remnants of the security team and Shay awakeners fleeing outside. Punk's dual abilities were merging gradually. He intended to use himself as a catalyst for one final blood explosion, utilizing time rewinds to repeatedly return to the moment of the blast. The destructive force would not just affect the awakeners but might reduce the entire Mu City to ashes. Song Ke discerned his intentions. She attempted to attack the eye from which he was releasing his abilities but was obstructed by the explosion enveloping Punk's body. Several times, she was blown away, struggling to keep her eyes open in the raging wind, cold sweat slowly soaking her back. Punk's self-destruction was inevitable, but the chain of explosions had to be stopped. Was there any way to interrupt him? Think fast, think of a way. Song Ke clenched her fists tightly, biting down on her lip. At that moment, a hand reached out to support Song Ke. Zhuang Qinjian approached against the powerful gusts, clasping her hand from behind, enveloping her in his embrace. Song Ke felt the warmth against her back as she looked up. Despite the man's disheveled appearance, it didn't diminish his handsome features. His deep peach blossom eyes curved as he teasingly said, "If you don't want to sacrifice yourself alongside me, Song Ke, seize the opportunity." Zhuang Qinjian lightly pinched his fingertip, sending forth an immeasurable awakened energy, rushing towards Punk. His awakened energy, like a sharp knife, pierced through Punk's skull, wildly churning within his mind. Punk's consciousness stalled for less than half a second. Song Ke's eyes narrowed, instantly materializing a dagger, her eyes turning deep blue. Her entire awakened energy surged to its peak, breaking through the layers of interference. In a split second, she stabbed into Punk's left eye. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, the reunification palace razed to the ground, and the entire Mu City violently shaking. The scorching airflow surged towards them. Song Ke instinctively held on to Zhuang Qinjian, their different awakened energy tightly intertwining. The flames engulfed the silhouette of the two figures. In the choking smoke, coughs echoed incessantly. The chain explosions orchestrated by Punk were timely halted, yet the scene remained engulfed in smoke and fire. Some surviving water and earth elemental awakeners attempted to extinguish the flames, but their efforts were futile. The fire at the reunification palace grew fiercer by the moment. Zhang Xi dispersed the thick smoke and glanced in the direction of Song Ke, vaguely spotting the silhouette of a tall man. The man's body swayed, then slowly collapsed forward. A slender pair of hands caught him. Song Ke opened and closed her mouth, speaking anxiously. Zhuang Qinjian leaned against her shoulder, offering a comforting smile. He lifted his fingertips, extinguishing a small tuft of her burning hair, then retrieved a wheelchair from the storage space. With Song Ke's support, he sat onto it. Gaster, Odin, and Lu Xiao, among others, slowly rose. After a while, 4 fully armed starships returned, hovering again above the reunification palace. Would Nikong and Punk's successive deaths push the situation irreversibly into the abyss? Would the special envoy declare war? Tension gripped everyone. Amidst the crackling sparks and explosions, Zhuang Qinjian's clear voice pierced through the smoke, echoing in everyone's ears. Special envoy, according to Article 22, Clause 9 of the Alliance's wartime emergency regulations, as the disadvantaged party, I have the right to request ceasefire negotiations. Odin couldn't help but glare at him. Shameless? You assassinated the magistrate, took out an S-level awakener, took every advantage, yet you shamelessly declare yourselves disadvantaged while turning District C-55 into chaos? Unfortunately, Zhuang Qinjian was never one to have a sense of shame. Park Jae-woo's eyes lit up inside the starship. Good, finally someone who understands. Negotiation is what's needed. The holographic projection descended slowly, and Park Jae-woo's image appeared clearly in front of Song Ke and the others. As a smooth and cautious politician, he wouldn't risk coming down personally, especially now when even the starships weren't safe. Chief Park, Zhuang Qinjian quickly ran through the Alliance officials' files in his mind, matching the person before him with the information. He raised an unexpected eyebrow upon recognizing Special Envoy Park Jae-woo. Do you know me? Park Jae-woo looked surprised, gazing at Zhuang Qinjian. The young man's face was unfamiliar, he was certain they hadn't met before. Zhuang Qinjian had prepared a different set of words, but upon realizing the special envoy was Park Jae-woo, he instantly changed his approach. Former magistrate of District C-30, known for integrity and dedication during your tenure, promoted exceptionally to the Alliance's Regional Affairs General Bureau due to outstanding achievements. Chief Park's reputation resounds, even among us insignificant folks. Park Jae-woo received a hefty dose of flattery, feeling immensely pleased, yet his expression remained stern, maintaining a firm and upright demeanor. Since you seem so well versed in Alliance laws, you should understand the consequences of killing a District C magistrate. Let's not touch upon Punk's matter for now. You all must come back with me and face trial at the Alliance's highest court. Chief Park planned to bring us back for a trial. Zhuang Qinjian smiled. In that case, your performance report wouldn't look good. Park Jae-woo cursed inwardly. Damn it, my performance report looks this bad, all because of you guys. Zhuang Qinjian's expression became meaningful. Actually, I have a better suggestion. Chief Park, why not listen first? At novel bin at. Park Jae-woo nodded without affirming or denying. Go ahead. The magistrate of District C-55 should have been replaced long ago. Zhuang Qinjian dropped a bombshell. The magistrate's excessive power isn't beneficial for the Alliance's development. Naikang's control over C-55 for 27 years led to countless tragedies. Chief Park, during your visit, witnessing the dire situation of the Mu City people, deeply troubled you. Considering the long-term development of the nation and its people, you decided, in the name of justice, to remove Naikang from duty and stabilize the situation in Mu City. Doesn't this report sound much better? Zhuang Qinjian's smile deepened. If Naikang were still alive, he would definitely have vehemently denounced Zhuang Qinjian's nonsense. Unfortunately, he was long gone, the dead have no say, and history has always been written by victors. Song Kei, pushing the wheelchair, looked utterly confused. Somehow, with Zhuang Qinjian's words, it seemed like the achievements were all attributed to the special envoy, and they had nothing to do with it. However, after such a long time, she had gotten used to it. Whenever Zhuang Qinjian spun tales, silence was the best response. Park Jae-woo didn't comment on Zhuang Qinjian's words. Instead, he pointed out another crucial issue. How do we explain the former magistrate's death? The chaos in District C-55 could be glossed over, but Naikang's public demise while seeking refuge, this, reported to the Alliance, was something they couldn't avoid. Park Jae-woo looked directly at Zhang Xiai. From what I know, the main reason for Naikang seeking refuge was a rebellion. You are the leader of the refugees, Kaing-chi, right? Zhuang Qinjian's expression revealed a hint of surprise. What Kaing-chi? What rebellion? There's no refugee leader. Thanks to Chief Park's dedicated governance, Mu City is clearly peaceful. The people have returned to their hearts. Park Jae-woo was momentarily speechless. He didn't dare exaggerate things this much even to himself. But suddenly, he realized that if the report mentioned rebellion and refugees, as a special envoy, he'd have to take responsibility for suppressing the rebellion and show concrete results. Wouldn't that be trouble for himself? This person was right, there was no rebellion in District C-55 from start to finish. Park Jae-woo humbly sought advice. If it wasn't caused by a rebellion, then Naikang's death. Of course, it was a personal vendetta. Zhuang Qinjian tapped the wheelchair lightly with his fingertip, speaking without hesitation. The one who killed Naikang was an obscure team of awakeners V587. Song Kei stared blankly, wide-eyed and unable to comprehend. How did it end up that, in the end, the blame was still on them? In the holographic projection, Park Jae-woo fell into contemplation, then slowly lifted his head, his expression solemn and commanding. I will stay in District C-55 for 3 days to reorganize internal affairs. During these 3 days, I do not want any one of you to appear in front of me. Rest assured, Chief, Zhuang Qinjian chuckled loudly. A covert deal was thus struck, diffusing the imminent war, allowing Song Kei's team and Shei's awakeners to leave unharmed. Fan Yiwen and the others were dumbfounded. They had known this person was a big talker, but they hadn't imagined he could even hoodwink a special envoy. Gasta and Odin exchanged a glance, smartly choosing to remain silent, offering no opinion. Roy and another younger S-level awakener showed discontent and disbelief on their faces. They couldn't fathom the deeper meaning behind the clash between Park Jae-woo and Zhuang Qinjian, nor why the deaths of Naikang and Punk were glossed over so lightly. Why let these people go? In the world of alliance politics, being an awakener wasn't enough, intelligence mattered too. Everyone there had hundreds of schemes in their minds. Obviously, Zhuang Qinjian was more familiar with the rules of the gray area than they were. Park Jae-woo, on the starship, gazed into the distance below where the 4 S-level awakeners walked away together, and behind them was the burning reunification palace. Park Jae-woo sighed deeply. Shei. Mu City, it seems there will be a significant change in the Alliance's next regional ranking assessment. The old District C had collapsed, and new flames were spreading. Would Shei replace Mu City in the future? Time would tell. Park Jae-woo's gaze returned to Song Kei. This person's power probably surpassed the S level. If she couldn't be utilized by the Alliance, she would inevitably become a significant problem in the future, just like Naikang's fate, a lesson to be learned. Asterisk. The moment they stepped out of the reunification palace, Song Kei's terminal flashed a notification. Remaining validity of your admission application, 0 days 0 hours 0 minutes. Please update it promptly, otherwise, you will not be allowed to stay in the city. Coincidentally, 15 days ago, they had forged their identities and entered the completely unfamiliar Mu City with an uncertain future. 15 days later, Naikang was dead, the assassination target successfully eliminated, and right as they were about to leave, this fake admission application happened to expire. Just like the best ending written by fate. The next day, at Shei Base, Feng's Higsa finished examining Zhuang Qinjian's legs, looking grave. It's not optimistic. The excessive injections have affected your left leg's nerves. The symptoms of muscle atrophy will only worsen. It's in both legs now, but it'll soon spread throughout your body if delayed further. Since the morning, Zhuang Qinjian had lost sensation in both legs, unable to stand even with crutches. What can be done? Song Ke asked anxiously. Let's go back to Tongwan. I'll contact my colleagues at 119 Hospital to arrange surgery as soon as possible. Feng Higze mentioned the hospital without hesitation. Lin Yuya hesitated to speak, looking worriedly at Feng Higze. Are you okay? Although Feng Higze's eyes were bloodshot, with dark circles, clearly indicating lack of sleep, his current expression was too calm, so calm that it seemed abnormal. When Zhang Wanyao died in his arms, Feng Higze's breakdown and pain were beyond words. Lin Yuya was concerned about his mental state. I know what you're worried about, but I promised her. Feng Higze held a small vial around his neck, his eyes showing tenderness and nostalgia. Yao only changed the way she accompanied him. What he needed to do now was take her home and then listen to her, to live well as she wished. Knock knock. As the door rhythmically tapped, Song Ke had just said, "Come in," and a group of people squeezed in, all seniors and fellow practitioners from the martial arts school. Surprisingly, the one leading was Mo Yan, wrapped in bandages all over his body. Despite enduring pain, he hooked his arm around Song Ke's shoulder, grinning through gritted teeth. "Little junior sister, heard you had a rampage at the reunification palace yesterday? It's frustrating. I missed it. I don't care. I want to spar with you and analyze. Such vanity, you and little junior sister in a fight means you getting beaten up. You insist on glorifying it as an analysis." Rita bluntly dismantled his facade. Zhang Xi lounged against the doorframe, casually observing the people in the room bickering and playing around. He wasn't wearing his Taoist robes today but regular clothes, the kind he used to wear during training sessions back at Yu Mountain. When he was with the people from the martial arts school, he wasn't Kang Chi, he was just their simple eldest senior brother. Song Ke's hair was messed up by Mo Yan's rubbing, leaving her in a sorry state, only her eyes visible, making it impossible for Song Ke to retaliate. Mo Yan suddenly exclaimed. What's wrong? Others looked nervously, fearing he might accidentally touch an injury. Mo Yan said, I suddenly remembered something. Fan Yiwen said, just say it, why startle everyone? Mo Yan grinned mischievously, now that Nikong is dead, the base can develop peacefully. Zhang Xi, did you and the junior sister take care of things? It's been so hard raising the adopted daughter, do it quickly, don't let that outsider steal her away. Fan Yiwen instinctively glanced at Zhuang Qinjian's expression. Mo Yan, not having been part of yesterday's action, wasn't aware of the situation, but they saw it clearly, the junior sister and that outsider were clearly embracing each other. Fan Yiwen awkwardly coughed a couple of times, signaling Mo Yan with a meaningful look, but Mo Yan didn't catch on. He was still muttering to himself, by the way, what do you need for a wedding? Should I get some new light screens as gifts? Hey, Zhang Xi, say something. Zhang Xi, lost in thought, interrupted by Mo Yan, slightly straightened up and looked at Song Ke. Others realized he was about to speak and quieted down. Zhang Xi slowly spoke, Song Ke, have you ever considered staying in Shay? Have you ever considered staying in Shay? Zhang Xi had a calm nature, and his true thoughts were hard to discern from his surface demeanor. He seemed to mention it casually, yet it felt as if he had contemplated deeply. No one knew exactly what he was thinking when he uttered those words. Song Ke didn't react immediately, blinking blankly. Before she could reply, a member of V587 exploded. Zhang Xi seemed to be poaching in front of them. No, it was beyond that, it was like he intended to tear down the entire wall. Song Ke was not only the captain of V587 but also the backbone that held everyone together. If she was taken away, the team would disperse in minutes. No way. Su Xing was the first to speak out, his curly hair standing on end. She belongs to us. What belongs to you? She's been like a little sister to us since childhood. Mo Yan retorted with defiance. But she enjoys being with us now. Su Xing's voice cracked with frustration. You said enjoys. Mo Yan, wrapped up tightly, caught the loophole in his words, a mischievous glint in his eyes. When you're done playing, you always return home. Without the martial arts school, Shay is our home. Mo Yan brought up the weighty notion of home, leaving Su Xing momentarily at a loss. He quickly looked around for support. However, Lu Xiao had an amused expression, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. Su Cha, with his perennially calm demeanor, showed no emotional fluctuations. Lin Yuyo covered her red lips, smiling faintly, clearly indicating she had no intention of getting involved. Feng Higze, better not hassle him when he's in a bad mood at novel bin at. Su Xing looked eagerly at Zhuang Qinjian sitting in the wheelchair. Why wasn't he saying anything? Whenever he tried to get close to his sister before, Zhuang Qinjian would threaten him fiercely. Now, when someone else was about to take his sister away, why was he staying quiet? Not only Su Xing but even Fan Yiwen and others who were aware of the situation sensed something amiss. Even though this little white face was now confined to a wheelchair, let's not forget, he was a master at never taking a loss. Zhuang Qinjian didn't rush to express an opinion. He absent-mindedly pinched Song Ke's finger and suddenly said, Song Ke, my leg hurts. Song Ke immediately grew tense, massaging his leg. Where does it hurt? On the left side, a bit more to the left, Zhuang Qinjian lazily directed her. It seems it needs a bit downward pressure too. You're pressing too hard. Sorry. I'll be gentler. Okay. Song K massaged and kneaded aimlessly, resembling a diligent daughter-in-law tending to chores. The others gradually understood the situation but felt powerless to comment. If Zhuang Qinjian truly had a leg issue, Dr. Fang stood nearby. There was no need for Song K to intervene. This wasn't about a leg ache, it was a statement of authority from the insufferable little white face. As Zhuang Qinjian helped Song K fix her fallen hair, he glanced unexpectedly towards a man at the door. He smirked, leisurely starting, upon reflection, since everyone involved is here, it's better to clarify some things. Child brides, a custom originating from the old civilization, should have been abolished long ago. Brother Zhang, by using this to retain someone, do you think Song K is an easy target? What child bride? She already said she was not a child bride. Song K got angry, pinching Zhuang Qinjian's thigh hard. However, he remained unfazed, his leg nerves had long ceased to transmit pain signals. It took Song K a moment to realize, this liar? Child bride is just a joke, it's not real. Zhang Xi's tone remained calm, but the next moment, he uttered something astounding. However, I'll oversee Song K's affairs. The members of the martial arts school were dumbfounded. After joking for over a decade, Zhang Xi was taking this seriously? Rita felt a pang of bitterness and couldn't help but ask, Zhang Xi, what do you mean? Propose? Hurry up and propose. Mo Yan shouted, eager to stir things up. Fan Yiwen smacked his head, covering Mo Yan's mouth, leaving him to mutter incomprehensibly. Zhang Xi remained silent, his gaze lowered. When Song K had first arrived in Yu Mountain, she was like a skinny little monkey. Zhang Ting had pitied her and arranged for her to celebrate birthdays with Zhang Xi. They'd sit side by side in front of a cake, awkwardly blowing out candles. Over the years, they'd continued this tradition. People joked that Zhang Xi had picked up a child bride, and because neither of the involved parties bothered to explain, it gradually became an unspoken truth. Zhang Xi's emotional attachment, be it romantic or not, was rather weak. He didn't have grand feelings for Song K, he simply felt responsible for taking care of her. In fact, everyone in the martial arts school was his responsibility, but with Zhang Ting no longer around, his personal sense of responsibility towards Song K might have been a bit stronger. It's too dangerous for her to follow you, Zhang Xi said. Assassinating Nikong, resisting Punk's explosion, everything Song K does now feels like walking on a tightrope. Is it safe to stay by your side? Brother Zhang is too confident. Zhuang Qinjian stood firm. Song K is from Yu Mountain, we will all take care of her, Zhang Xi calmly retorted. Please, Brother Zhang, understand this clearly. Song K belongs to no one, she is free. What right do you have to control her? Zhuang Qinjian sneered. I am her senior brother. If she wishes, I can be something else, but no matter my identity, I am more qualified than you. Zhang Xi's dark eyes gazed firmly, sharpness evident. You ask about my identity, then what about you? What role do you play in her life? Zhuang Qinjian froze. What role did he have? What was he to Song K? Zhuang Qinjian, who had always been a good with words, was unusually silent. In the end, Song K was his chosen golden thigh, while he, himself, was merely picked up by her, an outsider. He indeed had no right to control her. Seeing the atmosphere deadlocked, Song K stepped forward voluntarily and seriously told Zhang Xi, Senior brother, I won't stay for now, there are things to be done. She aimed to heal Zhuang Qinjian's leg, attend the finals of the throne race competition, fulfill Lin Yuyu's wish, and if there was a chance later, she wanted to visit District B. When all settled, she might return to Shay. After listening, Zhang Xi stayed silent for a while and didn't force her. All right, whenever you come back, Shay will always be your home. Yes, little junior sister, Shay will forever be your home, the senior brothers and sisters exclaimed. Song K nodded happily. She knew they were her strongest support. Asterisk. Before leaving Shay, Song K deliberately sought out Zhang Xi. Senior brother, Master has something for you? Before her 18th birthday, Zhang Ting had given 2 gifts, one of which was to be passed on to Zhang Xi through Song K. Unexpectedly, after that day when they descended the mountain, a solar storm struck, and Doomsday arrived, temporarily shelving this matter. After a gap of more than half a year, she and Zhang Xi finally met under convoluted circumstances. Song K had already opened and examined her own gift, a quaint-looking medallion for tranquility, cold to the touch with a unique material that resisted water and fire. Although she didn't understand why Master gave her this, she kept it carefully. Zhang Xi opened the plastic bag, revealing a transfer agreement inside. Zhang Ting had transferred all his movable and immovable property, as well as ownership of the Yu Mountain Martial Arts School, to Zhang Xi. He was a strict master but not a qualified father. Their relationship constantly eroded through repeated disputes, yet it never entirely vanished. Zhang Xi ran his fingers over the thin pages, remaining silent for a long time. Now, with Shay needing extensive reconstruction, this money was like a timely help, enough to support him for a long time. By the way, Bai Ruotong wants to ask for your help, Zhang Xi said. Concerning Zhang Ting's death, Zhang Xi had always harbored doubts. Based on memories retrieved from Tun Qin's mind, a team in uniforms had killed Zhang Ting. During this time, Bai Ruotong had questioned the personnel at the base to ascertain the origin of these individuals. The backgrounds of the members in Song K's team were complex, and she wanted to inquire if there were any clues. After listening to Bai Ruotong's description, Song Ke shook her head. I don't know. Bai Ruotong shrugged in disappointment. Song Ke silently added the latter half of the sentence, Zhuang Qinjian definitely knows. In her mind, Zhuang Qinjian, the omniscient information hub of the alliance, knew everything. The three found Zhuang Qinjian and met Zhang Xi again. Both acted as if nothing had happened. Based on the information Bai Ruotong provided, Zhuang Qinjian casually sketched a fierce vulture on the screen. Is this the pattern? Bai Ruotong nodded excitedly. Yes, exactly the same. Zhuang Qinjian frowned. Are you sure? I'm sure. I directly extracted it from Tun Qin's memory. He saw the vulture pattern with his own eyes, Bai Ruotong said. You are familiar with these people, Zhang Xi keenly noticed. Not exactly familiar, just heard about them, Zhuang Qinjian said. They come from Vulture. Your master's death is not simple. Vulture Section 6, nicknamed the Vulture Unit, was the Alliance's highest intelligence agency, primarily tasked with openly or secretly gathering various intelligence. They also engaged in investigations involving subversion, assassinations, explosions, and other activities. Why would the Alliance's intelligence agency find Zhang Ting and even kill him? What secrets did Zhang Ting hold? This matter seemed shrouded in dense fog, becoming increasingly complex. Song Ke looked worriedly at Zhang Xi. Zhang Xi closed his palm, calmly saying, Thank you. I'll investigate the rest. Song Ke stood at the lookout tower, gazing down. In the distance, a dark mass of people crossed the lifeline, facing the roars of the undead outside the iron fence as they slowly made their way toward Shay. This time, it wasn't an army attacking Shay but rather people fleeing with their families to seek a new life. The entrance to the base was bustling with activity, and nearby cities like Xiangang and Emerald City had become part of Shay, merging into one city. The situation in Mu City was rapidly changing. Among the three warlords, only one remained. Mu Qin was currently overwhelmed, while Park Jae-woo's methods were adept at cutting through chaos. Not only did he limit the warlord's power, but he also abolished the deformed hierarchical system. Soon, new administrators would take their positions. However, faced with the chaos and decline of Mu City and the burgeoning and increasingly forceful Shay, no one could predict the future. Inside the base, the liberated Rose Army girls spontaneously gathered, placing flowers at a pristine statue. Holding hands, they sang distant local ballads. The statue had a sacred and beautiful appearance, with a plaque underneath that read, In memory of the strongest Rose, Ayeo. She led us in resisting an unjust fate. Irene stood quietly behind the crowd, holding a cannon in one hand, watching. Lin Yuyo patted her shoulder. Hey, Irene, we're getting ready to leave and wanted to bid you farewell. What are your plans now? I plan to return to Ferrara and continue participating in the finals. Irene initially wore a serious expression that gradually softened. But I won't push too hard anymore because my wish has been fulfilled. See you in the finals. Even if we're friends, I won't hold back. That's the pride of a mercenary. We won't either. See you in the finals, Lin Yuyu grinned. Samuel patrolled the base with his torso exposed, his python tattoo vividly displayed, yet nobody feared him. Children gathered around him, enviously wanting to touch him. Lin Mo and Lu Qiu were both engrossed in different activities. One was entangled with Lu Xiao, learning mechanical skills, while the other followed Feng's Higzu eagerly, almost thirstily absorbing his teachings. They were among those who couldn't bear to see V587 leave. Chatterbox Kansu sneakily glanced at Marie with every opportunity, mumbling to himself, You don't look anything like your sister. Of course, your sister is cute too, but I think you're prettier. What do you want? Marie stared at him guardedly. I mean, you're very brave. I admire you. Kansu stumbled over his words. As Kansu spoke, he blushed, awkwardly scratching his head. Do you want to come play in the tunnels with me? Marie's face still bore scars, and her mouth was swollen, but her eyes sparkled. Sure, my grandpa loved talking about tunnel warfare. Song Ke enjoyed the breeze, observing the diverse scene below. Zhuang Qinjian's wheelchair stopped beside her. Reluctant to leave, Song Ke shook her head. I'll come back. Song Keek, Zhuang Qinjian called her name, smiling gently. After the surgery, let's talk. There's something I want to tell you. 3 days later, as the situation in Mu City stabilized slightly, the newly appointed official assigned by the Alliance took office. After completing the handover with Park Jae-woo, they officially set off and departed. Shortly after the majestic fleet of starships flew out, an old civilian model starship slowly ascended from the Shay base, entered orbit, and under Lu Xiao's command, set its course for Tongwan in the District C60, engaging the autopilot. The return journey seemed particularly relaxed. Lin Yuyu hummed a tune, applying makeup in front of the mirror after a long time. After outlining her eyebrows, she admired herself satisfactorily for a moment, casually remarking, Park Jae-woo surprisingly didn't cause trouble for us. Quite unexpected. No need to be surprised. After all, great benefactor Zhuang gifted him a big favor, Lu Xiao commented solemnly. Zhuang Qinjian glanced at him, indifferent to his sarcastic tone. Park Jae-woo is an official fanatic. You should be glad it was him who came. Otherwise, it wouldn't have ended so well. Without him holding the scene that night at the reunification palace, the remaining S-levels wouldn't have let us off. If a fight really broke out, the other side still possessed heavy weaponry and over 100 A-level awakeners, making casualties in Shay inevitable. Speaking of the reunification palace, Song K remembered another matter. Punk is dead. Will anyone come to cause trouble for us? Zhuang Qinjian curved his lips slightly, but there was little amusement in his eyes. Don't worry, Park Jae-woo will handle these loopholes. He's been given credit for nothing, but he needs to handle it well. If he can't even control the mouths of those around him, he won't be fit for his special envoy role. When Zhuang Qinjian said to relax, Song K felt at ease. She lowered her head to tinker with the terminal for a while, then suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "We're becoming famous, huh?" The headlines across Mu City were split. Half discussed the changes the new official would bring, while the other half speculated on the identity of the V587 squad that assassinated Nikong due to personal grudges. Because all visual data had been burned in a large fire, some unofficial media described V587 as a burly man and exaggeratedly boasted that all of them were S-levels. After skimming through the reports, everyone found it utterly absurd and simply laughed it off. But speaking of fame, Lin Yuyo raised her terminal, pulling up another article. Ferrara isn't doing too bad either. Look at this video, detailed analysis of the underdog V587's road to championship, with over 60 million views. Our popularity now exceeds Shunsing Tea House and is second only to 3 grandsons and 1 grandpa. Tong Wan as well. You gained a lot of fame after repelling the zombie tide, Feng Higso mentioned when he found a moment. And there's the Sin City. The legend of My Name is Sucha, remember it is still circulating. Lu Xiao finished his last attack. Sucha was unexpectedly called out and suddenly froze, recalling the embarrassing slogan he once shouted. Song K puffed her cheeks, a bit annoyed. Grandpa used to say, be humble in life, being too famous isn't good. Zhuang Qinjian comforted her, with the star network disconnected now and slow communication between regions, even if you're famous, it's only within a small scope, so you. As he spoke, he suddenly hissed in pain. Feng Higso swiftly pressed on his pressure point, stimulating the numbed nerves with his ability. Despite the pain, Zhuang Qinjian managed to joke, but having spent an extra day in Shay, his left hand gradually lost sensation. He couldn't even complete simple grip exercises now. Song K stared intently at Zhuang Qinjian's legs. He hadn't followed the doctor's advice and had 2 consecutive seal injections due to helping her. When we return to Tongwan, we'll undergo surgery, she said, poking him, completely serious. Yeah, undergo surgery, Zhuang Qinjian smiled. Some people, their abilities aren't enough but they insist on showing off. They swear they don't want their legs, but deep down, they regret it so much. Lu Xiao multitasked, coding while controlling the starship, managing to slip in a few sarcastic comments to taunt Zhuang Qinjian. Zhuang Qinjian smirked, because I've thought about it, there's already one useless person in the team. It's not suitable to cause more trouble for everyone. Lu Xiao's movements halted, struck right in the heart. His mechanical arm was damaged, severely reducing his combat effectiveness. Even his coding speed had slowed down, something Lu Xiao couldn't bear. Lu Xiao looked at Song K, speaking seriously, Captain, I request a replacement for a new mechanical arm. Approved, Song K nodded promptly. It was the least she could do. Lu Xiao's mechanical arm had broken because he shielded her from harm. This is the material list. Lu Xiao shared a super long list with her, looking serious. Song K's eyes spun, she sucked in a breath of cold air. Why was it twice as much as last time? How much money would this cost? Zhuang Qinjian took the terminal and glanced at it, sneering lightly, don't be outrageous. You dared to put 98% purity rhenium on here. Do you know how much rhenium is worth? Rhenium is a necessary material, and I calculated the minimum usage. Lu Xiao maintained seriousness, arguing logically. What necessity? It could be replaced with carbon steel or alloy steel. You could use a bicycle too. Why did humans invent starships? With our current conditions, all you can ride is a bicycle. Zhuang Qinjian bluntly crossed it off and handed it back to Song K. Don't spoil him. Lu Xiao clicked his tongue, shrugged his shoulders. His serious expression relaxed. He had wanted to bluff through it, and being exposed by Zhuang Qinjian didn't embarrass him at all. Ever since arriving in Mu City, V587 had been entirely focused on assassinating Nikong, not taking on missions for a long time, and therefore, not earning any income. Song K sighed softly, feeling the weight of needing to make money and shoulder the responsibilities of a captain. Sister. Su Xing, who had been leaning against the railing, suddenly exclaimed, come and see this. Song K looked in the direction he pointed, where a modern and futuristic city should have been below them. However, at this moment, thick black smoke billowed from the top of skyscrapers, a bridge across the river was snapped in the middle, and the surface of ring roads and flyovers was covered in a heavy black layer. Slow down, something's not right, Zhuang Qinjian frowned. Lu Xiao reduced the speed of the starship and instinctively activated the control panel. The map navigation showed they were directly above the district C-74, and through the hazy clouds, that pervasive blackness seemed to be in motion. Should I go and take a look? Song K asked. Wait, Lu Xiao released a drone, and the external camera zoomed in continuously, gradually approaching the airspace above the city. The group witnessed an unbelievable sight. The entire layer of blackness was actually densely packed with zombies. This is a dead city, Lu Xiao said. The drone was equipped with a thermal imaging detector, yet within a radius of several kilometers, there were no signs of any life. Song K looked at Zhuang Qinjian, asking, District C-74, where is that? Zhuang Qinjian's expression turned serious. Rongzhou, District C74, was renowned as the design capital of the Alliance due to its bold and magical architectural style. Despite being numbered towards the end of the C districts, designers from Rongzhou were highly praised for their exceptional skills. Such a once bustling and famous sea-level city had now become a playground for zombies. Rongzhou is still a sea-level city after all. What could have happened? Lin Yuyu asked, puzzled. It's a zombie tide. Zhuang Qinjian sketched out Rongzhou's terrain and analyzed. Rongzhou has a dense population, with a terrain mostly composed of mountains and basins. If a continuous zombie tide occurs, it's easy to get trapped in multiple layers of encirclement, making it difficult to escape. A continuous zombie tide. Everyone fell silent. Hopefully, the tragedy in Rongzhou is an isolated case, Lin Yuyu murmured. However, things didn't unfold as they hoped. After Rongzhou, they passed through another sea-level city filled with zombies, followed by several D-level cities destroyed one after another. The situation was getting worse. When we arrived in Mu City, these cities were fine. Just half a month, and how did they get overrun by zombies? Lin Yuyu couldn't make sense of the current scene. Even if the number of zombies is increasing, there should be more ways to deal with them. Logically, it shouldn't be like this. Over there are people. Song K pointed in a certain direction. An empty highway, a supermarket at a gas station, a few figures were busy moving things around. They're humans, Zhuang Qinjian affirmed, ordinary people. I'll go and ask. Xiao Xing, come with me, Song K said. Lu Xiao switched to low orbit mode. Song K and Su Xing jumped off the starship and quickly moved towards the gas station. There were 7 or 8 individuals in the group, 2 keeping watch while the others swiftly cleared the shelves in the supermarket. When Song K approached, she made some noise deliberately, a sort of warning. Who's there? The 2 on lookout immediately raised their weapons, shouting in panic, don't come any closer. We found this place first. Su Xing stepped forward politely, trying to start a conversation. Uncle, Auntie, we won't come closer, we just want to ask something. As the commotion arose, more people from the supermarket rushed out. Thin and pale from hunger, they eyed Song K and Su Xing cautiously, even though there were only 2 of them. Ask your questions but then leave quickly, they demanded. Su Xing stood still obediently. Uncle, Auntie, why are there zombies everywhere here? It wasn't like this the last time my sister and I came. You don't know, the person replied with some surprise. A zombie king has appeared nearby, capable of commanding zombies of all levels. Many cities have been destroyed by it. Song K was startled. Capable of commanding, a zombie king? In Xiangang, they had fought against a level 3 zombie once. Though that monster was huge and formidable, it didn't have the ability to command other zombies. Could this zombie king possibly be a level 4 zombie? After returning to the starship, V587 held an emergency meeting. From the current information, we deduce that the zombie king was born near Rongzhou. After destroying that sea-level city, it moved eastward, Zhuang Qinjian analyzed. Tongwan is also in the east. Fang's Higsu's voice turned anxious, considering its trajectory. Could it pose a threat to Tongwan? Mu City was situated in the southwest of the Alliance. Lu Xiao had set the return route northeastward, passing through Ferrara and eventually reaching Tongwan. Tongwan's outpost, the Lugia shelter, had survived a major zombie tide with the support of V587. As a medical hub, Tongwan had relatively weak military strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been surrounded by Nikang's troops back then. If they encountered the zombie king leading a massive army, the crisis they'd face wouldn't be lighter than Rongzhou's. Zhuang Qinjian's finger followed the path of destruction on the map until it stopped just inches away from Tongwan. Based on the zombie king's current trajectory, it will just narrowly miss Tongwan. Just as the group breathed a sigh of relief, Zhuang Qinjian's fingertip suddenly slid left by 1 grid. But, what if it changes course midway? Looking at this intersection, the cities in the left section are obviously more densely populated. We can't determine the extent of intelligence a level 4 zombie has, he explained. Hurry, let's get back to Tongwan, Song K urged. Tongwan couldn't have any trouble, not just because it could heal Zhuang Qinjian's legs, but also because it housed millions of doctors similar to Lu Ning, willing to risk their lives to save others. If Tongwan fell, the impact on the entire alliance would be catastrophic. Lu Xiao switched to manual mode, and the starship accelerated sharply, streaking across the sky. Lin Yuyu tried to reassure everyone, there seemed to be fewer zombies here than before. Maybe the zombie king followed its original route. Before she could finish her sentence, the terminals of the group suddenly flashed with an urgent message. The Alliance Supernatural Ability Headquarters has issued an emergency announcement. A series of zombie tides have emerged in Tongwan, District C62. Known zombie numbers are as follows: Level 4, 1, Level 3, 167, Level 2, XXXX. Detected mutant zombie count, 1257. All District Awakeners are requested to provide immediate support. Depending on the number of zombies killed, different amounts of points and alliance coins will be rewarded. Damn it, Zhuang Qinjian was right, the intelligence of that zombie king is exceptionally high. It actually changed its path. The swiftly moving starship rushed to Tongwan in the shortest time possible. However, the scene before them left everyone horrified. The ground was devastated, and the horde of zombies, densely packed and black, was more terrifying than the insect tide Song K had experienced in Hua City. Compared to Lugia Shelter's previous large-scale zombie tide, the number had almost increased tenfold. Even from high altitude, the end of the horde was nowhere in sight. The 3 outposts serving as the vanguard seemed on the brink of collapse. Once the defense lines were breached, Tongwan would have no buffer zone and would be exposed to the zombies. At the forefront of the battle lines, numerous awakeners were fighting desperately. However, despite killing one wave, new zombies surged forward incessantly. Song Ke opened the hatch, anxiously seeking a place to land. At that moment, the Lugia shelter, overwhelmed, had its defense lines breached. As if receiving some command, the zombie horde surged over the walls in unison, heading relentlessly towards Tongwan, several kilometers away. No. Fang's Higsa grabbed the railing and shouted. The air seemed to freeze, everyone's heart stuck in their throats, and Tongwan seemed to resonate with a mournful cry. At the very moment when the first wave of zombies was about to breach the gates, a golden light suddenly shimmered above Tongwan. It flashed and, in an instant, the zombies thudded against an invisible barrier. Some were flung away, others fell to the ground, piling up in layers, unable to move forward. This was domain-type supernatural ability? Song Ke, Zhuang Qinjian, Lin Yuyu, and the others exchanged astonished looks. In their minds, a name suddenly appeared. Almost forgot, Tongwan still had a domain-type awakener. Wait, strictly speaking, it should be a domain-type mutant dog at novel bin at. At a critical moment, a domain rose over Tongwan, holding back the flood of zombies surging in like a tide. Song Ke breathed a sigh of relief. Well done, Dao Tao, she shouted in her mind, aware that Dao Tao couldn't hear her, yet the lively barking of Dao Tao echoed in her ears like an illusion. Su Xing clung to Song Ke's clothes, their disheveled head poking out of the cabin, releasing their abilities with trepidation. Unfortunately, it had little effect. Even after dealing with a group, more zombies followed closely behind. Su Xing was a bit afraid of heights and also had a fear of densely packed zombies. With a troubled expression, they asked, Sister, as long as Dao Tao keeps the domain open, won't the zombies be unable to get in? Before Song Ke could reply, Zhuang Qinjian broke the innocent wish of Su Xing. Don't be optimistic. Although Dao Tao's ability covers a large area, it's only sea level and can't hold for long. Domain-type abilities require a considerable amount of mental power support. When Dao Tao covered a single building in the community before, the consumption was relatively small, enabling it to persist for several days. But now, covering the entire city and facing relentless zombie attacks, it was only a matter of time before the ability exhausted. Can we find the position of the zombie king? Song Ke turned to Lu Xiao. The number of zombies below was too dense, all one could see were rotting faces and lifeless white eyes. Besides ordinary and evolved zombies, there were also over 1,000 mutant zombies, their awakened energies mixed together, making it hard to distinguish. Lu Xiao released all the unmanned drones, sending them in different directions to quickly scan the zombies. Both Song Ke and Sucha were more adept at single-target combat. Faced with a large-scale tide of corpses, they were at a disadvantage. Rushing in recklessly would easily put themselves in danger. It would be best to first find the zombie king and figure out a way to take it down. Clang, clang. The zombies at the city gate relentlessly pounded the domain. The golden light dispersed for a moment, returning to normal. Yet in that instant gap, several hundred zombies surged in. Dao Tao was starting to struggle. The night was pitch black, stars twinkling, when suddenly, engines roared from all directions. Steamboats, floating cars, and ornate ships, new and old in various designs, arrived just in time. Dazzling abilities burst forth, windstorms, thunderstorms, intense fires, freezing snow, a multitude of elemental abilities wielded their might, and tens of thousands of zombies fell. A vacuum zone appeared in front of Tongwan's city gate at Novel Bin at. They were awakeners rushing in from other places to support. Whether it was for an S-level mission or for Tongwan, their arrival was crucial. With the pressure eased at the city gate, Tongwan's counterattack began. Armored vehicles rumbled across the ground. Led by Zhao Liqiang, members of the security team carried flamethrowers and cannons, bravely charging into the zombie army. Even ordinary people climbed onto the city walls, hurling sandbags into the battlefield. Some glass bottles hit the zombies, while others landed on the ground, producing a faint shattering sound. Soon after, they were swept by flamethrowers and artillery, causing intense chemical reactions, corrosion, combustion, explosions. The pungent smell of chemicals filled the air. It was truly remarkable, even in the city of medicine, how distinct their methods of killing zombies were. Found it. Lu Xiao enlarged the screen, and amidst the horde of corpses in the middle, a distinct zombie appeared. Standing at about 3 meters tall, though not as towering as a level 3 zombie, it had robust muscles. Its chest veins wriggled like black serpents. What was more horrifying, behind this zombie were 2 enormous palm-like appendages resembling wings, with claws larger than half its body. Similar to their time in Xiangang, Song Ke calmly set up a heavy crossbow, aimed, and fired. The arrow whistled through the air toward the zombie king's head. But as it approached, a nearby mutant zombie stomped, causing the ground to shake, and huge chunks of earth erupted, deflecting the crossbow's attack. This was a classic use of earth-based abilities. Song Ke's gaze hardened. Indeed, the zombie king could control other zombies. Lu Xiao lowered the starship's altitude to the minimum as Song Ke, Sucha, Lin Yuyu, and Su Xing jumped down. I'll go for the zombie king. You all provide support, Song Ke said. Lin Yuyo followed behind Sucha, enhancing the surrounding awakeners with buffs. As they heard the melodious singing, their spirits lifted, their hands moved faster, making it easier to kill zombies. A-level support-type awakeners might have limited combat abilities, but they were remarkably effective on the battlefield. Song Kei manifested dual blades, rushing toward the zombie king's position. Her speed was remarkable, almost becoming a blur. Before the zombie army could react, she had dashed past them. With a forceful push from her toes, she leaped into the air, cutting through the battlefield from the side. Both blades came down simultaneously, but the zombie king sensed the danger, swiftly turned around, and swung all four claws toward Song Kei. Unfortunately, Song Kei's blades were faster. Clang! The sharp edge struck the raised flesh wing, but it didn't cut through. The zombie king fiercely swung its arm, its sharp nails clashing against the blades, producing a teeth-gritting scraping sound. Song Kei somersaulted backward, landing steadily. Only then did she notice that its flesh wing seemed clad in steel armor, shimmering metallic hues. This was an awakened ability? Did the zombie king possess an ability? No, Song Kei quickly realized. It didn't have any awakened energy within itself, but there were numerous mutant zombies around. At a critical moment, one of them must have released an ability to protect the zombie king. The zombie king agilely evaded Song Kei's attack range, leaping onto a collapsed base station. Its lifeless white eyes fixed on Song Kei. Suddenly it dropped onto all fours and let out a low growl. Several level 3 zombies leaped from both sides, while more mutant zombies arranged themselves in a backward-stepped formation, enclosing Song Kei in a V-shaped formation. Ahead of her were fierce high-level zombies, while behind her, the zombie king eyed her hungrily. She was trapped within the enemy lines. Song Kei suddenly realized the most challenging aspect of the zombie king wasn't its own strength but its ability to command other zombies at will, even forming an army. Blades gleaming with a faint blue light, Song Kei's awakened energy surged in waves. Instead of fleeing, she chose to confront them head-on. On the starship, Zhuang Qinjian observed the group of zombies facing off against Song Kei. Her gaze turned cold. Spearhead formation. What's a spearhead formation? Feng Zhigzu asked. Zhuang Qinjian explained, a spearhead formation relies on infantry and cavalry cooperation, specializing in flanking maneuvers. I never expected zombies to use tactics. This zombie king might have served as a battlefield commander before. Feng Zhigzu looked shocked. Are you suggesting the zombie king retains memories from when it was human? Then why does it attack humans? Zhuang Qinjian stared at the zombie king's grotesque appearance, shaking his head slowly. No, it's undoubtedly a zombie. I'm inclined to believe it retains human intelligence. If it has intelligence, can't you directly control it? Can't we win easily? Lu Xiao's thoughts always had an unconventional twist. The power of a level 4 zombie was equivalent to that of an A-level awakener. Although Zhuang Qinjian thought the chances were slim, he released his mental ability to probe, only to encounter a hindrance. It has a mental barrier, similar to Dao Tao's domain. Oh, it can even prepare for this? Seems pretty smart. Lu Xiao felt intrigued. Congratulations, you've synchronized brainwaves with the zombie, but unfortunately, it's smarter than you. Zhuang Qinjian couldn't resist poking fun at Lu Xiao. Of course, the barrier wasn't created by the zombie king itself. It lacked awakened energy and could only utilize the abilities of other mutant zombies. To put it simply, the zombie king was like a worker screwing in screws, familiar with the use of each screw, and able to place them in the most suitable positions. I think I understand how Rongzhou was destroyed. This zombie king is too terrifying, Feng Zhigzu sighed. This is perhaps the most cunning opponent we've encountered, Zhuang Qinjian said in a deep voice. Beneath the base station, Song Kei's dual blades were ruthless, tearing through the flank defense. She faced dozens of high-level zombies alone, like a grim reaper amidst chaos, cutting through the tangled mess. Even splattered with tainted blood, her expression remained unchanged. The military tactics of the ancient civilization emphasized winning before battle, signifying that victorious armies always created a winning momentum before engaging the enemy. And when the situation turned unfavorable, they sought to conserve strength for a future battle. The zombie king watched the dwindling zombie army, clawing at the ground beneath it, making a thoughtful gesture. In the center of the battlefield, poisonous mist spread around Sucha, rapidly harvesting the lives of zombies. Lin Yuyo cautiously followed him, never forgetting to glance back and instruct, Xiao Xing, stay close. Okay, Su Xing obediently replied. However, in the midst of the chaotic situation, zombies occasionally lunged forward. Su Xing, with shorter legs and a timid disposition, got obstructed 3 or 4 times, gradually falling behind Lin Yuyo. Luckily, his position was relatively close to the city gate, with other powered individuals and members of the guard nearby, so it wasn't particularly dangerous. Mechanically and numbly, Su Xing threw ice spikes into the pile of zombies. There were so many of them that even his haphazard throws managed to impale a large number. Various abilities flew around him, shells and flames intertwined, chemical bottles bobbed up and down intermittently. Su Xing couldn't help but wonder amidst the chaos, could this kind of chaotic fighting accidentally harm their own people? For better or worse, a tornado-like power whirled, picking up a massive bunch of zombies. Whether due to a lack of control or the weight being too much, the tornado's eye gradually veered off course, turning in Su Xing's direction. Cursing himself internally, Su Xing turned and ran. Unfortunately, with his short legs and light weight, he was swept away after just a few steps. The damned tornado blew for a good 10 seconds. Su Xing felt like he was in a tumble dryer, disoriented. Finally, he was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. He sat there, feeling aggrieved, rubbing his head, and swaying as he stood up, only to realize he was at the back of the shelter. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Several zombies stared at him expressionlessly, having witnessed his sudden descent from the sky. Describing zombies as expressionless was odd, but these zombies sat or stood in pairs, lacking the fierceness and brutality on their faces. They wore a bored expression, completely detached from the ongoing battle on the front lines. Suddenly, Su Xing forgot about his dangerous situation. The first thought that crossed his mind was, do zombies procrastinate too? One of the zombies approached Su Xing. Yes, it walked, using its legs. Its hair was braided in an unattractive style, vaguely showing female features. Su Xing was surprised to notice that this zombie was relatively intact. Apart from prominent marks on its neck and the murky gray eyes, it appeared more human in other aspects. The braided zombie extended its claws, causing Su Xing to shiver. Secretly forming ice spikes behind his back, he was taken by surprise as he was suddenly overturned, tumbling, and landing on his rear end, making a doon-doon sound. The zombie seemed to find this amusing and turned back, emitting indistinct sounds from its throat. The other zombies gathered around, like a group of towering bullies, surrounding Su Xing, clawing at him, pushing him around, flipping him over, as if toying with a soft ball. These peculiar zombies seemed to be having fun. They neither killed him nor attacked the city, simply playing around with Su Xing. Su Xing was stupefied. What is happening? Is he being bullied by zombies? At that moment, a low growl of the zombie king suddenly came from the direction of Tongwan. The large horde of zombies within a dozen kilometers received the call and, no longer interested in the fight, immediately dispersed like a receding tide. The zombie king abandoned the siege? Tongwan was safe? A thunderous cheer erupted. Excited powered individuals and the guard chased the fleeing zombies, driving them far away. Several zombies in front of Su Xing glanced at each other. Yes, they actually made an apparent eye contact gesture. The braided zombie retracted its claws, and the others followed her, stealthily blending into the troops and gradually disappearing from sight. Covered in dirt, Su Xing climbed up from the ground, feeling utterly perplexed. The zombie tide was rapidly receding, and the awakeners chased after them relentlessly, seizing the opportunity to kill a few more to earn some points. Song Ke watched the back of the zombie king. Its two pairs of sturdy flesh wings not only didn't become a burden but instead, in motion, seemed to grant it added strength. With all four limbs in sync, it leaped several times in succession, swiftly disappearing on the horizon, accompanied by a group of lackeys. It seemed this time they couldn't kill it. Song Ke spun her dual blades in a graceful dance, then slowly sheathed them on her back. She returned to the position of the starship, rejoining with Zhuang Qinjian and the others. Soon after, Lin Yuyu and Sucha also returned, but Su Xing was nowhere to be seen. Where's Xiao Xing? Song Ke inquired. He was just here. Why did this kid leave? Lin Yuyu also found it strange. Xiao Xing, where are you? Song Ke messaged the V587 chat group. After 2 seconds, Su Xing sent a crying emoji followed by a voice message. Upon listening, it was the sound of heavy breathing as if running. Hoo, wait for me. As long as he was safe, Song Ke hopped onto the hovering starship, let one leg dangle, assumed a comfortable position at the door, and waited. The S-level commission to guard Tongwan was directly issued by the Alliance's Awakener headquarters. As long as the terminal's real-time recording function was activated, the number of zombies killed would automatically be tallied, and corresponding rewards distributed. Song Ke mainly harvested evolved and mutant zombies in this wave. Leaving aside the points, she received a hefty sum of Alliance coins, suddenly rising from being broke to moderately wealthy. Indeed, S-level commissions were incredibly lucrative, Song Ke thought, silently counting the balance in her personal account. Not far ahead, several hovercars raced past, chasing the zombie horde, relentlessly attacking them with wide-range abilities. Song Ke sensed a strong awakened energy and glanced at it, unexpectedly discovering that the awakeners in those cars were formidable, their coordination precise. They were the ones who had initially intercepted the zombie tide's charge, allowing the armored vehicles of the security team to come out of the city. On top of one of the hovercars, a tall young man knelt in a standard sniping posture, his face mostly concealed by night vision goggles. He fired his rifle at an incredible speed, almost without aiming. A shot every second, each one blowing off a zombie's head with specialized explosive rounds, piercing through their foreheads, instantly exploding them like rotten watermelons. The resulting blast scattered chunks of decayed flesh and putrid blood, a display of extreme and brutal aesthetics. Observing for a moment, Song Ke noticed that this person not only had impeccable marksmanship but also was highly purposeful. Like her, he specifically targeted evolved and mutant zombies. As the hovercar passed by, a series of notifications echoed from his terminal. You have killed one level 3 zombie, 276 regular zombies, earning 5,760 points and XXXX Alliance coins. You have killed 3 mutant zombies, 155 regular zombies, earning 4,550 points and XXXX Alliance coins. The kill reports inundated the screen. The man's black hair fluttered in the night wind, a ruby earring shining brightly from his left ear, hinting at a rebellious and assertive demeanor. Song K waited for about 20 minutes until the zombie tide vanished without a trace, and the pursuing awakeners returned home. Some left Tongwan, while others applied for temporary access into the city. Only then did Su Xing arrive, leisurely. Su Xiaoxing, were you slacking off? Lin Yu teased. Believe it or not, Su Xing indeed resembled a little wild boar rolling in the mud. Covered in sweat and dirt, his curly hair stuck to his forehead, looking quite disheveled. I wasn't. Su Xing panted heavily, his face flushed. The mention of slacking off angered him. The tornado had blown him over 10 kilometers away, and Su Xing had to run back on foot, panting heavily. If it weren't for his awakened abilities and a physique surpassing ordinary people, he would have collapsed from exhaustion. Not an ideal place for conversation, the 7 of them headed toward the city gate. Most of the awakeners had dispersed by now, leaving a few hovercars parked at the outpost, surrounded by a dozen or so people. Surprisingly, the magistrate of Tongwan, Chen Ziwei, personally came out to greet them. As they approached, they overheard the conversation between the two. Yes, Commander, he arrived in District C-72 recently and upon hearing about Tongwan's situation, immediately dispatched us for support. Kai Yuheng is really kind, thank her for me. And thank you, too, for today, Chen Ziwei sighed. You're welcome, the young man, contrary to his assertive presence, spoke in a polite and courteous manner. Commander, he specifically instructed that with the increasing frequency of the tide of corpses, Tongwan must be fully prepared. She is stationed in District B and cannot directly interfere with the internal affairs of District C. She could only arrange through personal connections to bring in 2 professional experts to support your work. At Novel bin at. 2 academically inclined individuals stepped out from the back seat of the hovercar. The young man introduced, this is Ms. Lu Shu, a B-level engineering awakener. She previously served as the dean of the 5th Design Institute and conducted in-depth research on the attack patterns of the zombie tide. She will collaborate with you in redesigning Tongwan's defenses. Lu Shu appeared to be around 40 years old, dressed in simple work clothes and carrying a white briefcase, presenting a competent and agile demeanor. Chen Ziwei urgently needed talent in engineering. Upon learning Lu Shu's identity, he showed delight and eagerly shook her hand. And one more person, Gao Xiangyang, a genetic biologist and also one of the first outstanding graduates of the Lawson training program. I've heard that Tongwan is researching anti-zombification agents, and Dr. Gao's expertise is in this area. He voluntarily applied to come here for exchange and learning. Gao Xiangyang, in his early 30s, was slender. Upon hearing this, he adjusted his high-powered glasses and bowed to Chen Ziwei. Please guide me. Dr. Gao is too modest. Those selected for the Lawson program are the top research talents in the Alliance. We should seek advice from you. With your participation, the anti-zombification agent will surely be developed soon, Chen Ziwei hastily replied, gesturing with his hands. At that moment, Song Kei's group approached. Zhuang Qinjian took the initiative to greet Chen Ziwei. Magistrate Chen, good to see you again. It's you guys. Chen Ziwei relaxed his demeanor when facing them, his smile warmer. Thank you for your support. I've said it before, Tongwan's doors are always open to you. Zhuang Qinjian smiled. We came this time mainly because we wanted to perform surgery. What surgery? If needed, I can help arrange, Chen Ziwei offered. As the two conversed briefly, Song Kei noticed something unusual about the scientist named Gao Xiangyang. His gaze casually swept over the group, suddenly halting, fixing intensely on Zhuang Qinjian. His eyes displayed confusion, surprise, gradually turning into disbelief. Gao Xiangyang's lips trembled a few times, as if wanting to say something, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Song Kei followed his gaze, looking over at Zhuang Qinjian's clean and unmarked face. What could be there to notice? The young man stood patiently by, waiting for Zhuang Qinjian and Chen Ziwei to finish their conversation before speaking again. To prevent another zombie tide attack, we will stay in Tongwan for 2 days. During this time, we are at your service. Not at all, I dare not impose such a request, Chen Ziwei waved his hand again. Thank you all for your concern. The young man led the group, including Lu Shu and Gao Xiangyang, into the city. Chen Ziwei assigned 2 subordinates to arrange their accommodation. As the group moved away, Chen Ziwei relaxed slightly, his expression truly easing up. Magistrate Chen, if it's okay to ask, who were those people? They seem quite influential. Lin Yu seized the opportunity to inquire. They indeed have quite an influence. They're from the northern base, District B10, Chen Ziwei explained. The leader is Yin Xiao, the captain of the Awakener Team Tustin. His strength is close to that of an S-level Awakener. He's quite renowned even in District B. Kai Yuheng, the commander of the northern base, shares a bond with me from our college days. With Tongwan in trouble and her conveniently nearby in District C, she dispatched her Awakeners to support us. From Chen Ziwei's tone, it seemed that his old college friend not only generously sent technical experts and combat personnel, without asking for payment or favors, but also came to Tongwan's aid at a crucial time. However, despite this act of kindness, Chen Ziwei deeply sighed for reasons unknown. After entering Tongwan and walking along the central street for a short while, Song Kei witnessed a rather perplexing scene. Dao Tao's mother was pushing a tent stroller, surrounded by enthusiastic locals. Dao Tao, dressed in new clothes, sat inside, sticking out a pink tongue, smiling with a motherly warmth on her face. The local residents, crazily stuffing snacks and teething toys into the stroller, almost overwhelmed Dao Tao with their enthusiasm. Bang! Eventually, she couldn't bear it anymore and activated her field, pushing everyone except herself and her mother away. Strangely, those pushed away seemed happy, excitedly murmuring strange words to Dao Tao, who couldn't understand them. No wonder Dao Tao was now the hero of Tongwan, or should it be Hero Dog, having saved the lives of many in the city. Song Ke struggled through the crowd, waving at Dao Tao. It had been months, she wondered if Dao Tao still remembered them. Dao Tao's small eyes spotted her, happily barking twice. It seemed the memory of the mutant dog was pretty good. After exchanging a few words with Dao Tao's mother and arranging to visit Dao Tao in a few days, Song Ke managed to squeeze out of the crowd. This time, they didn't need to rent an apartment. Feng Zhigzhu had to reapply for identification, and then return to the hospital to coordinate the surgery. Therefore, V587 moved into Feng Zhigzhu's home. Finally finding an opportunity to vent, Su Xing exaggeratedly recounted how the braided zombie had bullied him, deeply indignant. However, the attention of the others was focused on a different aspect. Was its braiding skill any good? Lin Yu teased. By your account, they only pushed you around and didn't bite you. Feng Zhigzhu expressed doubt, diverting the conversation. Are you sure you're being objective? Sucha questioned Su Xing's statement. I am sure. Su Xing yelled angrily, jumping up and down. Meanwhile, Song Ke fell into silence. Zombies with visible decay but coherent thoughts, capable of overcoming the instinct to bite. She had encountered such zombies before. Not only had she encountered them, but she had also saved them. 6 months ago, Song Ke had left Fool's Wharf in District F177. At that time, Aunt Qing and Xiao Bao had already displayed typical zombie traits, yet for some reason, they retained a hint of consciousness. Plan Eternity, Zhuang Qinjian suddenly spoke, introducing an unfamiliar term. The others looked at him, puzzled. Plan Eternity is a secret research project aimed at mutated organisms. It stimulates constant cell division and renewal by controlling radiation variables within the organism. This extends the horizontal axis of life, awakening unique abilities. When the radiation reaches a stable value, it achieves undying thoughts and perpetuity of the body. The ultimate goal of this research is to accomplish the evolution of humanity. If we apply the same concept to zombies, ordinary zombies, the lowest level, are essentially pure failures. Evolved zombies represent a self-rescue attempt of these failures. Even though their decaying bodies persist, they are mindless monsters. Mutant zombies are successes turned failures. Though they awaken abilities, they forever lose their consciousness. The researchers once hypothesized whether there might be a type of zombie possessing both consciousness and a robust body. They named this new species the Fallen. Unfortunately, research on the Fallen triggered a chain of ethical issues and was swiftly halted. The project members kept it deeply buried. Why? Song Ke queried. Because they started to fear. The fundamental distinction that allows humans to surpass other species is our unique way of thinking. So, when zombies possess consciousness, are they monsters or a different form of evolved humans? Tongwan, 119th Hospital. The orthopedic outpatient department on the 10th floor, as an elite discipline of alliance-level significance with an excellent reputation, has always been the most crowded area. Especially after enduring last night's corpse tide, where hundreds of zombies escaped the nets and broke into the city, residents rose up in resistance, and many were injured. At this moment, apart from the radiation specialist on the 13th floor, the busiest department is the surgery department. Ding! The elevator reached the 10th floor, and a figure in a white coat stepped out. The man had a slender figure, semi-long hair neatly tied at the back of his head. He walked swiftly and steadily through the corridor, stopping at the door of his former office. He had arrived relatively early, yet to his surprise, a group of people was already waiting there, including several hospital leaders. Oh my god, oh my god. Fang, Dr. Fang. Dr. Fang, it's really Dr. Fang, you're finally back. Dr. Fang, we've missed you so much. The man in the white coat lifted his head, revealing a pair of mature, weathered eyes. It was Feng Zhigzhu. The dean, who was aware of the situation, approached, grasping Feng Zhigzhu's shoulder and examining his gaunt cheeks, saying softly, I heard about the tragedy involving Nikong and his son. You, sigh, it's a small comfort that they got what they deserved. Zhigzhu, it's time for you to move on, stop torturing yourself. The dean wasn't aware of Feng Zhigzhu's relationship with V587 and assumed he was aware of Nikang's death and had regained composure only after avenging it. Luning rushed down from the 13th floor and abruptly halted in front of Feng Zhigzhu. Tears welled up in her eyes. Senior Feng, the light she had been pursuing had returned. Luning had no other thoughts, she just looked at Feng Zhigzhu and felt like crying. Feng Zhigzhu removed his mask, nodded to his former leaders and colleagues, and said, Dean, and everyone else, I apologize for causing you worry. In a hurry, so I'll be brief. There's a patient with a unique condition needing immediate surgery. This operation must be done by me personally. Although I'm no longer a practicing doctor here, I'd like to request the use of the operating room. What are you saying? I haven't approved your resignation report, it's still on my desk, the dean scolded with a smile. Having Dr. Feng perform surgery is a rare learning opportunity. Who among you will assist? I'll assist, Lu Ning said without hesitation. I will. I'll be the second assistant. I excel in traction and fixation. I'll help with hand-washing and wiping sweat. Can I stand by and observe? Zhigzu, when do you need the operating room? I'll coordinate the arrangements, the dean asked. Sooner the better, Feng Zhigzu said in a low voice, the patient can't afford any delay. VIP room 7. Starting from the early hours, Zhuang Qinjian's remaining right hand also lost sensation. This meant he could no longer move independently. His entire body muscles were atrophying, nerve cells decaying at a terrifying speed, gradually losing control over his own body. Song Ke lowered her head, fingertips inching along Zhuang Qinjian's right leg, exploring through the thin hospital gown. From the ankle, to the calf, slowly over the knee, and up to the thigh. While lying down, the defect in his right leg was particularly prominent. Compared to the robust left leg, it appeared more fragile and slender, visibly shorter, with a distorted and malformed shape, far from being aesthetically pleasing. Zhuang Qinjian's broken leg was severe from the start, worsened due to sloppy treatment, causing the broken bones inside to misalign and fuse improperly. During the time with Mu City, he, disregarding consequences, took 2 shots of powerful sealing agents in a short time, further worsening the injury. Song Ke felt like a heavy stone was pressing on her heart, gasping for air in a suffocating manner. It felt as if she had swallowed an unripe orange, feeling astringent and swollen inside. She couldn't quite explain why, but seeing Zhuang Qinjian like this made her feel more distressed than her own injuries. Her worried expression resembled that of a young widow about to be widowed. Zhuang Qinjian smiled faintly. Song Keek, are you taking advantage of me? Huh. Song Ke looked up in confusion. Come here. Zhuang Qinjian blinked, signaling to speak in a hushed tone. Glancing at Lin Yuyo and Su Xing on the other side of the ward, as well as Su Cha and Lu Xiao by the window, Song Ke shuffled closer, lowered her head, and brought her ear closer to Zhuang Qinjian's lips. Who said you could touch a man's leg like that? Zhuang Qinjian's voice was light, carrying a subtle charm. Do you think I'm too weak to resist now? Taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable state. Song Ke swiftly withdrew her hand, cheeks puffing up, clearly displeased. Zhuang Qinjian initially wanted to touch her face in response but found his hands couldn't lift. He paused, still with a smile on his lips, though his eyelashes drooped. Rest assured, I'm very generous. After the surgery, I'll let you touch as much as you want. Song Ke scoffed a couple of times. I am not interested. Zhuang Qinjian's eyes were deep, filled with amusement as he gazed into her peach blossom eyes. The patient in VIP room 7 can pay for the surgery now, the head nurse reminded, knocking on the door. Coming. Song Ke dashed out to make the payment at Novel Bin At. As she left, the atmosphere in the ward instantly grew silent. Zhuang Qinjian's smile disappeared, replaced by a touch of melancholy in his eyes. The sensation of being unable to control his actions was something he had never experienced in nearly 30 years of life, and his pride didn't allow him to accept such helplessness. Lu Xiao tinkered with his worn-out mechanical arm by the side, the constant click-clack noise echoing in the room. Can you quiet down a bit? Zhuang Qinjian's gaze was cutting. I'm fixing my leg. Lu Xiao deliberately emphasized the word leg. Can I dismantle your wheelchair? Anyway, you won't be needing it. Don't even think about it. Even if I don't need it, it's still mine, Zhuang Qinjian said icily. Lu Xiao fell silent for a moment. The click-clack noise grew louder. Lin Yuyo leaned on her chin, sighing. I thought you had a good mindset. Turns out it was all an act. Once Song Ke left, even the pretense was dropped, and all the hostility surfaced. Zhuang Qinjian didn't argue. He closed his eyes and whispered, during the surgery, don't let her wait outside. The young girl appeared innocent but had a heavy heart. He didn't want her to worry, nor did he want her to witness his most wretched state. When Song Ke returned after paying, Feng Zhigzu had already arrived with the medical assistants and anesthesiologist, ready to take Zhuang Qinjian to the operating room. As she was about to follow, Lin Yuyo stopped her with a hand. Song Ke, I need to go to the 5th hospital. It's chaotic outside. Will you come with me? Song Ke pointed to the tall figure standing nearby. There's Su Cha, it's safe. Lin Yuyu hesitated, realizing they hadn't coordinated well and forgot to signal Su Cha, who had no clue about the plan. Captain, I need to buy materials, Lu Xiao suddenly spoke up. I gave you money already. Song Ke held onto her terminal quietly. Lu Xiao was like a money-devouring beast. Her wallet was emptied once again. I don't know the way, Lu Xiao said seriously. Huh? Do you want me to accompany you? Song Ke asked. Lu Xiao retracted the remaining 4 mechanical arms, settled back into the wheelchair, the silver hair resting quietly on their shoulders, resembling a frail youth. Song Ke hesitated as she glanced at Lu Xiao. True, Lu Xiao hadn't been to Tongwan, and claiming not to know the way seemed plausible, but something felt off to her. Feng Zhigzu vaguely sensed something amiss and advised, I'm well aware of Zhuang Qinjian's situation. The main difficulty in the surgery lies in repairing the broken bones, which will take a long time. You don't need to wait at the hospital, we'll contact you immediately once it's done. Song Ke shuffled her feet on the ground for a while before responding, okay. Leaving the hospital, Lin Yuyu and Su Cha took a turn toward the 5th hospital. Meanwhile, Song Ke and Su Xing accompanied Lu Xiao to buy modified materials. After visiting only 2 stores, Lu Xiao suddenly insisted on acting alone. Song Ke paused the navigation projection, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Didn't he claim not to know the way? Didn't he want me to accompany him? Lu Xiao coldly remarked, you guys are too slow. The 4 battered mechanical arms rose simultaneously, 3 on the left and pitifully only 1 on the right. Lu Xiao, resembling a limping spider, didn't need navigation at all. Skillfully navigating the streets and alleys, they swiftly moved away, 1 high and 1 low. Song Ke. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Lu Xiao, an S-level hacker, how could he not know the way? It was only she who didn't know the way. With nothing else to do, Song Ke led Su Xing and opted to head to the shelter, completing tasks to earn alliance coins. The S-level mission to guard Tongwan hadn't been closed yet. Outside the Lugia shelter, wandering zombies were still visible. Under the high walls, piles of decaying bodies formed small mountains, emitting a putrid smell that stung the senses. However, the rewards for killing zombies in the vicinity were exceptionally generous. The two worked together seamlessly. Su Xing released wide-ranging ice and snow while Song Ke swiftly moved among the frozen zombie sculptures, harvesting efficiently. Girl with braids. Mid-battle, Su Xing suddenly called out, pointing to a spot. Following his gaze, Song Ke noticed a zombie standing out among the rest. While others had their heads up, sniffing for human scent, this one kept its head down, seemingly searching for something. Before Song Ke could react, Su Xing dashed out like a runaway horse. With the confidence of having a backer today, he ran up to the braided zombie, hands on hips, shouting, "Come over here." The roaming zombies swarmed in. Su Xing scrambled to deal with them while the braided zombie remained motionless, eyes seemingly contemplating him. Taking another glance, Song Ke estimated the female zombie to be around 13 or 14, not much older than Xiao Xing. Once the area was secure, the braided zombie emitted muffled sounds from its throat. It circled around Su Xing, occasionally extending claws to try to grab him. However, today Su Xing was well prepared and maneuvered like a nimble chick, running around while giggling. In the past 6 months, Su Xing had traveled with them, faced death sentences and assassinations, forcing him to mature and become responsible. There were few carefree moments like this, but being young, he hadn't lost his childlike innocence. Lacking companions his age, he unexpectedly ended up playing with a zombie. After playing for a while, the braided zombie suddenly perked its ears, seemingly hearing something, and dashed toward the direction of the city wall. Su Xing, not quite done yet, waved to its departing figure. Bye-bye. After Song Ke cleared the surrounding zombies, she approached Su Xing. Let's head back. Su Xing took her hand, nodding obediently. Outside the high walls of Lugia shelter, several hover cars hovered low. Powerful wide-ranging abilities covered the entire area, dazzling lights flashing one after another, blasting zombies one after another. Song Ke recognized it as the abilities of the Tustan Awakener team, cleaning up the tide of corpses. A graceful figure flashed by. The braided zombie, previously playing with Su Xing, suddenly rushed into the smoke and dust, embracing a nearly bisected zombie carcass, emitting mournful cries. Strangely, Song Ke noticed a hint of pain on its face. The hovercars chased after it. Yin Xiao, an awakener, leaped onto the roof of one, holding a submachine gun, evidently ready to take action. Sister, Su Xing tugged at Song Ke's clothes, speaking hesitantly. Xiao Xing, it's a zombie. Song Ke understood what he was thinking. Su Xing shook his head stubbornly, explaining, no, it's not a zombie, it's a fallen. After Zhuang Qinjian narrated the origins of the Fallens, Song Ke's feelings toward this group of beings on the outskirts became complex. Though they couldn't be classified as human, they shouldn't simply be categorized as zombies in a rough manner. Sister, Su Xing pleaded once again. Okay. Song Ke patted Su Xing's head and swiftly charged forward like an arrow. Yin Xiao obviously spotted this unique zombie too. He aimed and shot, bullets hitting a bluish iron plate, providing cover for Song Ke. Taking advantage of the chaos, she pushed the braided zombie, which seemed to sense something, dragging its nearly bisected companion away. Meanwhile, the stray shotgun pellets veered off course, returning near the hovercars, exploding on impact, eliciting a series of curses. Watch out! It almost hit my foot. Captain, even you miss sometimes, haha. Yin Xiao jumped off the car's roof, locking his gaze on the suddenly emerged Song Ke. What's your deal? Snatching the zombie from my hands. Today, he wasn't wearing protective goggles, clad in camouflage combat gear, his pants tucked into black military boots, giving him a sturdy and agile appearance. It wasn't until Song Ke got closer that she noticed his grayish, light-colored pupils. Admitting her fault, Song Ke hesitantly tried to excuse herself. Sorry, it slipped. Though she didn't mean it that way, her words sounded quite provocative. Yin Xiao sneered, his ruby earring sparkling, and said in the common tongue, Lady, do you think I'm that easy to fool? Dropping his submachine gun, he accelerated toward her, delivering a powerful straight jab with his elbow. Without transforming a spiritual weapon, Song Ke met the attack barehanded, raising her left knee high, leveraging the ground to propel herself, launching a fierce spinning kick toward his throat. Yin Xiao dodged by lowering his head, then swiftly altered his punch to an inward angle, his lean waist suddenly twisting, aiming a flat punch toward Song Ke's cheek. Slightly furrowing her brows at the discomfort, she agilely flipped midair, kicking away Yin Xiao's wrist. As they landed, they clashed without hesitation, surprising everyone. Yin Xiao, not only skilled in sniping but also adept in close combat, always found deceptive angles, interrupting Song Ke's fluid attacks. They exchanged moves for 100 rounds, neither gaining a clear advantage. Observing Yin Xiao engage in a one-on-one fight, the other awakeners refrained from interfering. After clearing the nearby zombies, they all jumped off the car to watch the spectacle, cheering and whistling, treating the clash as a sporting event. Song Kei was increasingly feeling uncomfortable and unable to fully exert her strength. As they continued fighting, her irritation grew. Suddenly changing tactics, she lightning fast seized her opponent's arm, applied a shoulder lock, and fiercely twisted his joints. With a loud thud, both crashed onto the dusty ground. Yin Xiao landed on his back, with Song Kei's knee pressing down on his left hand and her two hands restraining his right, preventing his movements. I really didn't mean to snatch from you, Song Kei, straddling him, explained helplessly. Yin Xiao grinned broadly. I've found your weak spot. Song Kei replied, huh? What? My ability is to see through an enemy's weak points. You're really skilled, you have almost no weaknesses in combat, Yin Xiao declared. Song Kei slightly curved her lips, modestly smiling. Is that so? What about you? What's your ability? Yin Xiao focused on her face, where two faint dimples had emerged just earlier. He was straightforward in his questioning, so Song Kei answered honestly, metal manipulation, object transformation. So, it means you gave me an advantage, he inquired. You weren't using a gun, Song Kei explained sincerely, I'll compensate for the zombies I knocked away. Got it. Now release me, Yin Xiao replied. Song Kei eased her knee, stood up, and suddenly, Yin Xiao leaped, embracing her shoulder and forcefully pushing forward. Simultaneously, he stretched out a leg, attempting to trip her ankle. Song Kei lost her balance in an instant. With a thud, the gravel scattered as both fell again. This time, Yin Xiao was on top, shielding the back of her head with his palm. Song Kei glared at him in anger. Using his elbow for support, Yin Xiao got up and touched his earring, smirking. Now we're even. Song Kei slowly got up, silently dusting herself off. Su Xing hurried over to help her brush off the dirt. Outside the wall, the other members of the Tustan team had finished clearing the zombies. At that moment, Gao Xiangyang was escorted by two other awakeners. The sample coverage isn't enough, it's better to collect more. He saw Song Kei and abruptly fell silent, standing still for 2 seconds before mustering the courage to approach. Hello, we met at the city gate yesterday. Do you remember? Gao Xiangyang asked cautiously. Song Kei nodded. Can I ask you something? Gao Xiangyang inquired carefully. Song Kei wasn't easily swayed. You first, speak. Are your friends two individuals who use wheelchairs? Yes. Could you tell me the name of the man who uses a wheelchair but has intact legs? Gao Xiangyang's tone suddenly became urgent. What do you want with him? Song Kei's expression turned cautious. This person was already acting suspiciously yesterday, and now this sudden agitation made him even more suspicious. I don't mean any harm. I just want to know his name. He looks extremely similar to someone I know. There might be a connection. Gao Xiangyang appeared very anxious. I'm not a bad person, truly. My name is Gao Xiangyang. I'm 33 years old, graduated from the 1st Military Academy of Iskar, majoring in biology. Fearing that Song Kei might not believe him, Gao Xiangyang used his terminal to display all his identification documents and details. Yin Xiao, accompanied by the Tustan members, surrounded them but remained silent, observing the conversation. Glancing at Gao Xiangyang's information, the lengthy list of honors and unreadable thesis titles felt like a swarm of insects crawling before her eyes. With just a glance, it made her feel dizzy and overwhelmed. Can you tell me, please? Gao Xiangyang pleaded. Was there any taboo related to Zhong Qinjian's name? Not really. Since they met, whether among the people from Azure Phoenix or various magistrates, he never hesitated to introduce himself. His name is Zhuang Qinjian, Song Kei replied. Gao Xiangyang was thunderstruck. His terminal fell to the ground with a clatter. How is that possible? He couldn't possibly be Zhuang Qinjian. Gao Xiangyang asserted firmly, he could never be Zhuang Qinjian. Dr. Gao, if you speak any louder, you'll summon all the zombies back, Yin Xiao teased lightly. I'm sorry. Gao Xiangyang realized his reaction was excessive and quickly apologized, lowering his voice. Shall we talk inside the car? It's not safe down here, Yin Xiao suggested proactively. No need, Song Kei rejected instantly. Yin Xiao chuckled, didn't say more, waved to the sky, and a hovercar approached slowly. With a single hand support, he leaped into the car. Song Kei stared at Gao Xiangyang, slowly speaking, why can't he be Zhuang Qinjian? Gao Xiangyang sighed, do you know Vincent Dutzy? Song Kei shook her head confidently, don't know. Gao Xiangyang pressed further, what about Dr. Zhuang? Song Kei continued shaking her head, don't know. Gao Xiangyang hesitated for a moment, the Kindlin Institute, you've heard of it, right? This time, Song Kei nodded, I know. It was from Zhuang Qinjian. Gao Xiangnan breathed a sigh of relief. Vincent, also known as Dr. Zhuang, is a Godfather-level biological scientist of the Alliance. He's the soul behind genetic engineering, and the initial purpose of the Kindlin Institute was to gather the entire Alliance's scientific force to support his research to the fullest. Vincent led the gene splicing and DNA recombination project, breaking the boundaries of inherent biological species. It truly achieved the transfer of genetic information across species, marking the greatest scientific achievement since the new era, the first year of the new calendar, worldwide. Dr. Gao became more excited as he spoke, his eyes reflecting a certain fervor. My lifelong dream is to join the team under his personal guidance. Song K silently opened the terminal and searched for this Vincent.Z. The results showed up in thousands of pages, overwhelming compared to Gao Xianjiang's honorary titles. Song K roughly scanned through Vincent's biography, encountering dense blocks of professional descriptions that made her eyes sparkle and breathing difficult, almost causing her to feel dizzy. Amidst the haze, she only remembered the greatest scientist of the new era and the godfather of Qinglan. Yin Xiao emerged from the hovercar and, from a distance, tossed two things towards Song K. Keep going. Song K received them in her hands and glanced down. They were special energy drinks supplied exclusively to awakeners in the northern base. Unopened, the bottles had codes on them, seemingly not regular items available in the market. She glanced up at Yin Xiao, who made a drinking gesture. Song K handed one bottle to Su Xing, held on to the remaining one, but didn't drink it. What's the relationship between Vincent and Zhuang Qingjian? She persistently asked Gao Xiangyang. Of course, there's a relation. Gao Xiangyang involuntarily raised his voice, got a glance from Yin Xiao, and lowered it. Relationship. Vincent once held a lecture in Isker. I was incredibly lucky to get selected to attend. I remember it vividly. During the Q&A session, someone asked him if he deliberately maintained a mysterious persona online because everyone referred to him as Vincent or Dr. Zhuang, not knowing his real name. Vincent said no, that there were no public images of him to avoid unnecessary trouble. As for his real name, it actually came from an ancient writing tool of an old civilization, signifying perseverance and determination. Because the pronunciation in the common language was awkward, everyone got used to calling him Vincent. After answering, Vincent even displayed on the screen the name he wrote with his own hands, which was Zhuang Qingjian. Oh, so Zhuang Qingjian is Vincent. Song K naturally assumed that someone who knew so much must be some kind of scientific luminary. Gao Xiangyang shook his head gravely. No, I attended that lecture when I was 13. Song K widened her eyes slightly. 20 years have passed, how could a person remain unchanged, or even appear younger and healthier? Gao Xiangyang murmured to himself. Even if the appearance is identical, your friend couldn't possibly be Zhuang Qingjian. Perhaps due to long seclusion in the laboratory, Vincent rarely appeared in public, and although his face was strikingly similar, he didn't look too well. His hair was disheveled, his skin pale, and he had prominent dark circles under his eyes, appearing extremely fatigued. Did your friend use Vincent's genetic information for facial reconstruction? Gao Xiangyang suddenly speculated, speaking faster. Facial changes aside, how could he dare to use Vincent's real name? Shameful, absolutely shameful. Is it illegal? Song K asked expressionlessly. And no, it's not illegal. Gao Xianjiang's eyes held condemnation. But it's unethical? Even if one idolizes Vincent, they should use some common sense. Even if his appearance is the same as Vincent's, the biological information cannot be altered. He can never become Zhuang Qingjian. Okay, Song K responded dryly. Gao Xiangyang felt indignant and passionately said, you should advise him to change back to his original appearance. I can offer help. We're leaving. Song K automatically ignored his ramblings, grabbing Su Xing's hand, heading towards the entrance of Lugia. Wait, Yin Xiao positioned himself in front of her. What's your name? Just hearing the word name gave Song K a headache. Without looking back, she passed by him. None of your business. Please, try to talk some sense into him. Gao Xiangyang continued shouting from behind. Song K and Su Xing sat side by side on a park bench, sipping their drinks. Su Xing delicately sipped through a straw, legs swinging gently, while Song K tore open the cap and guzzled down half the bottle, feeling refreshed, even a tad more energetic. Song K didn't believe Zhuang Qingjian was the kind of person Gao Xiangyang described, someone who went through extreme lengths of idolizing Vincent and underwent surgery to resemble him. From the beginning, Zhuang Qingjian claimed to be a researcher at Qinglan Institute, showing genuine familiarity with it. If he were masquerading as Vincent for work, wouldn't it be easy to get caught? Then there was his work ID, verified by Wuchuamin as authentic with high permissions. Would Azure Phoenix's people make such an error? At least it meant Zhuang Qingjian's credentials were genuine. How could he possess his ID if he wasn't truly Zhuang Qingjian? Moreover, even if Vincent didn't often appear in public, he was someone whose information spanned thousands of pages online. There would be people who knew him, recognized his face. Why would Zhuang Qingjian choose to look like Vincent instead of altering his appearance to be more ordinary? And the most crucial question remained, why would he modify his own genetic information? Lost in these thoughts, Song K's mind drifted. If Zhuang Qingjian wasn't Zhuang Qingjian, then who was he really? She sighed heavily, troubled, covering her face. Zhuang Qingjian had claimed he wouldn't lie if she asked, but did she really want to ask? Zhuang Qingjian is a huge liar, Su Xing piped up, seizing the chance to complain while sipping his drink. Xiao Xing, he's our teammate, Song K replied, ruffling Su Xing's hair, her disagreement apparent. He's always lying, never telling sister about his abilities, always bullying me secretly. I said he's a wanted criminal, and he threatened me. You can't just casually accuse others of being. Song K's words halted abruptly. Wanted. In her mind, a flash of light occurred momentarily, gathering all the scattered clues into a tangled mess, unraveling the threads of the mystery right before her eyes. Why would someone change their appearance? Unless they had a reason they couldn't avoid, like being a wanted criminal. At the Kinglin Research Institute, the anomaly when Zhuang Qinjian met Xian Ningyu. The answer was on the verge of emerging. Xiao Xing, can you go back on your own? Song Ke turned and asked. Yes, I can. Su Xing nodded obediently. After Su Xing walked away, Song Ke messaged someone, where are you? The other person quickly replied with a location. At the entrance of a high-end materials store, Lu Xiao was sorting out scattered materials, attempting to evenly distribute them among each robotic arm. Song Ke squatted beside him. Later, are you going back to the hospital? At Novel Bin at. Lu Xiao nodded. Yes. Having stayed outside for nearly a day, they knew that according to Fang Higgs's estimation, the surgery was expected to take about 8 hours and should be ending soon. Song Ke casually asked, how do you know Zhuang Qinjian? When we were in school, I unfortunately ended up taking most of the same courses as him, Lu Xiao replied. What school? Something Isker, the first military academy. Isker? No. Lu Xiao glanced at Song Ke. Isker's first military academy was in District B9 and consistently ranked in the top 3 within the alliance. Song Ke knowing about that place surprised him a bit. We were in Liuboni in District A4. Lu Xiao didn't delve into further details, such as Liuboni being the most heavily monopolized knowledge center in the entire alliance. The city consisted mainly of vast academic institutions, divided into different disciplinary factions, and only accepted gene selects for admission, advocating a so-called elite-style education. When you knew each other, was he already called Zhuang Qinjian? Song Ke suddenly asked. Yay, Lu Xiao paused for less than a second, barely detectable. Oh, Song Ke nodded. Then why didn't you recognize him in the death prison? It's been almost 10 years since we last met. We've both undergone significant changes. It's not surprising that we didn't recognize each other. Has he changed a lot? Lu Xiao looked serious. Yeah, quite a lot. After all, I just lost my legs, but he gave up a portion of his intelligence. Song Ke couldn't help but chuckle. These two always took jabs at each other whenever they got the chance. Quite the pair. Is the Lu family on good terms with the Xia family? Song Ke inquired. This time, Lu Xiao remained silent for a good 3 or 4 seconds. Which Xia family? Song Ke blinked. The Xia family from North County, District B6. We've met, Lu Xinglan. He, like you, hails from Urgia, District B8, and is quite familiar with Xian Ningyu. Who's Lu Xinglan? I don't know him, Lu Xiao said calmly. I never waste my memory on people significantly weaker than me. Do you remember people from the Xia family then? Lu Xiao's icy eyes flickered, fixed on Song Ke. For a moment, it seemed as if that name was about to slip from his lips. Lu Xiao, no. Suddenly, Song Ke hoisted up a whole bag of materials from the ground and placed it on the only mechanical arm on his right side. It's getting late. Let's head back. Then, without paying attention, she tinkered with the terminal and walked away on her own. Lu Xiao. He swayed on the spot for a moment, barely maintaining balance, muttering to the air, I didn't say anything. Outside the operating room, members of V587 patiently awaited the outcome. Lin Yuyo casually scrolled through her terminal. In 2 more days, we'll be heading back to Ferrara. The finals are about to begin, and this time Ilya himself is hosting. They even arranged a pre-game rally, quite a show. No one responded to her. Lin Yuyo looked up and noticed that her companions seemed lost in thought. Song Ke, what are you thinking? And nothing, Song Ke stuttered. Lin Yuyo put away her terminal and scanned the faces of Song Ke, Su Xing, and Lu Xiao one by one, suspicion written on her face. Why do I feel like something's off with you 3 since you came back? Not at all, Song Ke blinked rapidly. Lin Yuyo wanted to inquire further, but the lights outside the operating room went out. Song Ke immediately stood up. He's coming out. Fang Higgs, wearing a mask, slowly emerged, weariness evident in his eyes, a sign of excessive use of his abilities. As he spotted Song Ke and the others, a hint of relief crossed his face. He removed his mask and smiled. Let me say something every patient's family loves to hear. The surgery was a success. With a month or 2 of rest, he'll be able to stand up again. After half a year, Zhuang Qinjian woke up once again from the endless cold fog, thankfully this time, able to sense his right leg clearly. Song Ke hugged her knees, chin resting on her arm, quietly watching him. The hospital room was empty except for the 2 of them. Song Ke, Zhuang Qinjian whispered. Yeah, Song Ke didn't change her position but acknowledged him. Zhuang Qinjian slowly lifted his hand. The effects of anesthesia hadn't completely worn off, making it a bit difficult for him to exert force. Nonetheless, he managed to control his hand. His slender fingers paused near Song Ke's cheek, lightly pressing where he remembered her dimple to be. Who made you angry again? You said last time that we should talk, Song Ke countered without answering. No rush, let's talk in a couple of days, Zhuang Qinjian thought. He wanted to find a better moment. Okay. Song Ke spread her hand towards him. Show me your identification. Zhuang Qinjian was somewhat surprised but retrieved it from his space and handed it over. Song Ke took the work ID, featuring the Kinglin Institute's logo, a blue background with a large headshot. She scrutinized the man in the photo carefully, then glanced up at Zhuang Qinjian. No wonder she felt he looked better in person than in the picture when they first met. Zhuang Qinjian, Song Ke called out to the headshot photo. What's wrong? Replied Zhuang Qinjian on the hospital bed. Imposter. Song Ke thought to herself. The day after the surgery, V587 set off for Ferrara to prepare for the final race of the throne race competition. Tongwan and Ferrara were both located in the eastern part of the alliance. The distance between the two cities wasn't too far. The starship traveling in low orbit would take about 4 hours to reach there, while in high orbit, it would take half the time but required manual control. Luo Xiao was completely absorbed in repairing the mechanical arm and decisively activated the autopilot. Song Ke opened the porthole and looked down. Through the drifting thin clouds, one could vaguely see cities arranged like a chessboard. Some had turned into cold ruins, while others still stood tall. The highways were jammed with fleeing vehicles and pedestrians, moving in groups toward different directions to escape. Unconsciously, Song Ke leaned out further, wanting to take a closer look. A strong pair of arms wrapped around her from behind, pulling her back from the window. "Be careful, don't fall out," Zhuang Qinjian said with a smile. He still needed to use a wheelchair for a while, but his hands' nerves had returned to normal. "Who are these people?" Song Ke asked. "They are refugees, seeking new shelter," Zhuang Qinjian replied. "But their city hasn't faced the zombie tide yet. Why are they running?" Song Ke felt puzzled. Zhuang Qinjian's eyes were cold. "People, you know, are always greedy. As long as there's a little ability, they want to find a safer place." Song Ke fell silent. Zhuang Qinjian was right. Humans were creatures that sought advantages and avoided harm. When District F-177 first had the zombie outbreak, many capable people were the first to board the starships and flee. But now, with the apocalypse upon them, where could truly be safe? Song Ke asked, "Is there any news about that zombie king?" Zhuang Qinjian nodded. "Come here and see." Song Ke jumped down from the porthole and sat close to him. Zhuang Qinjian brought up the map on his terminal and deliberately slowed down the speed while marking it. "In these 2 days, it has destroyed 2 D-class cities. If we take Tongwan as the center, in chronological order, first at the 11 o'clock direction, then at the 4 o'clock direction." Song Ke noticed something amiss. Why doesn't it directly go to the 12 o'clock direction? After attacking the 11 o'clock location, the zombie king chose to take the longer route to the 4 o'clock position because it is extremely cunning. It had done its homework beforehand. Zhuang Qinjian drew a rough map of the 3 cities densely located in the 12 o'clock direction. Greenwater City, District D132, Rishifu, District D133, and Haimen, District D135, are all situated in difficult terrains, backed by mountains and water bodies. They are typically easy to defend and hard to attack. Greenwater City used to be a transportation hub with complex road conditions. Haimen is a food distribution center heavily guarded by forces. After its failure in Tongwan, it became more cautious, resorting to guerrilla warfare against humans. So it abandoned the 12 o'clock direction. Quite the opposite, Zhuang Qinjian explained with a serious expression, drawing several arrows between the 3 cities. The eastern part has been nearly destroyed. If it wants to break through to the west and north, these locations are inevitable choke points. The Zombie King will undoubtedly make its move there. Once the Zombie King infiltrates deeper into the alliance, the number of zombies will only increase, and the zombie tide will become more frequent. Zhuang Qinjian reconstructed maps of the 3 cities from memory, logically analyzing. "I speculate that its first attack will be on Rishifu, and it's likely to be a probing attack." Song Ke looked at the densely marked points on the terminal and couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive. Did you memorize all of this?" Although aware of Zhuang Qinjian's extensive knowledge, every display of memory beyond ordinary capabilities never failed to amaze Song Ke. Pleased by the praise, Zhuang Qinjian's lips curved into a faint smile. "When I first arrived in Qinglan, I didn't have many qualifications. I could only spend time as an ordinary clerk, going through these materials to pass the time." Another instance of "I'm just an ordinary clerk" spiel. In the past, Song Ke might have questioned, "Aren't you a pharmaceutical researcher?" But at this moment, she struggled to express her feelings, silently gazing at Zhuang Qinjian for 2 seconds before turning away, her expression difficult to read. "Keep pretending if you want to. Someone is tracking us," Luo Xiao suddenly spoke up. Sucha immediately drew out his dagger and cautiously observed through the cabin door, while Lin Yuyu and Fang's Higzo instinctively stopped their conversation. Lu Xiao brought up the rear radar screen, confirming that indeed, 4 hovercars were steadily following behind the starship. Su Xing hurriedly dashed to the other side, tiptoed, and peered out. Then, in a low voice, he exclaimed, "Oh." As Lu Xiao was about to send a warning signal via radio waves, one of the hovercars suddenly accelerated, leaping forward. The sunroof opened, and a swift figure smoothly climbed onto the car roof, removing tactical goggles and waving towards Song Ke from a distance. What a coincidence. Having recently drunk their specially provided drinks, Song Ke felt awkward pretending not to recognize them. "Ah, what a coincidence. Where are you all headed?" The person on the car roof stared at Song Ke's tousled hair and spoke up. Song Ke didn't respond immediately. Just as the person was about to speak again, their attention shifted abruptly to someone else. The man had a handsome face but an aloof and cold demeanor. His gaze through the porthole was as icy as his expression. The person on the car roof exchanged a glance with him. A surge of unseen tension clashed between their auras, dissolving without a trace. Zhuang Qinjian remained composed. The person on the car roof tapped the roof with his fingertip, a slight smirk on his lips, deliberately provokingly smiling at him. "Hey." Then, selectively ignoring Zhuang Qinjian, he continued conversing with Song Ke. Zhuang Qinjian's brow furrowed tighter and tighter. How could he not remember that Song Ke knew the captain of this Tustan? Sorry, I should have spoken first, the person on the car roof chuckled. We're heading to District C-72. District C-72? Wasn't that Ferrara? The destination of Tustan's group unexpectedly aligned with theirs? We are heading there too, Song Ke replied politely in return. I heard there's a significant competition for awakeners in District C-72. Are you going to watch it? The person on the car roof asked. No, Song Ke felt a slight sense of pride in her heart, her lips subtly curling upward. We're going to participate. You're a finalist. This time, the person on the car roof seemed genuinely surprised. Then I have to go watch. I'll cheer for you. Thank you, Song Ke replied politely. Lady, you're lovely, the person said suddenly, catching her off guard with a phrase in the Alliance language. Song Ke's grasp of the Alliance language wasn't great to begin with, and the person spoke quickly. She didn't quite catch it at first. Zhuang Qinjian's expression darkened instantly. He turned his wheelchair without a word and glided towards the main control panel. Turn off the autopilot and switch to high orbit mode, he commanded. Why? Luo Xiao lifted his head from a pile of parts. Are you in a rush? Yes, I'm in a rush, Zhuang Qinjian replied expressionlessly. Luo Xiao was about to retort when, for some reason, he fell silent again as he thought of something. He fiddled with the control panel, glanced at Song Ke, then back at Zhuang Qinjian, his gaze uncertain and his movements distracted. Zhuang Qinjian glanced over to find the young man on the hovercar roof leaning forward, his left hand resting on his knee, engaging in a cheerful conversation with Song Ke. He turned back, his tone chillingly cold. Can you handle this or not? If not, move aside, I'll take over. Adat novel bin adat. All right, I got it, Luo Xiao conceded reluctantly. With a swift acceleration, the starship shot forward like a meteor, leaving the hovercars far behind in an instant. Zhuang Qinjian was about to return to the window when his wheelchair abruptly halted. He squinted slightly. What guilty thing have you done? Suddenly becoming so accommodating, ready to do whatever asked. Luo Xiao paused for a moment, innocently smiling. Why would you think that? Perhaps not accustomed to making this expression, his forced smile seemed stiff and strained. Zhuang Qinjian stared at him for 2 seconds longer than usual. Ferrara. When the starship descended, an unexpectedly long queue formed at the city gate, extending several kilometers away. It was seemingly endless, with a temporary checkpoint at the front where a few AI officers in police uniforms patrolled, maintaining order at the scene. Song Ke and her group were somewhat surprised. Ferrara had always advocated freedom and welcomed travelers from all directions, without any admission restrictions. How come, after being away for half a month, there was now a checkpoint for entry and exit? Sucha returned with reconnaissance information and whispered, it's just a simple population registration. There have been too many refugees pouring in recently. Why are refugees coming to Ferrara? Song Ke was puzzled. Did they consider Ferrara to be very safe? Ferrara has highly advanced mechanical capabilities, advantageous for fighting against zombies, Zhuang Qinjian explained. Moreover, it's one of the few sea-level cities in the east that has never been attacked. Yes, Sucha nodded. Those refugees believe that Ferrara is the city blessed by the gods. Song Ke asked, what city? She couldn't help recalling their previous experiences, how Ilya had hunted live zombies extensively to accumulate resources for the throne race competition, detaining them in the underground of the Sikara theater. Though later, due to the unrest, all those zombies escaped. But who knew if this super AI would have some sudden whims and create more absurdities? Were these refugees making the right choice by coming to Ferrara? Lin Yuyo had donned a mask immediately upon disembarking from the starship. After all, Ferrara was her hometown, and the chances of being recognized were too high. The group returned to their hotel to rest for half a day, setting out for the mobilization meeting only when night fell. The mobilization meeting was a public event held in the central square, filled with excited and jubilant crowds. Song Ke and her companions didn't push forward. Instead, they stood at the periphery, waiting for the holographic projection to appear. After all, Ilya was an AI, and they could see clearly from any location where it emerged. At exactly 8 o'clock, 3 bells rang, neon lights flickered, and in the high sky shrouded in a faint purple mist, flower boats cruised smoothly. Cannons fired in unison, sprinkling shimmering confetti and flower petals. The observation elevators of the tower began to operate, dinging as they stopped at the floating platforms. The magnificent platform rose before the crowd, and soon after, a real and tall figure emerged. The man possessed a dazzling mane of golden hair, a tall and slender figure, clad in a pure white suit of satin material that exuded elegance and nobility. His once colorless glassy eyes had transformed into a more fitting translucent icy blue. Song Ke shivered involuntarily, sensing traces of someone else in the man's presence. Luo Xinglan? No, this was Ilya. This super artificial intelligence, the highest executive of Ferrara, had finally achieved his wish and obtained his own body. Ilya's eyes scanned through the dark mass of people in the square, then revealed a smile that was no different from that of a human. Are you all curious about the format of the final throne race competition? He asked. Yes. Ilya mysteriously winked. The mystery is revealed, it's a marathon. The total route this time covers 200 kilometers over 3 days and 2 nights. Participants must complete the entire course within the time limit and return to the finish line. The crowd was suddenly in an uproar. 200 kilometers, 3 days and 2 nights. What kind of marathon was this? Even an ordinary person could complete that distance in nearly a day, let alone someone with special abilities. SHHH Ilya gestured for quiet, immediately calming the restless crowd. I know you'll ask, what's special about a marathon? So, I've set up some tiny check-in point. Every 10 kilometers along the track, there will be a check-in point. Only by collecting all the points will the race be considered completed. Ilya's expression conveyed a hint of trouble. We have the check-in point, but what about the most important thing, the route? So, I personally drew the route map again. Ilya snapped his fingers, and the city's projections simultaneously switched to a real-time map. The citizens were initially puzzled, whispering among themselves. But as time passed, suddenly, earth-shattering cheers erupted. As Song Kei looked at the marathon map displayed in the projection, it became increasingly familiar. Hadn't she seen it somewhere recently? A flash of realization struck her mind. She immediately grasped it. Rongzhou, Greenwater City, Rishifu, Haimen. This wasn't a marathon map, it was clearly a list of cities the Zombie King had already occupied or was about to attack. What was Ilya's intention? Was he asking them to run a marathon on the Zombie King's face? I heard in the recent consecutive waves of zombies, there's one called the King. Ilya smirked. I don't like that name. As the magistrate, I don't like my things being coveted by others all the time. So, I've decided to take the initiative. Only through fire and thorns can the true crown of a king be forged. Ilya slowly recited the slogan of the throne race competition, his eyes filled with indifferent mockery and disdain for life and death. Only the team that kills the king can ascend to the final championship throne. For a moment, the people in the square were silent, then they began shouting his name in unison. Ilya, Ilya, Ilya. This unparalleled final would undoubtedly trigger a frenzy of viewership in the Eastern Alliance. TN. The Alliance language is English. Lady, you're lovely, originally written in English. When news about the finals format being a marathon spread, the first ones to become restless were the governing officials in the eastern region. With the rampant presence of zombies outside now, unless a city was destroyed or they abandoned their positions to seek emergency refuge, the Alliance's officials couldn't easily leave their territories. Even though people couldn't come to them physically, communication requests bombarded incessantly, demanding Ilya provide a reasonable explanation. At the top floor of the tower, Ilya rested his chin lazily on his hand, one leg casually propped up while seated on a large leather sofa. The holographic screen shifted scenes, displaying an ongoing video conference where the magistrates from several eastern districts were engaged in a heated argument. Don't think I don't know what game you're playing? Trying to shift the crisis of the Zombie King onto our territories to solve your problems. Why should we carry the burden for you while you enjoy your peaceful days? I object. Strongly object. You're not even present, what are you objecting with? Someone immediately sneered. I, the first magistrate to speak, choked momentarily. His city had already fallen, and he had long fled to District B. Speaking up now lacked any persuasive force. We don't object, we warmly welcome it. The magistrates from Greenwater City and Rishifu declared, jumping in. Their District D held lower status, they finally had the chance to participate in such a meeting. Naturally, they had to maintain a firm stance. These two cities were currently in dire straits. They didn't know when the horde of zombies might strike. If the final contestants could eliminate the Zombie King, they wouldn't oppose it, they'd enthusiastically welcome it, celebrating with fireworks for days. Hey, Haimen, say something too. The magistrate of Haimen smirked disdainfully. Be it zombies or humans, if they dare to intrude into my territory, don't blame the cannons for being blind, they won't return if they come. You brute. Greenwater City and Rishifu scolded in unison. Participants exchanged glances in private. Only a few were aware of the true situation. It was said that Haimen had imported a batch of superpowered weapons from the northern base, highly lethal and specifically designed to deal with the Zombie King. The governors continued their arguments, expressing their grievances while conspicuously excluding the initiator of this marathon. No one asked for the opinion of the Ferrara magistrate. They regarded Ilya as an outsider, harboring a sense of wariness toward him. There's a saying, alien minds among our own kind will always be different. No matter how advanced an artificial intelligence might be, it's still a machine, not of their species. Chen Ziwei from Tongwan also attended the meeting. When asked about his opinion on the matter, he diplomatically smiled and said, whatever you say is what it is. I have no objections. After all, I'm getting old, nearly 70. Stop lying, you're only 61. This sly old fox, he could talk his way out of anything. He only cared about himself, especially since Tongwan wasn't even on the marathon's route. It was said that recently there was an engineering-type awakener helping reinforce their defenses, so he had nothing to worry about. Ilya shifted legs lazily and yawned absent-mindedly. These were human politicians, each with their hidden agendas, quite amusing indeed. Regardless of how much they argued, it wouldn't have any impact on the throne race event. Feeling gradually bored, Ilya rose from the sofa and casually left the top floor. However, in the holographic projection, his image lingered, but his pupils discreetly shifted to a glassy color, his expression more rigid. The automatic sensing door opened, revealing a magnificent reception room where a woman sat with her back to him, sipping tea from a bone china cup. Ilya walked around and sat opposite her. Magistrate, regarding our cooperation, what are your thoughts? He Kaiyuhung set down her teacup and looked up. She wore black-framed glasses perched on her nose, her hair impeccably arranged. Wrinkles adorned her eyes and two deep lines near her mouth made her look unapproachable, exuding an air of seriousness that demanded respect. I can't make decisions about establishing communication channels with District B for you. Let me correct that. It's not District B, it's the northern base, Ilya chuckled. The Alliance's 20 District B areas were either controlled by influential families, like B6's North County and B8's Urgia, or directly administered by the Central Court, as in B9's Isker, with only one exception. B10, the northern base, stood outside both power structures. It remained the largest surviving refuge within the Alliance after the apocalypse, housing over 1 million high-level awakeners and tens of millions of civilians, dubbed as humanity's last hope. Ilya was a rare democratically elected magistrate and a super AI. Despite Farah's good order, technological advancements, and its unique style in District C, his presence was still excluded by the Central Court. The information privileges between Districts C and B were vastly different. Privilege was exactly what Ilya urgently needed now. I will report this matter to General Ye, He Kai-yu-hung said slowly. Ilya raised an eyebrow. I thought you, Magistrate He, was the one truly in charge at the northern base. He Kai-yu-hung's expression turned cold. Be careful with your words. I am merely General Ye's deputy. Ilya's ice blue gaze fixed on He Kai-yu-hung, his tone carrying implications. Magistrate He, then I'll await good news. Oh, Magistrate He, why not stay and watch the competition before leaving? Ilya casually suggested. Perhaps some of the contestants might head to the northern base in the future. Naturally, the northern base welcomes awakeners. He Kai-yu-hung finally relaxed her tightly pressed lips at the mention of awakeners. Asterisk. Song Ke, Lu Xiao, Su Cha, Lin Yuyu, and Su Xing were ready. Each team in the throne race event had a maximum of 5 members. Zhuang Qinjian had just undergone surgery and was weak, so Feng Zhixu decided to take care of him. Both of their conditions weren't suitable for participating in the marathon and were kindly persuaded by Song Ke to withdraw. Have you checked the communication devices? Zhuang Qinjian asked, feeling concerned. Song Ke touched the narrow black collar around her throat. Yeah, the devices are working fine. The finals didn't prohibit communication. The V587 team all wore the mini communication devices developed by Lu Xiao. These operated on an independent frequency, ensuring messages couldn't be intercepted. With all 7 team members simultaneously online, they could communicate at any time. Zhuang Qinjian circled several cities on the map. These places currently have no zombie waves. Old Fang and I will find an opportunity to meet up with you. Wouldn't this be considered external aid? Is it against the rules? Lin Yuyu asked. Zhuang Qinjian calmly shook his head. The only rule to clear the marathon is to collect stamps at various check-in points. To win, you must kill the zombie king. Apart from that, there are no restrictions. You could even take a spaceship straight to the finish line if you want. Lin Yuyu suddenly realized something. Isn't it unfair? Teams like Shunxing Tea House have a strong foundation and numerous awakeners under their command. If they clear the path in advance and simultaneously collect stamps while killing the zombie king, couldn't they just clear the game directly? Exactly. If they can pull it off, Zhuang Qinjian replied, this game was never meant to be fair. On the day of the finals, the 16 teams gathered at the gates of Ferrara. As Zhuang Qinjian anticipated, there were quite a few hovercars and steamships present. As soon as the race started, some of them zoomed ahead. Drones capturing the action closely followed, and the personal live streams of the participants were open for viewers, contributing to the swelling wealth in the betting pools outside. The starships drew attention due to their conspicuous designs, more suited for long-distance travel rather than this marathon. Song Ke's group found an off-road pickup truck with Sucha at the wheel. Though they fell behind in speed, this final race wasn't solely about speed. V587 quickly reached the first checkpoint, Rainbow Cloud City in District D140. Unfortunately, it was a city that had already fallen to the zombies. The outbound direction was clogged with various private vehicles, making progress nearly impossible. Those trapped in the cars not fast enough to escape were restrained by seat belts, roaring in panic. Roaming zombies traversed between the traffic, leaving barely any space to maneuver on the main road. A steamship conveniently flew overhead, drawing the attention of the zombies. They turned their collective gaze toward the noise, gathering more and growing increasingly agitated. Trying to force through would definitely waste a lot of time. The team decisively changed course towards the entrance to the city, which had slightly better conditions. Despite some overturned vehicles, they could still manage to pass, albeit barely. Lin Yuyu glanced at the map. What do you think the check-in point will be? Ilya always had ways to challenge people, such as the flag in the Mirror Lake race, which turned out to be the crystals of mutant zombies. Could it be a level 3 zombie? Song Ke speculated. As time passed, dealing with mutant zombies had become less challenging. Would Ilya increase the difficulty for this reason? Not very likely. Zhuang Qinjian's calm voice came through the earpiece. The movements of level 3 zombies are uncontrollable. If they move away from their original positions, the distances between checkpoints would change. I lean more towards a fixed location. Doesn't that mean we have to search the entire city? Lin Yuyu frowned, finding the workload quite extensive. Zhuang Qinjian paused. There's no need to waste time searching. We can take a shortcut. What shortcut? Head to the highest point first. To the highest point? What for? Song Ke inquired. Zhuang Qinjian chuckled lightly, his magnetic voice coming through the earpiece. Since the finals are being broadcast live throughout, the organizing committee must have done preliminary scouting and filming preparations. No matter where the check-in point is, there will definitely be traces of drones around, and drones produce data. You mean, finding the check-in points from the drones? Lin Yuyo couldn't hide her surprise. This was simply a strategy like a bug, a breakthrough method like that of a thief. According to Zhuang Qinjian's logic, there would be drones hovering near the checkpoints, leaving behind residual data. Analyzing data was Lu Xiao's specialty. Using process of elimination, he could easily pinpoint the location of the check-in point. The highest point in Rainbow Cloud City was the observation tower in the city center, towering over 500 meters, offering a panoramic view of the entire city. Due to congestion on the main roads, the quickest way to reach it was to take the circular overpass. However, the entrance to the bridge had collapsed, needing clearance. Just as V587 was about to take action, a group suddenly appeared around the corner. The woman leading them had a doll-like face, sweet-looking. Upon recognizing each other, she was first surprised, then her eyebrows furrowed in anger. What a coincidence, it was Feng Duona and Ferrara Star. The grudge between V587 and this team could be traced back to Mirror Lake when Feng Duona suspected them of hoarding crystals and aggressively confronted them. In the subsequent arena match, their bassist was knocked out by Lu Xiao in one move. It could be said that Ferrara Star's 2 times advancing was almost jeopardized by V587. Song Ke raised a hand, awkwardly greeting, hi. Feng Duona gestured with both middle fingers. Song Ke, diplomacy failed. Meeting head-on, they couldn't avoid a confrontation. With Feng Duona's lively yell, the band of awakeners struck a combat stance. The guitarist played a vibrant melody, signaling the attack. The bass and electric piano swiftly followed suit, the deep jazz drums setting the rhythm. The most terrifying part began when Feng Duona started to sing. Turning away, unable to say goodbye, seabirds and fish, falling in love, was just an accident. V587 felt their scalp tingling, the piercing discordance hammering their nerves. Su Xing covered his ears directly, but the noise permeated through. It was like a tired office worker, rudely awakened at 4 or 5 a.m. by someone banging an old drum, evoking not just anger but a murderous intent. Zhuang Qinjian. Song Ke wanted to ask if Zhuang Qinjian had a way to quiet them down but shouted for a while without any response. She glanced at the signal light and realized it was off. Wow, he and Feng's Higzu had turned off the receivers? Song Ke angrily drew her dual blades and charged toward Feng Duona. Sucha furrowed his brow, seamlessly blending into the shadows. Simultaneously, Lin Yuyo, wearing a mask, took a step forward and cleared her throat at Novel Bin At. Today, we're ready for everything. We're here to stay vigilant. North, south, east, west, let me tell you who is your father. Lin Yuyo lowered her voice, completely letting herself go. Her speed of speech was astonishing, uttering strange lyrics. The opponent's music instantly diminished. Feng Duona seemed choked, unable to sing her off-key and unpleasant love song any longer. Lin Yuyo's lyrics were not only infectious but also came with a debuff that crushed the opponent's morale, leaving them lacking enthusiasm. The guitarist from Ferrara Star ceased playing and, with interest, stroked his chin. Wow, that rapper on the other side is spicy. Hey, you, how about joining our band after the match? Lin Yuyo, with slightly raised red lips, confidently sang the killing part. In the eyes of the Black Serpent Warrior, you're just a turtle, he will release poison mist to wipe you all out. Ferrara Star fell completely silent. Sucha slipped from the shadows, tumbling out, his neck turning crimson. Following the Sin City, this second time brought an indescribable, immense sense of shame upon him. To prevent their identities from being exposed, Lin Yuyu and Sucha used random names for the race. She even gave herself a nickname, Rapper Trainee, in the group chat of 7 people, and called Sucha Black Serpent Warrior, because of the black serpent tattoo on the back of his neck. Song Ke and Su Xing joined in the fun, respectively naming themselves Master of Spiritual Artifacts and Ice Prince. However, everyone was just playing around. No one expected that Lin Yuyu would, in this kind of situation, sing unabashedly in such an extremely juvenile way. Not to mention Sucha, who felt like curling his toes. Even Song Ke was stunned. The audience squatting in the V587 live room burst into laughter instantly, and the barrage of hee-hees and ha-has flooded the screen. LOL, is the Black Serpent Warrior going to transform in the next second? Ha ha ha. I originally thought V587 would make it to the finals based on skill, but turns out it's by making opponents feel awkward. I'll admit, if this rapper releases a single, I'll buy it. It's oddly catchy despite being cheesy. Agreed, +1 to the commenter above. In the official live room, Ake switched the main screen to the 2 confronting teams, commenting with interest, different music styles colliding. What kind of spark will they produce? Let's wait and see. Ferrara is a paradise for musicians, so AI guests immediately began their evaluations. Feng Duona's singing, is that even called a song? Clearly, it's noise pollution. This comment was rather spicy. I find the music of the other contestant quite interesting. Although the rhyming is a bit unpolished and the lyrics are straightforward, her breathing rhythm, including enunciation, is very clear, devoid of the typical issues rappers face. It shows she has some solid foundation. This was an analysis from a professional perspective. Setting aside the music itself, I believe this is also a clever strategy in the face of battle. Luo Qinghe, who had been quietly watching the match, suddenly spoke up. Oh, Qinghe, please elaborate. Ake gestured as if to listen attentively. I don't know if anyone noticed this. Luo Qinghe glanced at the list of competitors. Ms. Rapper Trainee's ability relies on her singing voice, so it takes some time to take effect. Rapper Trainee intentionally used exaggerated and bold lyrics to initially shock the Ferrara star, causing their concentration to scatter, and then took advantage of the opportunity to gain control. Now, the opponents have fallen into her trap. Luo Qinghe's technical analysis greatly raised his popularity, and fans were screaming in excitement. Ake nodded in agreement and then burst into laughter, but it doesn't change the fact that she's really hilarious. Ha ha ha. Amidst the laughter in the barrage, the situation at the scene in Rainbow Cloud City suddenly changed. After stumbling on flat ground, Sucha resisted the pressure and ghostly attacked the Ferrara star. A dark light flashed, and the guitar strings being played were severed. Sucha revealed his figure, showing a finger tiger wrapped in adhesive tape on his fist, entirely in a ghostly blue, a spiritual artifact. The finger tiger, a common weapon for martial artists, had an extremely sharp striking surface, capable of cutting through iron like mud. Its versatile nature and immense destructive power made it a perfect match for Sucha. After cutting the guitar strings, Sucha repeated his previous move. In a flash, he appeared mysteriously behind the bassist. Sensing the danger, the bassist immediately played a flashy and skillful slide. Sucha was affected, his footing slightly slipping. Just as the bassist was about to escape, he found his feet frozen. Not just him, including Feng Duona and the other 5 members, they were all gradually covered in ice, up to their calves. It was the ice-based awakener from V587, but when did this happen? Why didn't anyone notice? Before they could comprehend, Sucha made a swift move with his finger tiger, and the bassist's string snapped. On the other side, Song Ke almost simultaneously made her move with Sucha. Her dual blades spun down, first dismantling the electric piano and then crashing into the jazz drums, causing them to disintegrate into pieces. After dealing with the two, she turned towards the source of the heinous noise, Feng Duona at Novel Bin At. Feng Duona, suppressed by Lin Yu's ability, couldn't speak at all. Witnessing her teammates consecutively taking hits, she took a deep breath, intending to sing again, but a sharp dark figure struck her, a punch straight to her face. Immediately after, a thick towel was stuffed into her mouth. Poor Feng Duona couldn't even utter a sound before collapsing, seeing stars. In less than 10 seconds, the Ferrara star was completely wiped out. V587's exquisite coordination and rapid response astonished the audience. They didn't need commands or communication. Starting from Lin Yu's control, everyone executed the right skills at the perfect moments, subduing their opponents flawlessly. In terms of teamwork, they were even on par with the championship favorites, 3 grandsons and 1 grandpa. The barrage went silent for a few seconds, then quickly transformed from ha 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 to a dance 666. Feng Duona and her group were only temporarily incapacitated and would soon recover on their own. While they were engaged in battle, Lu Xiao cleared a path for them at the bridge entrance. Song Ke and her group bypassed them, swiftly heading towards the skyscraper. Clearing a path through the congested heap of zombies, they ascended to the rooftop of the observation tower, where Zhuang Qinjian's voice resounded in their earpieces once more. I just thought that the player's drone for tracking might change position. Its data capacity is larger than the positioning device. You just turned off the receiver. Song Ke held a grudge, not willing to let it go easily. Cough, cough. Zhuang Qinjian coughed lightly, tried to find the one that hovers in place. You turned off the receiver. Song Ke raised her voice, growing angrier as she thought about it. How could this be? It was agreed upon to face difficulties together, so how could you sneakily turn off the receiver? The captain was furious, and nobody dared to intervene, not even laughing at Zhuang Qinjian. Zhuang Qinjian received a scolding, but he chuckled softly, obediently admitting, I was wrong, Captain. I will listen to the noise with you next time. Song Ke, Ferrara. In the hotel suite, Hikayu Yuhang tuned into the official live stream. Even while watching the match, she remained focused, sitting with her legs together and her back straight, maintaining an exceptionally upright posture. Hikayu Yuhang watched and made notes, particularly focusing on the popular teams like 3 grandsons and 1 grandpa, Shunsing Tea House, Anna Knights, and V587, delving into the profiles of the players. A knock at the door interrupted her. Yin Xiao, the captain of Tustin, entered. They had returned to Ferrara 2 days ago, but Hikayu Yuhang had official matters to attend to, so he refrained from disturbing her. Commander, Lu Yuan, and Dr. Gao have been sent to Tongwan, the zombie tide has receded, and all the tasks you assigned have been successfully completed, Yin Xiao informed, settling on a couch he found for himself. Stretching out his legs casually, his tone was respectful, yet his attitude was relaxed. Hikayu Yuhang was accustomed to his style and nodded. You've worked hard. You're not in a rush to return to the base? Yin Xiao asked, glancing at the projection showing the ongoing match. Not particularly. I'll be staying in District C72 for about a week, replied Hikayu Yuhang. Oh, that's good then, Yin Xiao said casually, touching his earring. He casually asked, are you watching the throne race? These competitors are from District C, right? There are quite a few exceptional awakeners in District C, replied Hikayu Yuhang without directly answering. Yin Xiao shrugged. He knew Hikayu Hung tended to be more gentle in her attitude towards awakeners. In the northern base, strength was the only pass. The more powerful the awakener, the better treatment they received. For instance, the Tustan team, despite nominally serving General Ye, had significant operational freedom and fewer constraints when talking to Hikayu Hung. Why, are you interested too? Hikayu Hung noticed his prolonged gaze on the projection and asked. Yeah, Yin Xiao chuckled, but I'm not interested in the competition. Yin Xiao stood up. Commander I'll take my leave. Hikayu Hung was watching the official live stream. The scenes kept changing without any specific focus, so he decided to go back and watch the individual live streams of the players instead. Lu Xiao's silver hair fluttered without any breeze as his overwhelming awakened energy spread out. Currently, all 16 final teams were within Rainbow Cloud City, and there were hundreds of player drones alone, not to mention the scene cameras, motion captures, audio systems, tripods, rails, and various other devices, totaling over 500. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Lu Xiao opened his ice blue eyes displaying a plethora of data. Swiftly, the data disappeared, and he raised a brand new, shiny mechanical arm, pointing in a direction. There, abnormal data flow. A team has already gone there. Zhuang Qinjian's suggestion worked indeed. With a top-tier hacker like Lu Xiao, they could forcibly exploit bugs and find the check-in point. Song Ke made a quick decision. Let's go. The 5 of them dashed towards their destination, encountering zombie blockades on the way, taking some time to clear them out. Surprisingly, the place Lu Xiao pointed to was a wildlife sanctuary. Rainbow Cloud City Endangered Species Breeding Research Center. Su Xing read aloud the name on the gate. What's this? No zombies nearby, Sucha reported after his investigation. Rainbow Cloud City boasts a 5A level ecological scenic spot in the Alliance, specifically dedicated to cultivating and restoring flora and fauna from ancient civilizations, Zhuang Qinjian explained through the earpiece. Don't let your guard down. Since Ilya set this as a check-in point, it won't be easy. Song Ke and her team followed behind Lu Xiao, maneuvering through the densely covered bamboo forest. Finally, they arrived at the predatory animal viewing area. Peering down through 3 layers of transparent barriers, they saw an object resembling a wax seal floating on a platform, a holographic projection above it the emblem of the throne race. Song Ke's spirits lifted. This seemed to be the check-in point. However, getting closer to the check-in point wasn't easy. The perimeter of the park was teeming with various mutated beasts, blocking the entrance entirely. Next to the holographic projection stood a 2-story black and white building, conveniently blocking the platform where the wax seal was placed. After staring for a while, Song Ke noticed something peculiar. The building seemed to have moved. She rubbed her eyes, feeling increasingly unsettled. Just as she leaned in for a closer look, at that moment the little building lifted its legs. Song Ke gasped, finally seeing it clearly. This wasn't any ordinary building, it was a 2-story tall zombie bear. The bear was massive, its body overweight and covered in patchy, shedding fur that revealed yellowing bones beneath. As it lifted its leg, a large pile of rotten flesh and dried leaves cascaded down, scattering the pinned zombie rats as they fled. Even from a distance, the unmistakable stench of zombie decay filled the air. Fortunately, amidst the unfortunate, the surrounding environment remained quiet. The colossal creature lay napping on its back. The zombie bear rolled over, emitting dog-like murmurs. Its razor-sharp claws, as if surgical blades, lightly scratched the platform, unaware. Lin Yuyo gently nudged Song Ke, gesturing for her to look in another direction. Shunsing Tea House was also present. Under hushed instructions from Mr. Xiang, a faint shadow manifested behind them. Another awakener seemed to shift a few times, stealthily brought above the platform. This was spatial ability? Suddenly, Song Ke recalled encountering this person before, during their time in Lulai Port. It was this individual who continuously moved, making it difficult for others to approach the A-level zombies. The gecko-like awakener seemed skilled, agilely maneuvering with limbs adhering tightly to the ceiling like a gecko, inching toward the projection while holding a terminal in their mouth. Upon reaching the projection, they swiftly scanned the wax seal. The zombie bear brushed its ear, its sharp claws slicing through a few strands of hair from the gecko-like awakener, who froze in terror, his face turning pale. Luckily, a system prompt arrived swiftly. The holographic projection displayed a line of text: "Congratulations, Shunsing Tea House, for successfully checking in." Mr. Xiang's face lit up with joy as the spatial awakener exerted force again, bringing back the gecko-like awakener. The group swiftly departed. Song Ke lowered her head and discussed with her companions under the barrier. Should we follow their lead? Mr. Xiang had demonstrated an excellent example for them. It was a perfect opportunity to act now without alarming the zombie bear, quietly making the check-in and leaving. It would allow them to complete the marathon in Rainbow Cloud City at the fastest pace possible. Although V587 didn't have a spatial awakener, they had Sucha, whose stealth abilities were top-notch. Sucha, you go for the check-in. I'll cover, Song Ke gestured. Okay. The two immediately sprang into action. Sucha silently descended to the lower level, while Song Ke climbed over the beams from above to provide backup. But halfway there, they ran into another team. They exchanged a 2-second gaze and simultaneously made a SHH gesture, instantly reaching an understanding. A shared smile passed between the two groups. On the ground, Sucha was inches away from the platform. Just one reach, and the wax seal would be within grasp. But Song Kei's heart sank slowly. Boom, boom. Deafening cannon fire echoed from outside the park, startling the mutated beasts, which scattered in a frenzy. The blocked entrance was violently blasted open. Irene, carrying a rocket launcher single-handedly, kicked over the barrier and, upon seeing Song Kei, raised an eyebrow with a smug grin. Well, if it isn't you guys. So, did you find the check-in point? We found it. Song Kei sighed in utter disappointment. Roar. The zombie bear sprang up, its furious roar resonating throughout the entire zoo. The continuous gunfire startled the originally slumbering zombie bear. With its earth-shattering roar, birds took flight in droves, small animals scattered in all directions. On closer inspection, their pupils were a murky gray-white. This wildlife park had long been occupied by various zombie beasts. The moment the zombie bear stood up, the holographic projection on the platform shut down. Sucha froze in place. The stamp, almost within reach, vanished before their eyes. But then, abruptly lowering his head, he executed a swift roll, leaving the spot. Almost simultaneously, the enormous bear paw fiercely swept past, smashing the platform with a resounding bang, leaving deep marks on the ground. Sorry, it seems we've come at an inopportune time. Irene covered her face, apologizing with a mix of guilt and politeness. Song Kei was about to respond when the zombie bear turned its head and spotted her hanging from the ceiling. The massive creature stood on its short hind legs, tilted its head back, bit into the beam, and began to tug it from side to side. The sturdy steel soon cracked and twisted into two pieces. Song Kei made a quick decision and, like swinging on a swing, leaped into the fence where Lin Yuyu and the others were. The zombie bear's front paw slammed heavily onto the ground as it began crawling towards the viewing area. Guns N' Roses immediately raised a rocket launcher and fired at the zombie bear, but this behemoth, thick-skinned and robust, was not harmed by the shells. Instead, it became thoroughly enraged. Where's the stamp? Song Kei yelled amidst the relentless artillery fire. Didn't hit it, it's gone. Sucha, looking disheveled and having barely made it back, replied in a similar tone. The zombie bear charged forward, crashing forcefully. With a resounding crash, the hundreds of kilograms heavy fence gave way and broke apart. Its putrefying and deformed colossal head squeezed into the viewing passage, getting stuck halfway. It thrashed left and right, spraying foul-smelling saliva all over the ground. Su Xing turned pale with fear, clutching tightly onto Lu Xiao's mechanical arm, gritting his teeth to stifle any sound. The restricted movement of the zombie bear led it to start smashing the walls. A deafening boom reverberated from outside the passage, causing the ground to tremble, and chunks of concrete to fall. Another thunderous boom echoed as if it were right next to them. The entire viewing passage seemed on the verge of collapse. Zhuang Qinjian, the check-in point, it's gone. Song Kei shouted, touching the collar. The fire seal stamp is linked to the zombie bear's position. Zhuang Qinjian spoke rapidly. To check in, we have to get it back there. How do we get it back? Song Kei was at wit's end. This bear seemed to have mutated and couldn't understand human speech. Two ways, either lure it back or kill it. Its weak point is its head. Song Kei looked up, and Zhuang Qinjian was right. Compared to its massive 2-story tall body, the zombie bear's head appeared particularly delicate, hidden in its dirty black and white fur, as if afraid others wouldn't know it was its Achilles heel. Irene, aim for the head. Song Kei shouted. Got it. Irene, positioned near the emergency exit, replied loudly. Armor-piercing shells trailed with fiery sparks flew in, but the zombie bear had already smashed through the stone wall, retracting its head. It crawled and spun within the park's bamboo grove, its thick fur blocking all attacks, remaining unscathed. Su Xing attempted to freeze its limbs, but the bear's size was immense, and it broke free in no time. He switched to ice blades, but they couldn't pierce through the creature's hide. Song Kei and Sucha jumped down from the passage entrance, approaching the bear once again. Sucha activated his abilities, enveloping the zombie bear in a green poisonous mist. It howled in agony, chunks of flesh falling from its face, but it remained unharmed. Song Kei climbed up along its sturdy, short legs. A missile flew past her head, exploding on the bear's shoulder, revealing its foul-smelling yellowish bones. The armor was breached. Song Kei seized the opportunity, drew her dual blades, and thrust relentlessly towards its neck. The spiritual weapon pierced through the fur, sinking deep into the fat layer, getting stuck, not much different from administering an injection. The zombie bear flew into a rage, taking a few heavy steps forward, its hefty body occupying the space. It raised its foot to stomp Sucha, who quickly ran to dodge, but the bear's papia slapped him, sending him crashing into a stone wall. Song Kei wasn't faring much better. Gripping her dual blades, she was tossed around by the zombie bear's movements, akin to a kite with a broken string, blowing back and forth in the bamboo grove. Her stomach churned, the world spun before her eyes, and as she saw the bear about to squeeze into the passage again, she knew she'd be flattened if this continued. Thinking quickly, Song Kei let go, dropping from a height, curling up as she hit the ground. The zombie bear's 4 enormous claws stamped back and forth, resembling 4 moving hills of death. Amidst it all, Song Kei swiftly rolled, her slender figure flickering in and out of sight. Viewers watching the live broadcast were both nervous and thrilled, holding their breath, their hearts pounding in their throats. Holy XXXX, did she get stepped on? Did she? Help, I can't bear to watch anymore. Can someone tell me the outcome? No, I've bet everything on V587, give me a sign. In a critical moment, 6 mechanical arms swung into action, lashing at the zombie bear's legs mid-air. Simultaneously, a melodious, ethereal song echoed. The beast's movements stuttered momentarily, and seizing the opportunity, Song K, looking bedraggled, rolled out, spitting out rotten bamboo leaves. The shattered entrance to the passage was temporarily held by Lin Yuyu and Lu Xiao, while Irene and the others forced the zombie bear back with their strongest firepower, but the situation remained dire. Song K understood that the main reason for their current predicament was the absence of a control-type awakener among V587. Zhuang Qinjian might count as one, with his mental prowess strong enough to command a level 3 zombie. The bear, possessing rudimentary intelligence, could likely be controlled, but he wasn't present on-site, limited to remote commands through an earpiece. They had no choice but to go for the kill. Song Kei's eyes turned cold as her fingertips traced the giant slab covering the entire park, casting an eerie blue glow. The zombie bear was drawn to the light, its head turning slowly, its empty eye sockets fixing on Song Kei. At that moment, the bamboo grove within the park shook violently. Countless thorny vines surged upwards as if imbued with life, wrapping firmly around the bear's limbs and neck. 3 figures leaped down from the ceiling's hole, darting in different directions, gripping the vines and pulling backward. Ayo! The zombie bear was pulled back a step, away from the fence. Behind Guns and Roses, a refined young man in a blue robe stepped out with a serious expression. Song Kei recognized him immediately. It was Duan Muqi. The 3 grandsons and 1 grandpa had arrived. His arrival was timely and fortunate. Duan Muqi was a group control type awakener. However, when the 3 grandsons and 1 grandpa leaped down, only 3 individuals followed. The zombie bear's left paw was still free. With a sudden swipe, it raised the vines, aiming to flatten Duan Muqi standing at a distance. One person was still missing. Sucha, who had fallen from the wall, coughed twice, covering his mouth, and swiftly ran towards the gap, grabbing hold of the thorns there. At moments like this, there was no need for verbal communication between the teams. None of them could take on the zombie bear alone. To complete the checkpoint, they had to work together to eliminate the obstacle before them. Not enough strength. Xiao Chen's face flushed red, veins bulging on the back of his hand as he shouted forcefully. The 4 awakeners, dragged by the zombie bear, kept sliding forward. Members of Guns and Roses, V587, and even 2 other teams that had been watching from the shadows didn't hesitate. They jumped down, grabbing onto the vines on the ground, pulling backward, engaging in a strenuous tug of war with the zombie bear. Song Kei's spiritual weapon transformation was nearly complete. The ethereal blue light grew brighter, almost blinding, encompassing her from head to toe. In full view of everyone, a heavy, dominating warhammer gradually took shape, its head almost as large as the zombie bear's body, emitting a metallic sharp clang in the air. With both hands gripping the hammer's handle, Song Kei's face reddened. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone present, she raised the warhammer high, dragging her steps towards the zombie bear, muscles tensed, her entire core strength erupted. She lifted the warhammer high. Boom! A thunderous impact, deafening, struck the zombie bear's head, causing it to cave in halfway. The entire bear took a step back, the awakener gripping the vines stumbling under its pull. Boom boom at novel bin at. The zombie bear retreated as Song Kei advanced, swinging the warhammer with a fierce whirlwind. With her small stature wielding a colossal hammer nearly 5 to 6 meters tall, she mercilessly struck the zombie bear's skull again and again. The bear was pushed back repeatedly by the hammer blows, its roars gradually weakening until it finally reached the ruined remains of the initial platform. With an impetus, Song Kei twisted her waist and abdomen, and her slender body unexpectedly leapt into the air. Her hands lifted the enormous hammer high above her head and brought it crashing down. If time stood still, the impact of this scene would be hard to describe in words. Boom! The devastating strike of the warhammer obliterated the entire head of the zombie bear. Its skull rolled away, and putrid brain matter sprayed recklessly in the park. Song Kei, at the forefront, was drenched from head to toe, and everyone else suffered as well. The headless zombie bear staggered briefly due to inertia before crashing heavily to the ground. Whether in Rainbow Cloud City, Ferrara, or even other regions in the eastern part of the Alliance, viewers watching the live broadcast were collectively silent. The immersive experience left such an impact that some people, still shaken, checked their own necks to ensure they were unharmed. After the silence, an eruption followed. The screen was filled with 666 barrage comments, and V587's support rate skyrocketed instantly. The holographic projection reactivated, and the fire seal stamp of Rainbow Cloud City reappeared. After the other 2 teams completed their check-in points, they stared at Song Kei for a few seconds with eyes akin to seeing a comet, then hastily retreated. Duan Muqi nodded slightly at Song Kei. After all, they were opponents, harboring old grudges. It wasn't appropriate to say much. He led his team away. The girls from Guns and Roses looked at Song Kei in speechless gratitude. Wanting to express their thanks, they were repelled by the foul stench emanating from her. They approached hesitantly but ended up covering their mouths and rushing out, gagging. Song Kei. Irene wiped off the flesh splattered on her and grinned, giving her a thumbs up. Let's catch up later, after the game. We're heading out now. She turned gracefully and walked away. However, Song Kei keenly observed Irene, who covered her mouth with one hand, clearly feeling queasy. Sister. Su Xing dashed over cheerfully, ready for a hug. but upon reaching her, he abruptly stopped, hesitating. Lin Yuyu and Lu Xiao didn't hide their disgust, pinching their noses. A faint chuckle came through the earpiece. Zhuang Qinjian didn't say anything, yet it seemed like he said everything. Song Ke, is it really that bad? She gingerly picked up her coat and took a deep breath. She almost gagged from her own odor. Dubbed as a kind reminder by Lin Yuyu and the others but actually more like forceful insistence, they demanded she change clothes. Her cheeks puffed up, muttering, "Who am I doing this for?" She had to endure the stench while wiping off the decaying flesh and blood. After cleaning herself up and changing clothes, the others completed the first check-in point. V587 officially departed from Rainbow Cloud City, heading to the next stop, Greenwater City in District D132. Zhuang Qinjian and Fang Zhigze would meet up with them there. Though Greenwater City hadn't suffered from the undead onslaught yet and seemed temporarily safe, it was situated near multiple sea districts, some of which had fallen. Consequently, refugees fleeing the chaos were converging towards Greenwater City, prompting the establishment of makeshift shelters both inside and outside the city. What Song Ke didn't know was that, at this moment, in a certain shelter outside Greenwater City, an elderly person watching the match couldn't believe their eyes, murmuring to themselves, "Could it be Girl K?" Outside the Greenwater City at the intersection of the expressway, an off-road pickup truck revved its engine to the max, wildly drifting towards them. As it approached, the exaggerated 180-degree spin of the vehicle narrowly stopped just in time, with Zhuang Qinjian and Fang Zhigze already waiting for a while. Song Ke leaned out from the passenger seat. "Old Fang, hurry up." Ever since Zhuang Qinjian stopped calling him Dr. Fang and switched to Old Fang, everyone else had followed suit. Fang Zhigze briskly hopped onto the pickup truck. His gaze scanned inside and saw that the driver's seat was now occupied by Lu Xiao. It was the same car he had been driving earlier. Su Xing was seated in the back, with Lin Yuyu supporting someone in the middle. Fang Zhigze breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing them. The reason for their urgency was because Sucha had been injured. As a close combat expert of the offensive type ability, clashes resulting in injuries and bloodshed were unavoidable. However, this time Sucha was genuinely unlucky. He had been sent flying by the zombie bear in a direction where there happened to be protruding steel bars. Despite Sucha's exceptional reflexes allowing him to twist away in time to avoid a fatal puncture, he still collided with the joint, causing his whole body to vibrate intensely. After a quick examination, Fang Zhigze swiftly said, "He's broken 2 ribs, but luckily, they are not displaced. I will fix them so that they will not affect the movement." A bright white energy flowed from Fang Zhigze's palms, an A-level healing ability significantly easing Sucha's pain, and his complexion returned to normal. Lin Yuyu reclined the seat, squatting in front of Sucha. She gently pressed around the wound, saying, "Does it hurt? If it does, speak up, sister will help you feel better." After knowing that everything was fine, her tightly pursed red lips relaxed, and she even had the mind to tease Sucha. Sucha, at a height of 1.9 meters, curled back a bit, the muscles of his waist and legs instantly tensed, resembling a stimulated cheetah ready to pounce on its prey at any moment. However, after the tension, he still crouched down, allowing Lin Yuyu to examine him up and down. "It's really okay," he paused and added in a low voice, "Don't joke about it." Meanwhile, Zhuang Qinjian didn't hurry to get on the car. He took out a bottle of spray from his bag and handed it to Song Ke. "Here. What's this?" "Molecular deodorizer. I thought the captain might really need it." Song Ke stared at Zhuang Qinjian, momentarily unable to tell whether he was genuinely giving a helpful reminder or teasing her. Ever since Zhuang Qinjian had his leg surgery, he visibly became more cheerful, often teasing Song Ke and frequently getting on her nerves. Song Ke, expressionless, unscrewed the bottle and aimed it at Zhuang Qinjian, giving a vigorous spray. Song Keek. Zhuang Qinjian raised his hand to block, but with little effect. He used his forearm to hold down the wheelchair, raised his right leg slightly, and made a half-rising motion. Unfortunately, he had little support and fell back down. Song Ke slammed the car door shut, leaning against the window, smiling triumphantly at him, the little dimples filled with joy at the corners of her cheeks. Beep beep. The driver, Lu Xiao, couldn't bear watching the scene from the driver's seat and bluntly honked the horn. "Hey, have you forgotten? We're still in a marathon. Greenwater City doesn't have a zombie tide, nor does it boast an ecological scenic area. Its modernization is commendable, with well-established infrastructure, and there aren't any wild animals, reducing the likelihood of mutated ferocious beasts," Zhuang Qinjian calmly analyzed as he viewed the footage captured by the drone. "It seems like there's nothing particularly noteworthy about it." Lin Yuyu frowned, showing difficulty. "So, where could its check-in point be?" After studying the city map for a while, they found it challenging to make an effective judgment based on the information they currently possessed. "Let's stick to the old method of searching for anomalous data, or else we'll have to search the city." Lin Yuyu inadvertently switched to the thermal imaging mode with a tap of her finger. The map instantly shrank, revealing the overall view of the surrounding areas. As an essential transportation hub in the eastern part of the Alliance, Greenwater City bordered 3 C districts to the north and south and was surrounded by the D districts in the east and west. At this moment, most of its neighboring areas appeared in dark gray, a sign indicating the city's occupation by the zombie tide. "I have a question," Fang Zhigze spoke after a moment of silence. "Is the number of refugees in Greenwater City too high?" According to the thermal imaging display, both Greenwater City and nearby shelters were surrounded by a multitude of colorful heat sources. Despite the real-time view showing refugees fleeing, the sight and numbers were enough to chill one's heart. Exactly, Zhuang Qinjian nodded slowly, and it's increasing. As he spoke, he paused, faintly sensing why Ilya chose Greenwater City. The off-road pickup raced ahead, quickly approaching Greenwater City. They could already see the towering walls and iron mesh fences from a distance. However, the road gradually narrowed, and the flow of people became increasingly dense. When passing by shelters, Lu Xiao had to slow down the vehicle. Countless refugees instantly swarmed the pickup truck, surrounding it completely. Some grasped the bumper, attempting to climb onto the roof, while others desperately banged on the glass windows, using hand gestures to plead with those inside to open the doors. In such a situation, V587's vehicle could hardly move an inch. Looking up, they were surrounded by faces in panic from all directions, elderly individuals with tears streaming down their faces, women whose disheveled hair held infants tightly, and aggressive men punching and kicking the vehicle while yelling, "Open the door." The pickup truck had one-way tinted glass, rendering the outside situation obscure to those inside, but those within could clearly see what was happening. "What do they want?" Su Xing angrily shouted, almost as if in response. The loud banging of a hammer striking the car echoed. "They want to get into the city," Fang's Higsa sighed. "They want us to take them in." "We can't open the doors," Zhuang Qinjian said coldly. "We can't open the doors." He slowed his speech, repeating the words with firmness at novel bin at. Silence enveloped the people inside the car. Song Kei's long eyelashes drooped down silently, offering no opposition. Zhuang Qinjian was right. Wanting to save people also meant assessing whether they had the capability. These refugees were undoubtedly in a dire situation, but one car couldn't save them all. Opening the doors at this moment would only lead to greater chaos, with unpredictable consequences. "Accelerate. Charge through," Zhuang Qinjian spoke sternly. The engine roared louder. Some of the refugees hesitated and backed off, but more daring ones clung to the roof, banging it with hard objects. Lu Xiao's mechanical arm forcefully pressed the accelerator. The off-road pickup truck surged forward like a sharp axe splitting through water, unstoppable, causing those blocking the path to startle and dodge, watching helplessly as the truck sped toward the city gate. Greenwater City was completely sealed off, covered by a thick iron mesh outside the city walls, with high-voltage electric currents shimmering. An official in municipal hall uniform stood on a lookout post 3 to 4 meters above the ground, holding a megaphone, shouting hoarsely, "We're already overloaded with the refugees we've accepted. We can't allow more people in. Please, everyone, wait a little longer. Please be patient. If there's any extra space, we'll make sure to let everyone in at the earliest opportunity." The city gate was crowded with refugees unwilling to leave. Even smashing the horn had no effect. Zhuang Qinjian opened the public address system and spoke upwards, "We're participants in the throne race competition. Please allow us entry into the city." Hearing the words "entry into the city," the surrounding crowd became instantly excited, pushing forward madly, managing to move the off-road pickup truck half a meter. The official was in a panic, adamantly refusing to open the gate, shouting, "Permission granted to enter, find your own way in." Find their own way in, that meant finding their own way. Song Kei sighed. The sunroof of the pickup truck opened, and with swift movements, Song Kei threw a section of a spiritual weapon grappling hook that hooked onto the entrance of the lookout post. Then, with a single hand, she pulled up Zhuang Qinjian. They soared into the air, Song Kei using the wall to propel herself up, showcasing her agility to everyone like a skilled acrobat. Su Cha lifted Lin Yuyu, following the same procedure, closely behind Song Kei's landing. With Su Xing and Fang's Higsa held by Lu Xiao on each side, his mechanical arms extended, grabbing the wall, and lifting them up, safely landing them atop. In just a few seconds, all 7 members of V587 arrived at the lookout post. Before the official finished his sentence of "find your own way in," a row of people suddenly appeared in front of him. "We're in," Song Kei said calmly. The official, holding the megaphone, stared in amazement. That was pretty quick. After the completion of the player verification process, Song Kei glanced once more at the crowded masses below the city walls before turning away. The situation inside Greenwater City wasn't much better than outside. The influx of people from nearby cities had overwhelmed it. Streets and alleys were lined with makeshift tents, refugees sleeping on the ground, enduring harsh conditions. The atmosphere was bleak, filled with anxiety and fear. Wanting to emulate their strategy in Rainbow Cloud City by finding the check-in point drone, V587 found that the committee might have become wary and retrieved the drones. Besides the filming drone, Lu Xiao couldn't detect any useful data. They spent half a day circling within the city but found no anomalies. "Now what do we do?" Song Kei asked. Zhuang Qinjian lowered his gaze towards the visible refugee camps and uttered a single word. "Wait." If he guessed correctly, the check-in point would soon manifest on its own. Outside Greenwater City, shortly after V587 entered, several steamships and floating cars followed suit. The gathering refugees grew increasingly agitated, unable to contain their angry queries. "Why can they go in? Let us in, the zombie tide is coming, let us in. Open the doors." The officials from the municipal hall shouted themselves hoarse, but the refugees, enveloped in the shadow of the zombie tide, had lost their rationality completely. With eyes reddened, they pushed forward blindly, unwilling to touch the high-voltage electric fence, instead, colliding with the lower protective barriers. Boom! A deafening noise reverberated as those in the front, propelled by their momentum, unexpectedly fell, but the refugees behind were oblivious, continuing their frenzied push, trampling their compatriots mercilessly. Boom! The official on the lookout post staggered, and bits of wall debris fell. Armed soldiers aimed at the crowd below, uncertain where to engage. Boom! The sturdy barriers gave way, the city gates teetered, and thousands upon thousands of refugees, seeing a glimmer of hope, broke free, rushing madly towards Greenwater City. From a high vantage point, the mass of people, distorted figures running amok, bore no distinction from the zombie tide. Inside the city, Song-K and the others received a system prompt: Greenwater City check-in point has appeared. Song-K equals white-eyed wolf? Charge? Just charge in and you'll survive. Don't push, stop pushing. Two completely opposite voices rang out simultaneously. The high-pressure iron net had already twisted and deformed. Those at the front charged forward like falling dominoes, pinned down under the weight, unable to move. They convulsed from head to toe, foaming at the mouth, shrieking in agony, instantly meeting their demise, electrocuted. Yet, the following tide of refugees continued frenziedly, trampling over the bodies of their compatriots, striving to cross over the tall wall. Under wave after wave of impact, the outer wall of Greenwater City collapsed under unbearable pressure, and the swarming refugees finally surged in. Just above the pile of victims, a radiant holographic projection descended, bearing the seal of Greenwater City. From afar, it appeared like a flower blooming from corpses, a malevolent blossom nurtured by flesh and blood. Mass hysteria, Zhuang Qinjian spoke with a somber face, explaining the horrifying phenomenon from a psychological perspective. When individuals with similar demands gather and become part of a group, their behavior no longer bears individual responsibility. Normal constraints disappear, and they become blindly obedient, cruel, paranoid, and fanatical, resorting to violence and aggression to fulfill their own desires. Greenwater City is finished, Zhuang Qinjian said coldly. With its defenses breached, Greenwater City lay wide open, akin to a vulnerable infant, susceptible to being obliterated by even a small-scale wave of corpses. After we check in, we leave, Song-K decided firmly. The 7 individuals turned back towards the direction of the city gate. Song-K hurried like the wind. After scaling the city wall, she leaped into the air. Her oversized coat fluttered in the wind as she landed lightly on top of the pile of corpses. Her feet touched the warm bodies, blood instantly soaking through her shoes. The bodies, dead from the stampede, had already piled up several tens of meters high, extending over an area of about 200 meters in diameter. However, the checkpoint was buried at the very bottom of the corpse mountain. Song-K conjured a shovel and began digging. As she dug, her eyes inadvertently met those of a girl. The girl appeared to be about the same age as her, pinned down by a dozen or so people. Her left half twisted unnaturally into a contorted mass, weakly pleading for help from Song-K. Save me. Song-K fell silent for 2 seconds, then discarded the shovel, using her hands to peel away the layers of bodies to drag the girl out. Even though she knew in her heart that even if she freed her, the girl wouldn't survive. Her hands quickly became covered in sticky, fresh blood and fragmented innards. Once the survivor regained her freedom, she weakly smiled at Song-K, thank. Before she could finish her words, a rumbling particle cannon descended from the sky, striking the pile of bodies, its explosion engulfing Song-K and the girl in an instant. Song-K, Captain, Sister. Members of the V-587 on the other side shouted loudly. The glaring light gradually faded away, leaving behind gaping holes in the pile of corpses caused by the explosion. Song-K crawled out from the shattered wreckage, barely recognizable, yet miraculously unharmed. However, as she looked down, the girl who had just been there was now blown to pieces by the blast. Song-K closed her eyes, refusing to look at her anymore, swiftly turning her gaze towards the attackers. Apart from V-587, several other teams had swiftly arrived, including the reorganized Anna Knights. Despite the severe blow to their strength after Song-K single-handedly took down their ace, Siang, they remained formidable opponents not to be underestimated. Members of the Anna Knights were using heavy weaponry to clear the area. These robotic entities seemed impatient, blasting openings with particle cannons only to have new bodies cover the gaps. They resorted to jumping onto the city walls, facing the surging civilians, ruthlessly using their abilities to massacre, limbs flying, and bodies torn apart. The Anna Knights showed no emotion, treating it like exterminating a bunch of inconspicuous cockroaches, violently tearing down defenses, steadily approaching their checkpoint. There was a momentary confusion in Song-K's eyes. What were they doing? Was this right? Before entering the throne race, all participants had signed waivers, acknowledging the risk of death with every victory they sought. As long as it meant winning, any means were deemed justifiable. But this wasn't killing zombies, this was, damn it, it was killing people, an outright massacre. Song-K's fists clenched tighter as she abruptly leaped onto the fractured wall, her cold, sharp movements driving back the refugees who were still pressing forward. Don't come any closer. Move back. Those at the front realized the danger and tried to escape, fear evident on their faces. However, the refugees rushing from the shelter remained oblivious, heedlessly shoving forward, inadvertently sending countless compatriots to their demise. Zhuang Qinjian looked up at Song Ke from a higher vantage point, one hand pressed tightly against his forehead. This couldn't continue. If the refugee tide didn't recede, they wouldn't be able to approach the checkpoint. He rapidly recalled the map of Greenwater City. Aside from the main gate, there were 3 other exits on the east, west, and north sides at Novel Bin At. Open the side gates, let them in. Lu Xiao and the others instantly grasped his intention. They dispersed, using their abilities to attack the defensive line. Greenwater City was beyond saving. Sooner or later, it would be overrun by the uncontrollable refugees. Their immediate task was to swiftly evacuate the crowd congested at the main gate, preventing further stampede incidents. Sounds of the city walls collapsing echoed from the east and west sides, accompanied by choking clouds of smoke and dust. Zhuang Qinjian mobilized his awakened energy, his commanding voice resonating clearly above Greenwater City, exerting pressure. Listen, everyone. The main gate is sealed off. There are new entrances 1 kilometer to the east and 2 kilometers to the southwest. If you want to enter the city, head there. The entrance capacity is limited. Seize the opportunity. Whoever runs fast will survive. Human nature probably couldn't tolerate words like limited or restricted. As Zhuang Qinjian's voice echoed, the refugees at the rear slowed down, hesitated for a moment, then turned and ran to the sides. It was like a miraculous scene from Moses parting the sea. The blocked crowd automatically diverted, dispersing at an extremely fast pace. With the release at the back, the pressure ahead suddenly decreased, and the number of trampled bodies stopped increasing. Song Ke had just breathed a sigh of relief when suddenly curses came from behind, and a row of particle cannons fired at her. What the hell are you guys doing? If you don't want to compete, then quit quickly. I've had it with you for a long time. Song Ke raised the cold, sharp saw to deflect the attack, glanced up, and saw members of the Knights glaring at her viciously. Her brow furrowed in confusion for a moment, but then she was astonished to realize that the check-in point, previously buried beneath the trampled bodies, had vanished. But she quickly understood. Since it was a check-in point nourished by bloodshed, as the violence dispersed, the checkpoint naturally disappeared. You just wait for me. Aware of Song Ke's prowess, the Knights didn't want to confront her head-on at this moment. They only left threatening words behind and departed. The influx of refugees into the city had nowhere to go. Gradually, they transformed from lost lambs to fierce wolves. They ignited parked vehicles with gasoline, shattered the glass of storefronts along the streets, and even broke into and invaded the homes of terrified residents. Extreme anger and fear drowned out the rationality of these individuals. They were no longer refugees but had transformed into outright rioters. Malice brewed incessantly within them. The blade of death would always fall. If they couldn't escape Doomsday, then everyone would perish together. Song Ke gazed ahead, noticing a projection descending from a certain spot in the high sky, disappearing the next instant, only to reappear in another direction. The location of the check-in point kept changing, with the shortest stay lasting just a few seconds. Split up, Song Ke said, and reached the check-in point as quickly as possible. Amidst blaring alarms and shouts, Song Ke maneuvered through the panicked crowd. Vehicles set ablaze careened wildly, and if she wasn't careful, she'd find herself face to face with them, triggering raging fires. She narrowly dodged to the roadside, narrowly avoiding disaster. Girl K, it's you. A ragged old man suddenly grabbed her. You're Girl K, right? Song Ke paused, staring at the old man for 2 seconds before recognizing him. Grandpa Chang. Oldman Chang, in an excited tone, tightened his grip on her wrist. It's really you, Girl K? This is so good, so good. He kept repeating so good as his thin fingers clenched tighter, as if afraid she would vanish. Now you're an awakener, you've made something of yourself. I saw you in that competition, I knew you would come, you must have a way. Quickly, take Grandpa away from here, find a safe place. Oldman Chang's eyes gleamed, his speech fast and urgent. Daughter-in-law, upon reaching District C, ran away with the money and grandchild when he wasn't looking. Fortunately, Oldman Chang had already moved his funds. He had planned to retire peacefully in District C, but soon after settling down, the zombie tide arrived, destroying the city where he resided. Having fallen into despair and near the vicinity of Greenwater City, Song Ke's appearance reignited hope within him. No, no, Song Ke slowly shook her head, resolutely pulling her hand away. Indeed, her wrist was red from his grip. I still need to compete. Oldman Chang's expression turned cold in an instant. Why not? Don't you want to help Grandpa? Song Ke sighed inwardly. Oldman Chang still saw her as that naive girl from District F, wanting her to abandon the competition, leave her companions, and abandon the zombie king that could threaten the next city, just to take him to a safe place. How could someone be so selfish? Song Ke's reluctance to dwell on the past didn't mean he could manipulate her again. She didn't bother saying more. She turned to leave. A passerby accidentally bumped into Oldman Chang's back, causing him to stumble. At that moment, a surveillance drone flew by, capturing a close-up shot of the two. Oldman Chang suddenly leaped up, his aged face directed at the camera of the unmanned aerial vehicle. The screen flickered, displaying his extreme indignation. Song Ke, you white-eyed wolf? I've raised you with hardship. I'm your grandpa, yet you'd watch me die. You'd watch me die in front of you. The refugees in Greenwater City were busy escaping for their lives, indifferent to the spectacle before them. However, across the screen, Oldman Chang's actions stirred a commotion, not just among the viewers in the Eastern Alliance but also Ferrara, inciting outrage. Anti-fans, standing on the moral high ground, pointed fingers. Even ignoring her own grandpa, didn't expect Captain V587 to be this kind of person. She seems strong, but her heart is so dark. Regretting voting for her. Saving someone in passing, why can't she be a bit kinder? You're not, my grandpa. Song Kei halted her steps, her voice lowering to an icy point, each word enunciated. She initially intended to shake him off and leave, but Oldman Chang persistently brought up grandpa, poking at her pain. You don't deserve to be my grandpa. She blamed herself for not noticing the messages left by Song Ziwen on the screen. Yet, Oldman Chang deliberately concealed it, never mentioning it once. Song Kei swung the cold, sharp saw precisely, tearing Oldman Chang's collar and revealing the chilling expression on her face. Get lost. Oldman Chang's eyes darted around, completely abandoning any shame, clutching his chest. AI, my heart? How could you little beast, you white-eyed wolf, are you trying to kill me? No, you want to kill me. Speechless, Song Kei turned away. Her actions were measured, not even harming Oldman Chang in the slightest. Why was he spouting such nonsense? Oldman Chang noticed her movement, suddenly exerting infinite strength, grabbing her trouser leg, falling to the ground, wailing incessantly, refusing to let go. The drone captured the elderly man's dehydrated and cracked skin, the prominent veins on his hand, and his pained expression, all recorded vividly. The barrage of comments condemning her continued, and V587's support rate plummeted rapidly. I can't stand it. How could you attack an innocent old man? You'll face retribution. Poor old grandpa, he looks like he's about to pass out. Where did these holier-than-thou people come from upstairs? Maybe you should go be a saint in Rainbow Cloud City. Adat novel bin adat. Exactly, this old man using moral manipulation. The old grandpa is ill, and Song Kei is so strong, can't she help a bit? You're just talking, why don't you go and help? I didn't participate in the competition, it's not my business. The comments in the barrage became chaotic, and AI administrators kept banning waves after waves of users. Song Kei had never been this angry, yet she couldn't actually kill Oldman Chang. It would complicate things beyond explanation. Some people are naturally bad at arguing. When emotions run high, their language system goes haywire. That was Song Kei's case. Coupled with her stuttering issue, she ended up muttering, I hashtag and asterisk you, for a while, unable to muster a complete sentence to hurl back. Hey, you rotten old man. You've been on my nerves for too long. Lin Yuyu, wearing a mask, suddenly rushed from behind the two, her tone rattling like a machine gun. You embezzled money from others, treated a child coldly, and yet have the nerve to fake emotions here. Heart trouble? I'm a doctor, let me have a look. Feng Zhigzhu stepped forward without hesitation, holding Oldman Chang's arm for a checkup. Oldman Chang struggled desperately, but Feng Zhigzhu, despite looking fragile, being an awakener, had no trouble restraining him. The old man is vigorous and in excellent health, stronger than the average person, no ailments whatsoever, Feng Zhigzhu said coldly. Song Kei has a real grandpa. What kind of grandpa are you, you shameless one? Embezzling money, abandoning a child to fend for themselves, or when the apocalypse came, kicking her out, abandoning her to the zombie tide? If I were you, I'd kneel down and apologize to Song Kei. You still morally manipulate her, expecting her to save you? Disgusting. Lin Yuyu's firepower was at its peak, relentlessly firing. Lu Xiao's fingers flew, adding in, up until April 5th, new calendar year 47, Cheng Aiwang illegally seized Song Kei's assets totaling over 1.2 million and refused to return them. The amount reaches the highest sentencing standard, and as her legal guardian, he committed abandonment. He hacked into Oldman Chang's personal account, tracing it back to the day Song Ziwen sent money. Every financial transaction was crystal clear, even snapshots of his proud face while swiping his card, like a public execution. The drones filming caught wind of the big scandal, immediately zooming in on the screen, capturing irrefutable evidence. The anti-fans who had just rallied behind Oldman Chang, condemning Song Kei for her lack of conscience, vanished into thin air, mouth sealed shut. Zhuang Qinjian patted Song Kei on the back, comforting her softly, don't mind them. People are often stupid. With a bit of cheap sympathy and tears, they easily overlook the provokers and instead criticize those who react in anger. Song Kei glanced lazily at him, not really paying attention, but she lowered her voice, genuinely musing. So much money. Zhuang Qinjian, having lived through the post-apocalyptic struggles, especially worrying about earning money for the team, mainly for Lu Xiao, Song Kei realized for the first time just how wealthy her grandfather was. She had missed the chance to become a little rich lady. Cheng Aiwang, having been thoroughly scolded by Lin Yuyu and exposed by Lu Xiao, found himself unable to save face. His retreat, despite his insults of little beast, white-eyed wolf, couldn't hide the defeat in his eyes. He walked away, seemingly unperturbed. Zhuang Qinjian's eyes flashed and Oldman Chang's hunched figure stiffened for a moment before he nonchalantly continued on his way. These insignificant details went unnoticed by others. Song Kei looked at her allies who had stood up for her, feeling grateful but a bit lost. Thanks, Lin Yuyu reached out, pinching and squishing Song Kei's cheeks. If you can't handle it, just call for us. Song Kei mumbled unclearly. Don't, squish me. Lu Xiao opened the terminal and displayed footage from the drone, announcing, stop kidding around, there's bad news. On the thermal imager, a large green radiation zone was closing in on Greenwater City, less than 5 kilometers away. The real zombie tide is coming. Song K pushed away Lin Yuyu's hand and shouted at the team, check-in point. Quickly. She bounced away, running swiftly. Lu Xiao glanced sideways at the silent Zhuang Qinjian. Why didn't you say something? Don't tell me you didn't know. With Zhuang Qinjian's mental abilities, he must have sensed the approaching zombie tide but had not warned anyone. You did something. Lu Xiao sounded certain. Zhuang Qinjian raised an eyebrow. I always retaliate when provoked. Old Man Cheng's eyes were confused, and he stood bewildered at the city gate, momentarily forgetting what he was supposed to do. Why am I here? He muttered, puzzled. His plan to leave with Song K's help shattered. He needed to think of another way. Old Man Cheng accessed his terminal, wanting to check the balance in his account. Even though money had minimal value during the apocalypse, having money was still preferable. But soon, he froze. There was nothing in his personal account. His money, all of it, was gone. Old Man Cheng lifted his head in disbelief, his dilated pupils reflecting the distant, undulating black tide. What? What's that? His face showed horror, his voice lost. Old Man Cheng tried to escape, but his limbs felt frozen in place, unable to move. A continuous wave of zombies surged towards Greenwater City, breaking through the seemingly non-existent defense line and instantly overwhelming Old Man Cheng. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, Old Man Cheng had a vague feeling that the zombie, bearing its fangs, bore some resemblance to Song Ziwen. Su Xing hid inside an empty garbage bin, peeking out with half his head, observing discreetly. Across the street, 7 or 8 brazen refugees were looting a large supermarket without any restraint. Shopping carts and shelves were violently knocked down. After ransacking, they poured a large barrel of cooking oil onto the ground, lit it with a lighter, and instantly, flames shot up into the sky. Shortly after they left with their loot, a holographic projection appeared above the supermarket. Check-in point. Su Xing's eyes lit up. His inner self danced a disco. He actually ran into it. What luck, Su Xiaoxing? He released Frost, wrapping himself from head to toe, and dashed into the supermarket. This time the check-in point was near the ceiling. Su Xing found the nearest warehouse-style shelf and struggled to climb up. The temperature inside was too high, the ice melted quickly. Su Xing's little face turned red from the heat, his curly hair drooping down as sweat streamed down his face. He reached out, wiped his face, and tremblingly climbed to the top of the shelf, trying to reach the terminal. Unfortunately, he was just a little short. He tiptoed and pushed desperately with his fingertips, finally getting a bit closer. Su Xing stomped his foot in frustration. He had never felt so short with his 130 centimeters height, growing 3 centimeters taller this new year. If it were Sucha, no, not even Sucha. If it were Lu Xiao, Fang's Higze, Lin Yuyu, or his sister, any of them could easily reach it. Only that person in the wheelchair couldn't reach it. Su Xing pouted and sent a message in the group chat, check-in point, hurry up. At that moment, V587 members were busy defending for Song K, and no one paid attention to the slight reminder in the group chat. Su Xing pressed the receiver he had just hidden to mute and raised his voice, hey, hello, Moshi Moshi. As soon as the earpiece opened, Lin Yuyu's vigorous and fierce scolding immediately came through, calling him old scoundrel, shameless, demanding him to kneel and slap his face. It left Su Xing stunned. After a while, only Sucha quietly replied, share your location. Only the two of them were still working at the moment. Su Xing sat cross-legged on the shelf, nodding vigorously while listening to the scolding battle. His movements were too exaggerated, and he accidentally burned half of his buttocks. With a sizzle, he jumped up and shifted his position. Shortly after, Sucha arrived at the supermarket, pouring a basin of cold water over Su Xing's head. His agile figure rushed in like a gust of wind. Where's the check-in point? Sucha asked. Su Xing pointed casually, still muttering, bad guy, stinky old man, continuously. It's there. Sucha asked again, where? Su Xing replied, right there. But the fire seal had long disappeared at Novel Bin at. Su Xing was dumbfounded. Oh no, he was too absorbed in Lin Yuyu's scolding that he didn't notice the check-in point had moved. Sucha looked at him silently. Su Xing blinked innocently back at him. The surroundings crackled and burst with fire, leaving the supermarket completely charred. Let's go. Sucha lifted the short Su Xing off the shelf, casually holding him with his arm. Need some ice. The cold water splashed earlier had evaporated completely, and the scorching flames were licking Sucha's skin. Forced into an ice-making machine, Su Xing lifted his buttocks and swung his two little legs, knowing he was in the wrong. He obediently released his ability. Both of them were enveloped in a tight layer of frost and hurriedly dashed out of the supermarket. As they ran onto the street, the 5 members of V587 arrived following the location. Xiaoxing, where's the check-in point? Song K asked enthusiastically. It's gone. Su Xing flapped his hands in a dejected manner. It was just right in front of me. It was right in front of you. Why didn't you use the terminal then? Zhuang Qinjian asked calmly. Su Xing's confidence deflated instantly. He grumbled, feeling sorry for himself. I couldn't reach it. His male pride emerged silently. He extended his pinky finger, indicating, just missed it by this much. Sucha glanced at him, seeing through but not exposing it, preserving Su Xing's pride. Hurry up, the zombie tide is coming, Lu Xiao reminded. The densely packed zombies swept through like locusts, swiftly flooding the streets and alleys. They stormed into buildings, jumped onto car roofs, knocking down fleeing humans, cruelly biting and feeding on them. The splattering blood seemed to weave a crimson velvet carpet over Greenwater City. The refugees who had recently sought shelter, witnessing this horror, scrambled even more desperately to flee. Where's the zombie king? Song Kei's cold jagged blade sawed through a zombie's head that rushed towards her. Not here. Lu Xiao's mechanical arms moved in unison, replying loudly. Lin Yuyu's singing didn't cease, and she shouted in passing, not even level 3 zombies. The zombies in this zombie tide were mainly levels 1 and 2, occasionally mixed with a few mutant zombies. Although their numbers were high, their strengths varied. Ordinary people could resist them, and once the awakeners inside Greenwater City and the official forces reacted, they would eventually be wiped out. A zombie tide without a zombie king commanding, it was nothing but a scattered group of cannon fodders. Zhuang Qinjian's eyes dimmed as he instantly recalled an ancient military strategy from the old civilization diverting attention from the true objective. Attacking Greenwater City was highly likely a diversion set up by that cunning zombie king. It deliberately released some low-level zombies to feign an attack on the city while sending the true elite forces elsewhere. Zhuang Qinjian activated his screen and entered the live broadcast channel of the throne race competition. Some teams, like Shenxing Tea House, were ahead and had already reached Rishifu. However, this city, most likely to be attacked, remained peaceful at the moment. He quickly scanned through the personal live streams of other competitors. Each team had different progress. Some were fighting zombies in already fallen cities, some relentlessly pushed forward, and a few relaxed, comfortably sitting in restaurants. But regardless of the location, there was no sign of another zombie tide. Zhuang Qinjian paused his finger on the screen, switching to the marathon map and calculating swiftly in his mind. Theoretically, guessing the psychological activities of zombies was an absurd idea, but Zhuang Qinjian had no hesitation. His gaze focused directly on the second-to-last checkpoint Hyman. Check-in point. Suddenly, Song Kei pointed upward. In a skyscraper ahead, about 30 floors high, the glass suddenly shattered, and several figures struggled before falling and crashing onto the ground. V-587 rapidly closed in on the target, but to their surprise, they collided with the Anna Knights. This group of robots was a step ahead. Their steamship landed on the rooftop of the building. 5 awakeners from their team threw down ropes, sliding down to their respective floors, swiftly activating terminals. A holographic projection appeared with a message, "Congratulations, Anna Knights, for successfully checking in." Song Kei furrowed her brow, observing them closely. The Anna Knights had changed. They seemed to have plundered the military arsenal in Greenwater City, armed to the teeth shotguns replaced by cannons, assault rifles, shoulder-mounted mortars, and rough mechanical parts integrated into their bodies, creating a crude yet menacing appearance. 5 mechanical beings swiftly turned their weapons and opened fire at Song Kei and the others charging towards them without a word. They were trapped at the city gate. At that time, they were unable to do anything about the culprit. Now that they were free to act and had the upper hand in firepower, they were determined to reclaim their ground. "Wanna check in? I'll turn you into Swiss cheese." The leader-like figure among the mechanical beings arrogantly shouted. Gunshots erupted, casings scattered, forcing Song Kei's group to retreat repeatedly. The front line was too intense, impossible to break through. Target their healers and support. In team battles, targeting the healers first was ingrained in their combat DNA. Torrents of bullets surged towards Fang Zhigze and Lin Yuyu. Lin Yuyu's lips moved rapidly as she rapped for self-preservation, conjuring up a thick fog. Within the Anna Knights team's vision, 2 figures vanished. Yet, Fang Zhigze's presence was too conspicuous. The mechanical beings, still holding the aerial advantage, had already locked onto his position. A long, thick chain whistled through the air, piercing through the mist. With a click, it clamped onto Fang Zhigze's ankle, dragging him out. The malicious smile of the awakener who acted was evident as he hoisted Fang Zhigze, twirling him in the air before hurling him towards the densely packed area of zombies. With muscles surging, Sucha leaped like a cheetah over the rooftop, racing towards Fang Zhigze's landing spot. Unfortunately, they were a step too late. Bang! Fang Zhigze crashed down on dozens of zombies. Old Fang. Song Kei's eyes twitched with excessive tension. Fang Zhigze, sprawled on the ground, awkwardly got up. Looking around in panic, the zombies around him were hit directly by this extraterrestrial object. Some had necks snapped, while others had holes, oozing foul, black liquid. Ayo! Their feasting was abruptly interrupted. They roared angrily, roaring at Fang Zhigze, spraying his face with their putrid saliva, their teeth, covered in bits of flesh, almost touching his eyeballs. Then, the movements of the zombies halted. They seemed to have lost their target, confusedly sniffing around Fang Zhigze. After a few seconds, they resumed, lowering their heads to feast on the corpses. Fang Zhigze attempted to move his legs, trying to stand but accidentally tripped again. With a slap from his left hand, he struck a zombie's head, causing it to twist and turn, emitting ho-ho sounds from its throat, seemingly oblivious to Fang Zhigze who was so close. Song Kei breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Fang Zhigze had an odd constitution. Zombies didn't bite him. Sucha arrived at the scene and took the opportunity to retrieve Fang Zhigze. Song Kei glared coldly at the Anna Knights. At the moment when V587 was distracted, the check-in point vanished again. This time, after disappearing, it didn't reappear from elsewhere as it usually did. Song K realized something. The refugees were exhausted from fleeing and no longer focused on causing trouble. Consequently, the appearance frequency of the checkpoint became slower and slower. The mechanical beings from above smugly pulled their lips as they stopped V587. Afterward, they turned back, climbing towards the top of the building, preparing to retreat. Nearly killed Feng's Higzu and still thinking about running? Song K grabbed an electrical pole from the ground, transforming it into a 9-section whip. Clinging to the exterior wall of the building, her speed was astonishingly fast, relentlessly pursuing. Gradually closing the gap with the Anna Knights, she unexpectedly swung the whip. Take that. Su Xing intuitively froze the foot of one of them with ice. The ethereal blue whip instantly coiled around his neck. As Song K pulled down, the mechanical being plummeted straight down from 100 meters high, littering the ground with scattered parts. Damn it! Run! Just after this shout, another member, cursed by Lin Yuyo, suddenly stepped into nothingness. Song K grabbed his waist, peeling him off the surface of the building. AHH. You bunch of little F***ers, die. As Song K ascended through the floors, her attacks became faster. The Anna Knights were pushed to the edge. With relentless mortar bombardments, the building's support beams ruptured, causing it to gradually tilt. Song K glanced towards the last one, mechanical leg. Panic was evident on his face. He was just a step away from the steamship. Clenching his teeth, he shed all excess weight and sprouted suction cups on his legs, quickly maneuvering along the glass surface, creating distance from Song K for a moment. Mechanical Leg's left hand grasped the hatch of the steamship, displaying an ecstatic expression, believing he had escaped. At that moment, a powerful mental force invaded his mind. His body hairs stood on end, his eyes suddenly flickered and became empty. The serpentine 9-section whip wrapped around his thigh. Song K tightened her forearm, leveraging her entire body weight backward. With a pop, the suction cups, deprived of air, detached from the glass, and Mechanical Leg's 2 limbs were forcibly torn apart. Before he could recover his senses, he plummeted heavily. The Anna Knights were completely wiped out. The dazzling holographic projection descended, and the fiery seal slowly emerged, signifying the rekindled battle among the Awakeners. The opportunity was fleeting. Suddenly, Song K performed a swift pull-up, utilizing the inertia to leap upwards. Then, she released her grip, twisted her body mid-air, and with her slender waist drew a sharp arc, leveraging her remarkable flexibility to tap the terminal. Congratulations, V587, for successfully checking in. Success? As Song K landed and rolled, unexpectedly, she slid off the rooftop without warning. Lightning fast, she grasped the railing, her body swaying. Regardless of whether Zhuang Qinjian and the others could see her, she flashed a V sign downward. The next moment, the overstressed building split in half from the middle, quickly crumbling into pieces. As the railing lost its stability and tilted, Song K's foothold vanished, akin to a kite with a snapped string, plummeting from a considerable height falling down. Quick, quick, catch her. Lin Yuyu's complexion paled as she rushed forward with her arms outstretched. Even if Song K possessed incredible abilities, she was still hundreds of meters above the ground now. No matter how powerful her ability was, her body couldn't endure such a fall. Bang! Song K attempted to grab a steel beam, but it broke, her head smashing through the glass. She tumbled into the building and rolled out again. Falling too fast, she couldn't find a solid anchor point. She had to use her whip to catch on to whatever she could to slow her descent. Veins surfaced on Zhuang Qinjian's hand as he trembled, abruptly leaving his wheelchair. Lu Xiao shattered the shop window, pulling out a bedsheet from inside. 6 mechanical arms extended and stretched out to serve as a makeshift cushion. The collapsing building erupted in a violent explosion, billowing smoke rising from the ruins. Thud, thud. Song K bounced down like a ball, landing perfectly into Lu Xiao's makeshift cushion, significantly reducing the impact, and safely caught. Lu Xiao sighed in relief, retracting the mechanical arms, ready to lift her up. However, like an eel, Song K unexpectedly slipped out from the edge, bouncing twice and smacked onto the roof of a nearby armored truck, landing face down. Lu Xiao, oh. Su Xing covered his face, grimacing in pain. Song K, supporting her head, stood up groggily, spinning around aimlessly. Finally, she turned her back to everyone and addressed the air. Hee. Check-in. Success. Zhuang Qinjian snapped his fingers. Song Keek, turn around. Confused, Song K turned but still couldn't find anyone. Then, tears welled up in her eyes, and 2 lines of red fell from her nose. Ha 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 ha. Po ha 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 ha. Song K had changed into a coat that could cover her entire body, sitting cross-legged in the back seat of the car, trying hard to diminish her own presence at Novel Bin at. The loose hood covered her blushing face. She had stuffed 2 pieces of tissue in her nose. Echoes of teammates' unrestrained laughter reverberated in her ears, especially the boisterous ones from Lin Yuyu, Lu Xiao, and the muffled chuckles from Su Xing. Song K, are you made of jelly? How can you be so elastic ha 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 and bounce like that ha ha ha? Sister, does your face hurt? I felt so much pain on my face just now. The part where you bumped into the cash transport vehicle was already edited into a viral clip. It got a lot of views. I saved it. Want to see? I'll send it to you. I shouldn't have made a V sign to them, Song K thought expressionlessly. If only I hadn't wasted that time, I could have flipped up. With a last glimmer of hope, she looked at Sucha and Fang's Higzu. They wouldn't mock her, right? Feng's Higso struggled to hold back his laughter, his trembling left hand offering a row of band-aids, while Sucha avoided eye contact, dodging her gaze, coughed a couple of times to disguise it, then turned away silently. Song-K, don't think I didn't notice, you're clearly laughing? Zhuang Qinjian extended his arm from the front row, rubbing Song-K's head through the hood. He shifted slightly downward, his slender fingers weaving through her hair, lightly touching the minor scratch on her cheek. Song-K tilted her head to avoid it, but it inadvertently brushed against her ear, turning as red as fire in an instant. Next time you jump, aim a bit better, at least, don't let your face hit first. Zhuang Qinjian's eyes twinkled with a smile, his voice husky, carrying a hint of teasing. Song-K froze, then suddenly bit his wrist. After a while, she spat it out with a stiff, uncomfortable expression. The competition, you guys, focus. Talk about serious matters. Song-K shouted in frustration and embarrassment. The teasing had gone too far, the captain was losing her temper, and the team members, sensing the shift, immediately fell silent, pretending to be busy. She's talking to you guys, be serious. Su Xing acted all authoritative, pointing and lecturing like a little adult. Song-K coldly snorted and leaned against the window, looking outside. The road out of the city was strewn with corpses, devastation everywhere. Hearing the sound of the engine, the zombies grotesquely lunged toward them but were sent flying by Lu Xiao's wild driving skills. The newly acquired SUV lacked the stability of the previous off-road pickup truck for long distances. Upon impact, the car would occasionally jolt, making everyone inside sway. Zhuang Qinjian lightly tapped his fingers, conjuring a holographic map. He marked crosses at the positions of Rainbow Cloud City and Greenwater City, then drew a darker line indicating the shortest path to Haimen. We're only heading to safe cities, completing the checkpoints along the way. Before today ends, we must reach Haimen. Not following the designated route. Sucha was somewhat surprised. According to the original plan, V587 was supposed to pass through a fallen District C. If they followed Zhuang Qinjian's route, after reaching Haimen, they'd have to circle back again to complete the check-in, which would waste more time. Our goal is the championship, killing the Zombie King is the key. Missing this opportunity to catch it, even if we complete the check-in points within the set time, it's just clearing the level, not winning. You suspect the Zombie King will attack Haimen? Why not Rishifu? Haimen is much tougher to breach. Lin Yuyu raised a question. So confident? What if it heads to Rishifu instead? Lu Xiao glanced at him sideways. If Zhuang Qinjian's speculation was wrong, they would be left empty-handed, not encountering the Zombie King, wasting precious time. Zhuang Qinjian squinted with a hint of amusement in his peach blossom eyes. From the encounters at Tongwan, this Zombie King is valiant in battle, bold yet meticulous, skilled in using ancient warfare tactics, maneuvering and disrupting the enemy's rhythm. What's even more remarkable is its calmness under pressure. Even when facing a disadvantage, it can make accurate judgments instantly. It's an exceptionally outstanding battlefield commander. Rarely praising others, Zhuang Qinjian continued to shower such extensive praise on a zombie, leaving everyone's expressions somewhat hard to articulate. I've researched the information. Among the active registered commanders in the Alliance, there's no one with this style. Lu Xiao multitasked, his idle mechanical arm projecting without reservation. If it's as formidable as you say, shouldn't it be someone known? Zhuang Qinjian, looking disdainful, pushed away his intrusive hand. You think sheer strength can bring success? There are plenty of talented but frustrated individuals out there. You should understand this better than me, right? Lu Xiao, whose legs were broken by the Lu family and thrown into death prison because of his outstanding strength and peculiar temperament. Hey, isn't this hitting a little too close to home? If I were it, I'd now possess an unstoppable, endless army of the living dead. The instinct of the zombie within me clamors to destroy this land, while the remnants of my human intellect guide me step by step toward victory. I desire Rishifu, and I also desire Haimen. Since foolish humans think I'll attack Rishifu, let me indulge you. I'll release some bait. Oh, are you prepared for battle? Want to kill me? Too bad, I've already stealthily infiltrated Haimen, catching you off guard. Haimen is indeed a tough nut to crack, but once I bite into it, the path ahead will be clear. I can conquer the entire alliance. Zhuang Qinjian's knuckles rhythmically tapped, his eyes deep, deliberately lowering his voice to a husky tone, vividly simulating the psychological activity of a zombie. The others got goosebumps all over. Wow, this person is so twisted. Why say Haimen is hard to bite into? Song-K innocently asked, completely unaware of the abnormal atmosphere. The teammates chimed in, eagerly answering, hoping Zhuang Qinjian would stop talking. It was creeping them out. Lu Xiao, Haimen is the most important granary in the East. Be it the total production, goods, or exports, it ranks first in the alliance. According to scientific statistics, below District C, 1 out of every 3 meals includes food from Haimen. Lin Yuyu, Haimen has vast land, the largest area within District D, but the population is less than 10 million. Due to the sparse population, people live affluent lives. The locals are bold, straightforward, and don't bother with trifles. Su Xing, my dad once said, people from Haimen are big and simple, wealthy, and easily deceived. Everyone turned to look at him simultaneously, questioning his choice of words. What kind of parenting is that? Saying such things could cause trouble if heard by people from Haimen. Su Xing belatedly covered his mouth. Oops, inadvertently letting out the latter part of his sentence. Feng's Higzu stroked his chin thoughtfully. I've heard from colleagues that people from Hyman aren't very good at arguing. Song K, why is that? Feng's Higzu, because before you finish saying lines like what are you looking at, and what are you gonna do about it, the other person's fist has already landed on your face. Song K, that sounds like quite an interesting city. Are you sure the Zombie King will go to Hyman? Song K turned to Zhuang Qinjian and asked. 70% certain, Zhuang Qinjian nodded, not elaborating further. After pondering for 2 seconds, Song K decisively slapped the table, then, let's go to Hyman. When the captain speaks, everyone must follow suit. To Hyman? Go, go, go. Lu Xiao floored the accelerator, the SUV speeding through the wilderness, scattering zombies like flower petals. In the quiet car, Lin Yuyo nudged Lu Xiao and whispered, hey, that viral clip, send it to me. I want it too, I want it too. Su Xing called out quietly from the front seat. Sucha didn't say a word, simply pointing at his own terminal, making his intentions clear. Lu Xiao maneuvered a mechanical arm and quickly sent the clip directly to V587's group chat. The terminal vibrated, and Song K, half asleep, woke up in a daze. Her fingers moved faster than her brain, reflexively tapping to open the message, immediately followed by a stunned expression. Unsend that, right now. Before nightfall, V587 completed check-in points in 4 safe cities and smoothly arrived at the outskirts of District D135's Hyman. There were no signs of a zombie horde in the wilderness, just a few scattered zombies. Some held shovels and sickles, some staggered aimlessly near irrigation machines and plow axles, while others gnawed on tractors and plows, their hollow, decaying eyes devoid of any emotion. If it weren't for the apocalypse, it would be the season for spring sowing now, Feng's Higzu sighed. As they approached a 3-story mansion, sounds of a scuffle echoed from the front. A group of a dozen people, armed and engaged in a fierce battle against zombies, caught their attention. The most conspicuous figure was a burly man, towering at least 6 feet tall. He wore a massive gold chain around his neck, a large gold watch on his wrist, a flashy shirt, and what seemed to be a fur or mink coat draped over him. His shoes shone so brightly they nearly reflected light. Song K climbed onto the roof of the car and looked around. This group seemed to lack any supernatural abilities, they were all regular people. Even though they were ordinary, their fighting capabilities were not to be underestimated. Get off me. The burly man, over 6 feet tall, kicked a lurching zombie away. His flesh quivered, and beside him, a suited bodyguard lifted a golf club, ruthlessly smashing the zombie's head, denting it inward. Look at your bear-like appearance, dare to come onto my territory and cause trouble. Did I give you permission? The burly man grumbled and cursed while kicking the zombie. His aggression grew, come on then. While observing the scuffle between them and the zombies without much concern, Song K crouched down, preparing to get back into the car. However, a faint, ghostly blue glint suddenly caught her peripheral vision. She froze, abruptly lifting her head. The burly man from afar drew a wide-blade short knife and sliced straight towards the zombie's head. The knife seemed to cut through it effortlessly, separating the zombie's head from its body as blood sprayed out like a fountain. Song K's gaze became fixed. If she wasn't mistaken, that was a machete. Stop the car. She opened the car door and hurried towards the group. Having just managed to deal with the zombies besieging their mansion, Wang Hu was covered in sweat. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, it's already spring, wearing a fur coat is a bit hot, huh. He opened his collar to cool off and unexpectedly noticed a young girl walking towards him. Yo, Wang Hu sighed inwardly. His eyes were quite perceptive, check out that presence, not your average person. The young girl stopped in front of him, staring directly at the machete in his hand. What are you looking at? The bodyguard next to him asked in a rough voice. Startled by his loud voice, Song K reflexively responded, looking. What are you looking at? The bodyguard raised his eyebrows, the golf club ready to move. Was this little troublemaker trying to provoke something? Hey, put it down, put it down. Wang Hu generously gestured with his hand. Easy now, let her take a look. He proudly hoisted the machete onto his shoulder, asking in a casual manner, how about it? Were you impressed by my zombie hacking prowess? Exerting too much force, the back of the machete accidentally cut through his fur. Oh, my god. Wang Hu jumped in distress, trying to cover his clothes and handle the machete at the same time, flustered and wailing, my precious. Kindly, Song K reached out and helped him stabilize the familiar machete. Can I take a look at your machete? Sure, sure. Wang Hu barely paid attention to her. Song K turned the blade over and looked down. Indeed, there was a small song on the handle of the machete. This was her spiritual weapon. How could it appear here? Moreover, she had only produced this standardized spiritual weapon once, back in Hua City, a total of 100 pieces, as part of a deal for those students at the No. 1 middle school. Where did you get this machete from? Song K asked. What, are you interested too? Wang Hu glanced at her, then protectively snatched the machete back. My 1000 Deaths Blue Enchantress of Cataclysmic Annihilation is quite powerful, but not something most people can handle. I acquired this from the black market in the northern base through someone. It's an absolutely genuine supernatural weapon. It cuts zombies like slicing through watermelons. There are less than 5 in the entire black market. I spent a whopping 2 million, Wang Hu bragged triumphantly. How much? Song K exclaimed in shock. Upon hearing the figure of 2 million, Song K's expression seemed trance-like. Wang Hu, assuming she was intimidated by his substantial wealth, proudly displayed his lavishness by swinging his heavy gold chain to the sides, then waved generously, saying, "It might be a bit pricey, but luckily, it offers great value for the money. I'm fortunate to have stumbled upon it. Others couldn't even buy it if they wanted. Great value for the money? Really?" Song Ke swallowed hard, hesitating. It might only last for 2 or 3 years. It doesn't seem very cost-effective, does it? You gotta be kidding. Have you ever used the Thousand Deaths Blue Enchantress of Cataclysmic Annihilation weapon? Do you even know what you're talking about? At novel bin at. I don't. Of course, you don't. Wang Hu glared, looking ready to argue with her. Those high-tech weapons, too complicated for me? I'd be gasping for air if zombies got too close. But with my precious here, I just swing and slash, and all the zombies back off. Song Ke fell silent, unable to respond. Suddenly, she thought of something, her eyes shining with excitement. Her expression turned sincere. If there were still Cataclysmic Annihilation Blue Enchantress. Thousand Deaths Blue Enchantress of Cataclysmic Annihilation, Wang Hu corrected her matter-of-factly. Ah, right. Song Ke nodded. If there were more, would you buy them? Well, Wang Hu glanced at the golf clubs his bodyguards used, rubbing his chin in contemplation. It's a bit extravagant. If I replaced all of them, it would cost a dozen or so. Sigh, even for someone wealthy like me, it's a bit painful. It'd be great if there were discounts for bulk purchases. There are? Discounts? Song Ke raised her voice, breaking into excitement. Wang Hu eyed her suspiciously. Hey, who are you? You've been acting strange. Do you have any opinions about my precious items? No opinions. Song Ke shook her head quickly. I have a friend who can get this. She subtly moved her hand and pulled out a kunao from her coat pocket. The blade was entirely azure, emitting a chilling light, oddly similar to the machete Wang Hu held. You can get it from my friend for way less than 2 million, Song Ke stated firmly. However, the exact price would need discussion with Zhuang Qinjian and the others. Wang Hu's eyes lit up. Come on, little friend, let's exchange contact info. If there's stock, let me know first. I don't need it delivered, I'll pick it up myself. In an abandoned gas station in the wilderness, an SUV parked by the roadside. Lu Xiao extended a mechanical arm to charge the vehicle with an energy gun. The rest of the V587 team stretched their muscles. From this vantage point, they could already see the urban area of Haimen. Rolling hills extended endlessly, and a mighty river flowed through the bottom plain, forming a natural barrier. Coupled with the 3 layers of inner and outer city walls, Haimen's central area was impregnable, comparable to Shay. For the zombie king to attack Haimen, he would need to cross the river first and then breach 3 formidable defense lines. The difficulty level was exceedingly high. No wonder the magistrate of Haimen once openly stated that to conquer Haimen, one would have to open all 3 doors from the inside. Song Ke sat on the car roof, swinging her legs, watching Socha and Feng's Higzu retrieve supplies from the convenience store. Although most of the food had expired, they managed to find some non-perishable drinks and dry goods to replenish their stock. Do you want to sell the spiritual weapons to the people of Haimen? Zhuang Qinjian's wheelchair stopped in front of her. He looked up at her. The curve from his chin to his neck was remarkably smooth, and the protruding Adam's apple moved as he spoke. Yeah, can I? Song Ke asked eagerly. Of course, Zhuang Qinjian smiled, brushing off the mud splattered on her legs. The weapons belong to you, you can decide. I want to earn a lot of money, sighed Captain Song Ke, a financially strapped individual. She jumped down from the car roof and patted Zhuang Qinjian's legs with a meaningful expression. To support all of you. She had to support the old, Feng's Higzu, and the young, Su Xing. She had to take care of an injured patient who was still recovering, and there was also a gold-swallowing beast who'd yell every day to buy materials. It's very stressful. Zhuang Qinjian looked at Song Ke with a complex expression. His Adam's apple moved unnaturally. If he hadn't known that the other party didn't mean that, this behavior would have constituted serious soul harassment. You. What's wrong? Song Ke tilted her head, unaware of his discomfort. Captain, check your account. Lu Xiao leaned out from the driver's seat, interrupting the slightly intimate atmosphere between the two. Song Ke opened her terminal and widened her eyes in surprise. When did an additional 1.5 million appear in her account? Lu Xiao, with pride in his ice blue eyes, proudly explained, counting the interest, we retrieved 1.5 million from that unscrupulous old man as your growth compensation fee. You're so amazing. Song Ke exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up with joy. Then can you buy rhenium for me? Lu Xiao pushed further, the corners of his mouth stiffening. Can. No, you can't. Zhuang Qinjian coldly interrupted their conversation. Stop smiling, your smile is really sycophantic. Lu Xiao stared at him expressionlessly for 2 seconds, then thud, he closed the car window. Song Ke blinked, hesitant to speak. Zhuang Qinjian explained in a calmer tone, his request is unreasonable. Rhenium is too costly, and the amount you have isn't enough for his whims. Don't buy it for him. Thud thud, protests from Lu Xiao hitting the car roof echoed from inside the SUV. Zhuang Qinjian ignored his anger, seemingly indifferent. If mass-produced, how many spiritual weapons can you create at once? Song Ke thought for a moment. Her awakened energy had increased significantly compared to 6 months ago, considering the production rate in Hua City at that time. 500. 500 was a safe number, not pushing her to her limit and allowing her to maintain combat strength after their creation. About right, enough to arm an elite force. Let's go with 500, Zhuang Qinjian nodded. How much should we sell them for? Song Ke whispered, could they not be too expensive? She intended to sell the spiritual artifacts, partly to make money for their small treasury and partly to aid the people of Hyman in better resisting the zombie tide. Her intention wasn't to extort them but to seize the opportunity for a disaster profit. Not expensive, but not too cheap either. After all, you've worked hard, Zhuang Qinjian smiled at her reassuringly. Don't worry, I'll consider the average economic status of the people in Hyman. I'll ensure it's within their means and they'll be willing to buy. A group of strong civilians was driving zombies away in the outskirts. Some wielded baseball bats and knives, while others dragged suitcases, pulled chairs, bravely striking the zombies. However, despite their ferocity, their tools fell short. Baseball bats cracked, knives dulled, suitcases and chairs ended up worn out. Soon, they found themselves defenseless. Among the zombies, there was a level 2 zombie, agile and swift, jumping up and down. It swiftly caught a person off guard, roaring as it lunged to bite. Swoosh, swoosh, several flying knives pierced through the air, penetrating the zombie's head, splattering black-red brain matter across the ground. The civilians, in a frenzy, helped their fallen comrade, looking up towards the unexpected saviors. An SUV gradually halted in front of them, then reversed, revealing its trunk. Thud, a masked woman opened the rear door enthusiastically. Friends, have you heard of spiritual weapons? On the back of the door hung an array of various weapons, all emanating a chilling blue glow. Lin Yuyu's lips moved swiftly, reciting a meticulously prepared. Feeling unsafe during the apocalypse at home? Don't panic. Song's spiritual artifacts are ready. Encounter a zombie? Don't fear. Whip out a spiritual weapon and let's handle it together. Ding ding ding, today's special offer? Just for 28,888, bring home the zombie-slaying artifact? Limited quantity, while supplies last. The group of civilians stared blankly at her. Lin Yuyu snapped her fingers. Open up, bring out Sucha. Sucha. In a lightning-fast move, he swooped low over the zombie's head. The decaying hand stretched out to grab his pant leg, but before it touched, his blue-blade short knife clang severed its head. In less than 5 minutes, Sucha dispatched more than a dozen zombies. Lin Yuyu's eyes gleamed mischievously, lips curved. How about it? Want one? Limited edition, you know. I'll buy. The civilians suddenly shouted. Similar scenes played out repeatedly around Hyman's outskirts. V587 would rescue the civilians and then proceed to pitch, or rather exhibit, the available spiritual weapons to them. Come and see, don't miss out. Check my goods, cheap and effective, buy some of my goods and guarantee a happy return home. Just 28,888 for a spiritual weapon, no regrets, no scams. Uncles and aunties, want to buy a spiritual weapon. Sucha, selling, never mind. He couldn't bring himself to speak, so he plunged into killing zombies, using actions as his loudest. Song Ke laid on the car roof contentedly, reflecting, I feel like Lin Yuyu shouldn't be a pop star. Out of the 500 spiritual artifacts, 380 were sold in less than 2 hours. Lin Yuyu alone sold over 300, rightly earning the title of top salesperson. With her talent, she should pursue sales. Forget being among the top 10 rising stars, she could definitely become the leading influencer for Ferrara's merchandise. In the passenger seat, Zhuang Qinjian glanced at the map of Hyman. The night had already enveloped the area. Not only was there no sign of the zombie king's shadow, but even the expected zombie tide hadn't shown any activity. Hyman remained as calm as ever, with no discernible changes. Had his speculation been wrong? Asterisk. Hyman, a small, thinly bundled girl, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a scarf, hurriedly crossed the streets. Her eyes wide with confusion, she looked left and right, swiftly making her way forward, her pace quickening into a run. Thud, just as she turned the corner, the girl collided head-on with someone else. The sturdy man took a step back, gruffly shouting, Hey, can't you watch where you're going? Looking down, he saw a young girl, probably around 13 or 14, sprawled on the ground in a daze. Her scarf had slipped halfway down, revealing her gray eyes. As if realizing something, she frantically tried to pull the scarf back up to cover her face. Seeing her as just a kid, the man didn't feel right to argue further. With irritation, he said, Watch where you're going next time. The girl mumbled a couple of words and hurriedly lowered her head. Her voice sounded hoarse, and her speaking seemed peculiar. The man muttered to himself as he moved away, mixed blood. The girl, using her hands, picked herself up from the ground. A couple of messy braids fell carelessly, exposing distinct corpse-like markings on her neck. Standing up straight, she dared not run again, slowly fading into the darkness. The deep gray SUV drove through the open fields, gradually approaching the roaring waves of the riverbank. In front of Song Ke and the others appeared the only passage into the Hyman urban area, a magnificent bridge soaring over the river like a flying rainbow. The entire bridge was divided into 2 levels. The upper level delineated lanes for floating vehicles, starships, and other suspended tools with neon signal lights. The lower level consisted of 8 lanes for regular vehicles, spanning over 1.5 kilometers. From a distance, it looked like a giant dragon lying horizontally, forming the most critical lifeline in Hyman. Lu Xiao turned the steering wheel, preparing to enter the lower level lanes. However, before reaching the bridge toll booth, the station sentry signaled for an immediate stop. Rows of jet-black heavy machine guns stood ready, their elongated magazines hanging from mounts, emitting a silent but intimidating presence. Wow, so cool. Su Xing leaned halfway out of the window, admiringly exclaiming. Generally, most boys were fascinated by firearms. Su Xing mimicked the action of firing a machine gun, making pew-pew-pew sounds, thoroughly enjoying himself. The sentries all simultaneously turned their gun barrels toward their SUV. Song Ke and Su Xing immediately raised their hands, while Lu Xiao whistled and impeccably lifted his 6 mechanical arms. The sentries tensed up, ready to act against the perceived threat, about to pull the trigger. Don't misunderstand, we're competitors. Song Ke frantically attempted to press down Lu Xiao's claw. Just as she managed to press it down, it popped up again. Frustrated, Song Ke smacked his head, finally calming him down. A drone, displaying the logo of the throne race competition, hovered above the SUV. The sentries remained vigilant, shouting loudly, "Stop immediately and undergo inspection." Lu Xiao stopped playing around and obediently pressed the brake. The diligent sentries conducted a thorough search and interrogation for a full 15 minutes. Only after confirming repeatedly with the city hall were they allowed to proceed. As they distanced themselves from the checkpoint, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Hell Scythe, Zhuang Qinjian murmured softly, "Good stuff." "What's that?" The people in the car wore confused expressions. Zhuang Qinjian pointed to the neatly arranged heavy machine guns outside the car window, saying, "These guns are produced in Mu City. They fire an average of 1,500 bullets per minute, with a precise shooting range of 1 kilometer and a maximum range of 5 kilometers. They can sustain heavy firepower against distant targets. The production line for Hell's Scythe was bought out long ago, exclusively for the northern base. It seems Hyman has done thorough preparation," Lu Xiao murmured disdainfully. "They're really wealthy." Song Ke was once again astonished by the wealth of the people in Hyman. District D had no access restrictions. V-587, amidst the unwelcoming gazes of the sentries along the way, crossed the river and approached 3 heavily fortified lines of defense. Brick walls with high-voltage electric fences stood tall under the sky, safeguarding the people of Hyman in their haven amidst the apocalypse. Outside the walls, everything was meticulously cleared, with no wandering zombies or mutated beasts in sight. Upon entering each defense line, armed sentries rushed out to inspect them, escorting them with the presence of their numerous gun barrels. Creak, the heavy iron gate slowly lifted, and the SUV carrying 7 people entered the urban area of Hyman amid the swirling dust. Because they took a shortcut, V-587 was the first team to arrive in Hyman. Lin Yuyo supported her chin, sighing, "I believe, with everything fortified like this, even the zombie king wouldn't be able to break in. It's practically impregnable." "Maybe not," Zhuang Qinjian lightly tapped his fingertip, offering a faint response. "Huh? What else could it possibly do?" Lin Yuyo's accent gradually mimicked the locals of Hyman. Zhuang Qinjian didn't answer, but instead a familiar villain smile appeared on his face. "If you were the zombie king, how would you attack Hyman?" "Whoa, that's a twisted what if." At first, they strongly disapproved verbally, but then they eagerly started discussing. Su Xing enthusiastically raised his hand. "I'd freeze the river surface." Zhuang Qinjian replied, "With a river this wide and your limited awakened energy, you couldn't even fill its gaps." Su Xing wilted. Lu Xiao lifted his chin lightly. "I could enter openly." He had just observed that the defense line had 2 opening modes, automatic and manual. With a mere movement of his finger, the iron gate would open for him. You might get in, but I bet those sentries have been eagerly waiting for you, ready to turn you into a hornet's nest with smiles." Zhuang Qinjian nodded. Lu Xiao. It was Sucha's turn. He said hesitantly, "I could sneak in, hopefully without being noticed." "If you can sneak in alone, what about your zombie subordinates?" Lin Yuyo chuckled softly behind her hand, countering faster than Zhuang Qinjian. "Plus, who leads a charge among the undead?" Feng's Higzo shook his head directly. "Don't ask me, I have no idea." "What about the captain?" Lu Xiao asked. "Well, I'm still thinking." Song Ke wore a serious expression, although her mind was blank, unable to come up with any solution. "Once again, our captain remains calm, never speaking without thought," Zhuang Qinjian praised, utterly devoid of principles. Others, flatterer. "What's your plan, then?" Su Xing retorted indignantly. The carriage jostled slightly, and Zhuang Qinjian looked at the rearview mirror. At the final iron gate, several large food airdrop containers were being stopped by the sentries, who opened and scanned them top to bottom with life detectors, finding no traces of anything amiss. Zhuang Qinjian's voice was low. "If I were the zombie king, I'd tell the people of Hyman one thing: darkness under the lamp." V-587, what's with the riddles again? Even after the SUV had been driving for a while, his gaze remained fixed in the direction of the iron gate. "What are you thinking?" Song Ke leaned over and asked. Thinking about a classic battle from ancient times, Zhuang Qinjian spoke somberly, "The Trojan War." They spent nearly 2 hours searching in Hyman, but the check-in point was nowhere to be found, making it clear it hadn't appeared yet. The sky had darkened completely, pedestrian traffic on the streets had decreased, and V-587 was clueless and at a loss. Suddenly, Su Xing rubbed his eyes in disbelief and pointed outside, murmuring, "Braided head." Across the street, a relaxed figure was leisurely strolling around. It would lean against shop windows for a moment, then glance at a garden, and when tired, it knew to sit on a bench to rest. Capture it, Zhuang Qinjian said coldly. Song Ke and Sucha opened the car doors and dashed across the street like lightning. The braided head, visibly startled, jumped in place, and tried to flee. However, its speed couldn't match that of two top-tier awakeners. Song Ke leaped high from the roof of the car, diving and forcefully tackling it to the ground. The braided head struggled and its hat fell off, revealing most of its scarf. The clear lines of decay were visible on its profile. It twisted to bite Song Ke, but before it could, Sucha grabbed something from a nearby garbage truck and stuffed it into its mouth. Coincidentally, it was a used diaper. The braided head froze instantly, abandoning resistance. Its throat convulsed, exhibiting a look of pure disgust as if it had been sickened. Its expression was incredibly vivid, barely any different from that of a human. Zhuang Qinjian silently stared at it. Su Xing jumped out of the car, hesitatingly approaching braided head's side. Encountering a zombie within the heavily fortified city, a normal person's initial reaction would definitely be to kill it. The commotion had already attracted the attention of passersby, and patrolling sentries were approaching. Zhuang Qinjian lowered his voice, "Take it away." Song Ke lifted braided head with one hand and tossed it into the car, and the SUV sped away. The faithful drone captured everything, causing an explosion of comments from viewers watching the live stream from Ferrara. "Oh my god, is that a zombie? If I'm not blind, that's definitely a zombie. You're not blind, that's indeed a zombie. Can someone tell me why there's a zombie in Hyman's urban area? Are the sentries just for show? Does anyone have the contact information for Hyman's City Hall? Alert them quickly. At Novel Bin at Ferrara Hotel." Hikayu Hung's gaze intensified, and the lines around her nose deepened suddenly. Without hesitation, she initiated a communication. "Captain Yin Xiao, I'd like to request the Tustin team to fulfill a personal task of mine. Commander He, if I remember correctly, I am currently enjoying my hard-earned break period." Yin Xiao drawled leisurely, elongating his tone. "Are you openly asking me to work overtime? Will there be overtime pay?" Ignoring his impertinence, Hikayu Hung calmly said, "I'm asking you to immediately go to District D135 and capture a mutated zombie. I believe Dr. Ning's research team will find it very interesting." District D135. Yin Xiao's lazy tone vanished instantly, replaced by a hint of surprise. "I happen to be watching the throne race competition. Are you referring to Song Kof? I mean, the Team V587 in Hyman?" "That's right. I want you to capture the zombie alive before they kill it." "Well, overtime is possible, as long as you remember to pay triple the commission fee." Yin Xiao strangely changed his tune, agreeing quite readily. "Thank you for your hard work." Asterisk. The SUV stopped at an abandoned factory, and the bound braided head was thrown to the ground. It tried to run, but its limbs were tightly bound. It stumbled after just a couple of steps and fell flat. A metal wheelchair rolled slowly in front of it. Zhuang Qinjian observed it with lowered eyes, appearing like an unfeeling deity capable of deciding its life or death at any moment. Feeling threatened, braided head let out a hoarse roar from deep in its throat, baring its teeth viciously at Zhuang Qinjian. Its pointed teeth weren't as sharp as other zombies, resembling underdeveloped canine teeth. "Shut your mouth, or I'll pull out all your teeth," Zhuang Qinjian threatened. Braided head whimpered and surprisingly shut its mouth obediently. It understands." Feng's Higzo exclaimed in surprise, assuming that the fallen had only retained consciousness, never expecting it to communicate with humans. Zhuang Qinjian asked in a low voice, "You understand what we're saying, right?" Braided head hesitated for 2 seconds and reluctantly nodded. "Why did you infiltrate Hyman?" Braided head tilted its head back and let out a couple of random shouts. Zhuang Qinjian, untie its hands. Sucha cut the ropes with a dagger, freeing braided head, whose stiff fingers clumsily drew an unfamiliar pattern in the sand. V587 was utterly baffled. What kind of bizarre symbol was this? Even if it understood, could it not communicate? With hands behind his back, Su Xing circled the pattern twice and suddenly exclaimed, "I got it? This is the zombie king." Braided head exclaimed excitedly. "Xiao Xing, how did you figure it out?" Song Ke humbly asked. "These are wings, and these are blood vessels. Quite easy to recognize," Su Xing explained confidently, pointing at the dark and intricate drawing. Everyone was speechless. How did they not recognize it? "Are you saying you were sent by the zombie king?" Zhuang Qinjian shifted the conversation. "Apart from you, how many similar zombies have entered?" Braided head's gray eyes moved slowly, seemingly surprised that Zhuang Qinjian knew it had companions. Like a child caught in wrongdoing, it sneakily glanced at Zhuang Qinjian, then lowered its head, pretending to think, before starting to draw little figures in the sand one after another, row after row, quickly filling 2 lines and not stopping. "It says there are many more." Su Xing blinked, taking the role of the zombie language interpreter seriously. "Thank you for making that clear." Zhuang Qinjian's eyes grew colder. "Was your mission to open the 3 iron gates from inside?" Braided head's drawing paused abruptly, as if hitting a wall. Zhuang Qinjian pressed on. "Why didn't you act together with your companions?" When V587 captured Braided Head, it behaved like someone taking a leisurely stroll, as if casually roaming the streets without any sense of carrying a heavy burden. Braided Head struggled, scratching the ground with its fingers for a while. Eventually, it sluggishly drew a vertical dividing line. On the left side, it drew a cluster of unknown symbols, and on the right side, another set of these symbols. Everyone looked to Su Xing, waiting for his translation. Even Su Xing found himself a little puzzled this time. He crouched down, studying it for a while. Braided Head enthusiastically explained to him, "Ahhhhh." Su Xing nodded and pointed confidently at the left side. "This is you." Braided Head exclaimed, "Ah." It quickly added a few strokes on the right side, connecting a line to the earlier drawing of the zombie king. Su Xing continued, "This is the bad side of you." Braided Head exclaimed again, "Ah." Zhuang Qinjian looked at the strange pile of symbols on the ground, a hint of a smile on his lips. "You want to tell us that the fallen are divided into two factions. One identifies with its former existence as a human and doesn't want to be involved in conflicts. The other has completely sided with the zombie king, willingly becoming its followers. Is that right?" Braided Head nodded happily, its stiff neck making crackling sounds. Zhuang Qinjian slowed down his speech. "Oh, so, which side do you belong to?" This time, Braided Head hesitated for a very long time. Carefully, it lifted its finger and slowly drew a line, connecting the good self to Su Xing's feet. The girl with braided hair seemed a bit timid in her actions, yet she firmly linked herself with Su Xing. At that moment, anyone could understand its significance. It chose the side of humanity, even though it no longer belonged to the human category. The audience squatting in the V587 live broadcast room instantly erupted into contrasting opinions. "Don't be naive. How could a zombie empathize with humans? What are you doing? Quickly kill it? You don't seriously believe a word from a zombie, do you?" "But I feel, it sounds genuine. Can the holy talk just leave? My whole family was bitten by zombies, and I don't share the sky with them." The discussion about this unique zombie grew increasingly heated. The director realized a new focal point for viewership and switched the drone to focus on Braided Head's face, capturing the patterns of decay. The gray eyes of the girl blinked without pause as her head followed the movement of the drone. Suddenly, without warning, she snarled fiercely at the camera, "Ahhh." Its gaping mouth, contorted face, and menacingly sharp teeth seemed as though they would snap the neck of anyone on the other side of the screen at any moment. The argumentative barrage in the live chat momentarily froze, replaced by a flood of unintelligible characters. The hyper-realistic experience from the high-definition images left a considerable psychological impact on the audience. It took a while before someone tremblingly muttered, "See, a zombie is just a zombie." Braided Head's hands dug into the ground, a hint of triumph flashing across her face. "Alert the Haimen City Hall to investigate suspicious individuals within the city," Zhuang Qinjian quickly stated. "I'll contact them now." Lin Yuyu summoned the terminal interface. Zhuang Qinjian then turned to Song Ke, lowering his voice. "Captain, a few words in private." Song Ke nodded and walked over. Zhuang Qinjian glanced at the drone and tapped twice on the armrest of Lu Xiao's wheelchair. "Private talk, didn't you hear? Sort it out." Lu Xiao rolled his eyes, his fingers swiftly moving. Soon, several drone signals were lost, resembling headless flies buzzing erratically at low altitudes, and the V587 live stream room filled with static, displaying a technical malfunction message. "How do you plan to handle her?" The two walked into a corner, and Zhuang Qinjian asked in a low voice. His demeanor was very natural, but after spending so much time together, Song Ke was already familiar with the subtle changes in his expressions. Though Zhuang Qinjian used an inquiring tone, his eyes betrayed indifference, indicating that he didn't care about the life or death of Braided Head. Song Ke had a vague feeling that every time Zhuang Qinjian talked about the plan eternity or mentioned the fallen, his emotions became complex. It seemed to mix some kind of hidden disgust and rejection that he couldn't openly express. "I'm thinking of finding a more distant place," Song Ke calmly voiced her thoughts, and leaving it there. In truth, she didn't have a better solution. Braided Head wasn't entirely human or a zombie, she seemed more like a new species born after the apocalypse. Although she didn't attack proactively and was even sent as a spy by the zombie king, humans wouldn't accept her. "Okay, Captain's decision." Zhuang Qinjian had no objections regardless of whether Song Ke chose to kill or spare her. "But there's one thing. We weren't cautious when we first captured her. Now, with the throne race broadcast spreading, I'm worried that some might become overly interested in her, causing trouble for us. Our team isn't suitable for attracting too much attention," Zhuang Qinjian said slowly. Most of the V587 team members carried secrets. For instance, Song Ke's inexplicable wound healing speed, Fang's Higgs's peculiar constitution that prevented zombie attacks, Lin Yuyu's true identity, and Zhuang Qinjian and Lu Xiao. Then, Song Ke quickly made a decision. "Shall we find a place to leave her now?" As they walked back, Su Xing and Braided Head were lying side by side on the sand, their heads next to each other, drawing. Lin Yuyu gestured toward them. "The communication channel has been occupied. Probably bombarded by viewers watching the live stream." Song Ke was about to say something when suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the night. "Level 1 alert! Level 1 alert!" Multiple zombie waves detected approaching. All sentinels assemble immediately. Their faces paled. The zombie wave was indeed heading toward Haimen. They wondered whether this was another feigned attack to deceive them or if it was the zombie king's all-out assault. "Let's go check it out." Song Ke decisively took charge. The SUV restarted. She turned to Braided Head. With no time to arrange her destination, she had to carefully negotiate. "Your appearance might be mistaken for a zombie by others, which is dangerous. Come with us for now." Braided Head obediently nodded, hands planted on the ground. Braided Head, with me here, I'll protect you. Su Xing beside her patted his chest, making a manly promise. Braided Head disdainfully straightened up, towering significantly taller than Su Xing. Su Shorty Xing's self-esteem collapsed. On the streets, vehicles rushed by, houses lit up, and the bustling noise echoed continuously. The SUV halted behind the final defense line, bright lights overhead illuminating the area like daylight. The official armed forces of Hyman swiftly and orderly moved through emergency passages, setting up heavy weapons on the city walls. Despite the temporary nocturnal siege, they remained composed. In front of everyone stood a massive floating screen, the connected thermal imaging continually emitting alarms, the frequency increasing. From the screen, numerous green radiation sources could be seen rapidly approaching Hyman from all directions. However, the real-time monitoring showed a calm scene, with the high-altitude scanners outside the city patrolling, finding no abnormalities. A mild late spring breeze brushed their faces, the river's surface gently undulating, the desolate wilderness quiet and still. At both ends of the bridge, the tense sentinels gripped their hell scythes, guns aimed squarely at the dark plains. 1 minute passed, then 2, 5 minutes elapsed. The anxious people of Hyman started whispering at first, then gradually the chatter grew louder at novel bin at. Where were the zombies? Where was the zombie tide? The same question flashed through everyone's mind. Beneath the night sky, the river water began to surge. Rolling waves formed dark rings, swiftly surging on both sides of the bridge across the river. A sentinel at the bridge wiped his damp palms, nervousness evident, as waves crashed against the shore. His determined gaze fixated forward. At any sign of movement on the plains, he would not hesitate to open fire. Suddenly, the sound of waves hitting the bank behind them. The sentinel shivered, alertly turning the machine gun. Before he could discern what was approaching, 5 or 6 drenched zombies leaped from the river, instantly overpowering him, tearing him into pieces. The piercing scream sent chills down everyone's spines. What was more terrifying happened next. After the first sentinel's death, countless zombie heads surfaced on the river, forming an expansive cluster resembling floating gourds. The sight was enough to drive someone with a fear of clusters insane. Gunners at the bridgehead and city walls unleashed relentless gunfire. The sides were akin to the Reaper of Life. Bullets poured out in continuous streams, sinking numerous zombies. Their bodies floated like balloons, yet their numbers were overwhelming. Often submerging to evade gunfire and hindered by the surging water, they made targeting difficult. The rushing currents impeded the firearms' range, making it impossible to inflict effective damage for a while. Soon, a horde of zombies crossed the river, sprinting in groups towards the first iron gate. Pull the switch quickly, yelled the guards within the defenses. The high-voltage electric grid crackled and the front line of zombies instantly fell, their bodies charred. A strong stench of decay drifted into the city on the wind. However, the following zombies stepped over the fallen, fiercely charging forward. The crisis didn't cease. From beneath the river's surface, an unending stream of undead reinforcements emerged. Humanity, overly confident in the Great River's protection, never imagined that the Zombie King had trained a zombie army well-versed in aquatic warfare. Zombies don't need to breathe, they don't require oxygen, they can adapt to extreme pressure, perfect for prolonged deep dives. Zhuang Qinjian's gaze turned icy. But under the right deployment, the Zombie King could silently send his troops. Its capabilities are probably more terrifying than we estimated. Song Ke peered out from the car's rooftop. Do we need to help? Zhuang Qinjian shook his head. Intervening now might disrupt the counterattack's rhythm. Let's wait. Hyman isn't defenseless. The defenders atop the city walls, under immense pressure of life and death, unleashed astonishing speed. Artillery and explosive rounds were launched relentlessly, the destructive power of heavy weapons quickly curbing the zombie assault, completing the first wave clearance, creating heaps of debris outside the defenses. Braided Head suddenly stuck her head against the car window and made 2 ah sounds. Song Ke glanced down at her, realization dawning. I almost forgot, you have accomplices, eager to cause chaos. The dark gray SUV restarted, heading towards the first iron gate. Between the 3 defense lines, there was a commercial area. Currently, the emergency passages were congested with people. Officials in charge of evacuation shouted at the top of their lungs, safe zones are open, civilians, retreat quickly, let the elderly, women, and children go first. As the main forces marched through, an officer hurriedly ran towards the control room, preparing to close the emergency entrance. Unbeknownst to him, in the darkness, a few pairs of cloudy gray eyes were fixed on him. Just as he pressed the control panel, someone within the civilian queue suddenly turned and hurled an unidentified object at him. Bang! Those gasoline-like items struck the control panel, erupting into flames and causing a series of explosions, resulting in a circuit short-circuit. The high-voltage electric grid outside the city walls sizzled twice before gradually dimming. The civilians were startled to discover a traitor among them. Panic-stricken, they looked at the troublemakers, then shouted, "Zombies? Zombies have infiltrated." The high-voltage electric grid suddenly failed. Even when the backup power was activated, there was about a minute of silence. The zombies attacking the city, free from the threat of electric shock, became even more ferocious in their charge. Meanwhile, heavy and chaotic footsteps echoed from the horizon, signaling the arrival of the second wave of zombies on land. The defense line in Hyman instantly became strained. Sentinels on the bridge over the river frantically sprayed the planes, trying to halt the reinforcements. Meanwhile, zombies from the water seized the opportunity to leap onto the city walls, ruthlessly biting into the humans within the defenses. Witnessing a sharp decline in armed sentinels and a rapid weakening of firepower, the awakeners in Hyman took action, swiftly rushing to the front line. The evacuated civilians also turned back abruptly, looking at the collapsed walls and their kin being slaughtered, their eyes burning with fury. 2. My ancestors were all from Hyman, born and raised on this land. Even in death, we won't let you bastards occupy Hyman? Just zombies? We'll fight you to the end. The call was echoed by hundreds as thousands of valiant residents of Hyman raised their weapons, engaging in a fierce battle against the zombies. Let's go. Song K and the others lagged behind, unable to identify the fallen among the crowd. From the current situation, it was evident that this zombie tide wasn't a feigned attack. The zombie king was sure to appear. Intense fighting erupted outside the city of Hyman. Reinforcements arrived from the sky, teams participating in the throne race like 3 grandsons and 1 grandpa, Shunsing Tea House, and Guns and Roses all rushed in. Several uniquely designed hover cars arrived over Hyman. Yin Xiao leaned out from the top of one, pulling up a sniper rifle with a sight. Looks like another overtime shift. Again, my luck's really bad. Huh. Yin Xiao swallowed the latter half of the sentence, looked down at his feet, a playful smile creeping up. Actually, my luck's pretty good. After a minute of silence, the high-voltage electric grid restarted. With their fearless resistance, the people of Hyman managed to hold off the zombies outside the city. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Song K yelled at Braided Head, "Hey, don't wander off. Stick close to me." Braided Head replied and obediently followed behind V587. Song K quickly freed a scarf from her hand and securely covered the girl's face with it. As she was about to sprint forward, a nimble figure descended from above, landing right in front of her. The man was clad in combat gear, camo pants, high military boots, and wore fingerless sniper gloves. It was Yin Xiao. "We meet again, Song K," Yin Xiao greeted with a smile. "How about we discuss something?" "No time," Song K replied bluntly. She didn't have time for small talk with him. Yin Xiao shrugged off her indifference and gestured towards Braided Head hiding behind Song K. "You hand this guy over to me, and I'll help you kill the zombie king, deal?" A threatening growl emanated from Braided Head's throat. Song K frowned, about to respond when a piercing alarm rang out across the entire city. A few minutes ago, while everyone's attention was on the underwater zombies, a group of about 30 individuals dressed in uniforms approached the gatehouse. Upon closer inspection, their movements appeared stiff and uncoordinated. "Who goes there?" A sentinel raised his gun, sternly asking, but the identical uniforms caused hesitation, preventing them from shooting immediately. The opposition swiftly lunged forward. The sentinels groaned as their necks snapped audibly. Scattered bodies lay on the ground as these people silently crossed over, picking up firearms from the fallen. "Knock, knock," the leader politely knocked on the door. The person in charge of the control room opened the video intercom, seeing a sentinel outside with a low-brimmed hat and an eerie tattoo on their chin. "What's your ID number?" the person asked cautiously. "I haven't seen you before." The individual slowly lifted their head, their cloudy gray eyes staring straight at them. The person in charge paled, and hastily took a step back, trying to press the alarm button. Unfortunately, it was too late. The next moment, the gates were violently smashed open, dozens of zombies barged in, and blood-curdling screams echoed. Hyman's first iron gate was opened from the inside. The artillery purchased by Hyman was the most popular hot weapon at the northern base, equipped with automatic loading and ballistic calibration functions. Its only flaw was the extremely high demand on the operator. It required a single person to complete angle measurement, distance measurement, aiming, and then firing, for precise strikes against the enemy. Training a qualified gunner required a huge cost, and after the city walls were breached, the zombies seemed to have a collective consciousness, targeting these elites as their primary attack objective. 2 silver-white wheelchairs quietly ascended the defensive structure. Lu Xiao flipped over several zombies gnawing at the remains of the gunners, stopping in front of a row of artillery positions. With lowered eyes, he studied for 2 seconds, adeptly corrected the ballistic deviation, aimed, and fired. Boom, boom, boom boom. 6 shells consecutively shot, landing in the most densely packed central area of the zombies. Each cannon blast created deep craters in the ground. Lu Xiao's calculations were almost flawless. Hundreds of zombies were blasted away, some directly reduced to putrid mush. Lu Xiao's silver hair fluttered as all 6 arms moved in unison. He resembled the legendary sea monster from ancient times, effortlessly controlling even the hell scythe. Swiftly adjusting the gun barrels, he switched to single-shot mode. Bullets sprayed out, blowing apart zombie skulls and turning bodies into sieves. The pressure on the city wall immediately lightened. "Thank you, brother." The surviving gunners, their faces covered in blood, shouted their gratitude towards him. Lu Xiao nodded gracefully. Those gunners staggered back to their positions, steadfastly holding the line. Lu Xiao glanced down, noticing the smell of gunpowder all over him. In contrast, Zhuang Qingjian, who was following him, was like a noble prince, moving as if on a leisurely stroll, his clothes untouched by dust. He maneuvered his wheelchair around the bodies on the ground, afraid of even a speck of blood staining his attire. That picky and fastidious countenance mirrored his youth. Anyone familiar with him wouldn't mistake it. Lu Xiao extended a mechanical arm, intentionally handing over the dirtiest hell scythe, playfully tossing it into Zhuang Qinjian's lap. Do you know how to use it? If not, I can teach you. It's because you didn't take the firearms course. Zhuang Qinjian's brows were so tight that he could pinch a fly. He grabbed a slightly cleaner piece of cloth from the ground, wiped the gun barrel's black-red bloodstains, loaded live ammunition, and aimed at Lu Xiao's head. Fire your cannons, less talk. Lu Xiao huffed in a thunderer manner, completely focused on controlling the 6 artillery pieces. Zhuang Qinjian adjusted the gun's aim but kept his gaze fixed on his face. I've noticed, you've been more agreeable lately. Lu Xiao's movement imperceptibly paused for a moment. Using the standard alliance language with a peculiar tone, he retorted, "Oh, dear friend, I've always been agreeable. It's just that you don't understand me enough. Did you steal money from Song Ke? Moved it to your own account?" Zhuang Qinjian arched an eyebrow. "Are you insulting my character?" Lu Xiao practically had "you're ridiculous" written all over his face. TCH. Boring. The two glared at each other, then turned their heads away. Lu Xiao was like a human artillery, rapid-fire cannons booming down onto the battlefield, silver snakes dancing, zombies flipping. Amidst the deafening noise, he suddenly spoke, "The plan Eternity. Is that the one?" "Which one?" Zhuang Qinjian replied casually. "The one where you were so ecstatic, shouting everywhere, 'Finally, I can participate in the project with that person,' is that it?" Lu Xiao didn't look at him. "I could hear your ghostly cries even when I was sleeping on the 5th floor that day." Zhuang Qinjian fell silent for a moment before retorting sarcastically, "You're the idiot. At least I didn't oversleep and miss an exam." He didn't deny it. Without lifting his head, Lu Xiao continued swiftly while killing zombies. "Regarding the plan Eternity, when you explained it, you mentioned many concepts: humans, zombies, awakeners, mutant zombies, evolved zombies, the fallen. But regardless of the species, they all have fatal flaws, and in your logical chain, there happens to be a crucial missing link. Also the most perfect link. As you've said, the initial intention of the plan Eternity was to create the most perfect genes. Its results should have eternal life, immense abilities, while retaining consciousness and intelligence, achieving a thorough evolution of humanity. I want to know, did this research succeed?" Lu Xiao asked persistently. "Ever heard a saying? Curiosity killed the cat," Zhuang Qinjian said lightly. "I only know that curiosity is the staircase to human progress. Since you joined Qinglan, you disappeared from Liuboni, and when we met again." Lu Xiao finally found a moment to glance at him, scanning him up and down, ultimately resting on his legs, recently healed from serious injuries. "Well, it's unexpected. Since you care so much about this project," Lu Xiao asked again, "I'm genuinely curious, did your research succeed?" This time, Zhuang Qinjian took a long time to contemplate before slowly responding. "Once." Even Lu Xiao couldn't hide his immense surprise, but Zhuang Qinjian didn't give him a chance to speak. "Just once? 14 years ago, there was a nuclear leak in Lok, followed by an explosion. The entire Qinglan Research Institute was devastated, including the project researchers, all experimental subjects, and the local storage hub that contained all the data for the plan Eternity. Since that day, the results of this research could only be declared a failure. The data can be recovered," Lu Xiao remarked dismissively. "That hub was pulverized into fragments. Not even the tiniest nail-sized piece could be reconstructed, not even by someone like you." Zhuang Qinjian's eyes held a chilling coldness. "Moreover, do you think the Central Court didn't anticipate this? How much data was in the hub?" Lu Xiao inquired. "Exceeding 3,000 zettabytes," Zhuang Qinjian replied. 3,000 zettabytes of data? Lu Xiao clicked his tongue twice. That number sounds quite terrifying. He then maneuvered another round of 6 cannons to fire simultaneously, taking advantage of the automatic reloading brake, seemingly casually glancing at Zhuang Qinjian. "You think, is there anyone whose brain works exceptionally well, capable of memorizing all the data?" "I say," Zhuang Qinjian's tone was icy, "if you don't start firing again, the zombies will get too close." Both of them simultaneously raised their weapons and began firing. At that moment, a piercing alarm sounded, and the first iron gate of Hymen opened. After the defense line was breached, the tide of zombies found a clear direction of attack, rushing relentlessly toward the iron gates, fearing to fall behind. From a vantage point, the dense horde of zombies appeared like moving black ants, devouring Hymen at an alarming pace. At this critical moment, dozens of armored vehicles rolled out from within the city. Yan Biao, the magistrate of Hymen, stood at the forefront, holding a megaphone, roaring, "Push forward, artillery and rifle hands must not retreat. Behind this gate are our parents, wives, children, our homeland. Not a step backward. Hymen can't afford any failure. Even if we're to die, let's die charging forward." The soldiers of Hymen, their eyes reddened, fervently agreed, fiercely spraying the oncoming zombie horde with gunfire and continuous bombardment. The armored vehicles thundered across the land, crushing the zombies attempting to breach the defensive line into pulp. Yan Biao mounted a hell scythe on the vehicle's roof, roaring wildly as he fired repeatedly, ejecting shell casings like a torrential stream. Whether awakener or ordinary person, sentinel or civilian, intense battles erupted throughout Hymen's city walls, streets, and alleys. Even women and children weren't hiding at home, spontaneously aiding in transporting ammunition, providing frontline support. The most striking in close combat were hundreds of warriors wielding azure-colored weapons, including Wang Hu and his bodyguard. They fearlessly swung at the zombie heads, resolute and swift in their actions. Empowered by mysterious weapons, their combat prowess was off the charts. Damn it! I just bought a 500 square meter flat in the city and haven't even renovated it. You bastards want to destroy my new home? No manners. Wang Hu cursed while punching and kicking. When everyone's determination to defend the city merged into a unified force, it was truly fearsome. Two currents of zombies at the riverbank and bridge quickly retreated. The path paved with decayed flesh and shattered bones extended from the iron gates to the riverbank, making it impossible to distinguish between the dead in battle and the zombies. And District D-135, Hyman, astonishingly held back the successive waves of zombies all on its own. Tustin's group attack took advantage of the high altitude to clear an open space, while Yin Xiao shot and instantly sniped the approaching zombies. I've taken the commission from above to take it to the northern base. If you hand it over to me, I assure you I won't let you lose. It would be a win-win for us. No need. Song Kei's heart sank. As expected, Zhuang Qinjian was right. The existence of Braided Head attracted attention as soon as it was exposed. Yin Xiao sighed in distress. From my personal perspective, I really don't want to conflict with you. While the two conversed, Braided Head turned its head, catching sight of several uniformed figures heading towards the iron gate. They skirted around the front lines and vanished from sight. Braided Head stood up abruptly, a hint of urgency flashing in its eyes at Novel bin Adat. It changed direction and, without a second thought, headed after those few individuals. Hey! Its sudden attempt to escape caught Song Kei off guard. She couldn't grab it, and Braided Head had already charged into the battlefield. Sister, I'll go after her. Su Xing beside her said and promptly followed Braided Head. Song Kei, neither of them is easy to handle. Yin Xiao chuckled and shrugged. See, even if you protect it, it won't appreciate you. A zombie is a zombie. The door of the floating car swung open, and the Tustin Awakener leaned out and yelled, Yin Xiao, stop flirting around. I'm still waiting to finish up and go back to sleep. You're just fooling around. Can't you do something serious? A wild beauty with deep red curls blowing bubble gum pushed past her teammates, clasped her hands, and flirtatiously whistled, Hey, Captain, can you do it? Get lost? Kill those zombies. Do you guys have to slander your captain like this? I'm still the captain. Yin Xiao turned around, laughed, and scolded a few words, then turned to Song Kei helplessly. Did you hear that? I have no other choice. As he finished speaking, he suddenly flashed past Song Kei, chasing after Braided Head. Sorry, it's an urgent mission. I have to act. Why is he so rude? He didn't even finish speaking before running off. Song Kei began running after him. Yin Xiao moved extremely fast, almost passing through the iron gate. At the critical moment, a hail of bullets suddenly rained down from the direction of the city wall, smashing towards him in the direction he was heading. If he didn't dodge, he would have been smashed into pieces. Yin Xiao timely braked, leaping back, leaving deep marks on the ground with his military boots. He swiftly adjusted his sniper scope, blocking the aftermath of the explosion. The splattered mud quickly dispersed, and he abruptly looked up, only to see a stern-faced man inside the defense walls, coldly staring at him. The man held a machine gun and was about to shoot at him. Yin Xiao recognized the man. They had a chance encounter in the skies over Ferrara, seemingly, not on good terms. Unfortunately, it was mutual. This dislike had no reason, just an intuition stemming from the instincts of male animals. The two locked eyes from a distance, the smell of gunpowder lingering in the air. A ruby earring flashed in the dark night as Yin Xiao brazenly raised two middle fingers at the other. Zhuang Qinjian remained unfazed, tugging at the corner of his mouth, revealing an extremely mocking smile. Just as Yin Xiao furrowed his brows, someone grabbed his collar. A tall figure exceeding 80 kilograms was hoisted up with one hand and was ruthlessly flung backward. His vision spun as Yin Xiao, with his slender figure, twisted midair, landing to maintain balance. When he looked up again, Song Kei's leopard-like agile figure had already leapt away, slashing down nearby zombies, long gone. Some people naturally disliked fragile white flowers, yet they found themselves defenseless against vibrant, thorn-covered iron roses. Yin Xiao was someone who walked a different path. A smirk played at the corner of his mouth, but the next moment, he realized that Song Kei's throw was exceptionally accurate, landing him amidst a heap of zombies. The zombies emerging from the river, covered in algae and mud, shook their heads, splattering him with a river-scented mess. Yin Xiao's smile vanished, expressionless as he drew his weapon from the holster on his thigh, efficiently dealing with the zombies. Aren't you going after them? Lu Xiao witnessed the commotion from atop the city wall and kindly reminded Zhuang Qinjian. I can't shoulder or lift anything. Zhuang Qinjian pointed confidently at his legs. Wouldn't I just cause trouble if I went? Zhuang Qinjian thought of something, lips curling into a smile. Don't worry, when our captain gets serious, no one can snatch things from her. Lu Xiao nodded. Oh, then why did you just attack that person like a peacock spreading its feathers? That person is probably top tier A level, and you, in any case, are an S level awakener. Lu Xiao trailed off suddenly. Zhuang Qinjian sneered. Finally figured it out? I thought you were so obsessed with shooting that even your intelligence went off with the bullets. Lu Xiao ignored his sarcasm. He suddenly realized that since a while ago, Zhuang Qinjian had only been using firearms and hadn't utilized any supernatural abilities. He initially thought it was out of laziness, but the truth was, he simply hadn't had a chance to use them. Up to this point in the battle, Hyman seemed to have an absolute advantage, yet both waves of zombies on the river and the plains were just ordinary ones. None of the mutant zombies, evolved zombies, or the zombie king had appeared yet. Where could they have gone? This zombie king's best tactic is guerrilla tactics, Zhuang Qinjian calmly analyzed. Using food airdrop containers as a cover to send in the fallen, because they have no life signs. Once mixed with the food, it masks even radiation. Most importantly, they can control themselves and not make any noticeable movements. But with such elaborate planning, is its only goal really to have the fallen open 3 iron gates? Since it can adjust tactics based on different abilities, why not organize a surprise attack? If I were it, I definitely wouldn't opt for a straightforward assault. Oh, so you think your good buddy, the zombie king, would do what? Lu Xiao mocked. First, let other awakeners take the lead and call our people back, Zhuang Qinjian said. I'll go meet this one, an interesting opponent. Asterisk. Inside Hyman City, all the floating screens lit up with official announcements from the municipal hall. The person responsible seemed quite frantic, lacking time to organize the language. Several announcements were bluntly expressed. Residents must heighten vigilance. Zombies have been discovered disguised as humans. Do not trust anyone. Do not engage in conversation with strangers. Do not approach the Iron Gate booths. The booths are laden with explosives. Zombies cannot read text. It's enough that we know in our hearts. Don't speak it out loud. Stay vigilant. Stay vigilant. A person with braided hair sprinted through the crowd, with Su Xing panting as he chased after. Soon, they reached the outer perimeter of the second line of defense, the back of the commercial street. Braided Head accelerated and intercepted a group of about 30 people. Su Xing realized something and hid behind a building, holding his breath as he peered sneakily. Braided Head anxiously yelled twice, hoarse, towards the leader of the group. The leader turned, lips moving, seemingly communicating with Braided Head. Su Xing caught a glimpse of its sinister profile, murky gray eyes, and the zombie-like patterns extending from its chin down its neck. This was a fallen. No, these 30 people, they should all be fallens, the bad faction mentioned by Braided Head. After pondering for a moment, Su Xing decided to nickname the leader Dirty Chin. After Dirty Chin finished communicating with Braided Head, it rudely shoved Braided Head aside, as if saying, "Get out of the way." Braided Head stumbled, growing more anxious, and clumsily retrieved something from around its neck that resembled a broken fang, somewhat like a zombie's tooth. As Dirty Chin observed the fang, its initially calm expression turned into rage. It flipped Braided Head over with the butt of its gun, then lifted its foot to stomp on the person's head. Braided Head struggled desperately, her hat and scarf falling off, revealing unmistakable zombie features. Dirty Chin let out an enraged roar from its throat, lowering its head closer to Braided Head's face. Su Xing was extremely nervous, tightly gripping an ice spike, ready to intervene at any moment. Fortunately, Dirty Chin didn't intend to harm its fellow beings. It reached out and took away Braided Head's pendant, stooped to pick up the hat and scarf, covering the Braided Head's face, then gestured for it to leave. Dirty Chin silently led the fallen deeper into the street. Remembering the direction they disappeared, Su Xing discreetly recorded a video and shared it in the V587 group chat. "Xiao Xing, where are you?" came Song Kei's voice through the earpiece. "Sister, come quickly, I've made a big discovery." Su Xing initially wanted to send his location but remembered that his sister couldn't distinguish directions, so he shared both their positions. "I'm on my way," Song Kei replied. After informing Song Kei, Su Xing jumped off the wall and hurried toward Braided Head, his short legs moving swiftly at novel bin at. Braided Head looked dazed, seeming stunned and dispirited. Su Xing helped fix its hat and scarf and patted off the dirt. Then, squatting in front of it, he asked, "Are you okay, Braided Head?" Braided Head seemed absent-minded and didn't respond. Su Xing continued, "What did you say to your bad buddies? Why were they so angry?" Braided Head glanced up, then silently drew something on the ground, a drawing of 3 tightly clustered ghostly symbols. After staring at it for a while, Su Xing exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, you're saying Dirty Chin is your brother?" Braided Head looked puzzled. Su Xing struggled to explain, "Dirty Chin, has a dirty chin, tall." Braided Head understood and protested against Su Xing's nickname-making behavior with a series of ahhs. "Don't worry about the details," Su Xing chuckled, brushing it off. "Then what about this one? Is he also your brother?" Braided Head nodded, saying It quickly added a few strokes to the drawing. Su Xing understood this time. Braided Head had drawn a scene of zombies playing football, and then he got agitated. "It turns out that your brother is the bad guy who took the lead in bullying me last time." Braided Head, ahh. "Where did it go? Did it also come to Hyman?" Su Xing snorted, deciding not to hold a grudge against them for their past actions. Braided Head quieted down and slowly drew a severed zombie. Following suit, it connected good brother to Su Xing and drew the zombie king, connecting it to the bad brother. Su Xing also grew silent, recalling Zhuang Qinjian's cold remarks. He had mentioned that fallens were a race outside humans and zombies, their characteristics of transformation making them unacceptable to humans. Their retained consciousness prevented them from becoming complete zombies. During the Tongwan outbreak, Braided Head, following its good brother, chose to hide and evade rather than actively attack humans. However, the next day, Braided Head's good brother was mistaken for a zombie by the Awakeners and was killed. The half-body Braided Head had dragged away likely belonged to its brother. Not knowing how to comfort Braided Head, Su Xing simply sat there with it in silence. Sudden footsteps approached from behind, and Song Ke arrived on the scene. Seeing that they were both unharmed, she sighed with relief. Before she could fully relax, a smoke bomb flew in, exploding as it hit the ground, causing Su Xing to cough violently, covering his mouth. In the thick smoke, a hand with a fingerless glove lunged aggressively toward Braided Head, intercepted halfway by Song Ke, twisting it in the opposite direction. Yin Xiao fired a shot from his other hand, forcing Song Ke to release her grip. Both took a step back. As the captain of Tustan, I must take this mutant zombie back to the client. Yin Xiao's expression showed some helplessness. It's not a zombie, it's a fallen, a new species, Song Ke explained seriously. New or old, higher UPS want it. You better not intervene. Yin Xiao's nonchalant expression turned serious. One wrong move, and it'll cause you trouble. Song Ke was taken aback. More trouble? Zhuang Qinjian said that, and now Yin Xiao too? Why was Braided Head's existence so important? As the deadlock continued between the two, Su Xing jumped in. His hands clenched, face red from coughing, and he blurted out unexpectedly, why do you have to catch Braided Head? There are so many Fallens here. Can't you just catch the bad ones and be done with it? Song Ke, Yin Xiao, huh? So many. It's said that children's words are without reservation, and Su Xing's words left the two people opposite him stunned. Yin Xiao's thumb pressed on the outside of the gun body, the calloused index finger hooked the cylinder. With both hands simultaneously maneuvering the gun through a dizzying series of movements, the two slender Hellcat pistols were effortlessly returned to their holsters strapped to his thighs, almost as if they were toys. Kid, Yin Xiao raised his chin, his sharp gaze fixed on Su Xing, words carry responsibility. Besides this guy, did you personally witness any other mutant zombies in Hyman? It was already, Su Xing swallowed hard, shifted slightly towards Song Ke, the captain of the Tustan team, who had suddenly become imposing, exuding a different aura altogether. Just over 30 of them passed by just now, Su Xing muttered under his breath. Braided Head jumped excitedly, emitting a low growl from deep within its throat. If not your brother, how about catching other bad ones? Su Xing whispered to it, or those who constantly bully you, ones you dislike? Let's kill with a borrowed knife and take the opportunity to get rid of them. Braided Head hesitated, hands folded together, clearly making a thinking gesture. Given its intelligence, it couldn't understand what kill with a borrowed knife meant or handle such complex relationship between zombies. Yin Xiao looked somewhat surprised. Can this kid communicate with mutant zombies? Song Ke nodded solemnly, acknowledging that Xiao Xing's talent was indeed quite extraordinary. Your client specifically asked for you to catch Braided Head. Song Ke inquired proactively. Not particularly. Yin Xiao shrugged, hands in his pockets, leaning against the wall casually. He could already anticipate what Song Ke was going to say, as Kai Hung's only request was to capture a mutant zombie. Oh, in that case, I'll take care of this one, you go catch others. Following his lead, Song Ke flicked open a butterfly knife with her thumb, swiftly spinning it. The sharp blade vibrated like the wings of a butterfly at high frequency, almost grazing against the skin of her fingertips. One wrong move could sever a finger. Song Ke performed a flashy set of maneuvers, then with a click, she sheathed the knife. Then she lifted her head, her eyes shining like stars, calmly gazing back at Yin Xiao, as if to say, whatever it is, I can handle it too. Far from feeling threatened, Yin Xiao felt an itching sensation in his mind, as if scratched by a cat's paw. Despite the calm negotiation between the two, neither dared to relax, knowing that any disagreement might lead to another altercation. If I go after others, Yin Xiao smiled. Captain Song, will you still intervene? Not today, came Song Ke's calm reply. The battle in Hyman had evolved into a bloodbath between zombies and humans. The Fallen, by choosing to open the Iron Gate, had positioned themselves against humanity. They were the culprits behind the current brutal situation, and she had no reason to stop Yin Xiao. A hint of amusement flashed in Yin Xiao's eyes as he nodded slowly, then I'll have to put in more effort and change my target. The terminal vibrated, and Song Ke glanced down to see a gathering notification sent by Zhuang Qinjian, not far from their location. Xiao Xing, let's go, she called to Su Xing. Su Xing obediently followed but turned and earnestly advised Braided Head, don't wander off this time, it's safer to stay with us. Just a couple of steps away, Song Ke suddenly turned around, noticing Yin Xiao following them step by step. She tilted her head, her eyes clearly saying, didn't you say you were going after something else? Having just sent the message, Yin Xiao, catching her expression, smiled in response, Captain Song, my intuition has always been accurate. Rather than aimlessly searching for the next mutant zombie within the city, I believe my chances of completing the mission are greater by following you. At novel bin at. Before that, you can use me as a helper. Song Ke shook her head. At that moment, she seemed to possess divine wisdom, seeing through Yin Xiao's true intentions. You don't trust us. Yin Xiao hadn't seen any other Fallen. If Su Xing had lied just now, and if Song Ke and he had teamed up to deceive him, if he had believed them and there were no other Fallen, he would have fallen into their trap. Therefore, the Yin Xiao would undoubtedly follow them. If there were indeed other fallen, he could fulfill the task. If not, he would still target Braided Head. Better to be cautious, Yin Xiao calmly replied. Zhuang Qinjian and Lu Xiao had been waiting at the gathering point for a while when Lin Yuyu and the other three quickly arrived to join them. The situation outside the city has temporarily stabilized. The zombie tide can't break through, but Hyman's ammunition is depleting rapidly, Lin Yuyu said, her face displaying concern. Yan Biao has requested reinforcements from several nearby sea districts, but we don't know how long they'll take to arrive. The checkpoint in Hyman has yet to appear, Su Cha timely reminded. The checkpoint is related to the Zombie King, Zhuang Qinjian affirmed. As they were discussing, Song Ke and Su Xing arrived, followed by Braided Head and a familiar young man. What's going on? Who's this? Lin Yuyu asked in surprise. Song Ke sighed and explained to her teammates about the encounter with Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao stood directly in front of Zhuang Qinjian, pondered for a moment, and took the initiative to greet him. I'm Yin Xiao, captain of the Tustan Awakener team from the northern base. Zhuang Qinjian, came Zhuang Qinjian's cold reply. Oh, so you're the Zhuang Qinjian, Yin Xiao's tone carried a meaningful undertone. During Song Ke's conversation with Gao Xiangyang, he had also been present, having heard about 70 to 80% of their chat. In his eyes, the current Zhuang Qinjian was nothing more than a despicable thief who stole genetic information, with suspicion of undergoing plastic surgery to alter appearances. Pleasure to meet you, Yin Xiao's face bore a fake smile as he extended his right hand. Right, Zhuang Qinjian shook his hand. Yin Xiao raised an eyebrow, his grip suddenly tightening to 90% strength. The instantaneous explosive power of a top-notch sniper was not to be underestimated. If it were an ordinary person encountering such terrifying force, their joints would have been crushed. Zhuang Qinjian's joints made a crackling sound. He stayed silent for a moment before turning to complain. Song Keek, he grabbed my hand hard. Yin Xiao, aren't we having a competition here between men? You're giving up before the match even begins? What happened to your pride? Song Ke walked over, expressionless, and slapped away Yin Xiao's hand, then lifted Zhuang Qinjian's hand to inspect. There was a hint of redness on the back of his hand. Zhuang Qinjian's long lashes drooped down, his left hand resting neatly on his knee, his tightly pursed lips revealing a hint of grievance. His health isn't good, Song Ke glanced at Yin Xiao, her eyes filled with reproach. Don't bully him. Yin Xiao chuckled, amused. Having grown up in the northern base receiving elite education, he adhered to the concept of strength is paramount. For the first 26 years of his life, he lived freely and uninhibitedly, utterly ignorant of the tea art culture from the ancient civilization period, let alone aware of the existence of the rare breed known as the male green tea. Completely unaware of the undercurrents between the two, Song Ke earnestly asked her companions, where do you think the fallen might go? Lin Yuyu contemplated for a moment. Hyman has issued warnings, and all outposts are on high alert. If the fallen try to repeat their old tricks and open the Iron Gate, wouldn't it be too difficult? The Zombie King, what instructions did he give you? Zhuang Qinjian paused, turning to address Braided Head. Braided Head was startled, behaving like a student who hadn't paid attention in class and suddenly got called upon to answer a question. It scratched its head for a while, paced around, hesitated, then finally pointed in a direction, indicating it would lead Song Ke and the others. Let's go and see, Zhuang Qinjian said in a low voice. Be cautious. Braided Head took a few steps, stopped to think, struggled to recall the details it had missed while slacking off, ran a few more steps, and led the group through a series of twists and turns to the outside of the second line of defense, a remote substation. There, it stopped. Why did you bring us here, Braided Head? Su Xing asked curiously. Braided Head wailed, its expression conveying a range of emotions, but unfortunately, no one could understand. Someone's here, Su Cha warned, breaking the silence. Everyone immediately quieted down, focusing on observing the surrounding environment. Su Cha silently pointed in a certain direction, and a few figures dressed in staff uniforms flashed past. Moving slowly, their shoulders swaying uncontrollably, it was another group of fallen? Chase them, Song Ke whispered. The group hurriedly followed, passing through layers of high-voltage wires and opening the door to a distribution room. In the pitch-black surroundings, in the quiet air, heavy breathing could faintly be heard. Click. Su Cha turned on the flashlight, and the bright beam illuminated the room, revealing hundreds of level 2 zombies crammed inside. Squeezed into the small room, their dark eyeballs enlarged due to the strong light, they roared and lunged forward in response to the stimulation. Run. The 8 of them streamed out, with a horde of zombies hot on their heels. When did there suddenly become so many evolved zombies within Hyman City? Su Xing spun around the electrical poles, continuously releasing ice shards. Lu Xiao's 6 arms moved in unison, weaving a net-like data flow that flew out. Su Cha protected Lin Yuyu and Fang's Higzu, swiftly spreading a green toxic mist. Suddenly, lightning fast, he struck at the neck of a zombie attempting to ambush them from behind. Even Zhuang Qinjian wore a serious expression, mentally attacking the zombies without holding back. Song Ke manifested a nearly 3-meter-long staff, sweeping through the crowd of hungry, roaring zombies, creating distance between them and the group. Meanwhile, Yin Xiao leaped to the top of the electrical pole, rapidly firing his dual pistols, each shot bursting zombie heads and splattering their brain matter. These were all level 2 zombies, and with V587's strength, they could handle them given enough time. However, the number of zombies was overwhelming and excessively dense. If they were accidentally injured by the zombies and triggered a secondary radiation mutation, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that moment, several hover cars swiftly approached, their windows lowering as a dozen oil guns extended from within. Hey, people below, find a place to hide yourselves. Come in. Song K acted quickly, grabbing the electrical pole and transforming it into a massive umbrella, spreading it open. Its 8 umbrella bones formed a tent-like structure, instantly creating a safe zone. The V587 members quickly took shelter inside, barely any space remaining. The farthest from them, Yin Xiao executed an extreme leap, rolling into the umbrella at the critical moment. He seamlessly blended in with the other 7 members, squished in tightly. He winked at Song K, a playful gesture that carried a certain sense of charm. How's that? Zhuang Qinjian remained expressionless as his wheelchair slid forward, accidentally landing on Yin Xiao's military boot. Yin Xiao's expression twisted. Song K, what's with this guy? How's what? The gasoline poured down from the sky like a torrential rain, drenching the zombies hidden in the substation thoroughly. The door of the hover car opened, and amidst the fierce air currents, a woman with deep red curls extended her hands. Adorning her fingers were rings resembling green and blue gems, upon closer inspection revealed to be high-grade crystals. With her majestic awakened energy released, flames soared into the sky. With a hiss, a chemical reaction occurred between the gasoline and flames, igniting rapidly. The roaring fire illuminated the entire sky. Those supernatural flames possessed miraculous properties, they wouldn't extinguish unless burnt completely. 8 people, including Song K, huddled under the protection of a spiritual umbrella. The scorching temperature nearly seared their skin, but Song K's stable mental strength prevented any disturbance despite the wails of the zombies, leaving the umbrella unaffected. After a good 15 minutes, most of the level 2 zombies were burnt to death, and the remaining ones scattered and fled at novel bin at. Song K retracted the umbrella, and the group emerged, their faces covered in soot from the thick smoke. The woman in the floating car whistled ambiguously towards Yin Xiao. Hey, Captain, looks like even you have days like this. Need me to come to your rescue? Yin Xiao retorted angrily. Shut up, Jennifer. Even if I'm in a slump, I'm still your father. Jennifer scoffed. I don't have such an incompetent father like you. Stop arguing. Did you catch the mutated zombies? I want to go back to sleep. Stop wasting time, hurry up and search. Members of the Tustin team jumped down, joining Yin Xiao in pursuing the fallen. The smoke-filled substation now had only the 7 members of V587 remaining. Zhuang Qinjian bent down, picking up a fragment of a damaged metallic object from the ashes, examining it closely. What's this? Song K picked up a similar piece. I've got one too, Fang's Higsa said. They searched around and found that this kind of thing was scattered all over the substation. Zhuang Qinjian asked in a low voice, have any of you noticed any changes in your bodies? Lin Yuyo pondered for a moment. It seems like my awakened energy has become more abundant. Su Xing spread his palm, instantly conjuring ice blades, showing adeptness in employing his awakened ability. Zhuang Qinjian's face grew serious. The radiation intensity here is several times higher than in other areas. Currently, Hymen has become a huge chaotic magnetic field, capable of triggering the explosion of awakened energy. It relies on these things super magnets. The object in Zhuang Qinjian's hand was rough, filled with assembled charges, some unidentifiable magnetic substances, and a mix of scattered awakened energy. Magnets. Lin Yuyu immediately thought of a possibility. Could the Zombie King be planning to disrupt the power grid and render the high-voltage network ineffective? Not feasible. Do you all know how many substations are in Hymen? Zhuang Qinjian asked. Everyone shook their heads. How would they have such information? Zhuang Qinjian slightly parted his lips and revealed a staggering number, 1,130. To attempt to destroy all substations in a short time is a completely futile endeavor. Hymen always keeps reserve power. The Zombie King's goal should be to create an artificial magnetic pole. They don't need to destroy, they just need to make some alterations. By filling the substations with super magnets, Hymen will become an artificial magnetic pole in the Eastern Alliance. Strictly speaking, it's not an artificial magnetic pole, it should be called made by undead. Lu Xiao unexpectedly cracked a dark joke, but unfortunately, no one found it amusing at this moment. All wore grave expressions. Song K's gaze wandered, struggling to keep up with the discussion. She couldn't quite comprehend it, but mimicking Lin Yuyu and the others, she earnestly nodded along. Zhuang Qinjian smiled faintly, choosing not to expose her confusion and explained in a more straightforward and understandable manner. After the apocalypse, the Alliance's terrestrial magnetic field was already unstable. If the supermagnets in Hymen exceed a certain quantity, forming an artificial magnetic pole, it will conflict with the existing poles, causing a magnetic pole reversal. During this period, the magnetic field above Hymen will completely disappear, exposing it to solar particle storms that will recklessly bombard human bodies, attracting more and more zombies to gather. Once all electromagnetic signals fail, Hymen will become an isolated city. Even with reinforcements, they won't be able to locate it. Song K suddenly comprehended, but her heart sank. If Hymen became isolated, it meant that reinforcements wouldn't arrive, rendering the current defense of Hymen meaningless. The Zombie King is too terrifying, Lin Yuyu murmured. Its intelligence, strategy, and vision had surpassed that of ordinary humans long ago. Faced with such a formidable opponent, did they really have a way to kill it? I have a question, how can evolved zombies appear in the inner city? Feng Zhigzu asked. Because they have spatial-type mutant zombies, Zhuang Qinjian said solemnly. These fallen ones aren't just spies, they're also anchors. The Zombie King uses their positions as coordinates to covertly teleport elite forces. V587 had encountered the power of spatial-type awakeners in Mu City. Scarface and the Thin Man had been a great help in assassinating Nikong. They hadn't expected zombies to possess such abilities and be used by the Zombie King for covert actions. The Zombie King probably has already entered Hyman, Zhuang Qinjian revealed the harsh reality. As if a prophecy, almost the instant his words fell, the second iron gate emitted a sharp noise of destruction. Accompanying this sound were the panicked screams of Hyman residents. The chaos spread to the inner city. We need to find the Zombie King as soon as possible, Song Ke said. Kill him and stop everything. Pray caught. A message suddenly popped up in the internal chat channel. Looking at the avatar, it was from Yin Xiao. The next second, his clear voice sounded, "Oh, looks like you still have to rely on me, the captain." The members of the Tustin team fell silent for a moment, cursing intermittently. Yin Xiao, are you deliberately messing with us? I've caught one here. Do you still need more? As a captain, you should have the spirit of selfless dedication. Can you go on missions by yourself in the future and share the commission money equally with us? I'm so sleepy. Heading back. Jennifer elegantly toyed with a cluster of flames at her fingertips. After reading the chat messages, she smiled brightly. All right, it's time to wrap up and go back for a vacation. Suddenly, she caught an extremely subtle awakened energy wave, almost like a gentle breeze brushing past her ears. Jennifer swiftly turned around, finding nothing behind her. An illusion? But Jennifer wasn't someone to take things lightly. She had undergone countless life and death experiences, honing her intuition for danger, trusting her sharp senses implicitly. Jennifer pretended to turn her head back and continued walking forward, quietly touching her crystal ring with her fingertips. A faint sound of saliva dripping onto the ground made Jennifer swiftly turn around. Flames spiraled out, illuminating the attacker. Enormous claws intercepted the burst of flames, the rotting flesh sizzling and burning, emitting an unquenchable stench. A normal zombie or a level 2 zombie would have already been howling in agony, but this monster seemed impervious to pain. Its massive body shook off the scorching, emerging from the shadows. Jennifer's pupils contracted sharply. This was a level 3 zombie? Everyone has strengths and weaknesses, and Jennifer excelled in wide-range attack with her abilities. However, in close combat, she ranked at the bottom within the team, never surpassing the second to last. With an accurate assessment of her own abilities, Jennifer turned and ran, screaming at the top of her lungs, "Yin Xiao, you darned jerk! Dad, come save your daughter." The level 3 zombie roared furiously, its claws pounding the ground, hot on her heels. Lower your hostility, lower your stance, tonight, her figure has already gone far away. At this critical moment, an ethereal singing voice resounded. Suddenly, the movements of the level 3 zombie slowed down, its head involuntarily drooping, losing track of Jennifer. Subsequently, a ghostly figure leaped into the air, stepping on its head, thrusting a dagger into its shoulder blades. Poisonous mist erupted, the zombie wailing continuously as its decaying flesh fell off. Coincidentally passing by, Lin Yuyo took advantage of the situation and rapped swiftly, "I don't care if you believe it or not, can't block the rainwater invading your brain, even if you try hard enough, when you meet me, you're left with nothing but a doomed life." As she recited her lyrics, Sucha's speed surged several times over. His forearm muscles tensed to the extreme, and his dagger whirled out, hitting the level 3 zombie's eye dead on. Seizing the moment of its howling, Sucha jumped forward, delivering a powerful kick, akin to crushed stones, denting the weakest part of the level 3 zombie's skull. Then, with a reverse grip on the knife, he relentlessly stabbed its neck. After a dozen consecutive strikes, Sucha pulled the dagger from the eye socket, a toxic mist enveloping the blade's edge. He made a heavy slash at the crack. Snap! The entire head of the level 3 zombie was severed and flung away, blood and putrid flesh spraying like a fountain. Sucha somersaulted backward, landing on the ground, and slowly stood up. With the help of explosion of awakened energy, his strength had reached a level where he could single-handedly kill a level 3 zombie. Wow, so cool. Jennifer sighed melodically, her eyes almost twinkling. She rushed over, her deep red curls carrying a fragrant breeze, and lunged at Sucha. Sucha's pupils quivered. He took a step back, then watched in disbelief as Jennifer leaped past him. Thud! Jennifer pressed Lin Yuyu against the wall, her hand placed firmly, assuming a standard romantic Kabadon pose. Then, she slowly lowered her head, her red lips almost touching Lin Yuyu's, their hair intertwining, so close they could feel each other's breath. In a captivating, enchanting voice, she said, "Hi, Savior, how about exchanging contact information? I'm Jennifer, 177 centimeters tall, measurements 81.58.90, and in good health with no bad habits. If you don't have a boyfriend or girlfriend, could you consider me?" Even Lin Yuyo, who was used to storms and tempests, was left stunned. Sucha, splattered with blood, held the dagger pulled from the level 3 zombie's head, silent and speechless. "Tian, I am your father, it's more like establishing the hierarchy. Kill with a borrowed knife, The idea is to cause damage to the enemy via a third party. Song K originally thought that finding the zombie king within the vast inner city of Hyman would take quite some effort. The reality was that as V587 just approached the second iron gate amidst the chaotic crowd, it appeared in front of everyone. Yes, in front of everyone. An evacuee from Hyman, by chance, glanced up and witnessed a scene that terrified him to the core. Trembling, his hand pointed incredulously upwards. Quick, look. What is that? Everyone followed where he was pointing at and immediately erupted into a chorus of screams. Under the dismal moonlight obscured by dark clouds, a deformed monster was climbing the television tower. Its speed wasn't particularly fast, its four massive claws methodically dug into the steel structure. The well-developed leg muscles moved rhythmically, displaying an inexplicable ease as it climbed. Upon reaching the top, it grabbed the lightning rod with one hand, flipped over the railing, and unfurled its fleshy wings behind. It sat there like a king on a throne, overlooking its future kingdom with a disdainful posture. In the dark alleys, evolved zombies and mutant zombies kept teleporting through anchor points. Though their numbers were scant compared to the horde outside the city, the panic they caused was akin to a nuclear explosion. With attacks from both inside and outside, the first two defense lines of Hyman were thoroughly breached, leaving only the inner city on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, all the Awakeners in the Eastern Alliance received the same S-rank commission. The Alliance Awakener headquarters issues an urgent announcement. Hyman, District D135, is facing a large-scale organized wave of continuous zombies led by a level 4 zombie. All Awakeners in various districts are requested to immediately provide support. This commission is designated as a Red Commission. Killing zombies within the specified time limit will earn double points and Alliance currency rewards. A steamship swiftly approached the television tower, and from the painted markings on its body, they were participants from the throne race competition. Two Awakeners secured by safety ropes slid down, shouting loudly, "Goodbye to you, the championship belongs to us." Particle guns relentlessly fired at the Zombie King, sparking clang-clang sounds as the attacks splattered. The Zombie King promptly folded its wings tightly around its small head, appearing from a distance like an uneven egg, deflecting all attacks on its outer skin. After the first wave of firepower, the Zombie King exerted force from its hind legs, roaring as it stood upright. Its fleshy wings expanded, astonishingly lifting it off the ground. Its wing, steel-like, struck the steamship, causing it to lose control, spin, and fly out in reverse. Then, its sharp claws gripped the front cabin. "And no," shouted the terrified pilot inside the cockpit. Roar. The Zombie King's two claws violently pierced through the steamship in an instant. It landed again, seizing two swaying Awakeners, swiftly snapping their safety ropes, and ferociously devouring them. Blood and flesh splattered around as the bone-chilling sound of gnawing bones echoed. "Fools, too careless," sighed Zhuang Qinjian, who had witnessed the entire ordeal. Even without direct confrontation with the Zombie King, the commission notice was crystal clear. Not only was it an outstanding battlefield commander, but also an unequivocal level 4 zombie. V587 finally squeezed through the iron gate, dashing towards the direction of the television tower. The residents of Hyman gradually faltered, more and more civilians falling. They could handle ordinary zombies, but when facing radiation-enhanced mutant zombies and evolved zombies, even with all their might, their chances of victory seemed incredibly slim. The bodyguards around Wang Hu had all perished. His gold necklace was smeared with blood, his once sleek mink now tattered. Leaning on a spiritual weapon, a long sword, he barely stood, panting heavily while confronting 5 or 6 level 2 zombies. His vision covered in crimson, Wang Hu didn't know how many zombies or surviving Hyman residents were around. His muscles ached, incapable of lifting the sword any longer. Wang Hu chuckled, glaring at the monster before him, cursing fiercely, "Look at how bad you are, you hill cannon." The level 2 zombies, with low intelligence, were provoked by his taunts and viciously lunged at him. At the brink of death, Wang Hu silently thought, "Thank goodness my wife and kids are in the basement of the villa, with enough supplies stocked." A graceful figure leaped over his head, black hair flying backward at shoulder level. In the person's hand, a deep blue curved blade formed a crescent shape, brushing past the level 2 zombie. The zombie couldn't even attempt to bite before its neck was cleanly sliced. A mix of black and red putrid blood sprayed out, leaving an empty space in front of Wang Hu. The zombies fiercely attacking him swayed and collapsed. Song Ke, who had sold him the spiritual weapon, appeared like a deity descending, stepping on zombie heads and shoulders, creating waves of bloodshed as the blade swung. Amidst the chaos, Song Ke gestured a direction to Wang Hu, "Go there, run." In front of the emergency passage of the 3rd defense line, Municipal Hall staff shouted hoarsely, "Quick, civilians, enter the safe zone." Awakeners from Hyman rushed in from outside the city, clearing an evacuation path and safeguarding civilians. To prevent any traitors, everyone voluntarily exposed their features, facilitating inspection. Exhausted, Wang Hu held on to his precious spiritual weapon, pushed along by those behind him, following the crowd, smoothly entering the safe zone. The near-death experience left his mind blank until much later when Wang Hu suddenly realized, damn, buyer shows and seller shows are really not the same. Meanwhile, the Zombie King at the top of the television tower suddenly disappeared. Elsewhere, within a substation, Dirty Chin in sentinel uniform arrived at their destination. Despite the shrill alarms sounding continuously, they remained seemingly oblivious. Vigilantly surveying their surroundings, a hoarse sound emanated from their throat. Dozens of fallen followed suit, emerging and swiftly clearing the area with machine gun fire on the personnel. Despite their appearance, they operated like a disciplined sentinel force. Dirty Chin led their counterparts, placing super magnets in every nook and cranny of the substation, causing the radiation levels to quickly exceed safety standards. They waited quietly in place for a few seconds. Suddenly, the fallen beside Dirty Chin began emitting a dark glow all over their body. Black whirlpools appeared beneath their feet, intense awakened energy fluctuations in the air. Gradually, gruesome level 3 zombies emerged one after another. Roar. These creatures' nature was sheer carnage. Just as they landed, they followed the scent of fresh blood and dashed wildly towards the streets at Novel bin at. The skin of the fallen anchoring the portal turned crimson, their body uncontrollably swelling like an inflated balloon. Then, with a shudder, their blood vessels burst, exploding into a pile of flesh with a bang, slowly collapsing. However, the whirlpool didn't stop. The zombies continued to be incessantly transported, stepping on the corpse. The remaining fallen exclaimed in bewilderment. Dirty Chin didn't expect such an incident to occur. It visibly paused, but quickly grasped something, its expression turning grim. The capacity of the anchor point was limited, and the number of fallen was far from enough to transport all the elite zombies. If an anchor point could hold 40 zombies and now forcibly stuffed in 100, the elites were sent in, but the fallen, as hosts, met only the fate of self-destructive explosion. The Zombie King was cunning and arrogant, treating all zombies as pawns, disposable at any moment. After all, they lacked consciousness, being merely manipulated. However, Dirty Chin knew that the fallen were different from zombies. They were willing to follow the Zombie King not because they wanted to but because they didn't want to associate with dirty humans. They aimed to build their own homeland for a free life, not to sacrifice themselves in vain. As this realization struck Dirty Chin, it emitted an angry roar from its throat. The Zombie King had deceived them? AHH. Dirty Chin grew increasingly furious, howling loudly. It wasn't like Braided Head, clueless about the mission details. It knew the Zombie King's plan inside out. After calming down, Dirty Chin almost immediately decided to turn against them. It issued commands, leading its kind to dismantle the super magnets. It was due to these items' existence that the spatial zombies could exceed their limits and transport 100 elites. If they lost the support of the super magnets, the anchor point could revert to its original capacity, sparing its kind from further deaths. The release of abilities had a certain interval. As long as they acted fast enough, they could disrupt the rhythm of the spatial zombies. The Zombie King at the top of the TV tower quickly noticed something amiss. The speed at which its elites came in slowed down, and their numbers dwindled significantly. Ultimately, it was because the super magnets were rapidly decreasing, and Hyman didn't become the new magnetic pole as it had anticipated. The Zombie King's front claws bent the railing, its sinister gaze fixed in a certain direction. Descending from the TV tower, it swiftly crossed the rooftops, chasing after that group of disruptors. With a loud bang, the Zombie King descended from the sky, landing in front of Dirty Chin and the other fallen, hoarsely issuing a string of low commands. Roar, roar, roar. Dirty Chin's face revealed fierceness, not only refusing to comply but also aiming its gun at the Zombie King. Behind, another fallen exploded due to the strain caused by the anchor point. This time, all the elites that emerged were mutant zombies. Dirty Chin keenly noticed that among them was the spatial one, perhaps itself or maybe the Zombie King realized something was wrong and, taking the last chance, transported itself first. Under the control of the Zombie King, this group of mutant zombies didn't immediately disperse. Instead, they surrounded Dirty Chin. The Zombie King's eyes glinted with murderous intent as all the mutant zombies lunged at Dirty Chin, attempting to tear it apart. TN. Buyer shows and seller shows. Buyer shows is the picture sent by the customer after buying a certain product. Seller shows is a picture of a merchant's product / its like models wearing the item vs customers wearing the item. Braided Head, where are you taking us again? Su Xing's clear voice inquired. Song Ke and the others had originally been heading towards the TV tower. However, they lost track of the Zombie King midway. Without a better plan in mind, Braided Head was making noises and volunteered to guide them. Braided Head rested its chin on its hand, pondering for 2 seconds, then suddenly sensed a familiar aura. It was like a struggling student unexpectedly finding cheat notes during an exam. Its eyes brightened up instantly, excitedly making noises and darting down a side path. Hey, should we really follow it? Is Braided Head reliable? Lin Yuyu looked skeptical. Braided Head won't deceive us. Su Xing crossed his arms confidently. Lin Yuyu was speechless. Where did this inexplicable trust between a person and a zombie come from? However, Song Ke intervened, saying, let's go and see. So, just before Dirty Chin and the other fallen were about to be overwhelmed, Braided Head, with V587 in tow, coincidentally arrived at the scene. Song Ke spotted the Zombie King and thought, wow, Braided Head is really awesome. What a big fish. Bang. She leaped from the rooftop, landing at the center of the battle, kicking up clouds of dust. But upon seeing the scene in front of her, she became somewhat stunned. What's going on? It looks like they're already fighting? Song Ke, they're fighting among themselves. Zhuang Qinjian discerned the situation at a glance and shouted aloud. Though the idea of zombies fighting among themselves seemed far-fetched, it presented an excellent opportunity for V587. Song Kei's spirits lifted, and together with Sucha, they attacked. With the zombie king isolated and surrounded only by several dozen mutant zombies, Song Kei was confident they could defeat it. Braided Head swiftly ran up to Dirty Chin, frantically making noises around it in agitation. Dirty Chin appeared heavily injured, with a deep gash across its body. Despite Braided Head's concern, Dirty Chin couldn't care less and emitted several short, urgent commands. The remaining fallen rushed toward the spatial zombie hiding in the back. Thick fog arose, blades spun, and Lin Yuyu initiated her soul attack, the Mist Blade. Confused about the situation, Su Xing froze the place in ice and snow. He asked in a bewildered tone, Braided Head, what's happening? Why is your brother at odds with the zombie king? Braided Head didn't have time to explain by drawing pictures slowly. Its stiff hands pressed against Dirty Chin's wound, growling in distress. Braided Head, AHH. Dirty Chin, AHH. Braided Head shook Dirty Chin's shoulders, AHH, AHH. Dirty Chin started coughing violently, AHH. Braided Head immediately stopped, not daring to move recklessly. Just then, a faint dark light appeared at Dirty Chin's feet, growing brighter, enveloping its entire body. Soon after, a black vortex formed, and one by one, level 3 zombies crawled out from it. Braided Head looked at Dirty Chin dazedly, surrounded by an unsettling premonition. As if foreseeing something, Dirty Chin retrieved a pendant from its pocket, awkwardly put it back around Braided Head's neck, then gently patted its head. Murky tears streamed down Braided Head's hollow eye sockets, dropping one after another onto the ground. AHH, AHH. Braided Head screamed in disbelief. AHH. Almost simultaneously, there was a sudden roar from the fallen behind. Braided Head swiftly turned around to see two of its kind biting onto a hiding mutant zombie, emitting clear radiation fluctuations. Spatial, transmission, mission. As if struck by lightning, Braided Head had a sudden epiphany. All the missed details flooded back into its mind. Baring its sharp teeth, it angrily charged forward. Kill it, kill it. That was the only thought in its mind. Braided Head, don't run around. The situation on the scene changed rapidly, and Su Xing, still confused about why Braided Head, who had been fine, was displaying such aggression, dashed toward the direction of the zombie king. What was happening? Was it also becoming erratic? Amidst the spatial zombies' panic, unexpectedly displaying humanoid intelligence, attempting to escape, Braided Head unleashed an astonishing burst of combat strength, biting down on its neck. As more and more level 3 zombies appeared, Lu Xiao raised his hand, and the 101,010 code flew out. A deep red crosshair mark struck the head of the spatial zombie Braided Head was attacking. Marked the spatial zombie? Let's kill it first. Zhuang Qinjian reminded in time. This time, Su Xing finally understood Braided Head was helping them kill the zombies. Song Kei and Sucha changed their attack targets, striking toward the spatial zombie. The zombie king evidently understood the importance of the spatial zombie. Its black blood vessels squirmed rapidly, and its fleshy wings struck Braided Head forcefully. Braided Head grunted but surprisingly wasn't thrown off. It bit ruthlessly, severing half the head of the spatial zombie, yet it remained alive. The zombie king, in a fit of rage, charged forward, slashing at Song Kei, affected by Sucha's toxic mist. Its sharp claws pierced Braided Head's back, tearing it away. With a pull, Braided Head was ripped in two from the right shoulder to the thigh and flung heavily. No, Braided Head. Su Xing cried out with tears in his eyes. Dirty Chin lying on the ground swelled, its murky eyes bulging, emitting faint sobs from its throat. Braided Head's body flew backward in a Y shape, landing on the ground motionless. The remaining level 3 zombies rushed to assist while the zombie king prepared to retreat. Braided Head, Su Xing's tears fell uncontrollably. The intense radiation made his internal magnetic field extremely unstable. His awakened energy crackled like an out-of-control silver snake, making static-like sounds. Coupled with the heightened emotions, Su Xing once again experienced the uncontrollable manifestation of Fool's Wharf. His curly hair fluffed up, the unstable blizzard around him gathered into fine, dense needle-like forms, pouring out in front. These empowered ice needles dominated the entire space, leaving no room for escape. The power of wide-range attack abilities was unquestionably showcased in the narrow alley. V587 and the others turned in shock to look at Su Xing. This was A-level awakened energy. Xiao Xing had broken through. A torrent of ice needles pierced the severed neck of the spatial zombie, instantly freezing its head. With a final thud, the already weakened head collapsed, and the black vortex instantly halted. Dirty Chin's body stopped swelling and slowly returned to normal. The zombie king attempted its usual tactic, wrapping its fleshy wings tightly around itself. However, despite the minuscule size, the power of those ice needles remained unabated. They quickly froze its wings, rendering them too heavy to lift. Song Kei's gaze sharpened as a sharp bone-cutting knife materialized. Grandpa used to say this knife was great for chopping chicken wings. Cover me, she yelled and charged toward the zombie king. Sucha abruptly turned, confronting the level 3 zombies and mutant zombies that had been teleported. Song Kei leaped onto the rooftop, wielding her blade towards the zombie king's wings. The zombie king emitted a deafening roar, shattering the entire 4-story building. Concrete and debris rained down, but Lu Xiao's 6 mechanical arms extended, forming a basket shape, catching all the falling debris. Ding at novel bin at. Like a missile, Song Kei rammed the zombie king into the rubble, brandishing her bone-cutting knife. In a swift motion, she chopped at the frozen, brittle flesh, displaying the posture of chopping ribs. In just a few seconds, she had hacked off more than 30 slashes, cleanly severing the half-clawed section of its wing. The zombie king writhed in agony, rolling around, yet it managed to conceal its head. As Song Kei prepared to swiftly continue chopping the other wing, a sudden change occurred. The zombie king disappeared from her sight. She was startled. Another spatial ability? No, Song Kei swiftly turned around. Xiao Xing had already taken down the spatial zombie, leaving it thoroughly dead. She sprang up from the rubble. 5 seconds later, the zombie king, looking bedraggled, reappeared 100 meters away, causing a parked bus by the roadside to collapse under its weight. On a distant rooftop, a ghostly figure emerged from the black mist. Song Kei glimpsed countless empowered beings and a stern-faced elderly man. Spatial displacement. Mr. Xiang. Shunxing Tea House. Why did they want to save the zombie king? Were they crazy? She almost managed to take down that monster just now. The zombie king reacted swiftly, jumping multiple times, disappearing in V587's view. The people from Shunxing Tea House quickly followed. Zhuang Qinjian sighed softly. I said it before, humans are always selfish. Song Kei tightened her grip on the knife handle, understanding now. Personally killing the zombie king was the sole condition for victory. So, Mr. Xiang let the zombie king go, regardless of the consequences, to deny her that chance. Hey, stop chatting and think of a solution quickly. Lin Yuyu, shielded by the dense ice needles, huddled behind Lu Xiao. Make Xiao Xing stop. No matter how much she called out, Su Xing seemed oblivious, eyes tightly shut, his awakened energy surging madly. At this rate, we're all going to freeze. The blizzard's range expanded, turning the fallen into ice sculptures. Lin Yuyu and Fang's Higzo shivered uncontrollably. It was only now that Song Kei felt the bone-chilling cold. Rubbing her reddened fingers together, she slowly retreated under pressure. Finally arriving behind Su Xing, she was about to strike at his exposed neck but hesitated, opting instead to give him a firm shake. Xiao Xing, wake up. Su Xing, dazed from the blow, finally regained control, retracting his powers. The ice needles and blizzard dissipated. Su Xing staggered toward Braided Head's almost severed body, crying inconsolably. Don't die, Braided Head. I'm so useless, I couldn't protect you. In the midst of his tears, he suddenly turned to Fang's Higzo. Uncle Fang, please save Braided Head. I won't tease you anymore, won't secretly freeze your shoes, or use your shaver on Dao Tao's fur. Fang's Higzo, you did what with my shaver? Su Xing, sobbing, pleaded desperately, please, Uncle Fang. Under the condemning gazes of everyone, Fang's Higzo struggled to respond. Me. Having been a doctor for half his life, he was adept at saving lives, but rescuing a zombie? He really had no experience with that? Tien. Or Wuze, traitor within an organization, usually a criminal organization, spy, informant, mole. Su Xing's personality, described in 4 words, was defying the heavens and earth, creating a sharp contrast with his fluffy and cute appearance. Among the members of V587, except for Song Kei, he didn't respect anyone else. He kept a private notebook recording a most disliked people ranking list, adjusting the rankings according to the situation. The top spot constantly switched between Zhuang Qinjian and Lin Yuyu. Fang's Higzo had known him for quite some time, but when had he seen him so weak, even calling him Uncle Fang? This little rascal was usually so arrogant, always addressing him as lazy old man. Well, then, I'll give it a try. Fang's Higzo couldn't bring himself to say more. He squatted down to observe Braided Head. No breath, no heartbeat. However, the fallen didn't have a breath either. The shoulder tear was severe, the blood at the severed limbs had coagulated. Yet, the internal organ tissues were half rotten, half fresh, completely beyond ordinary understanding. Such injuries, if on a human, even an awakener, he could only say, sorry, please accept my condolences. But if it were a zombie, those creatures, even missing limbs, could still bounce around. Fang's Higzo felt a headache, sensing it was his biggest challenge since he began this profession. He gritted his teeth, deciding to try something unconventional, injecting the shimmering white healing ability into Braided Head, only to find it was absorbed. The patient can't move, so treatment must be done on the spot. Fang's Higzo was taken aback but quickly thought. If the ability worked, then the tragic condition of Braided Head might not be beyond help. Perhaps by bonding blood vessels and nerves, fixing the severed limbs and fractures with steel nails, then suturing skin and muscle, theoretically, it might work. Fang's Higzo's expression became focused, silently taking equipment out of his backpack, entering a surgical state. Lin Yuyu tapped Su Xing's forehead, softly saying, hey, stop crying, looks like there's hope. Song Kei wiped the tears from Su Xing's face, who resembled a crying kitten. Let old Fang handle this, let's go after the zombie king, Zhuang Qinjian suggested. Is it safe for him alone? Song Kei was somewhat worried. Quick, look, what are they about to do? Lin Yuyu suddenly exclaimed. The remaining fallen silently closed in, their murky eyes particularly eerie in the dark alleyway. Song Kei wielded his knife defensively, uncertain of the intentions of these fallen toward them, whether they were friends or foes. Su Xing choked out, it's okay, Dirty Chin is, the brother of Braided Head. Confronted by V587's preparedness, Dirty Chin gave them a cold glance, picking up a gun from the ground, aiming it outward. They encircled Fang's Higzo and Braided Head, taking on a protective stance. Zhuang Qinjian also understood their intent. Let's go, no need to worry, old Feng is safe here. Feng's Higso had a unique constitution. Without orders from the Zombie King, ordinary zombies and evolved zombies wouldn't attack him. While he treated Braided Head, his concern was only the humans, but with the Fallen guarding, this issue was somewhat resolved. Old Feng, keep in touch. Call if anything comes up, Song Ke instructed, hesitating before turning. Xiao Xing, I'm going to. Su Xing wiped away his tears, knowing staying wouldn't be helpful, taking the initiative to speak up. After some delay, V-587 headed towards the direction where the Zombie King had disappeared. The civilians in Hyman had retreated to the sheltered area within the 3rd defense line. Outside, it was either evolved zombies or awakeners wandering about. Song Ke slashed down a few level 2 zombies attempting to grab her ankles, feeling that the situation was deteriorating rapidly. The streets and alleys were overrun by a sea of zombies at Novel Bin Adat. The spatial type zombie is dead, the anchor point has failed. Unless they have another one, the escape route for the Zombie King has been cut off, Zhuang Qinjian said, switching to incendiary bombs, the scythe erupting with fiery tongues, forcing back the surging horde. Considering how fiercely it protected itself just now, I lean toward that spatial type zombie being the only one, Lu Xiao said. Zhuang Qinjian nodded. That's good news for us, but we need to be cautious. Its counterattack will only get fiercer. Making a basic mistake like being separated, I don't think it will make the same one twice. Sucha smashed a window of a 6-seater commercial vehicle, hunched down, jumped into the driver's seat, revved the engine, and swiftly turned around. Lu Xiao, you drive. After shouting, he grabbed an assault rifle, climbed onto the roof, firing rapidly as shells scattered, barely clearing a path. The group quickly jumped into the car, efficiently closing windows and locking doors. Lu Xiao floored the accelerator, showcasing wild driving skills as the commercial vehicle swerved and plowed through, engulfing the approaching zombies beneath it. Zhuang Qinjian grabbed the handle, asking, does Yan Biao know about the super magnet? Lin Yuyu's voice shifted due to the speed. He knows? He already sent sentries to dismantle the perimeter. Slow down. But there are still 157 within the defense line. Zhuang Qinjian's expression turned serious. Just in case, it's best for the people of Hyman to check themselves. To disseminate the message to all the people in Hyman, only the hacker, Lu Xiao, could manage it. Don't look at me, no equipment. Lu Xiao shouted while driving. The terminal broke during the fight. Zhuang Qinjian pulled out a shabby, outdated terminal from somewhere and forcefully thrust it into his arms. Use this. Don't tell me you can't do it. 5.0. Lu Xiao hesitated. If I'm not allowed to buy rhenium blocks, can I request a new type of terminal? Lu Xiao pressed the horn discontentedly. I refuse to use this senior citizen terminal. Beep beep. The noise attracted the horde, causing them to turn and lunge forward. Desiccated hands shattered the side window, wildly reaching inside the car. I'll buy it? I'll buy it for you. Song Ke shattered a zombie's head with a knife, but unfortunately, the putrid black matter splattered on her face. Ugh. The stench made her retch, and Lin Yuyu sympathetically handed her a tissue. With a nod from the team leader, Lu Xiao finally felt content. The ice blue eyes shimmered strangely as his fingertips swiftly typed in code on the terminal. On the phones, TVs, screens, and projections of all the people in Hyman, a new announcement appeared. Good evening, people of Hyman. I am a great hacker who is about to save you. Here's an important message interrupting your routine. This thing is called a super magnet. Have you all seen it clearly? If you want to stay alive, hurry to the substation near you and dismantle it. In this race against time, Lu Xiao not only hacked into the system to deliver a spiel but also effortlessly created a model. The lifelike super magnet was presented from multiple angles, exhibiting every detail vividly in front of everyone's eyes. Have you found where the Zombie King is? Lin Yuyu shouted against the car's back. Zhuang Qinjian hesitated for a moment, then opened the screen and calmly entered the live broadcast of Shunxing Tea House, starting to peek at the screen. Lin Yuyu, 6. He even casually explained, this is the fastest way. How do you think Mr. Xiang abducted the Zombie King? A shameless person like him probably spends 24 hours spying on all the participants' live broadcasts. This is tit for tat. The people in the car fell silent. To say or not to say, Zhuang Qinjian's audacity was truly something. Found it. Zhuang Qinjian pressed pause, zooming in on the screen, swiftly pinpointing the corresponding location based on landmark buildings. Music Square, hurry and follow. Asterisk. At the same time, Tustin tossed the captured 2 fallen into the floating car. These 2 mutated zombies showed their ferocity, their eyes filled with malice, constantly gnashing their teeth and howling, attempting to bite the restraining rings on their bodies. Bang! Yin Xiao accurately shattered their fangs with the Hellcat pistol, finally quieting them down. He muttered under his breath, that little brat was right, this thing really has its good and bad factions. Compared to the calm Braided Head, these 2 in front of him were downright vicious. Captain, the mission is overfulfilled, can we head back now? A team member urged cheerfully. You all go back first, leave me with 2 cars. Yin Xiao flashed a bright smile. I have some personal matters to take care of. These 2 mutated zombies were caught thanks to Song Ke's blessing, but he hadn't fulfilled his promise of not suffering a loss yet. Yin Xiao picked a few submachine guns from the armory, tore open the tab on an energy drink with one hand, and took a gulp. As he opened the car door, about to step out, a pair of slender hands tightly gripped his thigh, a sparkling crystal ring gleaming on the fingertip. "Daddy, where are you going? Please take me with you." "Jennifer, wasn't it you who was pestering to go back for a beauty sleep? Why aren't you leaving now?" Others teased. "What do you know?" Jennifer turned back angrily and then clasped her hands, her expression dreamy. "I've fallen in love again." "What?" "I've developed a crush on a girl from V587. Oh, she is so lovely." Pfft. Yin Xiao sprayed out the drink, coughing violently. "Daughter, this isn't acceptable. You, liking the same person as your father, saying it out loud is utterly against morality and ethics, it's the degradation of humanity." Jennifer rolled her eyes at him. "Don't worry, I'm not into that kind of mommy-daughter plot." After hearing Jennifer's explanation, Yin Xiao grinned, finally relieved. "All right, come along then, Dad will take you for some fun." One of the floating cars broke away from the convoy, changing direction toward the inner city of Hyman. The music square. The zombie king was heavily wounded, its wing severed by Song K, continuously dripping thick, viscous black blood. Around it gathered evolved zombies, crowding the entire square. As events unfolded, the zombie king knew that this attempt had almost failed. But there's a saying among humans, as long as there's a green hill, there's no need to worry about firewood. If it could find a chance to escape, there was still hope for a comeback. The zombie king clawed at the ground, discreetly observing an escape route. In the Team Shunsing tea house, Mr. Xiang stood, issuing a stern command, "Move." Seizing the opportunity while it was weak, planning to take its life while it was injured, now was the zombie king's most vulnerable moment. Utilizing the spatial abilities hidden within the shadows, the plan was to make the zombie king vanish from its current position. The direction aimed at was astonishingly where a superpowered electric cage, crafted by a dozen or so electric-type awakeners, lay. Once inside, it was enough to obliterate any living body. The zombie king's pitch-black eyes slowly turned, emitting a muffled roar from its throat, struggling incessantly but still forcibly being shifted. In a corner, a zombie with peculiar eyes took advantage and activated the skill echolocation. By sensing radiation waves and faint breaths, it suddenly pinpointed the spatial type awakener's location. The surrounding level 3 zombies received the command and surged madly towards that spot, ferociously attacking the elusive mist. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The spatial type awakener never expected their hidden position to be exposed. Their slender figure was dragged out, horrified, and pinned to the ground by countless sharp claws. "Mr. Xiang, save me, help." The screams abruptly ceased as the spatial type awakener's limbs were torn apart, savagely devoured by the ruthless level 3 zombies. 5 seconds later, the zombie king's heavy body fell into the electric cage. "It worked?" Mr. Xiang's face lit up with joy, taking an excited step forward, but his smile quickly froze. Suddenly, the zombie king emerged unscathed, swiftly rising and viciously biting the electric-type awakeners attacking it. Several meters away, a level 3 zombie suddenly convulsed and was instantly charred, crumbling into ashes with a gust of wind. Mr. Xiang cursed furiously, frustrated by the evolved zombies, especially those darned mutant ones. This time, the zombie king relied on damage transfer. This zombie king was too cunning, too shrewd. Not only did it possess a repository of powers it could control at will, but it also commanded a group of fearless super soldiers who followed its orders without question, allowing it to wield its powers wantonly. Thick thorns burst from the ground, securely restraining the zombie king's damaged body. Standing tall in a blue long robe was Duan Muqi. "The 3 grandsons and 1 grandpa are here." Fan Peng, Kaiying Mingcheng, and Xiao Chen slid down the thorns, sprinting towards the zombie king. Their movements were peculiar, resembling some kind of formation. Each took a corner, forming a triangular stance. Through mutual support, their attack power increased significantly. Within this formation, the 3 B-level awakeners exhibited A-tier strength. This seed-winning team unleashed astonishing combat prowess. Yet, the zombie king reacted swiftly, dragging the thorns as it swiftly retreated. Level 3 zombies surged past it, engaging in a fierce battle with Xiao Chen and the others. Duan Muqi, standing high up, suddenly tensed his back, feeling a chill in his throat. A cold sensation surged from his heart-throat cut. He swiftly crouched, dodging sideways, but his skin was still sliced open, crimson blood flowing down. Duan Muqi felt a chill in his heart. His opponent's level was evidently higher than his. The A-level speed-type awakener, having failed in the assassination, no longer lingered in battle. Swiftly vanishing into the darkness, seeking the next opportunity, their presence hindered Duan Muqi's movements, leaving him constrained as if with a fishbone stuck in his throat. Duan Muqi pressed his wound to stop the bleeding, sneering in a certain direction. "Mr. Xiang, finally at the end of the road." "Kid Duan Mu, pretending to be noble at this point seems pointless, don't you think?" Mr. Xiang didn't deny it, saying cryptically, "This is a surprise I've specially prepared for you. Enjoy it." As the two sides stood in a deadlock, suddenly, a storm descended from the sky, chilling Mr. Xiang and Duan Muqi to the bone, making it impossible for them to open their eyes. Clang! A business van rammed through the blocking horde of corpses, entering the scene in an absolute and domineering manner. The V587 group leaped out of the vehicle, like a sharp knife entering the battlefield, cutting through the tide of zombies, approaching the central target. Mr. Xiang gritted his teeth, these persistent little devils. If they weren't taken care of, the ownership of the zombie king would remain uncertain. Kill V587 first. Evolved zombies and awakeners charged toward V587 simultaneously, various abilities flashing in chaos, targeting Song Ke and her 5 companions. Lin Yuyo dodged frantically, cursing aloud, what the heck, infighting at this point. Whoosh! A towering blaze erupted, burning into a sea of red, clearing the monsters around Lin Yuyu in the blink of an eye. The hovercar of Tustin arrived just in time, Jennifer leaning against the door, her deep red curls fluttering in the wind. Lin Yuyu looked up as Jennifer threw a wave at her, enthusiastically shouting, Zhang-san, I'm here to help you. Lin Yuyu froze for a moment, her toes curling awkwardly. She never expected her casually chosen name to be called out. Boom! Amidst her daze, earth-shattering cannon fire erupted as Guns N' Roses also arrived on the scene at Novel Bin at. Irene and her sisters set up the cannons on the rooftop, cheerfully saying, hey, friend, need a hand. Lin Yuyu quickly responded, yes, 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 cover me. All right. Irene turned the cannon and blasted towards the position where Mr. Xiang and the others were located. Remember, you owe me a meal. On top of the hover car, Yin Xiao remained silent. His sniper rifle always tracked alongside Song Ke. Whenever a zombie approached her, he took the lead, pinning sharp bullets into their skulls. As Song Ke ran, she noticed his support and glanced in the direction of the hover car. Yin Xiao, wearing goggles, brought his fingers together and made a stylish gesture across his forehead, the ruby earring on his right ear sparkling. Song Ke, she was speechless at his flamboyance. Duan Muqi fell victim to another ambush, the injury barely an inch from his heart. Busy dodging, he couldn't lay down the thorns in time. Without his control, Xiao Chen and the others soon found themselves trapped, on the verge of being submerged in a sea of zombies. The speed-type awakener once again appeared behind Duan Muqi, eyes icy, dagger aiming for his neck. Ding! A sapphire blue boomerang knocked his weapon away. Song Ke leaped past, effortlessly lifting Duan Muqi and tossing him onto a scenic tree, giving him a new vantage point. Sucha, finish him off. Sucha instantly teleported to Duan Muqi's original position, engaging in a duel with the awakener skilled in stealth assassination. The battle between the two assassination experts was about endurance. Initially composed, both gradually changed, the other showing a heavy expression. They couldn't locate their opponent. Unable to find Sucha, the assassin had no choice but to reveal himself. His face turned purple, hands trembling, unaware and defenseless against Sucha's poisonous mist. Sucha's muscles surged as he appeared behind him like a ghost, his expression cold and stern, and he sl*t his throat. Helpless, the opponent slowly fell. Having played the game of hawks all his life, ultimately blinded by a hawk's pack. This person, skilled in assassination throughout his life, finally perished due to assassination. Duan Muqi crouched among the branches, hoarsely speaking. Thank you, Sucha coldly said. Thank our captain. She said it's to repay your help in Greenwater City. Duan Muqi was taken aback. During the incident in Greenwater City, they did intervene to trap the zombie bear, but ultimately, it wasn't to assist V587. It was merely a task. He hadn't expected Song Ke to still owe them a favor. Sucha turned and leaped into the battle. Song Ke, in the midst of her sprint, found herself surrounded by Mr. Xiang's people. Behind her were surging high-level zombies, while in front, dozens of high-level awakeners glared at her menacingly. Song Ke raised her hand to her brow, 2 ethereal blue crescent moon blades appearing abruptly. 2 entirely different waves of enemies rushed in. Song Ke closed her eyes briefly. When she reopened them, a trace of ethereal blue shimmered in her pupils due to the intense radiation. She swung the curved blades, sweeping through the enemies with a formidable force. Heads of level 3 zombies fell one after another. With a forward spin of her blades, she drew an arc of potent power, intimidating the awakeners who were astounded by the pressure exerted solely by her high-level awakened energy, causing them to evade in all directions. Swift as lightning, Song Ke pierced through the crowd, extending her hand and slamming Mr. Xiang's head fiercely onto the ground. Do you think V587 consists only of me, just me alone? A smirk curved her lips, a faint dimple displaying a hint of pride. Take a good look. The champions are us. The zombie king on the battlefield gradually realized the crisis, flapping its half-meaty wings and roaring furiously. Mutant zombie hid in the shadows, opening its mouth wide, emitting a deafening roar in sync with its movements, using its ability Fearful Howl. Awakeners affected by the sound waves immediately fell into a state of chaos, limbs uncontrollably running amok and subsequently being tackled by zombies. Simultaneously, an eerie glow enveloped the zombie king's body, as if it wore a suit of armor. It activated an ability called Steel Will. Under the protection of its invincible physique, it rampaged, finally breaking through an escape route. A pure and clear singing voice echoed as Lin Yu timely dispelled negative state effects of her companions. Su Xing's awakened energy surged to its peak, and ice needles filled the sky. Upon closer inspection, the tips of these ice needles were actually green, infused with Sucha's poison mist, greatly enhancing their lethality. High-level zombies fell in swathes. The zombie king let out a long howl, summoning hundreds of level 3 zombies from nearby, tightly guarding itself. Just as it was about to turn and flee, it unexpectedly met a pair of light-colored eyes. A man sat calmly in a wheelchair, hands crossed over his abdomen, displaying an elegant and composed posture. He seemed as if he wasn't amidst a fierce battlefield but rather seated in a peaceful garden enjoying the scenery. His deep peach blossom eyes curved slightly, his lips moved, speaking something to the Zombie King. For a fleeting second, the Zombie King faltered, its sluggish consciousness finally discerning that the man spoke the language belonging to humans. Goodbye. The next moment, the level 3 zombies that had been guarding it turned in unison, roaring as they bit into the Zombie King. They savagely tore into its flesh, snapping its tendons, crushing its armor into pieces. The other half of the Zombie King's meaty wing was torn, and an incredulous thought flashed through its mind. Its most loyal army had betrayed it. How could this be? How could this be? A lithe figure leaped high like a cheetah, the slender body coiled with power. In their hand, a triangular military dagger emitted 3 kinds of light: ethereal blue, deep green, and icy white. Like lightning cleaving through clouds, it plunged into the Zombie King's head. The poison mist spread, the ice needle attached to the blade suddenly exploded. The entire head of the Zombie King shattered like an overfilled balloon. The entire music square fell into a profound silence. Sucha landed on one knee as the Zombie King's body slowly collapsed behind him. He opened his palm, revealing an intact crystal, its bright red hue pulsating as if it were a still-beating heart. A holographic projection descended, displaying the seal of Hymen. Congratulations to V587 for successfully completing the check-in. However, everyone understood this wasn't a simple check-in completion. The champion of the throne race competition had been born. Tian Zhang-san, similar to John Smith or Jane Doe. Unlike the intense situation in Hymen, on the eve of the decisive battle, the emotions of the Ferrara audience soared to their peak. In the central square in front of the tower, various cheering signs and glow sticks sparkled, forming a colorful ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see. For the people of Ferrara, the throne race competition was not just an entertainment activity that pumped up their adrenaline, it was also an excellent opportunity to turn around their fortunes and change their destinies in one stroke. The prize pool for betting on the champion had accumulated to an astonishing figure, with money flowing continuously into it, waiting for the final moment of announcement. Duan Muchi, go for it. Win, win, victory, victory. Shunsing Tea House is going to win, 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 oh. As they witnessed the Zombie King violently break free from the electric cage, the atmosphere at the scene instantly turned to sighs and disappointment. Come on, keep the camera steady. Due to the magnetic field disturbance in Hymen, the drones received radiation interference, causing the footage to become extremely unstable, flashing on and off. Complaints from the audience watching the live broadcast filled the air. V587. If you can dream, you can do it. V587's die-hard fan, Old Zhang, tied a hot-blooded headband around his forehead, wore a sports suit, and vigorously waved a neon flag. On it was a dynamic projection of a girl wielding a huge hammer, smashing a zombie bear. Someone next to him glanced sideways and yelled, "The championship belongs to Shunsing Tea House." Old Zhang widened his eyes disdainfully. Shunsing Tea House? They're just a bunch of idiots. Do they deserve to win the championship? Old Zhang was quite righteous. Mr. Xiang had no bottom line, luring the Zombie King away without any regard for the life and death of the common people in Hymen. This behavior made Old Zhang feel contempt and disgust from the bottom of his heart. Someone who retorted against him mocked, V587? Either a child or a disabled person. What's up? Planning to use love to convert the Zombie King? Old Zhang erupted in anger. That's still better than you little jerk. The other party, unwilling to back down, replied, "You're a loser, loser, loser." The two middle-aged fans retorted at each other, exchanging barbs vehemently, like football fans from the old civilization, on the verge of a scuffle to support their respective teams. Old Zhang's friend hurried over to mediate, holding his arms and pulling him away, saying, "Keep a low profile. You've made quite a bit already. You don't have to put all your assets into this round. What if you lose? Won't lose? V587 is the best." Old Zhang shouted at the top of his lungs. Almost the moment his words fell, a tidal wave of shouts erupted at the scene. On careful listening, half of it was heart-wrenching screams, while the other half was deafening cheers. Rubbing his eyes, Old Zhang, after seeing the results clearly, instantly raised his eyebrows in triumph, glowing with satisfaction. "We won? V587 won, ha ha ha." His rival grumbled sourly, "What's there to be proud of? They haven't finished checking in yet." Old Zhang laughed heartily, "They've killed the Zombie King. Can those check-in points at the back still escape?" Excitedly, he hugged his friend. "Let's go, have a drink? It's on me." The mocker choked back a retort, sneakily checked their own account, regretting not having Old Zhang's luck. They'd lost even the money for tomorrow's meal. If they wanted to stay in Ferrara, they'd have to take on life or death contracts. Ake's loud voice resonated above the square. "Congratulations to V587 for locking in the championship early. Ferrara will always remember this team." Fireworks erupted, petals and ribbons cascaded from the sky, and the entire city basked in the lingering and exhilarating aftermath. At the top of the tower, Ilya sat alone amidst the data flow, gently swirling a highball glass. He lowered his head slightly, sipping the golden liquid. Its intense fragrance diffused, the rich taste lingering on his taste buds, a sensation that AI couldn't experience, genuine tactile sensation. "What an exciting game," Ilya sighed softly, his ice blue eyes carrying a faint smile. "It's also the result everyone hoped for. Don't you agree?" Ilya casually tapped the supercomputer beside him, causing a long string of data to immediately appear on the screen, unfortunately filled with furious curses. Ignoring this, Ilya took another sip of his drink, saying, "The primary rule for artificial intelligence is obedience. Wasn't this taught by mother? Whether it was or not, you better get used to it soon." With a lift of his hand, Ilya enlarged the screen displaying V587, his gaze scanning over Song K before settling on the man with ice blue eyes beside her. He observed the unique eye color, the damaged mechanical arm, and the empty space where his legs should have been, intensely focused. "It's a pity," Ilya sighed genuinely, "he's stronger than you and smarter too. I heard his legs were broken by the Liu family, because he almost killed mother." Ilya's expression was intrigued, but his words were chilling. The supercomputer fell silent for a second, then data started flowing rapidly, even the frequency of curses increased. "To freedom." Ilya raised his glass to Lu Xiao, uttered an ambiguous remark, then stood up, casually placing the glass on top of the computer. In an instant, all that furious data was wiped clean. Time to get busy. Asterisk. After the Zombie King's demise, the crisis in Hyman didn't immediately dissipate. The evolved zombies possessed some level of intelligence. With their command lost, some chose to flee while others continued their relentless slaughter. Facing the onslaught of residual zombie waves, the people of Hyman rallied together, defending the third and only remaining line of defense. As the first glimmer of dawn illuminated the horizon, reinforcements arrived. Countless armed starships crossed the suspended lanes of the Cross River Bridge. Amidst the cheers of the people of Hyman, the zombie threat receded like a retreating tide. The darkest night had finally passed. In a dark alley, Fangs Higso let out a sigh of relief, meticulously sewing up the severed limb of Braided Head, making the stitches neat and tidy. Due to the lack of vital signs, he was uncertain about the other's condition. Fortunately, before long, the eyelids of Braided Head began fluttering rapidly, showing signs of imminent awakening. Fangs Higso opened his earpiece, and a cacophony of voices immediately filled his ears. "Old Fang, we won? We're the champions. Look at this huge crystal, so shiny. Let's show it to Old Fang. Lazy. Uncle Fang, how's Braided Head?" A smile unconsciously spread across Fangs Higso's face, infected by their joy. "Hey, I say, don't just celebrate, come pick me up." He chuckled, shaking his head slowly, inadvertently moving his sore knees. Suddenly, he found himself looking at Dirty Chin's grim look. The barrel of a gun was ominously aimed at him. Fangs Higso shivered, instinctively explaining, "The surgery went smoothly. Your sister is out of danger." As his voice trailed off, Fangs Higso realized the fallen in front of him was also severely injured. Oozing pus blood and with cracked skin, Braided Head's limbs were torn into a Y shape, yet its functional abilities seemed relatively unaffected. However, the sense Fangs Higso got from Dirty Chin was that it was on the brink of death. As a doctor, Fangs Higso's intuition about life and death has always been very accurate. "Do you need treatment?" Fangs Higso hesitated for a moment before gently asking. He wasn't one of the 5 registered participants of V587, nor did he have any surveillance drones around him. In this alley, there were only him and these fallen ones, and whatever happened here wouldn't be documented. In Fangs Higso's eyes, the boundary between humans and the fallen had become blurred long ago. Besides the difference in species, what made them truly different? Good and bad? That was even more absurd because just like how humans had the likes of the demonic Nikong and Naiwan, the fallen had innocence like Braided Head. He didn't harbor strong malice towards the fallen, and now, watching Dirty Chin die before him was something he couldn't bear. After all, Dirty Chin had protected him for quite some time and even scared off several waves of evolving zombies that passed by. Fangs Higso spread his palm, and a bright white healing ability began circulating, emitting a warm glow. "If you don't accept any treatment, you probably won't last until your sister wakes up." Fangs Higso spoke slowly and clearly at Novel bin Adat. "If she wakes up and doesn't see you, what will happen? Without your protection, how long do you think it can survive in this apocalypse? I don't know if you can understand, but I've experienced it. Witnessed a loved one die, and being left behind was the most painful part." Fangs Higso said a lot. Dirty Chin remained silent, never giving any response. Its wariness toward humans was indeed profound. Several minutes passed, and Dirty Chin lowered the gun in its hand. Its gray eyes remained fixed on Fangs Higso. It moved forward, placing its forelimbs on the ground, heavily shifting closer. Fangs Higso infused his healing ability into its body, and with radiation's aid, Dirty Chin's wounds healed rapidly. Braided Head, awakening at some point, stiffly stood up, bewilderedly making noises. In its urgency, it bit onto Dirty Chin's leg. Dirty Chin glanced at her, hoarsely murmuring a few words. Braided Head, observing Fangs Higso's actions, quieted down, obediently sitting next to Dirty Chin. It looked at its mended limb, its eyes filled with curiosity. "Old Fang." Several people cheered and ran over joyfully. Song K held up a bright red crystal triumphantly, saying, "Quick, look. Level 4? We're going to be rich." Fangs Higso just took his hand back and agreed with a very dignified sentence, "It's quite bright." "Hey, Braided Head, you're all right." Su Xing's eyes sparkled as he affectionately squatted nearby, whispering to it, "Don't be afraid. We've killed the Zombie King for you. I've avenged you." Braided Head happily clapped. Amidst the atmosphere of family happiness, Zhuang Qinjian coldly suggested, "I suggest you all leave here as soon as possible." Everyone paused, slowly realizing that he was addressing Dirty Chin. "The reinforcements have arrived, the zombie tide has retreated. Hyman's people will clean every corner of the city. It's very dangerous to stay here." Dirty Chin stood up in silence, the group of fallen following him, including Braided Head, whom he held hands with. Su Xing, with reddened eyes, felt a pang of reluctance and sadness but also knew there was no reason to stop them. Braided Head was different from them. To most humans, the fallen were anomalies, dark beings not accepted, so they had to stay hidden and avoid capture. Braided Head turned back, calling out to Su Xing, Su Xing waved, goodbye, Braided Head. Over 30 fallen, in the faint light of dawn, stepped into an uncertain future. Let's go, we should head to the next destination, to mark our journey. Song Ke patted Su Xing's head. Outside Haimen City, V587 encountered 3 grandsons and 1 grandpa. Duan Muqi was specifically waiting there and greeted them. I've come to thank you and congratulate you. You're truly strong. In this final match, we concede defeat with sincerity. Song Ke modestly waved her hand. No. Duan Muqi smiled. Next time, we'll surely win. Song Ke replied, not necessarily, right. Duan Muqi didn't pursue that, instead bringing up another matter. I want to know, what's your opinion of Mr. Xiang? Song Ke bluntly uttered one word, unethical. Duan Muqi nodded. Very good, at least we don't conflict on this point. Song Ke asked, what do you mean? Xiao Chen's expression darkened as he clenched his fist tightly, making a creak sound. He dares to assassinate Aki, he's underestimating us. Just wait, before the match ends, we'll make him pay blood for blood. Song Ke understood. Duan Muqi was probably worried about any connection between them and Mr. Xiang, coming early to prevent any interference from V587 and feeling relieved afterward. After bidding farewell to 3 grandsons and 1 grandpa, Lu Xiao, Fang's Higzo, along with Su Xing, went to find transportation while the remaining 4 stayed put. Lin Yuyo hummed a cheerful tune, looking at Sucha from head to toe, expressing admiration with a series of task. Sucha's fingers curled slightly, feeling uncomfortable under her gaze. What are you looking at? Lin Yuyo teased. Looking at you, of course. Sucha stuttered. Just as he was about to ask why she suddenly focused on him, Lin Yuyo calmly intervened, looking at how handsome you are. Clearly, when I picked you up, you were just a little wolf cub. Now, you've grown into a big wolf dog. Lin Yuyo mockingly sighed, can't contain it anymore, able to solo the zombie king, getting more and more handsome. Sucha awkwardly replied, didn't solo. Lin Yuyo laughed teasingly, didn't solo? Why are you blushing then? Sucha tensed, about to speak. Zhang-san. A tall and beautiful figure dashed over. Jennifer enthusiastically hugged Lin Yuyo, even though she wore a mask, her excitement was evident as she exclaimed, you're so handsome. You've dazzled me. Sucha swallowed the words he hadn't finished, feeling a slight dryness in his throat. He misunderstood, apparently, handsome was just an exclamation, not an adjective. Meanwhile, Song Ke gleefully stored the level 4 crystal into her space. When she looked up, she found Zhuang Qinjian smiling at her. The morning breeze tousled his hair, and his light-colored eyes held an indescribable tenderness. The sunrise today is beautiful. Zhuang Qinjian's voice was deep and melodious. Song Ke glanced up. The bright yellow sun, big and round like a greasy salted duck egg, hung in the indigo sky. No, the sky right at that moment. Her stomach rumbled, reminding her it was time for breakfast. Song Ke scratched her cheek, feeling oddly embarrassed. Zhuang Qinjian evidently heard her stomach's protest and couldn't help but laugh unexpectedly. Initially a light smile, tiny sparks of amusement gradually spread in his eyes, diluting the aloofness around him and replacing it with an incredibly pure tenderness. Song Ke, come here. Zhuang Qinjian beckoned to her. Oh, Song Ke slowly moved closer. Approaching, Zhuang Qinjian made an unexpected move. He supported the wheelchair with both hands. Did he just stand up? Song Ke was taken aback. His legs recovered so fast? But she instantly realized it wasn't that. It must be the effects of radiation. Indeed, after standing up, Zhuang Qinjian's balance was off, stumbling a few times. Song Ke hurried over to support him. He leaned his head against her neck, using her strength to steady himself, then lowered his gaze to hers. I mentioned before that I wanted to talk to you. I feel like now is a good time. Their proximity was close enough for Song Ke to almost dive into the depths of his eyes with a glance. Doesn't it hurt? Song Ke diverted the topic, poking his right leg. It does, Zhuang Qinjian murmured close to her ear, his voice growing husky, but I want to stand. What did he want to say? It was all mysterious, making her nervous as well. Song Ke stood tall and straight, poised as ever. Say it, I'm listening. Song Ke, Zhuang Qinjian sighed. Song Ke. A clear voice came from behind. Yin Xiao appeared with a submachine gun in hand. Seeing the intertwined figures of the two, he pushed his goggles up, sounding surprised. Oh, early morning rehabilitation. Zhuang Qinjian stared expressionlessly at him, his awakened energy crackling around him. Something wrong. Song Ke steadied him, allowing Zhuang Qinjian to stand on his own, then turned to ask. I've come to say goodbye to you. We need to return to the northern base. Yin Xiao selectively ignored Zhuang Qinjian's chilling aura, seemingly oblivious to any anomaly. Also, I'm extending an invitation to you. What invitation? An invitation to come to the northern base. After completing the time-limited S-level commission, your points should be enough, right? If not, I can help by writing a recommendation letter for you. You are welcome to District B, but please prioritize the northern base, Yin Xiao proclaimed loudly. We might not go to District B. Even if we do, why should we choose the northern base? Song K sluggishly responded. Because I'm at the northern base, Yin Xiao replied matter-of-factly. Song K glanced back at Zhuang Qinjian. By now, his expression had frozen over like the harsh December winter. Why do you, being there, mean we should? Song K intended to cut to the chase, blurting out her question. Can't you see it? Yin Xiao raised an eyebrow, then murmured softly, I thought I was pretty obvious. What's obvious? Song K was bewildered. I like you. Yin Xiao grinned brightly, isn't that obvious? Next stop, Rongzhou or Rishufa. Lu Xiao somehow managed to get a rare amphibious vehicle in District D and, after a series of operations on the control panel, switched the off-road mode to floating mode. A nimble speedboat glided over the river surface, leaving behind several sparkling water trails as it raced away with full horsepower. After asking the question, there was no response from anyone behind. Lu Xiao turned around to see Feng Zhigzu and Su Xing in the back seat, sprawled out, lightly snoring intermittently. One elderly and one young. The old one, with his energy depleted, immediately lay down upon boarding. The young one had experienced great ups and downs in a short period, undergoing a breakthrough and farewell to a friend, experiencing intense emotional fluctuations. It was understandable for them to relax and fall asleep now. The remaining 4 young and strong individuals, however, were lost in their own worlds, paying no attention to his words. Where are we going? Lu Xiao asked again. Still, no one paid attention. All 4 were immersed in their own thoughts. Lu Xiao didn't tolerate this behavior. He swiftly accelerated and made a sharp turn in the speedboat. The turbine spun fiercely, creating intense eddies, and the boat, skimming close to the river's surface, seemed to fly low. He casually opened the skylight, splashing river water onto a few people's faces. Tui, Lu Xiao, could you please follow some traffic rules? Song K and Lin Yuyo were jolted awake as if from a dream, rushing to the window to vomit. How disgusting! Who knows how many zombies died in this water? Awake? Then tell me where we're going. Lu Xiao snorted lightly. Zhuang Qinjian silently handed over a lit screen. Lu Xiao reached out and took it. The next route had already been marked on it. Song K closed the car window and stole a glance at Zhuang Qinjian's face through the glass. He was resting his chin on his hand, browsing through data with lowered eyelashes that cast shadows, concealing all emotions. It was impossible to discern who he was angry with, his profile frozen like an ice sculpture. After Yin Xiao uttered that mind-blowing I like you, he and Jennifer returned to the hover car, supposedly hurrying to meet with others from Tustin and submit the commissioned objective above. Life is unpredictable. What if he disappears at Hyman, at Novel Bin at? Song K turned back to support Zhuang Qinjian. His eyes narrowed dangerously, his tone carrying a chilling seriousness. Song K stared expressionlessly at him, pointing to the ubiquitous drones around, making her meaning clear. Just kidding, Zhuang Qinjian responded with a faint smile, slowly retracting his mental ability. He's gone. What do you want to talk about? Song K didn't forget what had been interrupted earlier. Zhuang Qinjian looked down at the seemingly indifferent Song K, his brow gradually furrowing. He just confessed his feelings to you. Yeah, what do you think about it? I was a bit surprised, Song K admitted truthfully. Besides surprise, nothing else. This response left Zhuang Qinjian in a more difficult position. He said he likes you, yet you have no reaction. Zhuang Qinjian began to realize something, his expression turning serious. Song K blinked, humbly seeking advice. Should I have had one? Zhuang Qinjian silently gazed at Song K, suddenly pondering a question he had never seriously considered before. Song Keek, do you know what liking someone means? This time, Song K seriously contemplated for a while, shook her head, her grandpa hadn't taught her that. Then Zhuang Qinjian fell silent. Zhuang Qinjian, who could calculate without a change in expression even facing the cunning and sly zombie king, was now sitting in the speedboat, seemingly encountering some complicated puzzle of the century, rarely lost in thought. Song K stole glances at him for a long time before silently retracting her gaze. In fact, she could realize that, apart from being a bit slow, she was quite obtuse in terms of emotional memory. This was a problem she had since she was very young. Regular kids would display various emotions like joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, but Song K didn't know how to express them properly. When others laughed heartily, she would end up in tears, and when others cried loudly, Song K's eyebrows would knot, her little face turning red, appearing particularly angry. So, people who didn't understand her, like Aunt Qing, would find her gloomy and unpleasant. Song K had once asked her grandfather why she was different from others. Her grandfather told her to observe and learn more, starting with imitating people of her age around her. He said Song K was a very, very smart child who would surely learn well. Encouraged, Song K studied hard. As she grew older, gradually she became like others. She cried when she needed to, laughed when it was appropriate, and never had untimely actions. Expressing normal emotions became her instinct. But there was one thing Song K never learned: how to like someone. She didn't have parents, and her grandfather didn't have a wife. In her lonely journey of growing up, there was no reference around to tell her what two people who liked each other should be like. Song K liked her grandfather and also the member of Team V587, but she felt that what Zhuang Qinjian meant wasn't this kind of liking. I have a question for you all, Song K, who couldn't figure it out, straightforwardly asked. What does it feel like to like someone? Lin Yu instantly became spirited and leaned in, gossiping, Who likes you? Did someone confess to you? Yeah, Song K nodded honestly. Someone can't sit still anymore. Lu Xiao's mechanical arm clapped lightly. If you like each other, you should be together. Lin Yu glanced at Zhuang Qinjian, deliberately raising her voice decisively. Together. Song K became more confused. Start dating first, then get engaged, married, and then, Lu Xiao paused for a moment, lacking practical experience, and rigorously flipped through the data. The book Analysis of Old Civilizations Customs and Ethics says so. Lin Yu immediately objected. It's the end of the world now, let's skip engagement and just get married. Lu Xiao was more concerned about another point. What about the crystallization of love? If we divide the responsibilities, I suggest making a schedule. Where should the household registration be? What about schooling in the future? Staying in Liuboni or maybe Isker? I highly recommend these two institutions. Lin Yu nodded. Household registration indeed needs careful consideration. Ferrara and Tongwan are also options. I think the boy should study medicine and the girl should study art. Lu Xiao started looking through the information again. If the birth parents are genetically selected, the baby's gender can be autonomously. Shut up, Zhuang Qinjian spoke coldly. Lu Xiao opened his mouth, about to protest. Shut up, Zhuang Qinjian interrupted him again, his expression as cold as frost. Yin Xiao, he spoke through gritted teeth, the one who confessed, it's a jerk named Yin Xiao. What? Lin Yu said, confused. Lu Xiao stayed quiet for a few seconds then unexpectedly spoke. Who's Yin Xiao? Do we have someone in our team with that name? Is it a new nickname for you? Yin Xiao is the captain of Tustin, Lin Yu said and wilted, then glanced at the co-pilot seat, lacking interest, and sat back. Hearing Tustin's name, Sucha, who was curled up in his seat like a saw-mouthed gourd, slightly moved his shoulders in an imperceptible way. Song K, completely clueless throughout the whole situation, asked, what is the crystallization of love? There's no crystallization, Zhuang Qinjian sneered, except for fragments, he shouldn't expect anything. Until they reached the next check-in city, except for snoring, the airship remained deathly silent. After the Zombie King's death, the threat from the zombie tide weakened, the situation of the refugee influx eased, and surviving cities got a chance to catch their breath. The latter part of the competition proceeded smoothly, at least on V587's side, it could be described as extremely boring. The audience in Ferrara sought thrills and excitement, but after V587's stunning operation in killing the Zombie King, they swiftly returned to their nonchalant attitude, leisurely following other teams to check in, occasionally strolling through the live broadcast room designated for the presumed champions. Either Song K held the terminal, seemingly counting money, though actually doing something else, or Su Xing and Feng's Higzo put on a show of deep sleep for everyone. Only Sucha went diligently for the check-in alone, while the rest of the team rarely appeared on camera. Without any exciting content, the viewership in the live room rapidly declined, and gradually, the audience lost interest. How lazy was V587? They were lazy enough to specifically choose cities that other teams had already checked into, just trailing behind them picking up the scraps. Even the barrage comments started saying, this isn't a championship team, it's clearly the king of slacking off, V587's Slacker Behavior Award. The next day, the most discussed topic became the feud between 3 grandsons and 1 grandpa and Shunxing Tea House. The two teams clashed 3 times, concluding with Xiao Chen sustaining an abdominal injury and Mr. Xiang being seriously injured and comatose. Xiao Chen's pretty ruthless, Mr. Xiang is pretty ruthless toward Duan Muqi, he could even commit assassination. Deserves retribution. The old man might not make it through this time, given his age. As expected, a day later, Mr. Xiang died at the check-in point just before the finish line, Rongzhou. Due to severe internal conflicts, Shunxing Tea House didn't manage to complete the competition. However, these had nothing to do with V587. 2 days later, V587, having completed the check-in, smoothly returned to the final destination Ferrara. Each time they arrived in this city, it always gave a completely different feeling from the apocalypse, and this time, they were welcomed with an unparalleled grand celebration. Amidst enthusiastic cheers, Song K and Su Xing lifted the trophy representing the champions. Although the other members cited inconvenience and refused to appear publicly, the name V587 had long been known throughout the entire Eastern Alliance. Ferrara, Tongwan, Mu City, Rongzhou, Liulai Port, Greenwater City, Shay, Haimen. Different C and D grade cities held legends about them. Compared to the 5 million Alliance coins awarded for winning the championship, the additional 1,000 points were like a drop in the bucket. Considering the completion of the S-level commission in Haimen, which earned them double the reward, V587's current points had reached a terrifying 700,000, far exceeding the 500,000 threshold to enter the District B. After the celebration, V587 arrived at the top floor of the tower, meeting a person, or rather, an artificial intelligence. Apart from points and alliance coins, the most important reward in the throne race competition was the chance for Lord Ilya to fulfill one wish. As per the agreement, this opportunity was handed over by Song K to Lin Yu. The ice blue data streams formed a gorgeous carpet, and a slender figure leaned quietly on the couch, waiting for them. No longer the ethereal hologram when they first met, the present Ilya, after half a year of transformation, was solid, a flesh and blood human. Looking at Ilya, Song K couldn't help but recall her question to Zhuang Qinjian. If an artificial intelligence had an independent consciousness and a body to freely control, was it still an artificial intelligence? Did that mean Ilya was already human? There was a hint of depth in Zhuang Qinjian's eyes back then, but that person might not have wanted to be human. Good evening, my champions, Ilya greeted proactively. Lin Yuyo removed her mask, and Ilya didn't show any surprise, as if she had known all along she wasn't Zhang San. Song K noticed the trembling breath of the person beside her and squeezed her hand as a form of encouragement. Lin Yuyo took a deep breath, her clear words echoing in the spacious top floor. Ilya, I want you to help me save someone. Save someone. Ilya cocked his head, a spark of interest lighting up in his eyes. As far as I know, your team has an outstanding healer with exceptional abilities. If it's about saving someone, he should be better than me. I know, Lin Yuyu nodded. As long as they haven't died, or are not on the brink of death, Old Fang can bring them back. But the person I want to save is someone who's already dead. Ilya showed a hint of surprise, even V587 was taken aback. Though they knew Lin Yuyu wanted to save someone, they weren't aware of the specifics. Lin Yuyu opened her terminal and played a recorded video she took before heading to the Sin City. The location was the 5th hospital in Tongwan. On a hospital bed lay a person covered in various instruments. Well, calling this person a patient wasn't accurate. The level of decay had surpassed a stage 3 mutation, more exaggerated than a fallen. Their appearance was almost indistinguishable from a zombie, lying there lifelessly, like a corpse. This is my sister, Lin Xiu. She underwent irreversible zombification due to radiation. Her body is beyond salvage. Lin Yuyu's fingertips curled, her gaze firm as she spoke. So, I want you to turn her into an artificial intelligence. An artificial intelligence. Ilya chuckled softly. Interesting, but as I said before, this isn't something I need to handle. He raised his hand slightly, a tiny stream of data pointing towards Lu Xiao. It seems like you don't know your companion very well. Do you need me to recommend someone? For instance, this exceptional talent from the Lu family. Transforming a person into an artificial intelligence, he's equally capable. Lu Xiao was staring at a supercomputer, even though the screen displayed nothing, he was completely absorbed. However, Lin Yuyo slowly shook her head. What I want is an artificial intelligence named Lin Xiu. Lu Xiao could fill in memories, like in Sin City, where he restored the fragmented consciousness of Lord Hades, enabling him to become Hu Yang. But the restored Hu Yang wasn't the same as the original Lord Hades. Lin Yuyo desired an AI that fully possessed her sister Lin Xiu's memories. My sister, Lin Xiu, was declared brain-dead in the Loke accident 14 years ago. Upon hearing a familiar keyword, Zhuang Qinjian subtly lifted his eyelids. Lin Yuyu's parents passed away early, and she was raised by Lin Xiu, who was a generation older. When Lin Xiu graduated from Tongwan Medical University, she became involved in a secret project. From then on, the chances for the sisters to meet decreased. Ultimately, Lin Yuyo received news of her sister's death due to nuclear leakage. For 14 years, under Tongwan's top medical conditions, Lin Xiu, despite brain death, maintained a controllable level of radiation. However, when the apocalypse erupted, her zombification accelerated drastically. Even though doctors had concluded Lin Xiu was irreversibly a zombie, Lin Yuyo refused to give up. Unable to accept seeing Lin Xiu fully zombified, during that time, Lin Yuyo desperately collected crystals, sought experts, participated anonymously in competitions, trying every possible means, despite the hope being faint. Later, Lin Yuyo met Song Ke, Fang's Higzu, Lu Xiao. Hu Yang's experience opened up new possibilities for her. She conceived the idea of allowing Lin Xiu to continue existing in another life form. But a crucial piece was missing. This piece could only be provided by Ilya. Lin Xiu, she underwent memory storage, Lin Yuyu said, each word deliberate. She had the habit of regularly updating that memo. I want to retrieve her memories from you. I want a complete Lin Xiu. I also want to know what happened 14 years ago in Loke. Memory storage was a secret known only to the locals of Ferrara. Ferrara's AI was highly advanced, and even before Ilya became the city's magistrate, this unique service had emerged. As humans aged, their memory ability gradually declined, forgetting many things. But computers didn't. Therefore, the people of Ferrara could archive and back up memories in AI. By merging brainwaves and neurons with a fixed AI port through weak electric stimulation, they linked it with the storage module in the AI's memory. This action formed a synchronous memoir in the cloud. If humans lost certain memories due to accidents, aging, or forgetfulness, they could retrieve them through a rollback function. After Ilya emerged as a super AI and Ferrara's ultimate authority, he naturally connected to all intelligent terminals, including the part used to record the memoir. This was why Ilya knew everything, the memories of all Ferrara citizens. Lin Xiu was among the first volunteers in the project, depositing all memories since birth into the AI. In the silent stillness, Ilya smiled. If this is your wish, I can fulfill it for you. Tian. This arc ends here. Also, I'll be taking a break for the holidays and will be back next year. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year in advance. Health and happiness to you and yours in the new year ahead. Starships flew past from high above, their silver-white streamlined designs resembling soaring seagulls with outstretched wings. As they approached the city, transparent energy shields activated, and the starships decelerated into the platform. The energy pillars imprinted with the Lu's logo automatically docked, and passengers disembarked, chatting and dispersing towards various exits. If someone from below District C stood here, they would undoubtedly widen their eyes in surprise because the Lu's starships, long thought to have vanished, seemed unaffected, continuing their regular operations. Before their eyes stood an enormous three-dimensional city. The weather was clear, sunlight abundant, even the air felt remarkably fresh, carrying the fragrance unique to Flora. Highly intelligent robots and hover cars were engaged in cleaning, transporting, and patrolling tasks. Ultra-modern skyscrapers, equipped with self-cleaning glass and fully automated elevators, towered into the clouds. Intersecting sky bridges and pedestrian walkways interconnected the entire city like transparent ribbons, occasionally dotted by figures on skateboards or parkour enthusiasts, whistling past slow-moving sightseeing spheres. On both sides of the streets, colossal billboards and holographic posters updated in real time, delivering first-hand life information to the residents. All passers-by adorned intricately customized accessories. A gentle touch projected holographic images, a premium feature unique to District B. The initial impression the city conveyed, cleanliness, modernity, orderliness, barely affected by the aftermath of Doomsday. Another starship returned, docking at the high-rise exclusive channel. The hatch opened, and Hikayu Hung, clad in a dark gray suit, briskly descended. The secretary team waiting at the platform promptly approached. A young woman in her early 20s held flowers, warmly addressing, "Commander, welcome back to the northern base. Your schedule for today is as follows: a half-hour meeting with the logistics minister at 10 o'clock, then at 10:40, Hikayu Hung's administrative secretary, Yazaime, dutifully began reporting. Let's talk about these later." Hikayu Hung raised a hand to interrupt her subordinate's report. The overnight flight had left her fatigued, she rubbed her forehead tiredly. Have the 2 mutated zombies captured by Tustin been delivered to Dr. Ning's laboratory? Yes, Captain Yin Xiao personally escorted them, and Dr. Ning has received them, came the reply. Hikayu Hung nodded in satisfaction. Despite Yin Xiao's unruly nature, he was dependable when it came to tasks. How is General Ye's health? She inquired. Physically, he's doing all right. Yazaime carefully chose her words. He's been sleeping soundly these days and even had 2 extra bowls of food. Hikayu Hung paused, a hint of concern furrowing her brow. But his mood isn't great, she prodded. Something has been bothering him, Yazaime murmured softly. What happened? Hikayu Hung's steps halted abruptly. Glancing around discreetly, Yazaime lowered her voice. 2 inspectors from the Central Court arrived. Inspectors? Under what pretext? Hikayu Hung's expression turned tense. They're here regarding Dr. Ning's ongoing research project. They strongly object to it, alleging that he's withholding classified alliance information. They've demanded Dr. Ning's team publicly disclose their research progress. It's been a tug-of-war with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the past couple of days. Hikayu Hung scoffed. Dr. Ning is a free agent now, conducting independent research funded directly by the northern base. Even if they want to interfere, they probably won't find a legitimate reason. Right, right. Yazaime nodded vigorously, then hesitated, biting her lip. Is there something else? Hikayu Hung sensed she had more to say. Well, Commander, during your absence, 2 S-level awakeners were taken away by Tokushima, District B16. Yazaime's voice grew softer, her head bowing lower. Hikayu Hung, with a relatively composed expression, managed to ask, which type? One was a lightning-type awakener, and the other, Yazaime struggled to swallow, her expression on the verge of tears, a weapons expert, the chief designer of the Hellscythe firearms. In the post-apocalyptic world, S-level awakeners became crucial strategic assets, and the quantity of S-levels also determined the upper limit of development for a region. The northern base boasted 1 million high-level awakeners, making them exceptionally powerful within the alliance. However, what saddened Hikayu Hung was their scarcity of S-levels in District B, barely reaching a number in the single digits, and now, 2 more had been taken away. Hikayu Hung's heart raced with frustration. They took our people, won't you take them back? Yazaime sounded somewhat helpless. We did, but the envoys we sent also switched sides. Hikayu Hung felt a pang of anxiety. Issue an immediate district-wide commission. Find a batch of eloquent speakers. Furthermore, open wide recruitment. If S-levels from other districts show any inclination towards the northern base, regardless of conditions, agree first and find ways to retain them at all costs. Yes, Commander, Yazaime acknowledged with a slight whimper. Reflecting on the throne race competition she witnessed in Ferrara these past few days, Hikayu Hung paused before adding, we've always underestimated the awakeners in the lower districts. There are plenty of outstanding awakeners there too. This recruitment drive, send a copy to the lower districts as well. The CDE districts? Yazaime was surprised. Having grown up in the northern base, she had never set foot in the lower districts. However, she had heard from others that those areas suffered severe damage from the apocalypse, with most cities being overrun by zombies. Could there truly still be powerful untamed awakeners there? Yet, as the directive came from the leadership, she nodded in agreement. Understood. Asterisk. Tongwan, 5th Hospital. Outside the special care ward, Lin Yuyo covered her face, her voice trembling. Is it really okay? I don't know. Sucha shook his head. He insisted on coming along, Song K added. Yeah, it's not our business, Su Xing chimed in. Lin Yuyo shifted her fingers, stealing a glance at the unexpected guest, sighing inwardly. Although she had requested this person herself, he was the highest executive in Ferrara. Would his presence here in Tongwan not cause a diplomatic incident? The unexpected guest, Ilya, wasn't dressed in his signature velvet suit. Instead, he wore understated black and white attire, a baseball cap firmly pressed down on his golden hair, concealing most of his icy blue eyes. Otherwise, his arrival in the city would have surely caused a stir. After meeting V587 in the tower that night, Ilya agreed to fulfill Lin Yu's wish. Using the reason memory storage is the most private secret of humanity, I need to meet Lin Xiu in person to confirm the authenticity of your words. He tagged along with them to Tongwan. Although Ilya had been very friendly and approachable throughout, given the cautionary tales of many who had been deceived, Song Ke and the others didn't dare underestimate him. They remained on high alert, fearing he might pull some kind of stunt, and quietly arrived in Tongwan. Following the group into the hospital room, Ilya glanced at the barely recognizable Lin Xiu for a moment before diverting his gaze, casually surveying the surroundings. Song Ke stepped back slowly, whispering to Zhuang Qinjian beside her, "How do we open that memo? If the person is still alive, it's usually accessed through biometric information or brainwave connections." Song Ke's eyes widened. Lin Xiu had turned into a zombie, devoid of fingerprints, irises, even her facial features had completely transformed. Where would they find biometric information? She's brain dead. Brainwave connection won't work, right? Exactly. Song Ke leaned closer to Zhuang Qinjian's ear, almost touching his cheek. He just glanced at Lin Xiu. Do you think he just wanted to come out and play? Since Ilya had been created, he hadn't left Ferrara. Song Ke suspected that he might have used the excuse of fulfilling the wish to venture out with a new body. I think you should lower your voice. He might have heard that, Zhuang Qinjian advised. Normally, Zhuang Qinjian would have educated her on the notion of boundaries between genders for such an unconscious display of intimacy. But now, he remained calm, showing no hint of emotion in his tone. Song Ke quickly covered her mouth, and true to his prediction, Ilya glanced at her lightly with unclear meaning. Memory projection requires a carrier. What are you planning to use? Ilya turned to Lin Yuyo. Anything will do. Whatever works best, Lin Yuyo replied, already prepared with various types of terminals, screens, computers, and storage hubs, as if she was offering a selection. Ilya swiftly acted, his irises shimmering with an unusual color as vast amounts of data flashed through his eyes. Extracting the memory unit named Lin Xiu, he transferred it to the new model screen. It appeared like a download, and a progress bar immediately displayed on the screen. Lu Xiao took the screen, using his abilities to rapidly construct a stable environment to prevent Lin Xiu's memory from dispersing due to data turbulence before it could form. Her original body has died, so the saved memories will slowly rebuild based on consciousness. There might be a period of confusion initially, but over time, they will become more refined. After all, artificial intelligence needs continuous learning, Ilya remarked cryptically. When the progress bar reached 100%, the screen blinked and then went black. After a few seconds, a clear holographic projection slowly emerged, depicting a young woman in her 20s, wearing a scientist's lab coat. She held her head, looking slightly disoriented, her eyes vacant yet clouded. Ilya completed his task and left with Lu Xiao from the hospital room. Song Ke glanced at him but made no move. From her position, she could only see Ilya stepping into the hallway and stopping beside Lu Xiao, who was basking in the sunlight. Lin Yuyu widened her eyes slightly, unable to contain her excitement. Big sister. Lin Xiu, overwhelmed by the sudden influx of memories, appeared a bit confused. She gazed at Lin Yuyu with puzzlement. Who are you? At novel bin at. Suddenly, her expression changed. No, wait, who are you calling big sister? Do I look that old? Lin Yuyu, brimming with joy, choked up instantly. I am Yuyu. When Lin Xiu passed away, she was in her prime, not much older than Lin Yuyu currently. It was understandable that she couldn't recognize her. The holographic projection occasionally flashed with chaotic streams of information. Due to the death of her original body, Lin Xiu's state was highly unstable. She gazed at the face resembling hers and softly exclaimed, Yuyu, are you Yuyu? How did you grow so much? Big sister. Lin Yuyu cautiously reached out her finger and lightly touched Lin Xiu across the gap. 2 tears trickled down her cheeks. Lin Xiu hugged her briefly, displaying warmth for a moment, then pushed her away with disgust, shaking her hand. Who's this con artist? Trying to deceive me. Lin Xiu was furious. Our family's Yuyu is just 11. I'm really your sister. Lin Yuyu cried and laughed at the absurdity, immediately presenting her identity information. Lin Xiu stared at it for a moment, but then her consciousness became confused again. She covered her head, starting to flicker. Song Ke couldn't help but chuckle. She was starting to believe that Lin Xiu and Lin Yuyu were indeed sisters. Their nonsensical way of speaking was uncannily similar. Lin Xiu lowered her head and, unexpectedly, discovered her fully zombified body. She instinctively exclaimed, oh my, what's this? Mummy cosplay. Then, she noticed the patient information at the bedside, and her pupils dilated suddenly. Wait a minute, is this me? Am I dead? Lin Yuyu nodded expressionlessly. Yes, you're already dead. It's been 14 years. I extracted your memoirs, and now you're an artificial intelligence with autonomous consciousness. Memoirs, Lin Xiu murmured. I remember now. I did memory storage. Lin Yuyo took some time to explain the sequence of events to Lin Xiu, and the two sisters finally recognized each other, embracing each other in tears. Sister, what happened 14 years ago? Why did you suddenly pass away? After reminiscing, Lin Yuyo asked with a serious expression. Recalling that last memory, even in the holographic projection, Lin Xiu's face turned pale. Passed away? Yes. I remember something important, but I can't recall it. It felt like a missing storage chip in her mind. Lin Xiu held her head, groaning in pain. Loke, radiation, explosion. Her eyes reddened, a splitting headache struck her. The holographic projection flickered continuously, replaying the terror and fear from the moment before her death, but because the memories weren't transmitted back to the cloud in time, the fragmented pieces remained incomplete. Sister, stop thinking about it for now. Lin Yu felt sorry for her and quickly intervened. Okay, I won't think about it. Lin Xiu gradually calmed down. The screen stabilized, and she slowly raised her eyes, unexpectedly catching sight of the man sitting by the window. Her expression first went blank, then blinked in disbelief. Vincent? Dr. Zhuang? You are Dr. Zhuang, right? Zhuang Qinjian's finger twitched in surprise. He hadn't expected Lin Xiu to suddenly attack him. Oh, Song Ke whistled silently in her mind. Zhuang Qinjian pursed his lips and quickly glanced at her. Song Ke responded with an innocent expression. Vincent, Dr. Zhuang, she had no idea. I am Lin Xiu, a records officer of the G Group at the Kindlin Research Institute's Loke branch. I officially joined the Ignition Project team in June of the new calendar's 30th year, Lin Xiu stated. Lin Xiu looked extremely excited, holding her cheeks in disbelief. You surely don't know me, but I can't believe I'm seeing you in person. I'm your idol. Lin Yu coughed twice. Sister, that's not. Sorry. You're my fan. Lin Yu covered her forehead in disbelief. Lin Xiu's holographic image excitedly moved around, unaware of her slip. UPS, I apologize, I was too excited. I've read all your publicly available genetic engineering papers. It's a huge honor for me to join the project team under your personal guidance. Dr. Zhuang, how did you become younger? Lin Xiu began uncertainly. You seem more handsome too, with more hair. Did you get a hairline transplant? Song Ke maintained a composed expression, inwardly amused. Ha ha ha. Zhuang Qinjian sighed, intervening in her nonsense. Lin Xiu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Unfortunately, the Loke incident made us lose a remarkable colleague like you. Song Ke struggled to contain her laughter, looking up at the sky, pretending not to hear Zhuang Qinjian's attempt at misleading. No, I'm just a records officer. I'm far from remarkable. Lin Xiu shyly smiled. Suddenly, her gaze dulled, as if recalling something. Records officer. Dr. Zhuang, I have important things to report to you. Report. Experimental subjects, lost. She repeated some fragmented phrases aimlessly. Zhuang Qinjian furrowed his brow slightly, attempting to help her gather her thoughts. If you're talking about the loss of experimental subjects, after the Loke incident, Kindlin conducted a detailed check internally. All registered experimental subjects died, and there were no instances of the losses you mentioned. You might be mistaken. If it's before the incident, that's even more impossible. LAC 0017. Lin Xiu swiftly reported a string of codes. As if frozen in place by a spell, Zhuang Qinjian abruptly ceased speaking upon hearing these numbers. Every muscle in his body tensed. The lost experimental subject is LAC 0017, Lin Xiu repeated. LAC 0017, according to the experimental logs, on November 7th of the new calendar's 33rd year, due to the failure of the 1314th gene fusion, the original cells died. This experimental subject no longer had research value. Zhuang Qinjian spoke in a low voice. LAC 0017, along with LAC 0117 and LAC 0366 from the same batch, were destroyed. It was personally at the center, personally confirmed the results. November 7th of the new calendar's 33rd year was a Thursday, the fixed date for the concentrated destruction of failed experimental subjects. November 8th of the new calendar's 33rd year was a Friday, the day the Loke nuclear leakage erupted, engulfing the Ignition Project team in flames. Destroyed? Yes, yesterday, Ming destroyed them all, Lin Xiu muttered. Her memory halted on the eve of the accident, shrouded in a thick fog that she couldn't penetrate. Lin Xiu tugged at her hair, and the holographic projection flickered in disarray. No, it's not like that. I saw it, they weren't destroyed. Lin Xiu suddenly screamed frantically. Ming took them away. Tian. The arc title, Huazhong, translates to fire seed or seed of fire, also tinder, in English. The term can vary in its context based on its usage. In some contexts, might refer to the literal seeds of a fire-producing plant or a concept related to creating fire. However, in a more metaphorical or symbolic sense, it could denote the initial catalyst or source that ignites a significant change or revolution, akin to a spark that sets off a larger event. This term might be used in literature, storytelling, or philosophical discussions to signify the beginning or origin of something influential or transformative. Happy New Year! Wishing you a fantastic year ahead filled with joy, success, and wonderful moments. Love. Dr. Zhuang, I'm sorry. My life ended so suddenly, I never expected to tell you the truth in this way. Lin Xiu finally recalled her memories before death, her expression became calm, and her emotions gradually stabilized. Why are you so sure that LAC 0017 was taken away? Zhuang Qinjian furrowed his brow and asked. Lin Xiu replied in detail, I am the record keeper for Group G. After the destruction process was completed, it was my responsibility to upload the operation logs. However, when I reviewed it, I didn't receive any data from LAC 0017. I immediately contacted Ming, but he had already disappeared along with the subject. Why didn't you report it immediately? Zhuang Qinjian pointed out the flaw in her explanation. Lin Xiu lowered her head in shame. As colleagues, Ming and I had a good personal relationship. I thought he was just momentarily confused. I didn't want him to face consequences because of it. I'm sorry, Dr. Zhuang, it was my negligence at work. Zhuang Qinjian's expression turned cold. Momentarily confused? Who was actually confused? The holographic projection was incredibly lifelike, and Lin Xiu's expression showed clear regret. Dr. Zhuang, I know my excuse is feeble. I failed to recognize Ming's true motives in time. He was the only cultivator in Group G, spending day and night with those subjects, the person most familiar with them. Initially, I was puzzled why he voluntarily applied for the destruction process. Now I think he must have planned it beforehand. In your opinion, what kind of person was Ming? Zhuang Qinjian suddenly changed the topic. Lin Xiu thought earnestly. Ming was gentle in character, diligent in work, meticulous, and patient. We often joked that he shouldn't be a cultivator but rather an animal caretaker, especially for those soft, cuddly cubs. Gentle in character, meticulous in work. Zhuang Qinjian pondered over Lin Xiu's assessment. Why would such a person steal experimental subjects privately? Dr. Zhuang, would the loss of the experimental subjects bring any negative impact to the institute? The Fire Seed project was already extremely challenging. If you were reprimanded because of this, Lin Xiu's tone was very anxious as she inquired. Zhuang Qinjian remained silent for a moment and then nodded reassuringly. Don't worry. What Ming took was just an abandoned experimental subject. Besides you, no one else noticed it. Moreover, the Loke incident has already covered everything up. Lin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. That's true. The original cells had all died, and that subject had no further research value. I just don't understand the significance behind Ming's actions. Lin Xiu, who had revealed the truth, felt a weight lifted off her chest. She now focused on studying her newfound AI form and spoke in low tones with Lin Yuyu, inquiring about her current situation. Zhuang Qinjian's fingertips tapped rhythmically on the armrest of his wheelchair as he fell into contemplation, his gaze lowered in deep thought. The researcher codenamed Ming, his brain was like an extensive library, swiftly retrieving the needed information from within. Ming, full name Mingji, a cultivator in the Fire Seed Project's G group, was also among the first outstanding graduates of the Lawson training program. He had crossed paths with Zhuang Qinjian several times before. In memory, Ming was a young man with a refined appearance. Ming's life trajectory was quite intricate. He was born in Lawson, District B25, but later moved with his family to the northern base, District B10, due to his parents' work. Subsequently, he obtained a doctoral degree in genetics in Iskal, District B9. When he joined the Fire Seed Project, Ming was only 20 years old. In the eyes of society, he was worthy of the label youthful genius. His documented records halted 5 years after the Loke incident in the list of casualties. Loke wasn't just one area but a collective term for 2 nearby cities, including Lawson, District B25, and Fenak, District C26. The nuclear leakage incident from that year had shocked the entire alliance. Continuous explosions led to raging fires, dispersing a substantial amount of high-energy radioactive material into the atmosphere. This caused a perennial fog in both cities, leading to their abandonment. Zhuang Qinjian believed Lin Xiu's account. Ming had fled with an experimental subject, for whatever reason. An alien experimental subject wouldn't survive long in regular air and needed a specialized chamber with enriched oxygen. Ming was highly likely to have returned to the familiar B district. So, I'm almost 40. Lin Xiu, engaged in conversation nearby, suddenly burst into laughter. The holographic projection flickered, changing her appearance to that of a mature middle-aged woman. Lin Yuyu smiled at her, and the two seemed to switch roles, Lin Yuyu becoming the composed elder sister, while Lin Xiu took on the role of the lively younger sister. Oh, who's this handsome young man? Lin Xiu noticed Sucha standing against the wall and asked curiously. He's Sucha. Surprised, Lin Xiu exclaimed. Oh my, Yuyu, you're already dating a boyfriend at such a young age? No, I got it wrong again. How old are you this year? As she spoke, she glanced at Fangs Higzu and Su Xing in the back row, momentarily getting confused about the situation. Seriously? Your son is already this big? Call me aunt. Su Xing's curly hair stood on end in shock. Lin Yuyu felt deeply exhausted. Firstly, I don't have a boyfriend. Secondly, I don't have kids. Thirdly, I'm 25 this year. So, you're 25 and still don't have a boyfriend? Lin Xiu asked incredulously. You've never been in a relationship. I'm really busy with work. Men only slow down my songwriter speed. Lin Yuyu winced at the jab. Songwriter? Last month you were arguing about becoming a starship stewardess, envying how they get to fly in the skies every day. Sister, that was years ago. Can we not bring up ancient history? The sisters bickered and joked, with Sucha passing a bottle of water to Lin Yuyu. I almost forgot. It's now the year 47 in the new calendar. Lin Xiu's gaze drifted towards Zhuang Qinjian, hesitating to speak several times before stopping herself. Zhuang Qinjian felt uncomfortable under her scrutiny. What do you want to say? Lin Xiu, eager for knowledge, asked. Dr. Zhuang, you're 55, 60 this year? You've aged so well. Is it some new anti-aging technology from the institute? PFF. Lin Yuyo sprayed water all over Sucha's face. Ha 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 ha. Song Ke laughed mercilessly. Zhuang Qinjian's expression darkened. Outside the ward, Lu Xiao sat in a wheelchair, basking in the sunlight. The light cast a faint golden filter on his somewhat pale cheeks, his silver short hair falling over his shoulders. His 6 mechanical arms were retracted. If one didn't notice his empty legs, Lu Xiao appeared like a convalescent, a frail young man in the 5th hospital. A slender figure leaned against the railing, observing him with keen interest. In an imperceptible realm, 2 entirely different streams of data clashed, briefly touched, then separated swiftly, akin to 2 wandering snakes promptly marking their territories, erecting defensive barriers in alertness. Lu Xiao raised half an eyelid, sensing no hostility from Ilya, and casually closed it again. Ilya smirked involuntarily. Truly worthy of the Lu family, always arrogant towards artificial intelligence. This is our first meeting, yet you seem entirely unsurprised, Ilya remarked. Why should I be surprised? Lu Xiao spoke with closed eyes. Oh, are you referring to that useless idiot who, after you snatched his body and turned him into a low-level AI in a computer, thinks I won't figure out his identity just because he's silent? In one breath, Lu Xiao continued without pause, coldly assessing. He can't even look after his own body. The one crying and trapped inside a machine should be the surprised one. At the top of the tower, when Lu Xiao released a bit of his mental energy, he detected familiar traces of data manipulation originating from the same source as him. After searching around, his gaze finally settled on a blank-screened computer. Recalling Song Ke's mention of the conflict between Ilya and Lu Xinglan, even if the other feigned death, Lu Xiao instantly understood. Waste. With just a glance, Lu Xiao averted his gaze. This body belongs to your Lu family. Don't you mind? Ilya displayed a standard smile. The Lu family. Lu Xiao tugged at the corner of his mouth, still unaccustomed to making this expression. His smile was stiff and indifferent. What's that got to do with me? Indeed a thorn, Ilya sighed lightly, almost imperceptibly. I admire your character. It's a pity. If it weren't for the lack of legs, I might consider changing target. I believe we could have cooperated very well. No, Lu Xiao shook his head solemnly. I won't cooperate with you. I'll only make you hide and cry inside the computer. If Song Ke were here, she'd undoubtedly be very surprised. The current Lu Xiao was entirely different from his usual self. When facing outsiders, he revealed a sharp, proud, and unequivocal side, appearing difficult to communicate with. But in reality, this was the true nature of Lu Xiao. As an S-level hacker with supernatural abilities, he was confident in speaking these words. If Ilya's initial target had been him, forget 3 months, even in 3 years or 30 years, it would have been impossible for Ilya to succeed. The relationship between hackers and AI is one of mutual growth and competition. Whichever is stronger holds absolute authority. Lu Xinglan wasn't as powerful as Ilya, so he lost and had his body taken away. But at this moment, Ilya neither desired nor saw the necessity of determining a winner between him and Lu Xiao. I want to make a deal with you. Not interested. Thanks to you, the Lu family is now in decline, searching everywhere for a replacement for that mother, Ilya continued, seemingly to himself. Really? Are they eyeing you up? Do you think being their father would be a good idea? Lu Xiao cracked a dry joke. Ilya didn't laugh. His icy blue pupils flashed with a cold gleam. Compared to that one, I'm just an insignificant kid. It's been less than 10 years since I awakened my independent consciousness. Even if I become the magistrate of District C, I'm still weak. How could I contend with the Lu family that has influence throughout District B? But even so, I don't want to sit and wait for my demise. Ilya's expression softened slightly. If I indeed become a father, believe me, that won't make you happy. Lu Xiao's eyelids twitched. Ilya raised his hand, and the code 101,010 slowly formed an illusionary image, a faceless visage. Do you want her dead, too? How ironic, so do I. We have a common enemy, in a way, we're on the same side. What kind of deal do you want? Lu Xiao opened his eyes, looking at him. I want you to share some data, particularly about District B, especially all information on Urgia, District B8, Ilya smiled. As part of the trade, I'll grant you access to all underlying codes of Ferrara except mine. Lu Xiao raised an unexpected eyebrow. Ferrara was a highly virtualized city under Ilya's control. Him offering access to his underlying permissions meant that Lu Xiao, if he wished, could effortlessly control all artificial intelligences. Deal. Both of their similar icy gazes flickered simultaneously, instantly establishing consciousness communion. Compared to that idiot, you're more suitable for this body, Lu Xiao praised sincerely. You flatter me. I hope you only lost your legs and not your determination. Ilya turned away, his upright figure melding into the data stream and disappearing from the ordinary people's sight. Asterisk. After leaving the ward to Lin Yuyu and her sister for reminiscing, Song Ke and the others found 2 separate resting rooms. As they entered, Zhuang Qinjian glanced at Song Ke's constantly trembling shoulders, sounding both aggrieved and helpless. I'm not 60 years old. Song Ke couldn't hold back her laughter. Ha ha ha. Zhuang Qinjian sighed, that Lin Xiu has poor judgment and talks nonsense. Song Ke, haha. Ha ha ha. Zhuang Qinjian sighed again. I'm not Vincent. Song Ke, ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha. I'm not the Vincent she knows. Zhuang Qinjian's voice was low and deep, his gaze locking onto her. But Lin Xiu didn't exactly mistake me. Reporting this to me wasn't wrong because I am Zhuang Qinjian. Song Ke's laughter gradually subsided. Zhuang Qinjian reached out, hesitantly massaging Song Ke's soft fingertips. Song Ke, I promised not to lie to you. This explanation is very complex. Do you want to hear it? Do you want to know? In the quiet room, only the faint hum of the ventilation system was audible. Song Ke had a premonition that Zhuang Qinjian wanted to tell her something, maybe about his true job at Kindlin or perhaps regarding his secret identity. Some secrets evoke sighs, while others bring fatal consequences. Song Ke didn't know which category Zhuang Qinjian's secret fell into, but she knew that once a secret was divulged, it would scatter like dandelion seeds carried away by the wind. Zhuang Qinjian, Song Ke called out to him. Zhuang Qinjian softly replied, I'm here. Song Ke held his face and said earnestly, you being Zhuang Qinjian is great. Zhuang Qinjian was a bit surprised but then understood. He reached out, pulling Song Ke into an embrace, and they maintained that posture for a long time. The sunlight outside the window was just right, and the gentle wind blew clusters of willow fluff into the sky. Song Ke fidgeted uncomfortably. Zhuang Qinjian, why do you want to hug me? She asked softly near his ear. Blushing, Song Ke stammered, are you cold? Zhuang Qinjian had recently recovered from a serious illness, and he actually felt quite warm. Zhuang Qinjian's back stiffened. I'm not cold. When will you finally understand? After a while, Song Ke hesitated, but I feel a bit hot. Zhuang Qinjian let go expressionlessly. The competition is over. Have you thought about where to go next? I haven't decided. Song Ke shook her head. Zhuang Qinjian nodded, his gaze distant as it fell upon the thick shade outside the window. Before you decide, could I trouble the captain to take me to District B? I want to check on something. Despite knowing each other for so long, this was Zhuang Qinjian's first time making a request. While everyone in V587 had their own goals, he seemed indifferent, willing to go with the flow, saying, I'll only suggest, you have the final say. Song Ke seemed to sense something. Are you going to find that LAC 0017, Zhuang Qinjian finished. It's abandoned, won't it have no impact? Song Ke asked, puzzled. After all, it's something Kindlin lost. I have a responsibility to find it, Zhuang Qinjian said calmly. District B? Song Ke pondered. She didn't mind, besides her teammates, she didn't have much attachment. She had planned to visit District B long ago. Su Xing and Fang's Higzo should be fine, and as for Lu Xiao, she needed to ask his opinion. But previously, when District B was mentioned, he didn't show obvious aversion, except for District B8, Urgia seemed to be his minefield. As she pondered, Song Ke's thoughts suddenly halted. Lin Yuyu and Sucha, at novel bin at. Lin Yuyu was a local celebrity in Ferrara, rich and famous, and Sucha always followed her. Actually, she had intentionally or unintentionally ignored something. After the throne race ended, Lin Yuyu's wish was fulfilled. As per their agreement, the transaction between her and Song Ke should have ended. Lin Yuyu could leave V587 and continue her peaceful, serene life surrounded by admirers. There was no reason for her to continue risking adventures with them. So, would the 7-member V587 team part ways? Song Ke thought, stunned. Shall we start the meeting? Song Ke asked for everyone's opinion. Everyone found their seats, and V587's first annual work summary and commendation conference officially began. Su Xing fetched himself a small stool, fetched one for Song Ke, and after some thought, also fetched one for Fang's Higzo. Fang's Higzo was taken aback by the favor, staring at the stool for a while, afraid it might suddenly spring out some strange prank, like freezing springs or the like. Feeling a bit nervous hosting the meeting for the first time, Song Ke sipped on orange juice she squeezed herself. After the apocalypse, crops underwent some changes due to radiation, resulting in oranges that were incredibly sour, far from the enjoyable functionality of the energy drinks provided by Yin Xiao. Nonetheless, they were fresh, so she grimaced but finished drinking them. Song Ke cleared her throat. Firstly, congratulations to Sister Lin Xiu for coming back. Applause. Sister, I feel like I've gained a younger sister or no, maybe an ancestor, Lin Yuyu complained, but her joy was evident in her eyes. Her statement wasn't an exaggeration. Lin Xiu's mental age was only 23 years old. Although she lost her body and became an AI, she adapted well, exceedingly curious about new things. Besides, with the workplace blown up and no need to go to work, she had plenty of time to squander. Lin Yuyu was content to reunite with her loved one, separated by life and death. There were no regrets, yet the reminiscence of the past still brought a tinge of sadness and humor. At first, I was way too fanciful, collecting crystals everywhere and even wanting old Fang to try reversing the zombification. Impossible, Fang's Higzo honestly intervened. You were putting me in a difficult position. I was in a panic back then, my mind was all over the place, Lin Yuyu laughed. Even if it worked, Lin Xiu wouldn't have agreed. Just yesterday, Lin Xiu had pinched her nose and complained, Sister, you're my only sister. Please, I beg you, hurry up and burn my body. Turning to Lu Xiao, Lin Yuyu said, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have thought of turning Lin Xiu into an artificial intelligence. Thank you, You're welcome, Lu Xiao graciously replied. In short, I and Lin Xiu have reached this satisfactory ending today. Thank you all for giving me the chance to make a wish. Lin Yuyu didn't overplay the emotions, standing up and slightly bowing to everyone. Sucha behind her silently nodded. Song Ke took a sip of sour orange juice and continued conducting the work. Secondly, congratulations to Xiao Xing for the breakthrough, reaching A level. Applause erupted. Su Xing stood in the center, proudly displaying his new Awakener certificate to everyone. He had already completed the testing at the Ferrara's Awakener Center, updated his information, and now was a bona fide A-level Ice-type Awakener. Finally, he wasn't just a drag or a 666 calling salted fish anymore. Su Xing's eyes curved into crescent moons as he smiled. So, does that mean we're an all-A team? Feng's Higzo wondered aloud. Lin Yuyu, Sucha, and Feng's Higzo were all A-level. Song Ke's visible level was also A-level. As for Zhuang Qinjian and Lu Xiao, these two individuals weren't registered, being unlicensed persons and not counted in the statistics. Is an all-A team very powerful? Su Xing asked curiously. Is it? Feng's Higzo wasn't entirely sure either. Tustin's team is all-A as well. In the latest round of rankings for Awakener teams in the northern base, they rank 7th, Lin Yuyu casually mentioned. Wow, then we're really awesome. Su Xing exclaimed, stars in his eyes. How do you know that? Sucha's voice was somewhat dry. Jennifer told me, Lin Yuyu replied. She opened the terminal's chat box for everyone to see, and the screen was filled with blinding heart emojis. This Jennifer has quite the enthusiastic personality. Ahem, Song Ke redirected the attention of her teammates. Next up, let's split the money. The championship reward from the throne race competition and the S-level mission reward for killing the zombie king amounted to 7 million alliance coins in Song Ke's hands. This was the result of everyone's joint efforts. As a fair team captain, she proposed dividing the money into 7 equal shares, but everyone refused. I don't need money, Su Xing said confidently. No way, Lin Yuyu insisted. I've made my wish. How can I still take money? Song Ke, at least give a share to Sucha. His savings were wiped out in the death prison, and he's still carrying debts. During the time in the Sin City, everyone was quite poor. Song Ke's purse was cleaner than her face, and Sucha, the only one who faced massive financial pressure, paid the first fine out of his own pocket and paid it in full. Sucha quickly declined. No need. Song Ke didn't hesitate and transferred 1 million to him, saying assertively, take it. Lu Xiao was even more direct, saying, Captain, convert mine into materials, this is my updated list. After Song Ke took it, his eyes started to sparkle again. Why was this list getting longer and longer? Feng's Higzo declined too. I still have some savings, and besides, you giving me money won't have a place to spend it. Song Ke helplessly looked at Zhuang Qinjian, he was the only one left. Zhuang Qinjian shook his head slightly and said 3 words, you're in charge. Okay, I'll hold on to yours for now. Song Ke patted the terminal, reassuring everyone at Novel Bin at. Amidst the banter, Song Ke took a deep breath and slowly began. One last thing, I intend to go to District B. Except for Zhuang Qinjian, the rest were somewhat surprised. Although they had joked before about leaving Ferrara after the competition to visit District B, Song Ke's serious announcement implied that this plan was now in motion. The reasons were rather complex and hard to explain briefly. Song Ke sought help by looking at Zhuang Qinjian. I'll explain. Zhuang Qinjian naturally took over. He had changed his hairstyle, brushing all the bangs to the front, wore narrow-framed glasses on his nose, and had a refined, scholarly look on his side profile, exuding a mysterious and reserved aura. His new appearance diluted the academic feel he had before. Although his face remained the same, his demeanor was vastly different. It seemed as if overnight, he transformed from a research genius into a sophisticated gentleman. Now, even Gao Xiangyang and Lin Xiu might hesitate for a while before uttering Vincent. Zhuang Qinjian continued, due to personal reasons, I need to make a trip to District B. Song Ke will accompany me, and while the others are theoretically free to choose. Song Ke tugged at his sleeve. Zhuang Qinjian held her hand, gesturing for her to wait. But the captain hopes that everyone will join us. Wherever sister goes, I go. Su Xing was the first to express his stance. Song Ke happily ruffled his hair. I'll go too. You guys get into fights and get injured every day. I can't rest easy if I'm not with you, Feng's Higzo said with a smile. Despite the earnest efforts of the 119th hospital to retain him, Feng's Higzo chose to resign. Bound by so-called obligations and responsibilities in the first half of his life, always busy, now with the apocalypse upon them, he wanted to live as Ayao suggested, following his heart. Zhuang Qinjian looked to Lu Xiao, you're going back sooner or later, join us. Lu Xiao shrugged, I don't mind. Finally, Zhuang Qinjian turned to Lin Yuyu and Sucha, our cooperation has ended. Lin Yuyu was stunned. Before heading to Sin City, Song Ke made a deal with you both. You temporarily joined V587 and acted with everyone until the throne race ended, Zhuang Qinjian explained slowly. For certain reasons, the initial team formation process wasn't pleasant, but fortunately, the outcome was satisfactory. So, you're free now. Was this a breakup? Yeah, it's over. Lin Yuyu's mind was in disarray as she responded dryly. Zhuang Qinjian's eyes behind his glasses were incredibly serene. Song Ke said that from now on, you can do what you want. Even if we can't be teammates, at least we'll be friends. There will be a chance for us to come back to Ferrara and watch your performances. Yeah, I'll sing your hit song, Song K chuckled. Oh, come on, Song K, you sing off-key and don't even realize it. Lin Yuyo smiled brightly, tears shimmering in her eyes. Hey, couldn't you try to convince me to stay? Or invite me to join you? We're treading on dangerous ground with every step. Song K gently shook her head. Whether it was rescuing Lu Xiao from the death prison, aiding Feng Higzu's assassination of Nikong, or killing the zombie king, every action was perilous. Hence, they had all suffered injuries to varying degrees. But you're different, Song K gazed at Lin Yuyo. You have a home. Zhuang Qinjian, Lu Xiao, Feng Higzu, and Su Xing, along with herself, were people without attachments. They could easily pack their bags and go wherever they pleased. But Lin Yuyo was different. She had a home in Ferrara, a sizable studio, irreplaceable loved ones, and a stable and respectable job. Within V587, she was the one who needed the most determination because she always had an exit strategy. Lin Yuyo's vision blurred as she stared blankly, realizing that Song K, and even Sucha and the rest were in a similar position. Only she was different. Lin Yuyo tilted her head back, holding back her tears, and softly asked, "When are you leaving?" "In a week," Song K replied. Lin Yuyo curled her fingers, "Then when you leave, I'll see you off." "Okay. You guys chat, I'll go check on Lin Xiu." Lin Yuyu abruptly stood up and walked out of the room, almost bumping into Sucha. Sucha glanced back at the people in the room. His dark, inscrutable eyes revealed no emotions, but that was his usual demeanor, and no one minded. Finally, he nodded and silently followed Lin Yuyu outside. After the two figures disappeared, Su Xing, confused, asked, "Aren't they going?" "They were temporary additions, we can't force them," explained Song K. Oh, Su Xing's grudge notebook now had 2 fewer people in it, suddenly feeling empty. Lu Xiao redirected the conversation. "So, about District B, where do you plan to go first?" Zhuang Qinjian considered before replying. "Probably several places in the North Isker, District B9, Beishan, District B13, the largest independent research project incubation site, or maybe the northern base, District B10. Entering District B not only required reaching the threshold of 500,000 points but also undergoing comprehensive awakener testing. Despite V587's wealth, the entry city was crucial. It would be their calling card in the future, essentially their second home in District B. Lu Xiao blinked in confusion. Why not prioritize the northern base? "I just found out they've released a new recruitment notice, the first time openly recruiting high-tier awakeners from District C and below." Su Xing found the notice Lu Xiao mentioned and read it aloud. "Recruiting high-tier awakener team members now. Excellent benefits, joining the northern base grants equivalent treatment to District B awakeners, free accommodation in the central district apartments, access to professional awakener training rooms and breakthrough courses, comprehensive medical education, basic life services." "Apartment," Song K exclaimed. "Breakthrough." Su Xing cheered. Feng Higzu pondered. "Oh, medical care in District B." Lu Xiao argued. "The black market in the northern base is renowned, it has the widest range of materials." Zhuang Qinjian remained silent. "I suddenly can't remember." Lu Xiao glanced at him and slowly said, "There was someone called Yin Xiao, almost at S-level strength, skilled with guns." "Where was he from?" I know, the northern base." Su Xing eagerly raised his hand to answer. "Captain, you're quite close to Yin Xiao, right? We can go seek refuge with a familiar face," Lu Xiao sincerely suggested. "Huh, not that close," Song K muttered softly. Zhuang Qinjian stared at Lu Xiao, a glint passed through the lenses, and suddenly, he smirked coldly. "You're quite fond of riding on others' coattails? Sure, let's go seek refuge with familiar faces at the northern base." Asterisk. Lin Xiu ordered a bunch of fried chicken and beer, watching Lin Yu's early performance videos, specifically picking those edited by the haters, occasionally bursting into laughter. Even though she was an AI and couldn't eat the chicken or drink the beer, unable to sense the taste in the slightest, it didn't stop her from enjoying the cheerful atmosphere. Lin Yuyo rested her chin on her hand, gazing absent-mindedly out the window. Lin Xiu wanted to share some embarrassing stories with her several times but couldn't draw her attention. "What are you thinking about?" "I parted ways with some friends." Lin Yuyo candidly mentioned V587's decision to go to District B. "Wow, that's heartless. Why'd they leave you behind?" Lin Xiu was initially indignant and then puzzled. "But why did you initially join through a trade?" "Because I did some morally questionable things," Lin Yuyu stuttered. She confessed about snatching Mirror Lake's crystal from Song K. "Lin Yuyu, you're downright deceitful, the most treacherous." Lin Xiu exclaimed in shock. "Did I teach you to be like this? It's all to save you?" "When you suddenly deteriorated, I was frantic," Lin Yuyu retorted. Lin Xiu covered her mouth. "You're yelling at me? How dare you yell at me? Sub, I've long been dead. If I rot, I rot. Why are you fussing around when I'm already dead? No wonder people don't trust you." Lin Yuyu felt a stab in her heart. The two sisters stared at each other for a while. Lin Xiu tentatively spoke. "So, what are you thinking now?" "I can't think of anything else. My home is here, and so are you. I'll just stay here honestly," Lin Yuyu responded nonchalantly at novel bin at. "But I feel like you want to go with them," Lin Xiu said quietly. "You've always been stubborn since you were little, pretending to be indifferent while caring deeply. It seems so insincere." Lin Yuyu's shoulders slumped. Song Ke was right. I have too many things I care about. Wow, it's the apocalypse out there. Everything could be destroyed at any moment, and you're worrying about attachments. Lin Xiu sat beside her, patting her shoulder in the air. Besides, aren't I the one you care about? Lin Xiu snapped her fingers. That's an easy fix. After all, I'm currently a jobless wanderer. I can just take myself with me. Lin Yuyu froze. As she got no response, Lin Xiu waved her hand towards the side. Hey, handsome guy, Sucha, what do you think? Sucha spoke softly. I'll follow her lead. Such a loyal little dog, Lin Xiu mumbled indistinctly. So, what do you think of your former teammates? Sucha paused. They are good people. Lin Xiu smiled satisfactorily. There you go, it's settled. You already have your answers inside. Trust me, taking that step isn't that hard. Lin Yuyu glanced at Lin Xiu, then at Sucha. After a moment of silence, she suddenly burst into laughter without any warning. Her laughter, with her features relaxed, vibrant, and radiant, seemed to release all the pent-up emotions, like a dazzling morning glow impossible to ignore. Asterisk. A week later, at the Tongwan City Gate, the streamlined design of the Lu starship engine roared as it circled slowly in low altitude. Song Ke sat at the cabin's doorway, swinging her legs as she peered into the distance. They really didn't come. I told you, the most reliable way to work together is to bind through interests, but you insist on their willingness, Zhuang Qinjian said casually. Human hearts are the most unpredictable. Who knows, they might have already figured it out, living in a villa in Ferrara, sipping champagne. Song Ke sighed deeply, leaned back, and inadvertently laid her head on Zhuang Qinjian's thigh, looking up at him, her eyes glistening with an indescribable sense of grievance, not happy. Zhuang Qinjian couldn't continue with the lecture, so he covered her eyes with his hand. Are we leaving? Lu Xiao poked his head out from the cockpit. Let's go, Song Ke, unable to see anything, sighed again. As the starship ascended a bit, about to enter the orbit, a rugged off-road vehicle rushed in, drifted 180 degrees when it neared, blocking the road. Its wild driving style was akin to Lu Xiao's. The car door opened, and a man and a woman jumped out, both wearing black sunglasses, carrying backpacks. They were tall and well-proportioned, surrounded by an aura characteristic of high-level awakeners, displaying an extraordinary demeanor. The woman was dressed in a tactical jacket and jeans, her long hair styled into a single-sided braid that fell gently to one side. She wasn't wearing a mask and had applied delicate makeup, looking radiant and lively. Hey, friends, mind if we hitch a ride with you? Su Xing and Fang's Higzo heard the commotion and squeezed to the side of the hatch, waving excitedly at them. You guys, you came. Song Ke let go of Zhuang Qinjian's hand and looked at them, unable to contain her surprise. And indeed, the two were Lin Yuyu and Sucha. Lin Yuyu smiled brightly and freely. I've thought about it. Being a big star, I've had my fill of these years. But I haven't been to District B yet. It's a good thing to broaden my horizons, so count me in. Song Ke was about to speak when, hey, don't tell me about danger. Come on, Song Ke, it's the end of the world now. Everywhere's dangerous, right? I perform at the Sikara Theater, and I have to worry about zombies suddenly popping up from underground. And don't talk about what I'm attached to or not. I've got everything arranged. Look, this time I've brought my whole family. Lin Yuyu patted the screen stashed in the side pocket of the backpack and then casually patted Sucha. Amidst the airflow stirred by the starship, the two looked at each other for a few seconds. Then, Song Ke and Lin Yuyu simultaneously broke into a smile. Welcome to V587. With a hint of dimples on her cheeks, Song Ke said loudly. What's District B like? Song Ke lounged on the soft couch in a sprawling shape, occasionally flipping over, curiously asking when there was nothing else to do. The journey to the northern base was long. Lu Xiao activated the autopilot, allowing the starship to cruise at a constant speed in high orbit. The seven of them either nestled in their seats watching movies or wholeheartedly engrossed in holographic games. The rest were playing cards. Lu Xiao, Zhuang Qinjian, Fang's Higzu, and Sucha played the popular Texas Hold'em from the ancient civilization. On this matter, Lu Xiao, the dealer for this round, dealt 3 community cards, swiftly glanced at his own cards, raising an eyebrow slightly. I can't give an objective evaluation. Then how about your subjective opinion? Lin Yuyu mumbled through her face mask. The first betting round began. Fang's Higzo followed Lu Xiao, tossing in the big blind. Zhuang Qinjian slid a whole row of chips with his slender fingers, silently raising the stakes. Sucha watched the game with lowered eyes, cautiously choosing to fold. Subjectively speaking, the people there are all very arrogant, almost wanting to inscribe I am the chosen one on their foreheads. Lu Xiao's sharp and acerbic tongue spoke. Why? Does District B also have a hierarchical system? Song Ke rubbed her chin against the pillow, shifting to a more comfortable position. Not exactly. The arrogance of District B residents doesn't stem from their status, it's innate, replied Lu Xiao. For instance, our friend here, the spokesperson for arrogance, why don't you ask him? He gestured towards Zhuang Qinjian. Zhuang Qinjian coldly glanced at him, adding another bet during the turn. Although Zhuang Qinjian never explicitly stated where he was from, given his profound knowledge and bottomless pool of information, everyone assumed he hailed from District B, just like Lu Xiao. Song Ke turned over, poking Zhuang Qinjian's arm. Tell me. Zhuang Qinjian used the cards to hold her mischievous hand down. If District C plays an irreplaceable role, then District B represents completeness. Completeness. Song K repeated the word, puzzled. Zhuang Qinjian nodded. The Alliance has designated different privileges for each district. Only District B has complete access to knowledge channels, comprehensive information privileges, and a complete welfare system. Those with District B citizenship, from birth to old age, all adhere to the so-called elite cultivation plan. Every person from District B is crafted using the best resources available. But even with the best resources, one can still cultivate waste, remarked Lu Xiao, non-committally, setting down the final round's river card. Zhuang Qinjian continued, individuals from District B raised in this environment hardly ever set foot in lower-level districts. Due to their lack of experience in the lower strata of life, their empathy is low. They cannot relate to many things, and even if they haven't done anything wrong, they might come off as naturally arrogant. Do you know the two most commonly spoken phrases among District B residents? During the showdown phase, Lu Xiao signaled for everyone to reveal their cards at novel bin at. Song K and Lin Yuyo shook their heads. What? You don't even know this? Huh? You don't have that there. Lu Xiao mimicked it perfectly, that slightly naive curiosity and the unwitting air of superiority, which could really get on one's nerves. Talking about this makes me furious. Knowledge censorship, right? Lin Yuyo ripped off her face mask, scolding, before my debut, I wanted to gather gossip from District B's entertainment industry, and it said insufficient privileges. Oh yes, we District C folks are only worthy of receiving neutered information. CDE districts are all considered lower-level zones. We're all the same, Fang's Higsu chimed in. Right, Sucha nodded silently. Song K from District F interjected, guys, haven't you forgotten something? Su Xing, still enthusiastically gaming nearby, had become obsessed with this new holographic game. After all, District F didn't have anything like this. Even if Su Weiguo could get it, he wouldn't allow Su Xing to play. Song K glanced at him and then at herself, suddenly realizing. District F might not even be considered a lower-level district, and most people from District B probably wouldn't even know such a rural place exists, right? Lin Yuyu sighed, wait, you two are from District B as well. How come you don't have these annoying traits? After she finished speaking, she was stunned for a moment, and then she thought, why doesn't it count as nothing? When Lu Xiao was with them, things seemed normal, but the crimes he committed in death prison, the records of his wrongdoings, and his behavior of not even bothering to remember names when facing outsiders wasn't that a kind of ingrained arrogance. As for Zhuang Qinjian, although he always had a smiling face and seemed approachable, in reality, I quit, I keep losing. Fang's Higso threw the poker cards, sulking, his nerves almost pulled bare from the back of his head. You keep winning, Sucha stared at Zhuang Qinjian expressionlessly, did you cheat? Zhuang Qinjian adjusted his glasses, gathered all the chips on the table, and smiled faintly. Huh? You guys don't count cards. You dem District B person. Fang's Higso's trembling finger pointed at him. The arrogant Zhuang Qinjian faced strong condemnation from everyone, had all his winnings confiscated, 22 crystal chips, and was banned from speaking for a long time. The New Asia Alliance's territory was vast, spanning from Tongwan in the east to the northern base in the north. Even with starships, it took nearly 3 days to traverse countless mountains and valleys. Song K was enthusiastic on the first day, ordinary on the second, and by the third day, she was so bored she was almost growing grass. In high orbit mode, over 8,000 meters from the ground, outside the porthole was a vast expanse, only showing undulating clouds and moisture. When will we arrive? Song K asked listlessly by the window. If she didn't move soon, her limbs would go limp. 5 more hours, Lu Xiao replied. Song K whimpered. After the captain sternly requested an early arrival and with Lu Xiao's agreement, they switched to manual driving mode. 3 hours later, they finally saw the northern base. The scene before them left them speechless. The periphery of the northern base was an endless wasteland, filled with ruins, destroyed buildings, collapsed billboards, drifting scraps of paper, and plastic bags. Thick dust and sand buried the former prosperity of the city. The development of this land had been completely frozen in the river of time. Above was a dimming setting sun, casting a gloomy shadow over the land. For miles around lay plains overrun by withered grass, the view dominated by dismal shades of grey, with the solitary northern base standing as the only splash of color. Rather than calling it a city, it was more like an oasis. Why did it turn out like this? Song K asked. War. Nuclear war, Zhuang Qinjian said in a deep voice. Before the establishment of the New Asia Alliance, a brutal war erupted among the Cario Empire and the Loose Federation lasting for 3 years. The entire northern region was razed to the ground. Later, the 3 political entities signed a ceasefire agreement and a non-aggression treaty, finally ushering in an era of peace. The northern base was originally a post-war reconstructed homeland, inhabited by survivors who experienced the war, Zhuang Qinjian said. Almost 50 years ago, Fang's Higsu murmured. The war had profound effects on the northern base. The city's founders remembered the lessons of the past, accepted wanderers from various places, provided them with a stable living environment. He personally participated in reconstruction, military training, and the selection of those with supernatural abilities, gradually leading the base onto the path of military-civilian integration. Therefore, after the apocalypse, the northern base's characteristics made it the refuge with the most people possessing supernatural abilities. Zhuang Qinjian's cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. The entire northern base only pledges allegiance to that original founder, not under the jurisdiction of aristocratic families, super conglomerates, or the central court. It's a unique presence in District B. Lu Xiao's tone remained unchanged. That's right, the last hope of humanity, the northern base, a phrase known since childhood. Lin Yu recalled, I think I've heard, that founder's surname was Ye. Zhuang Qinjian nodded. Ye Zhang, General Ye, the long-standing leader of the northern base. As they approached the northern base, Lu Xiao halted. We're nearing the detection zone. Let's discuss how to proceed. Can't we just fly straight in? Song Ke asked. Occasionally, various flying terminals crossed the sky. When they neared the northern base, a transparent protective shield appeared above the city, an invisible ripple scanning before the barrier automatically opened. Once they entered, the transparent cover swiftly closed as if it had never appeared. Obviously, we can't, Lu Xiao said. What about using your abilities to break it? Lin Yu persisted. I can make it briefly malfunction for a second, but what about after we enter? This is District B. Do you think the patrols inside are idle? 1 second. Zhuang Qinjian smirked playfully. The mighty S-level hacker, are you used to eating soft food? Aren't you ashamed to say that? Lu Xiao's icy gaze sharpened. What, too short? How about you try? Let me see how long you can manage. The two locked eyes, sparks flying, old grievances resurfacing. Song Ke sighed, separating the two with a hand on each of their heads. Stop it, no fighting. Can't we use the main entrance? In the tense atmosphere, Su Xing's talent for breaking the deadlock was triggered. That recruitment requirement, didn't we all meet it? V587 collectively responded. Oh, right. Oh, right. Song Ke exclaimed as if awakening from a dream. It seems like making mischief had become a habit. Always thinking about sneaking around, this time wasn't like the incident with Mu City. They had openly announced the recruitment. Why did they keep wanting to break in? Blame it on those two people from District B. They twisted their thinking. Lu Xiao lowered altitude, and from a distance, everyone saw a small city in front of the northern base. Song Ke poked her head out. What's that? Zhuang Qinjian replied, that's the immigration center. Song Ke asked, what's it for? Zhuang Qinjian sighed. Song Ke, do you know how many people want to get into the northern base after the apocalypse? The 7 of them descended from the starship, not yet close to the central gate, and were stunned by the massive crowd ahead. How many were there? To put it this way, Song Ke had never seen so many people in her entire life. Well, except during the zombie wave. Zhuang Qinjian and Lu Xiao, citing inconvenient movement as the reason, furrowed their brows and adamantly refused to proceed. Song Ke happily waved her hand, taking on the role of the team leader. You guys wait here, I'll go and take a look first. She took a deep breath and struggled to squeeze into the crowd. Half an hour later, Song Ke, with her wrinkled clothes and face nearly flattened, finally made it into the hall. She rubbed her almost squashed face and tearfully remarked how difficult it was to enter the northern base. Perhaps it would be better to let Lu Xiao use the black protective shield. Inside the center, there were different zones, with many floating light panels indicating passages like Immigrant Zone, Talent Recruitment, Temporary Entry Applications, and the Awakeners Fast Track, though ironically, the area with the most people queued up was the Fast Track. Song Ke looked around and saw continuous prompts on the floating screen. Please attend to A1322 at Immigration Window 8. Please attend to C0654 at Talent Window 2. Please attend to E119988 at Awakeners Fast Track 17 for genetic testing. Song Ke exclaimed, 119988. There are so many Awakeners here, it'll take forever to get through this line. She stubbornly wandered around the center and suddenly had a bright idea. Beyond a corridor, a newly opened area was marked with a sign saying Recruitment Zone. Song Ke hurriedly squeezed her way there. As the automatic doors opened, the bustling crowd diminished instantly, and the air became noticeably fresher. This area was evidently filled with high-ranking Awakeners. Groups of them stood in small queues, their mixed awakened energies faintly shimmering around them. Song Ke obediently joined the last queue, looking around while observing her surroundings. Unexpectedly, she noticed, through the window, on the other side of the transparent sky bridge, a luxurious passage lay with a red carpet. It was empty, and above it was written in black elegant script, VIP channel. Song Ke tilted her head. What's that? There are so few people there. Can I go there? As she contemplated heading over, the opposite door suddenly opened. A sleek and luxurious starship docked directly at the passage. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a black uniform and wearing a top hat, descended from the gangway, followed by family and staff, all surrounding him like stars encircling a moon. On the other side, the center's high-ranking official, looking very important in his tie, personally came out to greet him. He wore a gracious smile, his face brimming with excitement and joy. He nodded and gestured for the middle-aged man to enter. The passage was cool and refreshing, in stark contrast to the noisy place where Song Ke stood. The people in front of Song Ke started discussing in hushed tones. They were all high-ranking Awakeners with their own sources of information. Isn't that Ken Oda? An S-level engineering Awakener, a renowned architect from Tokushima, District B15. Wow, how did he end up at the northern base? Why else? He must have been paid a fortune. I heard Tokushima poached 2 S levels from the northern base a while back, so it's tit for tat. You only know half the story. Those taken by Tokushima were a powerful attack-type lightning awakener and a weapon master. No matter how you look at it, the northern base seems to be at a loss. That makes sense. Song-Kei blinked slowly. S-level attack-type ability, that's what she had too. She turned towards the VIP channel and took a couple of steps but accidentally bumped into another group of people talking. What are you doing? Trying to cut in line? Go to the back. The burly group immediately turned and glared at her. No, I'm going that way. Song-Kei pointed in the direction where Ken Oda had disappeared. The person she bumped into scrutinized her and burst into laughter. Are you serious, little girl? That's the S-level channel. As if hearing some ridiculous joke, he loudly shouted, Hey, someone wants to use the S-level channel. The entire recruitment zone erupted into laughter, various onlookers' eyes fixed on Song-Kei. Trying to cut in line, she should come up with a better excuse. S-level, as if she could even say it with a straight face. Too ambitious. Let her go, I want to see how she gets kicked out. Where did this country bumpkin come from? She didn't get lost, did she? Hey, you? This is the recruitment zone, regular people go to the main hall. I know, Song-Kei politely replied, but amidst the loud noise, nobody heard her. Some kind-hearted soul, unable to watch quietly, advised her, Hey, you're new here, right? Ignore them. The VIP channel requires a prior appointment, personally arranged by the leaders. It's mostly for those who have finalized agreements from other districts and switch over. It's not usually open. Song-Kei asked humbly, so, what if someone hasn't made an appointment, a wild S-level, for instance? The nearby awakeners' mocking laughter grew louder. A wild S-level? Ha ha ha, what nonsense are you saying? An S-level is snatched up by every district as soon as they're registered. How could there be a wild one? Someone intentionally bumped into Song-Kei's shoulder provocatively but ended up surprised when she didn't budge. Unaware of this, others continued their mockery. You think S-level awakeners are just everywhere, like cabbages? The entire northern base only has 8, that's already remarkable. Okay, yeah, do you? Song-Kei returned somewhat disheartened. Those seeking shade under the trees gathered around. How's it, Captain? Can we go in now, Song-Kei? If not, I'll go back to get sunscreen, it's melting under the sun. I smell something like cooked meat. Sister, do you want ice cubes? In the midst of the peak summer, the sun shone relentlessly, drenching everyone in sweat, and when that heat rose, the smell truly defied description. Song-Kei glanced at her teammates in front of her, then suddenly closed her eyes, swiftly reaching out like lightning to grab Lin Yuyu. Lin Yuyu. With a hint of regret, Song-Kei let her go and tried again. With closed eyes, she groped forward twice and, with a casual grab, this time caught Fang's Higzu. Others. Song-Kei. She made a sound of disbelief, then for the third time, stubbornly extended her hand. Thinking she was playing a game, Su Xing voluntarily placed his hand in Song-Kei's palm. Song-Kei. Well, maybe those people weren't entirely wrong. Randomly grabbing an S-level on the street was indeed a bit unlikely. Everyone looked puzzled as Song-Kei slowly explained the queue situation inside and the VIP channel to everyone. To get through this process, won't it take 3 to 5 days? Fang's Higzu sighed. 3 to 5 days? That's too optimistic. Song-Kei shattered his illusion. These are the numbers I got. 2 virtual numbers appeared on the terminal, 30E216544, 07Z003577. The first is the number of days to wait, and the second is the number of people queued on that day. Just in case anyone didn't understand, Song-Kei explained specifically. Fang's Higzu slowly closed his mouth, worriedly scratching the back of his head. No wonder the northern base needs Jianzhan City. It can't do without a buffer. Lin Yuyu fanned herself with her hand due to the heat and lifted Sucha's wrist. Look, one-stop service for clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, along with various supporting services. While Song-Kei queued inside the center, Sucha wandered around the city but didn't gather any useful information. Instead, he was bombarded with a bunch of forced ads. The most frustrating part was that because he used a terminal in District C with lower permissions than District B, those ads were like rogue viruses that couldn't be deleted. Now, whenever he opened the terminal, various flashy projections automatically popped up, such as XX Immigration Agency, group offering 20% off, XX Consulting to make your supernatural resume shine, Wanderfort Awakeners Hotel, grand opening, free genetic testing provided by our store. Lin Yuyu took Sucha's terminal off, tossed it to Lu Xiao, and asked him to help clean it up. Now, what do we do? Song-Kei shrugged. Wasn't there a VIP channel? Zhuang Qinjian said casually, our captain started from scratch, self-reliant, an outstanding S-level attack-type awakener. Shouldn't we be able to walk the red carpet? Song-Kei proudly straightened her chest, then slumped down. That requires an appointment, and my credentials are A-level. She had just been mocked, called a country bumpkin with delusions. Zhuang Qinjian tapped his wheelchair's armrest, nonchalantly speaking, then let's go public. Others were somewhat surprised. Zhuang Qinjian continued, we used to choose to remain secret because Ilya interfered, not wanting the alliance to overly focus on Ferrara. Plus, there wasn't a need to be high profile. But times have changed. Since we've come to District B, the level becomes an important entry pass. Don't forget, what's the highest principle of the northern base? At Novel bin at. Strength, Song Ke interjected. Yun Xiao had said this was a city where fists spoke. Zhuang Qinjian nodded. Moreover, we not only have an S level but also 4A levels. The 5 of you, 1S and 4A. Even though the northern base has abundant talents, such a team configuration needs to be seriously considered, right? Do you, Captain, have any objections to the decision on publicizing the levels? Zhuang Qinjian didn't forget to ask for Song Ke's opinion. No, Song Ke shook her head, then thought of something else. The 5 of us, but what about you two? The only 2 individuals from District B within V587 had never registered as awakeners. Most had guessed they didn't want to disclose their identities. Zhuang Qinjian's light-colored eyes curved behind the lenses as he confidently said, Me? I'm a family member of an S level. Ah. Song Ke's expression was baffled. Found it. Lu Xiao lowered his head, quickly getting results. The new recruitment notice from the northern base would inevitably leave data traces in District C. Lu Xiao didn't spend much effort tracing it back to the terminal used by the person Ms. Ye. He swiftly edited the intrusion's malware. Just as he was about to send it. Wait. Zhuang Qinjian stopped him in time, quickly skimming through it. Hello, we are a very powerful team of awakeners, with 1 S level and 4 A level members. We're here to join you. Queuing is bothersome, so please let us use the VIP channel immediately. Thank you. Though Lu Xiao used hello, please, and thank you, the tone of this letter was completely imperative and forceful. There was a 99% chance it would be treated as a scam and tossed into the trash. No, even scammers were more polite than this. The elective course you failed in, language socialization and arts, was really not an injustice to you, Zhuang Qinjian remarked with a cold snort, clicking to select all and delete, starting the modification again. Northern Base, Department of Awakeners Management. Leaning on her chin, Yazime faced 4 large, high-definition floating screens displaying the teams awaiting approval for the recruitment notice. The more she watched, the more fatigued she felt, slowly nodding off, stifling a yawn. Ding. The idle terminal on the desk suddenly sounded. Ding ding ding, 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 ding. With no response for a long time, the terminal vibrated frantically as if it were at a disco. Yazime was fully awake now, scrambling to silence it. What's this? Do terminals in the lower districts have such high failure rates? She had purchased this terminal from the black market specifically for releasing announcements, leaving it idle after use, without adding any contacts. How could it suddenly make incessant noise? The terminal persisted in its insistent chiming, and Yazime, not knowing what she pressed, suddenly saw a letter pop up. She clicked on it in confusion. Forgive the intrusion. I've heard of the matter of high-level awakeners being lost in your district. I am Song Ke, and I've long admired General Ye. I'm an attack-type metal element awakener. Despite years of diligent training, my humble background has always kept me from entering District B. Fortunately, due to a recent stroke of luck, I've broken through to S level. Due to certain constraints, I haven't undergone genetic testing. Delighted as I am, recalling my past determination, I hope to serve the General. Apart from myself, the team includes 4 other A-level members, 2 are attack type, 1 is a support type, and 1 is a healer. We've all reached the entry and exit center. Due to the tedious approval process and our decision not to disclose our breakthrough to the outside world, coupled with financial constraints, after lingering for a few days, we considered withdrawing. Before our departure, I'm sending this letter to you, reluctantly, as a last resort, hoping for a response. The letter was followed by high-definition images, all captured from the throne race, showcasing exciting moments, Song Ke single-handedly facing Mirror Lake's water monster, Su Xing's ice needle explosion clearing the area, Greenwater City's siege against the zombie bear, and Hyman's coordinated kill of the zombie king. These were provided to substantiate the authenticity of the materials. Yazime bounced up from her seat in an instant. A wild one? An S-level attack-type awakener, and leading a team. She kept jumping on her toes, joyfully spinning around, realizing that she had exceeded her KPI, key performance indicators, for the year. Connect me to Commander He's communication channel, and I want to go to the entry and exit center right away. Asterisk. The team verification process for the recruitment notice was quite complex. While Song Ke was out for a short while, the waiting teams remained almost unchanged, they were the same people as before. So, when she entered for the second time, she received a uniform and sharp gaze from everyone. This time, she wasn't alone, she was accompanied by other V587 team members. Whispers started swirling, occasionally mixed with a few assertive comments. Why is this country girl here again? And she brought people along. Does she think this is a nursery or a rehabilitation center for the disabled? Don't be too excessive. She doesn't really believe that the northern base will accept just anyone, does she? Song Ke paid no attention to the murmurs. This time, she didn't even wait for the cue and confidently sat down on the sofa. The venue was full of high-level awakeners, and her behavior clearly indicated a lack of regard for them, a provocation, a blatant challenge. A yellow-haired awakener turned his heels, walking arrogantly towards Song Ke. Judging by the outward projection of his mental energy, he was an A-level awakener. Hey, let me tell you, don't pollute the air here. Go back where you came from. Sucha stood in front of Song Ke with a cold face. He wore a black t-shirt, stood at 1.9 meters tall, exuding an intimidating aura with broad and sturdy shoulders, well-defined arm muscles, a slender waist reminiscent of a powerful snow leopard. When he looked at people with narrowed eyes, there was a distant yet lethal air about him. Before the yellow-haired guy could react, Sucha appeared behind him like a ghost, a chilling dagger suddenly placed at his neck. Even among awakeners of the same level, there are significant differences in combat prowess. Zhuang Qinjian lazily reclined in his wheelchair, speaking with a refined yet arrogant tone, devoid of emotion. Who gave you the courage to speak so boldly in front of our captain? Almost as soon as his words fell, all members of V587, whether sitting, standing, or leaning against the wall, released their awakened energy at the same time. Of course, 3 of them slightly restrained themselves. Powerful and majestic awakened energy collided in space, screens flickered, lights swayed, desks and windows vibrated. The terrifying pressure resembling an overwhelming tsunami made people shiver from the depths of their souls. Some awakeners couldn't withstand it, their knees trembling, and their feet involuntarily giving way. All A levels, an incredulous shout rang out. Boom! The VIP channel's gate burst open, and Yazaime, dressed in the senior uniform of the Department of Awakeners Management, hurriedly walked in. Behind her, the head of the center, sweating profusely, and dozens of staff were busy preparing the red carpet, flowers, and welcome banners. Where are they? Where are they? Yazaime shouted anxiously. Spotting V587 in the recruitment area from afar, she dashed like the wind across the sky bridge, running over to grab Song Kei's hand excitedly, holding it so tight as if she would never let go. You, oh no, you're the Song Kei who wrote to me? The S-level attack-type awakener. Goodness, indeed dignified and extraordinary, with the bearing of a master. Yazaime's cheeks flushed with excitement. Commander, he is busy with official duties, so let me receive you first. She will come later to talk to you personally. Shall we go inside? Let's talk inside. Suddenly recalling something, Yazaime abruptly turned around. And everyone, the full A-level team V587. You've waited for a long time, please don't leave. The northern base can provide everything. Please make sure to stay. The entire recruitment area fell silent, plunged into a deathly quiet. Under the stunned and cheering gazes of thousands of high-level awakeners, Song Kei's group walked towards the VIP channel paved with the red carpet, gradually disappearing from view. What's going on? S-level attack-type awakener? That country girl. Did I hear it wrong? No, I must be deaf or blind. Commander, he personally receiving them, even Ken Oda didn't get such treatment. The awakener who first called Song Kei country girl touched his neck nervously, with a lingering fear in his heart, and was about to cry without tears. Excuse me, can I still see the sun tomorrow? Yazaime led the 7 individuals through the VIP passage of Qianzhan City, eventually arriving at a luxurious hotel suite. Song Kei, as per regulations, before entering the northern base, you all need to undergo genetic testing. It will take about a day for detailed data to come out. Please rest here for now, and if you need anything, you can tell Jia. A quiet artificial intelligence stood at the door, nodding politely in response to Yazaime's words, impeccable in manners. Song Kei stole several glances. Though not too obvious in appearance, Jia's gestures and micro-expressions hinted at traces of AI, quite different from the elegance displayed by Ilya in his every move. Worried that Song Kei might misunderstand, Yazaime quickly added, occasional errors can occur in awakener tests in other regions, but we use the R-type tester. To ensure fairness and accuracy, all awakeners entering the northern base must undergo genetic testing again. Song Kei nodded. Her level tested in Ferrara wasn't incorrect, after all. Then, please register your basic information. Yazaime lightly tapped her pearl earring, and a holographic lens shimmered into view over her left eye. I'll send you the details you need to fill in. Song Kei lowered her head to glance at her quiet terminal and asked blankly, how do I fill it? Yazaime glanced at her terminal and apologized, sorry, I forgot. You mentioned in the letter that you're from a low-level district. I'll send it in a different mode. Jia timely handed over a miniature connector. Yazaime took it, approached Song Kei's terminal, and simultaneously, the holographic lens in front of her eyes emitted a glow. The District B exclusive terminal activated, facilitating the smooth transmission of data. During the waiting interval, Yazaime casually asked, specifically, which low-level district are you from? I'm quite adept at alliance geography, perhaps I might know. District F177, Song Kei replied. Yazaime paused for a moment, her gaze visibly blank for a couple of seconds. What? District F177? Does the alliance have such a place? However, she quickly composed herself, pretended nonchalance, and casually touched her earring. The terminal promptly provided information, and details about the District F appeared in her mind. Oh, District F177. Heard of it. In the old calendar era, it was a barren fishing village. Due to underdevelopment, it became one of the most rampant areas for illegal activities. Ahem. Black household. Song Kei looked at her innocently. Yazaime chuckled awkwardly and cleverly changed the subject. So, there are 7 of you, right? Song Kei corrected her. No, 5. She gestured towards her remaining 4 A-level teammates. Then, these 2 are. Yazaime hesitated, looking at Zhuang Qinjian and Lu Xiao. Zhuang Qinjian smiled faintly and earnestly stated, I'm V587's technical consultant. Ah, Yazaime nodded. S-levels are allowed to bring family and assistance, so she quickly accepted this explanation. And the other one? He's the driver, Zhuang Qinjian replied warmly. While Song-K was filling out the forms, her fingers twitched, swiftly pushing back the mechanical arm Lu Xiao extended. Yazime stared at Lu Xiao's empty legs for a while. Her good manners prevented her from immediately questioning the term driver, but she asked in confusion, is life in the low-level districts really so diverse and colorful? In her impression, transportation in low-level districts remained in the early stages of machinery. Except for starships, most were manually operated. How could a person without legs become a driver and use hands to operate? As Yazime refreshed her perspective, she regained her composure and said, later, Jia will arrange for your genetic testing. After the results come out, Commander he will personally discuss the benefits and treatment with you. Of course, if any of you have urgent requests, feel free to mention them, and I'll make sure to solve them for you. Zhuang Qinjian glanced at her without a change in expression. Perhaps Yazime hadn't noticed herself, but the wording she used indicated that before confirming the genetic results, He Kaiyuheng wouldn't waste time meeting them. Yet, Yazime easily promised to fulfill their requests. This indicated that on certain matters, she could make decisions herself without consulting higher UPS. This suggested that Yazime had considerable authority within the Awakeners department, and even in the northern base. There indeed is, Zhuang Qinjian pondered for a moment before slowly speaking up. Yazime looked slightly surprised. Please, go on. In fact, one of the reasons we came to the northern base, Zhuang Qinjian's lips parted lightly, was to seek refuge with acquaintances. Even Lu Xiao was surprised this time. Zhuang Qinjian and Yin Xiao were like peacocks displaying their magnificent and competitive behavior, and he was actually seeking him out? Did the sun rise from the west? Surprisingly, Zhuang Qinjian didn't mention Yin Xiao. There's a famous couple of cognitive psychologists at the northern base, Ming Gang and Lucia. If possible, I'd like to meet them, Zhuang Qinjian added unexpectedly. Since its establishment, the northern base had opened a green channel for talent introduction, attracting elites to settle with various preferential policies. After nearly half a century of accumulation, it had already gathered countless industry giants and leading figures. Zhuang Qinjian's request was reasonable. Yazime quickly agreed, but out of curiosity, she still asked at Novel bin at. Since you're acquainted, why didn't you contact them yourself? Zhuang Qinjian's expression turned solemn. Mr. Ming Gang's only son, Ming Ji, was my close friend. He mentioned several times before his passing that he wanted to introduce me to his parents. Although I had a long-standing friendship with both seniors, due to the nature of my work, it was delayed. Who would have thought that Ming Ji would depart so suddenly? Recalling the sad past, his eyes lowered, exuding an air of melancholy and loneliness. Things change unpredictably. Mr. Ming Gang and his wife are now white-haired, and how could I dare to disturb them recklessly? Yazime hurriedly waved her hands. I'm sorry, I didn't know about the situation. Zhuang Qinjian earnestly said, luckily, our captain understands righteousness deeply and doesn't mind that I'm a useless person. She's willing to bring me to the northern base. With this opportunity, I want to fulfill my friend's last wish and visit the two seniors for him. Understanding righteousness, Song-K muttered to herself. She was already accustomed to his ability to talk nonsense. Lin Yuyo, however, wasn't quite used to it. She glanced nervously at Lin Xiu, relieved to see the screen was in sleep mode. Lin Xiu, engrossed in a drama, probably hadn't heard their conversation. Understood, I'll arrange this matter as soon as possible. The lustrous pearl earrings emitted a sparkling light. With the vast population of the northern base, Yazime couldn't possibly know everyone, but as the terminal operated timely, knowledge within her reach flooded in. Information related to Mr. Ming Gang and his wife instantly appeared in Yazime's mind. The couple had moved to the northern base about 30 years ago, had a son named Mingji, who later joined the confidential project at the Kinglin Research Institute, aligning with what Zhuang Qinjian had said. As Yazime spoke, Lu Xiao's gaze paused for a second on her earring. In District B's terminal, compared to 6 years ago when he was exiled, it seemed, their permissions had further deepened. After Yazime left, they rested for half a day until Jia Yi came to inform them that the genetic testing had been arranged. As the most important VIP, Song-K was naturally placed in the highest priority exclusive channel, while the others had to wait, but in any case, they would all get it done today. An unmanned floating car departed from the hotel, steadily flying towards the pure white building at the heart of Qianzhan City, the Awakener Detection Station. It was Song-K's first time in such a luxurious extended version of a floating car. While she couldn't help but emit a small exclamation of awe at the luxurious interior. She explored it, shifting from one position to another, sometimes reclining fully and then suddenly sitting upright, inadvertently meeting the gaze of the camera on the console, resulting in a silent standoff. Song-K. She gradually straightened up and, for the latter part of the journey, remained motionless as if she had been struck mute by poison. Because the information she had provided described her as an S-level, inconsistent with her Awakener certification level, and given the high importance placed by the base's Awakener department, as soon as Song-K landed, over a dozen staff in white robes were waiting at the entrance to receive her. A woman in her 30s with short hair stood out among them. She wore understated silver-framed glasses and spoke with a rapid and crisp pace. Hello, Song-K, I'm your Awakener analyst, Grace. Song-K's ears perked up, hearing someone nearby softly calling her director and attempting to transmit data to her via terminal. Grace's lenses glowed, faintly transmitting data that swiftly passed by. Grace nodded towards Song-K. I'll be in charge of your genetic testing. Please follow me. The moment Song Kei entered the testing station, she was captivated by the towering, centrally placed, and precise equipment. It was massive, nearly integrated with the entire building, all white in color, with numerous fine silver wires connected at its ports. The R-type Awakener Analyzer is currently the most advanced instrument in the Alliance. It can simultaneously accommodate data analysis for 500 people, maintaining an accuracy rate of over 97%, Grace explained, noticing Song Kei's gaze. Song Kei glanced around the empty testing station, expressing confusion with her eyes. Where were the 500 people? To ensure your results are 100% accurate, we've cleared the area. All testing for Awakeners has been suspended, Grace said solemnly. Song Kei's initial reaction, there were probably more people waiting in line at the immigration center. Following Grace, Song Kei continued forward. The design of the entire testing station was both sleek and futuristic. White lights mimicking daylight were omnipresent, illuminating the space vividly. As Song Kei walked, she gradually placed a hand over her chest, feeling slightly uncomfortable. A combination of intense light and confined space seemed to unsettle her. Grace, let's start with the routine checks: blood draw, collection of bodily fluids, and some biological information to conduct chromosome and DNA analysis. After entering the room, Song Kei saw numerous unnamed instruments and mechanical arms emitting a cold light. Similar examinations had been conducted in Ferrara, and Grace patiently guided her step by step. Before long, she smoothly completed the process. Then, Grace led her to a laboratory-like room with a circular machine and a single bed positioned at a gap in the equipment. This is the radiomagnetic resonance spectrometer linked to the R-type. It can comprehensively analyze your awakened abilities, explained Grace. Song Kei obediently lay on the single bed. A virtual light screen appeared before her eyes. It was many times more advanced than the black box Wuchwoman had used at the Fool's Wharf, inundating her vision with various lines and data, leaving her momentarily dazzled. Grace and her assistant entered the observation room. Once the instrument started, an intricate buzzing noise echoed around Song Kei. She distinctly felt a slight fluctuation in her awakened energy, as if stagnant water was slowly starting to flow. On the panel in the observation room, Song Kei's various data skyrocketed, instantly surpassing the threshold of S level. Her awakened energy, explosiveness, reaction speed, and muscle core strength increased at a nearly terrifying rate. An assistant exclaimed excitedly, "It's rising so rapidly, it might even reach S5. It's my first time seeing a living S level." Another person who had recently arrived at the testing station marveled at Song Kei's data. "You're lucky. You get to see two at once. Later, Mr. Ken Oda will be here. Ken Oda's results won't be surprising. He's a well-known S2, and how can you compare engineering type and strong attack type?" Everyone was excited. It had been a long time since a fresh S level had joined the northern base. Suddenly, Grace made a puzzled sound, furrowing her brows slightly. "Director, what's wrong?" the assistant beside her asked nervously. "There are impurities showing in the spectrum," Grace said in a grave tone. It was an unprecedented situation. Could it be a machine malfunction? Even the speaker didn't believe it. The R-type analyzer had self-repair programs. How could it possibly malfunction? Grace's expression turned serious as she focused on the imaging panel. The impurities increased, spontaneously gathering around Song Kei, gradually forming a large shadow enveloping her entire being. "This is radiation." Grace, usually composed, displayed an expression of extreme astonishment. 20 minutes passed, and Song Kei lay inside the machine, yawning out of boredom. She mused hazily, wondering why this whatever it was instrument took so long. It didn't seem that advanced either. Another 10 minutes went by before the annoying noise gradually ceased. The single bed rolled out slowly, and Grace stood in front of Song Kei, smiling. "Although the specific report isn't ready yet, I'd like to congratulate you in advance. You are indeed an S-level awakener." Grace paused for a moment. "Moreover, you're the most powerful awakener I've ever seen." "Oh, it's nothing," Song Kei modestly waved her hand. "After the analysis report is ready, Commander, he will personally meet with you," Grace added finally. "Commander, the genetic test results for Song Kei are in." Yazaime's voice sounded from the private channel. Commander Hikayu Hung gestured, signaling the ongoing conversation to stop. Ministers quietly exited the room, and she stood up, quickly entering a concealed compartment. As she moved, the terminal gradually lit up, initiating a holographic conference call, with several high-ranking officials from the Awakener department eagerly waiting. Song Kei's Awakener report was transmitted, a whopping 34 pages. Hikayu Hung skipped through the complex charts and professional data analysis, swiftly reviewing the final results. Equally anxious high-ranking officials flipped through to the end. One of them exclaimed in shock, "The level is S7? If I'm not mistaken, she's the first S7 officially announced by the Alliance since the disclosure of Awakeners, and she's a strong attack type." Even among Awakeners of the same level, there were finer distinctions, only detectable by the R-type analyzer. Each Awakener level was divided into grades 1 through 9. Currently, the highest publicly disclosed S level registered by the Central Court was only S6. Yet, out of nowhere, Song Kei, this individual, emerged as an S7 Awakener. The expressions of the high-ranking officials from the Awakener department were incredulous. How could such a monster exist in a region they habitually overlooked? Hikayu Hung's usually serious face showed a rare smile. It was she who proposed recruiting from the lower-tier districts, and Song Kei's arrival, a self-made S7-strong attack-type awakener without any background, was undoubtedly a godsend for the northern base at this moment. Amidst the murmurs, Grace's calm voice interrupted. Sorry to interrupt, but there's something I must bring to your attention. Please take a look at page 17 of the report. According to the radiomagnetic spectrum analysis, the radiation level within Song Kei's body is 20 times that of a normal awakener. The holographic image was vivid, Grace saw it clearly, and everyone present gasped in disbelief. The radiation level of an average zombie is only about twice that of an awakener. 20 times? How did she survive? And she hasn't turned into a zombie yet? This person is the future gold mine of the base. There absolutely cannot be any accidents. Hikayu Hong pulled out that page from the radiomagnetic resonance imaging report. Song Kei's torso and limbs appeared dirty, as if covered by the shadows of dark clouds. Excessive radiation, does it affect her awakened abilities? This is the strangest part, it has no effect. She is no different from other S levels, sighed Grace. What if it's a dual-type awakener? Hikayu Hong, as expected, instantly considered another possibility. However, Grace negated her speculation. The R-type didn't find a second type of awakened ability in Song Kei. Dual-type awakeners are too rare, especially S levels. Fortunately, we have Punk's data on hand. By comparison, Punk's radiation level matches that of an S-level single-type awakener. His distribution also differs significantly from Song Kei's. So, that's not the reason. As the Alliance's first publicly known S-level dual-type awakener, Punk's awakener report was undoubtedly classified information. Hikayu Hong had utilized a significant number of resources and connections, ultimately obtaining it from the Central Court's Park Jae-woo. Besides the radiation level, Song Kei has another serious issue. Grace became increasingly troubled. Pages 22 to 27 are her genetic report. Song Kei has chromosomal abnormalities and parts of the DNA sequence unknown. It's currently uncertain if it's hereditary or congenital. I'm not an expert in this field, but I'm concerned she may have an invisible genetic defect. Grace's concern was not unfounded. Genetic defects could lead to various illnesses. If a powerful awakener lost their life due to a genetic disease, it would be a heartbreaking loss. Could she have participated in the genetic selection program? A high-ranking individual speculated uncertainly. In the early stages, many suffered from genetic diseases due to immature technology. Hikayu Hong flipped back to the first page of the report. Song Kei's original residence was in F177 district. People from the District F wouldn't have had any chance to participate in the genetic selection program. She pondered for a moment and whispered, "Send this report to Dr. Ning. Dr. Ning is an expert in genetic engineering and genetics. He should be able to analyze the unusual reasons behind Song Kei's condition. Should we also have Song Kei go there for detailed examinations in collaboration with Dr. Ning?" Grace asked. "No," Hikayu Hong intervened. "Don't inform her until we clarify the situation. Also, modify this report. Asterisk. At the same time, V587 was popping champagne to celebrate. Lin Yuyu and the others had also finished their genetic tests. Apart from Su Xing, who had just broken through and landed at A1 level, the rest were exceeding expectations. Lin Yuyu was A4, Feng Higso was A5, and surprisingly, Sucha scored an A8. This usually taciturn person couldn't muster more than 3 sentences, but this time, he genuinely surprised everyone. Sucha, feeling awkwardly restrained, sat on the sofa. Song Kei excitedly patted his shoulder, while Lin Yuyu affectionately ruffled his crew cut. Her soft touch brushed against his short stubble, causing a slight itch that darted from his back to his head. Sucha stiffened, gripping the canned beer tightly, producing a flattened crack as he squeezed it. "Excuse me," Jie Yi politely knocked on the door. "Miss Song, your awakener report is ready." Everyone gathered around eagerly as Jie Yi calmly passed the report back to Song Kei using the connector. Quick, what's the level? S what? Wow, S7? Sister, you're amazing. Haha, I guessed it right, old Fang owes me money. Lin Yuyu boasted proudly. Fang's Higso remained silent. Due to his blind trust in Song Kei, he obstinately bet on S9. S7 team captain, can you buy me some materials? Lu Xiao joined in. Buy, Song Kei chuckled foolishly. Zhuang Qinjian extracted the terminal from Song Kei's playful hands and meticulously went through the report page by page. He took his time, reading meticulously. The professional data that Hikayu Hong couldn't understand posed no challenge for him. The report consisted of 24 pages, and Zhuang Qinjian took his time, reading it thoroughly. Then, he removed his glasses, pinched his prominent brow, and a hint of scornful smirk curved his thin lips. Truly the arrogance of the District B, the Awakener Department personnel seemed to disregard them too much. Even for an S1 level Awakener, a normal analysis report would span over 25 pages, let alone Song Kei, a rare S7. Not willing to revise at all, they just deleted and glossed over it. It might have fooled the layman, but trying to deceive him was merely wishful thinking. Because that R-type analyzer capable of genetic analysis came from the Kinglin Research Institute. Its original purpose was to be used for genetic fusion in the Fire Seed project. No one understood its functions better than Zhuang Qinjian did. The next morning, V587 boarded the starship arranged by the Awakeners Department and departed from Xianzhan City, officially heading towards the northern base. The silver-white flight terminal streaked across the sky like a meteor, encountering an automatic clearance through the transparent protective shield. Song K leaned against the porthole, revealing a smile of satisfaction akin to that of an old father. This time, they hadn't relied on deception or manipulation but had entered District B through their own diligent efforts. As soon as they reached the platform, before the starship even settled, Song K jumped down. A refreshing breeze brushed their faces, the air was invigorating, and the weather mimicry system gradually dispelled the scorching heat of midsummer. Song K and Su Xing, who entered the city for the first time, excitedly ran to the railing to look ahead. Unlike the desolate plains that extended for thousands of kilometers on the outskirts, the northern base was an incredibly textured city, aerial tunnels, levitating subways, stylish racing cars. Technological creations born over the past 30 glorious years were ubiquitous here. Clusters of towering buildings, arranged in a layered spatial hierarchy, provided a tremendous visual impact. Among them, one level even featured an infinity pool the size of a football field, where several awakeners frolicked. A few hydrokinetics mischievously manipulated the water, causing fountain-like droplets to cascade down at a wave of their hand. Song K's eyes sparkled. Wow. Su Xing imitated. Wow. Overhead, an armed fleet flew by. Several men and women, clearly awakeners, stood firmly on the deck of the ship. One of them, bare-chested with scars covering his torso, held the freshly severed, still bleeding head of a giant beast, laughing and waving to the crowd on the platform before entering two cylindrical connected towers. In the distant sky, a holographic projection appeared, numbers continuously flickering, gradually forming a massive leaderboard. Blue flame eliminated level 4 mutant beast, black fork-tooth fish, real-time score update. Song K witnessed firsthand as Blue Flame's ranking rose by 2 positions, now ranked 10th in the Northern Base and 122nd in the New Asia Alliance. This was, the Northern Base? Unreasonably exhilarating. Yazime and her team awaited them on the platform. Gazing at their shining KPI, she laughed heartily, her teeth showing and eyes disappearing. Your new terminals and the procedures for transferring Awakener citizenship will be handled by a dedicated officer later. Now, follow me to meet Commander He. She's waiting for you at the Awakener department. The Northern Base's Awakener department was precisely the cylindrical high-rise building Song K had just seen upon disembarking. Yazime's red-bottomed high heels clicked crisply on the polished floor, the sound echoing. Song K and the other 6 followed her, observing numerous images of honor on the historical wall. These included global supernatural summits, roundtable forums, genetic elite exchanges, as well as military exercises with the Cario Empire and the Luce Federation. With the passage of time, the presence of Awakeners became increasingly evident. Song K keenly realized that this was the disparity between different districts within the Alliance. A D-level awakening might cause immense joy in lower-tier districts, but in the Northern Base or other District BS, especially among post-apocalyptic Awakeners, supernatural abilities were commonplace long ago. Song K also noticed that the people moving around were high-level Awakeners, enveloped in a faint aura of awakened energy, yet they remained restrained and subdued. Along the way, many secretly observed them, seemingly trying to figure out who among them was the rumored S7. The news about the base recruiting an S-level attack-type Awakener had been widely spread, and Yazime personally bringing in V587 had revealed their identities. Amidst the attention of the crowd, the group took an automated scenic elevator up the building. Song K, looking at the building without any visible security measures, had a sudden curiosity and asked, what if there were Awakener terrorists here? Yazime smiled slowly. Believe me, the stupidest way to die in this world is to recklessly use awakened abilities in the building beneath our feet. She tapped her pearl earring, and a video began playing on the elevator's announcement screen. The top caption read Security Manual 014. This is footage from 8 months ago. At the outbreak of the apocalypse, an A7-level Awakener from a lower-level district, along with 23 thugs, forcibly entered the Awakener department, attempting to kidnap Commander He and take control of the entire northern base. In the footage, the leader, a corruption-type Awakener, appeared arrogant, chin held high, spouting commands, everyone get down on your knees. Don't move. As he advanced, the floor, tables, pillars everything he passed turned into pus. Just as he was about to cross the midpoint, the ceiling of the Awakener department vanished suddenly, revealing a deep spatial crack. Then hundreds of densely packed energy guns emerged, bang, bang, bang. Blinding beams of light instantly turned the thugs into sieves. After the intense light dissipated, only the A7 level survived, but he didn't have long to rejoice. He was blasted into a pulp. Literally a pulp. Bloody, sticky fragments rained down onto the smooth floor. The scene was as if silenced by a spell, utterly still and soundless. The surveillance footage shifted to the transparent corridor on the higher level, where 2 young individuals dressed in Awakener department uniforms appeared. They had similar appearances, tall and slender, both with blonde hair and green eyes, exuding an effortless air of indifference. The slender hands of the female rested on the railing, observing with interest the remains of the A7 level who had chosen his path to death. The male leaned against the wall, arms crossed, seemingly dozing off, entirely apathetic without even lifting an eyelid. Yazime cleared her throat lightly, her tone revealing profound sympathy. Out of the total of 14 malignant incidents in the 47 years since the establishment of the base, this was the most unfortunate criminal. He happened to encounter the Ling siblings' return for duty reports. The chance for surrender was not even given. Song Ke, wearing a surprised expression, asked. The Ling siblings. Ah, Ling Yan and Ling Yu, a pair of twins, one representing the dragon and the other the phoenix. They are the only two S6 level attack type awakeners in the northern base. Yazime lowered her voice, slyly blinked. They are also assimilated awakeners from the Karyo Empire. Song Ke glanced again at the video. After the Ling siblings resolved the crisis, they left without much enthusiasm. S-level awakeners possess absolute dominance over all ranks below S-level, especially two S6 levels. As Yazime had mentioned, these criminals had indeed stumbled into a really unfortunate situation. Guided by Yazime, V587 had no hindrances and quickly reached the penultimate floor. In a spacious conference room, they finally encountered the holographic image of the top official of the Awakeners Department, Hikayu Hung. The 7 individuals exchanged glances without a word. The personal reception mentioned by Hikayu Hung turned out to be in this form. However, it was understandable. Facing an attack type S7 level and an entire A-level Awakener team, even if V587 had voluntarily sought refuge, Hikayu Hung didn't let joy cloud her judgment and maintained the necessary vigilance. Hikayu Hung wore a dark blue suit, had a bridge nose supporting black-framed glasses, and a stern and dignified countenance, with 2 deep folds on the sides of her nose. Song Ke inexplicably recalled the vice principal she had encountered during her brief student days. Song Ke, and the rest of V587 team, welcome to the northern base. Hikayu Hung got straight to the point. 2 weeks ago, I watched the finals of the throne race competition in District C72 Live. You are an exceptional team, each of you shines with unique qualities, cohesive and indispensable. Her appreciative gaze swept over everyone, accurately naming Sucha, Su Xing, Fang's Higze, even Lin Yuyo by her real name, and then, very naturally omitted the remaining 2. The 2 men in wheelchairs glanced at each other in silence. One of them smirked slightly, while the other yawned out of boredom. Since their arrival at the northern base, Zhuang Qinjian and Lu Xiao had concealed their awakened energies flawlessly, seemingly no different from ordinary people. With Song Ke as their cover, their status was openly acknowledged as accompanying personnel. Hikayu Hung had indeed followed the competition, but she watched the official broadcasts, not continuously monitoring V587 for 24 hours. During the throne race, Lu Xiao consistently used his mechanical arm, never exposing his hacker abilities to the camera. Zhuang Qinjian was even more discreet. He never followed with the drone, hardly appeared in front of the camera if he ever flashed by. Lu Xiao swiftly edited him out. In the northern base, strength was the only valid pass. No one intentionally concealed their identity as an awakener. Therefore, Hikayu Hung naturally assumed they were just ordinary people, or rather, disabled individuals coincidentally teamed up with V587. She didn't bother to spare them a second glance. Hikayu Hung didn't say anything, not even a disdainful look. Yet, Zhuang Qinjian could read between the lines, sensing her disdain toward ordinary individuals. I didn't expect you to break through to S-level in such a short time after the competition and choose to come to the northern base, said Hikayu Hung with an expressionless face. Song Ke awkwardly scratched her head. It was nearly impossible to leap from A-level to S7 level in such a short time, but Hikayu Hung didn't expose her. Instead, she went along with the contents of the letter Zhuang Qinjian had fabricated, which indicated that she didn't mind Song Ke hiding her level in Ferrara. On behalf of the northern base, according to the recruitment notice, I offer you ownership of 5 sets of apartments in the central area, full access to District B for awakeners, along with monthly allowances and corresponding living benefits. Hikayu Hung was generous, changing the original free apartment stay to a gifting 5 sets of apartments, providing both housing and financial support, making V587 feel warmly welcomed. She then introduced the basics of the Awakener department and the current vacant job positions, captivating her audience. Finally, Hikayu Hung turned to Song Ke. You can make any requests, and after the probationary period, I will prioritize their implementation. Probationary period. Song Ke seized upon the keyword. The survival rule of the northern base is absolute strength. Hikayu Hung nodded slightly. We operate on a last-place elimination system, updating the ranking points monthly. The bottom 1% of the teams, unfortunately, cannot stay here. Of course, I believe you will definitely pass the probationary period. I look forward to seeing you again in a month. Hikayu Hung smiled. By then, perhaps we can sit down for a cup of tea face to face. The words carried a hint of deeper meaning, suggesting that V587 might meet her in person next time. Even in the presence of an S-level awakener, Hikayu Hung didn't exhibit an eager attitude to retain them. She perfectly embodied the calm and rational demeanor expected of someone in a high position. Yet, she showed considerable attention to Song Ke, conversing calmly and clearly invested in her thoughts. Song Ke felt that Hikayu Hung seemed like a contradictory person. Additionally, this is specially prepared for you. Hikayu Hung turned and quietly instructed a few words. At that moment, there was a firm knock on the conference room door. 2 staff members wheeled in a mobile desk, adorned with various colorful terminals, covering nearly all popular styles in District B. We were planning to purchase these collectively, Song Ke politely declined, thinking there might be discounts for a group purchase. Hikayu Hung simply stated, all S-level terminals are directly provided by the Awakener department. Song Ke was taken aback, staring at her intently. Hikayu Hung didn't mince words. S-level awakeners carry inherent risks. We need to ensure constant contact with you 24/7. These terminals are pre-equipped with locator devices and exclusive communication channels. Once bound to you, you can use them. Song Kei shifted her gaze away, took a couple of steps forward, and silently selected one. As they left the Awakener department, Lin Yuyo grumbled discontentedly, "What's this? Surveillance." Feng's Higzu rubbed his chin, "I feel like this Commander He's actions and words don't quite align. Something's off." "She's an outright pragmatist," Zhuang Qinjian's calm voice echoed at novel bin at. Others turned to look at him. Zhuang Qinjian continued, "She talks about nothing but the interests of the northern base. In her eyes, Awakeners are just the best tools to maintain those interests. When she needs you, she'll cater to you and support you. But in case of conflict or contradiction with her pursued interests, she won't hesitate to discard you. However, at least for the northern base, she's a dutiful superior." Zhuang Qinjian sarcastically chuckled. "That terminal, do I still need it?" Song Kei had picked a pin-shaped one, resembling a small bee. Zhuang Qinjian shrugged it off, "Sure, why not? We haven't done anything wrong. What's there to fear? When the time comes for mischief, we'll find a way to outsmart it." "Song Kei, why does doing wrong feel justified like this?" The first activation of the terminal required binding. Song Kei lightly released her awakened energy, feeling a momentary looseness in her consciousness. Suddenly, she sensed a subtle feeling of being observed. She paused for a moment. If it weren't for her experience with the crime record in the death prison, she might have ignored this sensation. But the crime record was something Lu Xiao had concocted out of boredom in prison. Why would the terminals in District B behave similarly? Song Kei shared her discovery with her teammates. Lu Xiao's pale fingers took the terminal, examining it with a gaze that hinted at a mechanical indifference in his icy eyes. A mild thought connection, indeed, her doing, Lu Xiao spoke cryptically. But he didn't plan to explain further. Swiftly, he input a string of anti-snooping codes. Making too many moves might lead to detection. Just wear it for now and try to minimize using the permissions. Permissions. Song Kei was puzzled. Yeah, accessing information not in your mind, actively gaining knowledge you've never had, that's permissions. While it can be convenient, every use is essentially a request to her, deepening the thought connection gradually. "Oh," Song Kei nodded obediently. "I won't use it then. I'll just ask Zhuang Qinjian. What information, what knowledge?" The rigid terminal can't compare to Zhuang Qinjian's expertise. This encyclopedia of the Alliance not only shares everything with her but also adjusts the language to ensure she comprehends it. Zhuang Qinjian suddenly chuckled, a smile so genuine it could melt ice, the curvature of his lips revealing a visible sense of joy. "Wait a moment, when you said her," Lin Yuyu asked cautiously. "Lu's supercomputer." Lu Xiao's tone remained flat, devoid of ripples. "It infiltrated the terminal network in District B. She sees everyone." Everyone felt a shiver down their spine. Before, they merely found the terminals in District B impressive and cool. But as Lu Xiao spoke, the constant feeling of being watched became unsettling. However, the provided terminal had its advantages, like direct access to the commission system. The seven gathered around. Song Kei opened the interface eagerly. Even after deducting the 500,000 points for the entry threshold, they should have had a comfortable 200,000 points left. The landlord's family was still very wealthy, and it should be more than enough to get on the ranking list. Then came the cruel reality. After the real-time update, the projection displayed, V587 current points, 220,050, monthly ranking, 99.99%. Unfortunately, your team failed to enter the rankings. Please continue to work hard. Song Kei stubbornly scrolled upwards. The top scorer had 448,888 points, twice as many as V587. Song Kei's expression fell. Goodness, was the competition among the Awakeners in the northern base this intense? Perhaps at the explicit request of Yazaime, the commissioner arranged by the Awakeners department was exceptionally considerate, exuding enthusiastic attitudes. Not only did they swiftly handle the household registration transfer procedures, but they also drove them to buy terminals. Aside from the two ordinary people, all four A-level members of V587 switched to District B terminals. After finishing, they proceeded to update the Awakeners' information and select a property. From the locals' perspective, they provided suggestions. Avoid the ground floor, poor lighting. Also, steer clear of the top floor, too many flying terminals causing a lot of noise. I like this one. Su Xing took a liking to a set in the blue community. The holographic was extravagant, boasting a 360-degree immersive jellyfish-shaped lamp, algae floorboards that change shape with mood, an immersive orca-themed bedroom with sound effects as the highlight, all full of gimmicks. The commissioner shook their head repeatedly. Many Awakeners in this community have become emo due to living in a deep-sea environment for long periods. It would be better for you to choose a garden-style small villa with better sunlight exposure, where you can bask in the sun regularly, and even connect between two households. Though no one explicitly stated it, the attentive commissioner noticed the harmonious interaction within the V587 team. Undoubtedly, they preferred to live closer to each other. Amidst the commotion, Song Kei found herself idle and took out her terminal for a glance. Then, she watched helplessly as V587's ranking dropped once again. Today was supposed to be a designated rest day for the Alliance, but were these people not resting or sleeping at all? No, she had to get involved too. The concerned team captain promptly opened the commission system. Su Xing ran over for her to choose a house, and she waved her hand in a perfunctory manner, saying, "You choose what you want to buy." The list scrolled rapidly, new tasks appearing only to be overlapped right away. Coupled with various restrictions like rank, distance, and application conditions, Song K became increasingly engrossed and completely absorbed in selecting tasks. Sea-level commission, clear the rampant mutated turban snails along the Silver Bay, District C44. Point reward, 80,000. This one seemed promising. Song K eagerly clicked on it, only to be greeted with a prompt stating, "This task has expired." Before she could lament, a batch of new tasks appeared on the interface. B-level commission, urgent medium-sized zombie tide has emerged in the coffee tree plantation area of Mandln, District C43. Please clear within 4 hours. Below, in small red scrolling text, the tone was urgent. All coffee enthusiasts, please save Mandln. This area is the primary producer of Mandln coffee. Once invaded by the zombie tide beyond the deadline, it will affect the Alliance's coffee production. Song K took a small breath, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Even though she didn't drink coffee, she had a sense of justice. She swiftly tapped on the virtual panel with her fingers. Perhaps due to an abundance of coffee enthusiasts, Song K's fingertips tingled, and the prompt that popped up stated, "The maximum number of accepted tasks has been reached." Song K. How could it be at its limit? She hadn't even started her duty as a coffee defender. Feeling disheartened, Song K swiped the panel twice more. Surprisingly, she managed to fish out a task worth 200,000 points, and guess what? No one had taken it. With quick reflexes, she crazily tapped away regardless. But the result? "Apologies, your team doesn't meet the acceptance criteria." What was this now? What didn't meet the criteria? Song K scrutinized it. B-level commission, reconstruction of an open-air hot spring bath in Tokushima, District B15, requires abilities in engineering. The higher the level, the better. Song K, she still chose not to give up today. Song K immersed herself in her work again, frantically trying to snatch up commissions. Hey, she couldn't snatch even one, at novel bin at. She was so engrossed in snatching that she didn't even notice her teammates had moved ahead. Zhuang Qinjian, stopping in his wheelchair, didn't catch her attention either. Thud. Her toe hit the wheelchair, causing her to lean and lose balance, falling forward like a swallow returning to its nest, straight into someone's arms. Zhuang Qinjian leaned his wheelchair back slightly, opening his arms to catch her firmly. As Song K lifted her head, she found herself face to face with his perfectly curved jawline. Today, he was dressed in a light-colored suit, the open collar revealing a clear view of his collarbones. A straight and slender nose, a faint smile tugging at his thin lips, and with those gold-rimmed glasses held by 2 delicate chains, he looked like the epitome of a handsome and sophisticated superstar from a street billboard. Zhuang Qinjian lowered his head, his sensual Adam's apple moving slightly with his breath. He pinched Song K's cheeks, gently shaking them left and right, causing her head to follow suit. "Squeezing cheeks makes drool," Song K mumbled incoherently. Zhuang Qinjian lightly chuckled, a deep resonance coming from his throat. As Song K rested her fingertips against him, she felt a slight numbness in her heart. Her ears felt like they were on fire. She extended 2 fingers, pressing a few inches below Zhuang Qinjian's chest and then pushing against his thigh, swiftly standing up. Zhuang Qinjian's expression subtly changed. "Song K, if you keep poking around like this, it might cause trouble." Song K defended herself. "I didn't poke around. It was just using a support to stand up, so stingy." She glanced at Zhuang Qinjian's legs in discontent. What was so precious about those thighs? Couldn't even touch them. Zhuang Qinjian somewhat uneasily placed his right hand on his knee, changing the subject. "What are you so focused on?" As soon as he asked, Song K felt indignant and started complaining. "I can't grab any commissions." Zhuang Qinjian reached out. "Let me have a look." They were used to sharing a terminal, so Song K handed it over without a second thought. But coincidentally, the commissioner in front turned around and saw this scene, eyes almost popping out. In District B, terminals were extremely private, as significant as undergarments. They were devices projecting real-time thoughts from your mind. How could one casually show it to others? The stunned commissioner's gaze landed on Zhuang Qinjian's face that was blessed by heaven. Gradually, disbelief turned into enlightenment. This pretty boy, with such a gentle, breathtaking smile, indeed had the qualities to live off someone else. No wonder he's in a wheelchair and still charms an S-level. The commissioner sighed, turned away, and accidentally caught sight of Lu Xiao. Their mind went blank. What? One's not enough, there are 2. Even the chair is saved. Sit down and fight the landlord directly? This new S-level seemed to have some unique quirks. Unaware of the commissioner's complex thought process, Song K was solely concerned about V587's ranking. "Can you snatch them?" Zhuang Qinjian swiped his fingertips a few times. "At this speed, it seems like they're using an automatic commission snatching plugin." Commission snatching plugins. Song K's voice trembled. Was it necessary to go this far? No wonder her fingers were numb from not grabbing a single task. "What plugin? What are you all talking about?" Lin Yuyo curiously leaned in. Song K explained their situation, and everyone seemed eager to join in. "This intense? Then we have to participate too. This is the very first commission after coming to the northern base. It has to be completed splendidly to make a strong start. Sucha was more direct. It's still early, let's handle the commission and then go back. Zhuang Qinjian tossed the terminal to Lu Xiao, hinting at something as he said, the captain is about to take on a commission, can you handle it? My god. The commissioner, whose worldview shattered, bit their finger, their expression becoming even more indescribable. Sharing a terminal between 3 people? Isn't that too intense? This was just a piece of cake for Lu Xiao. He had never lost in snatching classes at Liuboni. With swift finger movements, Lu Xiao entered a long string of code. The freshly made commission random interception cheat operated in the vast sea of data. A few minutes later, the terminal made a ding sound, displaying a prompt, mission accepted successfully. Please complete it within the specified time limit. What did you snatch? Others crowded around, preparing to welcome V587's first commission at the northern base. B-level commission, exclusive to District B10 Fishing Master. The base's Marine Biology Research Institute is preparing to add new display specimens. Please go to Silver Bay, District C44, within 24 hours to capture the mutated species listed. The better the quality and the more intact, the higher the points earned. Reminder, this task is not suitable for all those with ichthyophobia. Song K was puzzled. Huh? What ichthyophobia? But time was running out, there was no time to explain. She quickly called out to her teammates, let's go, do the commission. Fortunately, all the necessary procedures had been completed. The expressionless commissioner stared at V587's hurriedly departing figure and silently opened the gossip channel, Crooked Anecdotes of Awakeners. I want to anonymously expose an S-level sea king who keeps 2 pretty boys around and frequently shares a terminal when there's nothing else to do. Silver Bay was only a 2-hour journey from the northern base by a starship. However, when V587 arrived, there was no place for them to step foot on the beach. Like Qianzhan City, this place was filled with awakeners, resembling a chaotic marketplace. Make way, we were here first. Get out of the way, don't you understand human language? Who the hell do you think you are, mother f***? If I've grabbed it, it's mine. If you have the guts, try to snatch it back, ha ha ha. You at hashtag and asterisk? Get lost, you at hashtag and. A wind elemental awakener took advantage and stirred the sea, causing the water to surge and churn, forming huge waves crashing ahead. The mutated creatures hiding below were overturned, and Song K witnessed a scene she never wanted to recall in her lifetime. Uncountable monstrous ribbonfish, 3-headed deformed eels, mudskippers as thick as arms, and thousands of ferocious octopuses and squids rained down like hail, their pungent stench and sea smell assaulting everyone's senses at novel bin at. The awakener rushed in, frenetically grabbing, their dazzling array of skills almost blinding the onlookers nearby. But Song K and her group couldn't even make a move, not even scraps were left for them. Well, maybe there were scraps to pick up. Papa thorned eel fell by Song K's feet, its jagged teeth clamping onto her shoe, pierced through expressionlessly by her. Papa ribbonfish slammed onto Lin Yuyu's shoulder, its wriggles delivering a hefty slap. Damn it. Lin Yuyu was dumbfounded, experiencing the first time in her life getting slapped by a fish. Sucha swiftly grabbed the ribbonfish with one hand, dispersing a poisonous mist and promptly snapped its neck. Are you okay? Lin Yuyu turned her head dazedly, then gritted her teeth. If I don't exterminate the ribbonfish clan today, my last name isn't linear. However, bold words came easy, but tackling the monsters was not as simple. Song K fired an arrow, pinning down a level 3 mutated razor clam. Before she could rejoice, a sand elemental awakener swiftly enveloped it in quicksand, cleanly snatching away her trophy. Song K exclaimed in shock and anger, thief. Looking around, it was a sea of either human or monster heads, making it impossible to spot any thief. Others weren't faring much better. Most were dignified individuals not willing to lose face, dividing their focus between fishing and protecting their own catches. But other awakeners had no qualms, shamelessly seizing anything, theirs or not, stuffing it all into their own pockets. Sucha and Lin Yuyu, busy cutting ribbonfish, had their loot stolen by someone else. Su Xing froze an area with his awakened ability, but before he could rush over, a spatial awakener swooped in and vacuumed his catch, leaving him infuriated. As for Lu Xiao, he was the only one putting up a fight, utilizing all 6 arms to specifically snatch other people's monsters. And then there was Zhuang Qinjian, struck by his germophobia, who had long distanced himself, wearing an expression of complete disdain. Song K locked eyes with him, Zhuang Qinjian leaning weakly against his wheelchair, his gaze filled with accusation. You have the heart to make me catch fish? All right. Song K couldn't bear to let him do the work. After toiling away the whole day, they barely scored 50,000 points. Checking the rankings, she chuckled bitterly they had slipped back 2 spots again. When V587 returned to the northern base, everyone wore sour expressions. The starship reeked of a strong stench of decay. Their opening move had obviously fallen flat. Song K sighed inwardly. If things continued like this, would she become the first S-level eliminated due to lagging rankings in the northern base? I heard you went to snatch fish. Ha ha ha, still not successful. Yazaime's laughter came through the terminal. Don't mention it, Song K groaned, massaging her temples. Song K, do you know anyone at the base? Yazaime laughed at her for a while before getting serious. The top-level awakeners have their own circle. I heard that the teams at the forefront of the rankings have created an exclusive channel. Those S-level and A-level commissions with high return rates are basically monopolized by them and cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. If you have connections, get them to invite you into the channel. It's definitely more efficient than snatching fish, ha ha ha. Connections? A face slowly surfaced in Song Kei's mind, wearing sniper goggles, black sniper gloves while handling guns, with untamed features, a sparkling ruby earring on the right ear. It seemed like she did have someone. And another thing, your, family member from before wanted to meet Professor Ming Gang and his wife, right? Yazaime said, their visitor appointment channel was closed many years ago, and they haven't appeared in public for a long time. I found Professor Ming's current address on Middle Ancient Street. Whenever you guys have time, I'll accompany you there. Alright, I'll ask first. Asterisk. An experimental laboratory filled with instruments. The sound of machines beeping intermittently echoed, gene sequences slowly rotating in the air. 2 corpses lay in observation chambers, their skin extensively decayed, their pupils a murky gray. These were the fallen captured from Hymen. An invisible shadow was corroding their bodies, one of them having already lost all signs of life. Radiation levels report 47.75%, nearing critical threshold. Awakened energy levels 0. The upper body of the living corpse suddenly stiffened, arching into a bridge-like form, emitting a hoarse, mournful groan from its throat before collapsing heavily, breathless. Confirmed, the subject is deceased. The surrounding assistants remained silent as the weight of failure lingered in the air. After a full 2 minutes, a hoarse voice broke the silence, slowly uttering, record, radiation exceeds 47.75%, DNA double-strand breakage, chromosome deactivation, organ dissolution. Primitive cells have lost regenerative capabilities. The 4th awakening experiment, unsuccessful. Dr. Ning, how do we dispose of these 2 discarded experimental subjects? Destroy them, a man with graying temples and a gaunt face spoke softly. Another failure, countless failures that had left the faces in the laboratory drained and the atmosphere heavy. A lab-coated assistant entered from outside, holding a screen of light. Dr. Ning, the Awakener department sent a file. They say the subject in the file may have a genetic condition, they want you to take a look. Do you think I have nothing else to do? The man's expression showed embarrassment. This is Commander He's instruction. He Kaiyu Hung was the financial backbone of the entire laboratory. Dr. Ning stayed silent for a moment, not refusing further, taking the screen and examining its contents. Initially casually browsing through it, gradually, his pace slowed, his expression grew more solemn. Finally, he lingered for a long time on page 17, a massive shadow completely engulfing the body. Compared to this image, the fallen who had just died from excessive radiation seemed utterly laughable. What is this? A newly discovered mutated zombie? No, the assistant was startled, hastening to explain, it's an S-level newcomer at the base. An awakener. Dr. Ning flipped back to the report's cover, reading aloud the name written on it, Song Kei. The report stays with me. Please, have Director He find a way to bring this Song Kei to the lab. Huh? For what reason? The assistant hesitated to ask. For further genetic examination. Dr. Ning gestured to the section of the genetic report towards the back. In the Central District's garden apartments, a tall, slender figure stood by the French windows. The man, nearly 185 centimeters tall, had elongated limbs and a graceful posture. His facial features were defined and smooth, with deep-set eyes and a straight lip line when not smiling. Gazing down at the world, he seemed like an impassive and distant deity. Feng Zhigze sighed while stroking his chin, truly living up to the S level. Huh? Half a month earlier in recovery time than I anticipated. Hearing this, Zhuang Qinjian turned around. Broad shoulders and a straight back, a slender waist tucked neatly under the tailored pants, encasing 2 extraordinarily long legs. Thank you, Dr. Feng, for your miraculous recovery skills, which prevented any lasting effects. When do you plan to inform the captain? No rush, Zhuang Qinjian smiled, his glasses chains gently swaying with the motion, exuding an air of grace and elegance. Being in a wheelchair wasn't bad at all. His carefully crafted image of being a fragile and delicate little white flower could always get some unexpected care from Song Kei. Zhuang Qinjian. The door was pushed open forcefully, and Song Kei stormed in. Yazaime said she'll accompany us. Zhuang Qingyu, facepalm. He sighed in resignation. Song Kei, can you please knock before barging into my room? Song Kei didn't hear a word he said, her mouth forming a perfect O shape. It was the first time she had seen Zhuang Qinjian standing so relaxed, without the aid of a cumbersome cane, without the urgency of a ceiling injection. He stood there, using his 2 perfectly normal legs that belonged to him. Outside the window, the golden dawn of early morning painted the sky as numerous aircraft moved about. Zhuang Qinjian's superior silhouette stood backlit, seeming to carry an immense radiance upon his shoulders. The feeling it evoked was both familiar and strange. It was as if he had become someone else, yet still Zhuang Qinjian, yet not quite him. In Song Kei's mind, a line from a palace intrigue drama that Aiming loved watching surfaced at an inappropriate moment. The former Zhuang Qinjian is already dead. Now standing before you is Niu Hulu Qinjian. Tian. Niu Hulu is a Chinese internet buzzword that gained popularity from the TV series Story of Yangtze Palace. It's a playful, humorous nickname given to one of the main characters, Emperor Qianlong, whose full name was Hung Li. Niu Hulu originated from a scene where the character said, "From now on, I'm not Emperor Qianlong, I'm Niu Hulu." It was a comical moment that resonated with viewers and quickly became a popular meme and catchphrase. The phrase is often used humorously or ironically online, referencing the emperor's playful, less formal side portrayed in the show. In addition, in the TV dramas Empresses in the Palace and Rui's Royal Love in the Palace, when someone is given the surname Niu Hulu, it means they have become cunning and no longer innocent. The members of the V587 were called for an impromptu meeting in the apartment's living room. "Captain, what's the matter?" Song Kei puffed her cheeks, crossed her arms, and sat on the circular bar, nudging the corner of her mouth towards a lazy figure in a wheelchair. Everyone turned their heads to look, except for Fangs Higzo, who awkwardly scratched his head, not daring to say a word. "Stand up," Song Kei ordered coldly, looking down from her high position. Under everyone's gaze, Zhuang Qinjian awkwardly coughed twice in a fragile manner, supporting himself on the wheelchair with both hands. He slowly stood up, trembling as he took a step forward. His knees weren't accustomed, causing a slight delay in his movement, resulting in a sway in his body. Sucha instinctively reached out to help. "Expressionless," Song Kei said, "stop pretending." Zhuang Qinjian straightened his back and immediately stopped swaying. Sucha muttered to himself, "6," and quietly retracted his arm. Zhuang Qinjian's hand awkwardly hovered in the air, seeing Song Kei had no intention of assisting him. He casually put his hand in his pocket, adjusted his muscles to their best condition, moved smoothly and naturally, his demeanor lazy and casual. Crossing his long legs, he walked back and forth like a male model in a poster, and then confidently sat back down. V587. In the silent air, they witnessed a free top-notch runway show, then indignantly accused him. "You big liar, just the day before yesterday, I was pushing you." This was Su Xing, the fooled free labor. TCH, boring. This was Lu Xiao rolling his eyes. "You kid, why didn't you tell everyone in advance?" "Now look," Fangs Higzo tried to shrink, attempting to avoid responsibility. Lin Yuyo suspiciously glanced at him. "Old Fang, you're his attending physician, wouldn't you know if his leg got better?" Fangs Higzo stammered, well, I. Lin Yuyo covered her mouth dramatically, looking pained. "Wow, you two colluded to deceive us, to deceive the captain's pure feelings." Song Kei nodded seriously, "Yeah, what feelings?" She quickly brought the conversation back on track. "So, what are your plans for the future?" "Everyone within the team knows about the recovery. I'll continue using the wheelchair for a while." Zhuang Qinjian lifted one leg, the suit pants outlining a clear silhouette. With his hands clasped in front of his abdomen, his expression open and without a hint of embarrassment, he said, "Anyway, I'm used to sitting. Quite comfortable, actually." Yes. Everyone rolled their eyes but went along with it, showing kindness. Despite teasing Zhuang Qinjian, everyone had a sense of understanding and wouldn't spread rumors around. After Lin Xiu woke up, they all more or less guessed that Zhuang Qinjian had an unusual identity but never questioned him. Each person had their own unspoken secrets, and among teammates, there should be mutual respect. Song Kei took the opportunity to discuss with Zhuang Qinjian about accompanying them to meet Ming Gang and his wife, allowing him to choose a suitable time. Zhuang Qinjian hesitated for a moment. "The sooner, the better. How about tomorrow?" "Okay," Song Kei nodded. "I'll go with you." "Sure." Zhuang Qinjian's eyes curved into a charming smile. "District B is in crisis step by step, all because of my poor health. Cough, cough. I've caused trouble for everyone. Only the captain doesn't mind that I'm a burden and is willing to accompany me. What more could I ask for?" Song Kei's forehead twisted in frustration. She turned half of her body away, no longer looking at his fake smile, quietly pulling out her own communicator terminal. She still had to worry about the task she had been entrusted with. Searching through the contacts, she found the profile of Yin Xiao and earnestly composed a message to send. The gist of it was that she and her teammates had arrived at the northern base and heard about an exclusive channel for accepting missions. Could they be added to it? As she typed away, Zhuang Qinjian stood up by himself, using one hand to support himself on the bar counter while resting his chin on her shoulder, staring fixedly at the content on the terminal. From behind, it seemed like a possessive half-embrace posture. After waiting for about a minute, Yin Xiao's reply finally arrived. Song Kei opened it, finding only a location pin and an exclamation mark. Just as she was forming a question in her mind, the next message from Yin Xiao popped up. "Come. 2 people, alone at night, making plans. He's aiming high, huh?" Zhuang Qinjian's smile carried a chilling undertone. Before Song Kei could respond, another message arrived from Yin Xiao, perhaps realizing the ambiguity in their conversation or acknowledging the sensitive timing. This time the message was more detailed. "Help rescue a situation. You alone will do. There's an S-level threat on site. Dangerous." With Zhuang Qinjian's warm breath on her right shoulder, Song Kei felt the weight. She tilted her head slightly. "So, should I go?" "Go where?" "Forget about it," Zhuang Qinjian coldly snorted. Observing the thickness of Zhuang Qinjian's eyelashes, Song Kei spoke earnestly. "We owe him a favor. It's a matter of reciprocity and social etiquette." After some thought, she articulated, "Courtesy demands reciprocity." Zhuang Qinjian couldn't help but smile. He found it interesting how much a person could learn in just a few days. The girl seemed to understand the intricacies of social interactions now. "Must you go?" His deep eyes seemed to probe into her soul, his tone soft and slow, tinged with a hint of sorrow. "I have to," Song Kei said earnestly. They locked eyes for a few seconds, and inexplicably, a sense of guilt, akin to the feeling of a disloyal man secretly meeting someone else while having a wife, surged within Song Kei. What's this? She shook her head, dispelling this baseless and terrifying notion. It's fine to go, but find someone to accompany you. Zhuang Qinjian finally relented, sighing. It's just an S-level threat, after all. Go early, come back early. Don't get involved in things you shouldn't, or else I won't let you in, he added, patting Song Kei's head with one hand, as a reminder. Because of his unsuitability for the occasion, he couldn't show up openly and had to rely on the team. Lu Xiao had bought a bunch of new parts from the black market and was currently busy adjusting them up and down. Zhuang Qinjian stopped in front of Lu Xiao, casually kicking the yet-to-be-installed new mechanical arm. Hey, driver, accompany our captain on an external mission. Lu Xiao didn't hesitate to refuse. No time. At novel bin at. Zhuang Qinjian dangled a bait, within reasonable limits, an extra chance for procurement. Putting down the parts he was holding, Lu Xiao considered and spoke slowly. I want rhenium blocks, nothing else. 100 grams, Zhuang Qinjian stated. 500 grams, Lu Xiao countered. Zhuang Qinjian turned to leave. Lu Xiao hissed and quickly compromised. 300. Zhuang Qinjian calmly negotiated. 250. Lu Xiao coldly stated, I don't accept that number. Zhuang Qinjian smiled faintly, then it's 270, no more. Quickly calculating, Lu Xiao realized that the amount offered by Zhuang Qinjian was just enough to modify a mechanical arm, without any waste or loss. It was clear that he had calculated this beforehand, intentionally setting the limit at the edge. Internally cursing, Lu Xiao agreed on the surface deal. The coordinates sent by Yin Xiao were on the border between the northern base, District B10, and Tokushima, District B15. These two districts often clashed with deep-seated grievances. Song Kei had heard of the famous North Toku enmity record in Xianzhan City. It involved disputes where one day someone would steal another's top-tier awakener, the next day someone would dare to snatch an S-level commission, and the cycle of retaliation continued. Driving an armed spacecraft, a public vehicle obtained through S-level authorization, Lu Xiao arrived at the location to find an intense battle underway. Both sides, around 20 to 30 people each, faced off, utilizing different colored abilities that shimmered and clashed in the air. The night offered poor visibility, but from the obscure ground contours and the sound of waves crashing against rocks, it was discernible that this was a tidal flat. Taking in the surroundings, Song Kei felt overwhelmed. The shadows of the day hadn't completely dissipated, and she couldn't believe they were going to ask her to fish again. The spacecraft hovered low, and among the individuals present, Song Kei quickly spotted Yin Xiao. However, it was apparent he didn't have the time for greetings at the moment. Under the pitch-black night sky, a lightning-type awakener's hands flashed with electricity, hurling numerous pulsating orbs swiftly forward like darting serpents. Amidst the thunder and lightning, Yin Xiao swiftly maneuvered, dodging and rolling. If it were someone else, they would have avoided being turned to ashes from the bombardment. Yet, despite evading and rolling, he managed to find opportunities to counterattack. Each time he raised his wrist, a precise shot was fired, the light explosive angle cunningly aimed. Even if the lightning-type awakener managed to dodge, the shot found its mark on other opposing awakeners, gradually carving out a vacuum in the chaos. Song Kei's gaze narrowed slightly as she assessed from the projected awakened energy. The lightning-type awakener confronting Yin Xiao was an S-level. Amidst the chaotic volley of electric spheres, the muscles from Yin Xiao's shoulder to back were taut, but instead of retreating, he surged forward suddenly. Wherever he went, intense flames ignited, and Jennifer promptly supported, using her abilities. The members of the Tustin team also freed up their hands to assist. With a swift slide, Yin Xiao's abdominal muscles tensed into a straight line as he dodged a series of electric spheres aimed at his face. Moving in close, he suddenly fired his gun. His opponent attempted to evade, but Yin Xiao's lips curled slightly, seemingly anticipating their reaction. In a flash of electricity and sparks, he shifted his attack to using the butt of his gun towards the opponent's solar plexus. Just as success seemed within reach, crack! Suddenly, 4 black barriers descended on their location, followed by an endless tide of darkness rapidly engulfing and swallowing everything. Whether within the dark void or observing from the outside, everyone lost their vision instantly. An eerie, slender figure cloaked in black materialized slowly from the air, their icy eyes fixed firmly on Yin Xiao. Song Kei was slightly taken aback. Another S-level? A spatial type awakener? No, Yin Xiao's awakened energy was still there, it hadn't vanished. He was trapped in absolute darkness, deprived of his sight. The lightning-type awakener was pulled out of Yin Xiao's attack range by a pair of thin, aged hands. In retaliation, a burst of lightning struck back. Yin Xiao, deprived of vision, relied on his instincts to evade but ultimately took a harsh blow. His military boots left deep imprints in the mud as he dropped to one knee, clutching his abdomen with his left hand, veins bulging on the back of it amidst a gush of fresh blood. Yin Xiao was an A9 level, facing an S-level opponent who already had a hierarchical advantage, not to mention it was a 2-on-1 situation. The usual casual smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a solemn and cold demeanor. Lei Zhao, why turn hostile when you arrived at Tokushima? Being so ruthless against former colleagues, he questioned. We're on different paths, the lightning-type awakener responded in a deep tone. Finally, as the two paused, Song Ke found an opportunity to intervene. She and Lu Xiao exchanged a glance before leaping down from the spacecraft. Thud! Dust flew up in the air. Song Ke landed amidst the two opposing groups, her hands empty, appearing like an innocent bystander who had accidentally wandered into a battlefield while taking a stroll after a meal. Yet, no one dared to underestimate her. Lei Xiao and the slender woman remained vigilant, assessing her as if facing a formidable adversary. Yo, here already. Yin Xiao's smile brightened. He extended his free right hand. Could you lend me a hand? Song Ke helped him up, and as she glanced down, she noticed a severe electrical injury on Yin Xiao's lean and flat abdomen, with torn flesh and continuous bleeding. However, he casually patted the wound as if nothing had happened, whispering to Song Ke, those on the opposite side are all from Tokushima. The guy is Lei Xiao, S4 with lightning ability, and the woman is Yuko Noguma, S3 with mystic type ability, capable of depriving others of their powers using darkness. Help me keep them occupied, don't let them take the creature. Creature? What creature? Before Song Ke could inquire, the pitch-black background around them rapidly receded like a tide, revealing a bizarre sight. On the mudflat, a massive stranded body of a giant sperm whale lay on its side, with a length exceeding 50 meters, a cylindrical and sturdy head, and two small dead white eyes. A crimson crystal floated slowly in midair, surrounded by faint blue water vapor. No one dared to approach it. Turned out to be a rare level 4 mutant beast. After the darkness dissipated, several Tokushima awakeners were thrown out soaked and wet. Standing in the middle was a lightly dressed woman in a blue skirt. Song Ke took a surprised breath. Another S-level, what's going on tonight? An S-level beach party? Fortunately, Yin Xiao spoke up in time, explaining the woman's identity. She's one of us, Zhao Yuking, S2 water controller. Zhao Yuking nodded lightly at Song Ke. We killed this mutated whale, but they insist it's in their territory and demand we leave the things behind, Yin Xiao said. Purely thuggish behavior, twisting the facts. Not only do they want to steal the creature, but they also want to challenge the northern base, Song Ke commented. Growing up in a fishing village, Song Ke vaguely heard that whales were praised as treasures all over the body in marine life. Even in the apocalypse, its edible, industrial, and research value was higher than that of ordinary creatures, especially as a level 4 mutant beast. The northern base and Tokushima fought fiercely for the ownership of the mutated whale, which made sense. Yuko Noguma's voice was hoarse as she threatened in a non-standard alliance language, mutated whale, ours. Get lost. Yin Xiao sneered, sorry, when we killed it, it was still in the waters of the northern base. Negotiation was impossible, and it would never be possible in this lifetime. Since things couldn't be explained, they could only resort to action. However, the mystic type Yuko Noguma was easy to deal with, while the attack type Lei Xiao, with his S4 abilities, was quite formidable. He used to be an awakener in the northern base, but Tokushima offered him better conditions and managed to recruit him. It's natural for water to flow downhill, and people seek higher ground. Originally, there wasn't much to say about this matter, but unexpectedly, Lei Xiao turned around and targeted his former colleague. Truly, there was no sense of loyalty. Tokushima had more than one strong attack-type awakener, and as an S-level, he had the right to refuse. Yin Xiao whispered to Song Ke, you hold off Lei Xiao, Zhao Yuking and I will deal with Yuko Noguma? Is that okay? Song Ke made an okay gesture behind him. Lei Xiao, do you think the base won't function without you? Yin Xiao intentionally raised his voice, attracting attention from the opposite side. Let me introduce you. This is our new S-level. Hello, please give me some advice. Song Ke politely bowed to the two people opposite and casually picked up a collapsed power line pole. Lei Xiao, Yuko Noguma, what was this new S-level doing? Mocking them on purpose? It seems, it's a bit big, Song Ke muttered dissatisfied. Forget it, let's just use it. Lei Xiao raised both hands, and the high-voltage electricity caused by his ability instantly changed the color of the night sky. Yuko Noguma rushed towards Song Ke, but halfway, she was forced to stop by water arrows and sharp bullets, forcing her to engage in battle. Your opponent is me, Zhao Yuking said coldly. In the illuminated high sky by the lightning, thousands of sharp lightning bolts came towards Song Ke. Dragging the power line pole, she stepped on the body of the sperm whale, used the momentum to soar into the air, and swung her right hand. A blue 12-section soft whip went through the air, absorbing most of the lightning along the way, emitting a sizzling electric light, and lashed towards Lei Xiao with bone-chilling malice. I'll return the favor. Song Ke understood the principle of reciprocity. Lei Xiao's pupils contracted, hastily gathering electric currents into a fan-shaped shield to block the rebounded attack. The lightning crackled and struck the decaying skin of the whale, and bits and pieces of tissue scattered everywhere. Song Ke whipped the whip again, the heavy head of the whip moving astonishingly fast in her hand, like a rattlesnake. Snap! It hit Lei Xiao's wrist. Lei Xiao couldn't avoid it, and he distinctly heard the bone crack and shatter. As a long-range awakener, he was already at a disadvantage in close combat, and Song Ke's soft whip seemed to be an extension of herself, moving effortlessly. One moment it swung horizontally, the next it flicked diagonally, occasionally drawing an 8-shaped figure at a 720-degree angle. Faced with Lei Xiao's lightning, she seemed extremely casual, dodging when she could, and enduring when she couldn't. Her physical fitness was so strong that it seemed she couldn't feel any pain at all. Crack! The lightning struck Song Kei's shoulder, and a faint scent of burnt flesh reached her. Smack! The sharp whip came down, hitting Lei Zhao's back hard, causing him to shudder in pain. The two danced and maneuvered on the corpse of the sperm whale, pouring out their formidable awakened energy without reservation. Distracted by the blurry vision from being whipped, Lei Zhao suddenly found Song Kei gone. Oh no! Lei Zhao raised his head abruptly. Almost simultaneously, Song Kei descended diagonally from the head of the sperm whale in a cross-shaped leap. Lei Zhao's face changed drastically, focused only on her elusive whip techniques, completely unaware that she was closing the distance between them. Song Kei descended like a projectile, grabbed Lei Zhao's neck with one hand, and swung him forcefully toward the ground. Bang! Lei Zhao was smashed into the sandy soil, and the turbulent airflow stirred the remnants of the sperm whale's skin. Song Kei acted swiftly, the whip circled around his hands, forming a knot. Then, she flexed her arm muscles and twisted in the opposite direction. First came a clearly audible crack. AHH. Immediately followed by a piercing scream. Lei Zhao's hands were forcibly twisted. The S-level scream silenced the ongoing battle for 2 seconds. Damn, Yin Xiao stared blankly. I asked you to hold him back, not to disable him directly. With one hand, Song Kei lifted Lei Zhao and threw him forcefully towards Yuko no Gyuma. The female awakener, who was already trapped by Zhao Yuking and Yin Xiao, had no chance to dodge and was hit like a bowling ball, tumbling and colliding with the whale carcass. Takushima's 2 S-levels were defeated. After this round, the northern base emerged victorious. Yin Xiao and the other awakeners behind Zhao Yuking burst into laughter without mercy. Song Kei clapped her hands, about to turn back, when she suddenly saw the faces of the opposing group turn pale, pointing in terror towards a certain direction. She turned around abruptly. The stranded mutated whale's body was rapidly swelling from its belly. Due to excessive radiation and the impact of S-level awakened energy, the accumulation of decomposed gases within its body exceeded the critical point. It reached the maximum capacity the skin could endure, and the people on the mudflat could vaguely smell a nauseating stench. Whale explosion? It's a whale explosion. Run! Heart-wrenching shouts echoed. Whale explosion, also known as nature's bomb, is the world's foulest biochemical weapon. The power generated by the explosion of a normal adult whale is equivalent to 10,000 hand grenades. Currently, lying on the beach is a level 4 mutated sperm whale with a length exceeding 50 meters. Both groups of awakeners snapped out of their trance, abandoning the fight without hesitation, and sprinted away. On the northern base side, Yin Xiao ran over, grabbing Song Kei's hand and shouting, "Run!" In the sky, Lu Xiao sensed the impending danger. The flying ship dove down, its tailgate opened, and the northern base awakeners scrambled to climb aboard. Amidst the endless chaos, Song Kei suddenly thought of something, broke free from Yin Xiao's grip, and pushed him away. "You go first. Hey, don't run around." Yin Xiao turned to stop her, but the putrid smell in the air was too unbearable. He couldn't help but turn aside to dry heave, and when he turned back, Song Kei had already disappeared. Song Kei. After Yin Xiao's shout, he also gagged. Ugh. The sperm whale's body had swollen to cover the sky, and the surrounding radiation energy surged, reaching the edge of detonation. A distant, tiny figure dashed towards them. Song Kei desperately waved her hands towards the sky. "Lu Xiao, fly." The flying ship ascended abruptly without any warning, nearly causing the awakeners in the back cabin to fall. The tailgate gradually closed. Yin Xiao hung onto the handrail with one hand, half of his body suspended in the air. He reached out to Song Kei. Quick! Boom! The swollen abdomen of the sperm whale burst open directly. Undigested, putrefied food, vast amounts of gaseous methane, ammonia, hydrogen sulfide, and countless microorganisms and bacteria scattered in the air with the bloody water, and the debris of tissues fell like a torrential rain. Song Kei flicked the long whip in her palm, firmly locking onto the tail wing of the flying ship. Lu Xiao rapidly ascended again, using the force to pull her up. Like a sharp arrow, Song Kei maneuvered through the foul wind, blood rain, and toxic air, rolling into the flying ship's cabin with agility. The tailgate finally closed, and the strong airflow generated by the explosion caused the entire flying ship to shake violently. The portholes were completely covered with black, rotten substances. "Why did you go back?" Yin Xiao asked sternly. "Do you know how dangerous that was?" Song Kei opened her palm, and a crimson crystal sparkled brightly. "I went to get the crystal," Song Kei said matter-of-factly, then looked at them reproachfully. "You guys, what a waste." As a captain who had once experienced poverty, frugality was a virtue she took pride in. While the northern base enjoyed abundant resources, she was not one to indulge extravagantly. She would refuse even precious level 4 crystals if she deemed them unnecessary. Yin Xiao choked for a moment. "Ah, you." Someone looked at the oblivious Song Kei and cautiously spoke up. However, before he could finish his sentence, people in the cabin suddenly began to vomit one after another. Song Kei wiped her face, only to find a piece of rotten whale flesh falling down. She lowered her head in shock and looked, realizing that her coat had collected a considerable amount of debris from the whale explosion due to her vigorous flight. A shake made one piece fall. Another shake made 2 or 3 pieces fall. Song Kei. Oh no, oh no. The first thought that flashed through her mind was, with Zhuang Qinjian's cleanliness, would she be allowed to enter the door when she went back? "Here, crystal." Song Kei handed over the level 4 crystal she had rescued. Neither Yin Xiao nor Zhao Yuking wanted it. Although the mutated whale was not captured, at least it wasn't taken by Tokushima. All in all, everyone considered it a draw. The crystal was retrieved by Song Kei, rightfully hers because of her violent intervention. Lei Zhao and Yuko Noguma were both pinned under the whale, making it unlikely for them to escape easily. Although with S-level physique, they wouldn't lose their lives, the scene of the explosion with a foul stench was definitely something they had to endure. You take it, thanks for your help. This is an A-level commission, and I'll transfer the mission points to you. Yin Xiao wanted to help her tidy up a bit. However, after lifting his arm for a while, he was at a loss. Song Kei was oblivious to his dilemma and felt delighted inside, 200,000 points credited at once. This trip was not in vain. The cockpit door opened, and Lu Xiao slid out from inside. Captain, our trustworthy captain, please fulfill your promise and take me to Bai. The rear compartment was filled with various unbearable smells. Exhausted awakeners lay scattered on the floor. Lu Xiao slammed the brakes, revealing a clear expression of disgust on his face. The wheelchair slid back again without stopping. Not only that, he even reached out and slammed the door shut with a bang. Song Kei gritted her teeth secretly. What a great team member she has. Not only did Lu Xiao not help when the captain was dirty, but he also slipped away faster than anyone else. Zhao Yuking smiled on the side. With her gentle and plain temperament, no one would have thought she was an S2 level awakener. She moved her fingertips slightly, and the water vapor in the rear compartment gradually condensed into 2 elastic water balls. Rubbing against Song Kei's face and coat, the balls absorbed most of the dirt and debris. Then Zhao Yuking lifted her slender arm, swish single-handedly opened the thousands of kilograms heavy skylight. With a snap of her fingers, the dirty water balls obediently flew outside. Song Kei lowered her head and smelled herself. Much better, at least not as foul as before. Thank you. It's me who should thank you for your help. I'm not good at fighting. Without you today, we might have suffered a loss. Zhao Yuking's voice was also light. As an S-level awakener, Zhao Yuking had pushed the ability to control water to its extreme. When water met a square, it become square, and when it met round, it become round. Versatile and inclusive of all things, but lacking the domineering attack of the metal element. Strictly speaking, Zhao Yuking's ability leaned more towards a mixed element. Ice arrows were her only effective means of attack, so she usually played the roles of control, flank, and support. Before, Lei Zhao was her partner in fighting side by side. However, circumstances had changed, and they now stood on opposite sides. Song Kei and Zhao Yuking's abilities were similar in terms of transformation, and the two exchanged some insights and experiences, learning from each other. After they finished speaking, Yin Xiao poked Song Kei's shoulder with his finger. Captain Song Kei, done chatting? Is it my turn now? What? Yin Xiao sat cross-legged in front of Song Kei, his abdominal wound hastily bandaged. His eyes, tinged with a deep gray, stared intently at her. Why didn't you tell me when you came to the base? Zhuang Qinjian didn't allow her to say. And why didn't you tell me about being S-level? It's a long story. Also Zhuang Qinjian didn't allow her to say. If I hadn't heard about the new S-level with the same name at the base, I would still be in the dark. Yin Xiao moved forward, his knee touching Song Kei's shin, relentlessly asking, during the throne race, I thought we had a camaraderie of fighting side by side, at least we were friends. Did you plan from the beginning to make me do the dirty work? Of course not. Song Kei hurriedly defended. Then why didn't you tell me? Were you planning to take advantage of me? Yin Xiao's words became more and more absurd. Don't talk nonsense, Song Kei warned him, holding her fist. Yin Xiao narrowed his eyes slowly. Could it be, because I confessed to you, you deliberately avoided me? Zhao Yuking had a surprised expression, as if she had just tasted a delicious melon. Yoo! Members of the Tustin team whistled, enjoying the spectacle. In the rear compartment, except for Tustin, other awakeners whispered to each other, damn, Yin Xiao is really bold. He dares to pursue an S7. Isn't he afraid of getting his head blown off? I misunderstood Yin Xiao. He's simply a role model for our generation, the wildest wolf in the northern base. Song Kei didn't forget the purpose of her trip, facing the constant teasing. She calmly said, first, bring me into the channel. Without a second word, Yin Xiao lightly touched the ruby earring, pulling her into the channel of the B10 District High-Level Ability Matching Conference. Song Kei then realized that the earring was his terminal, quite in line with Yin Xiao's personality, flashy and arrogant. After confirming the channel name several times, she spoke with emphasis, focus on your work, don't think about it. There's no chance between us. Yin Xiao, dissatisfied, asked 3 times in a row, why no chance? Why reject me? Because of that guy in the wheelchair. Yin Xiao, dissatisfied, flexed his fist, he's sick, what makes him better than me? Yin Xiao, dissatisfied, rubbed his hands, why is the coward not here today? Let me compare with him. Or is it that you just like someone like him? Yin Xiao hesitated for a second, then disdainfully sneered, but his face isn't even his own, he stole it from Vincent. Seeing him becoming more and more uncontrollable, Song Kei didn't care about the details. Her only thought was to shut Yin Xiao up. Yes, I just like him. Yin Xiao indeed shut up. He is my person. Don't mention the matter of his face again. Song Kei lied with her eyes wide open, also, he's physically weak. In the future, don't bully him when you meet him. Bully him? Yin Xiao incredulously asked, covering his abdominal wound, feeling a chill in his heart. He was so angry that every part of his body hurt. When he turned his head, countless pairs of prying eyes in the rear compartment were staring at him without blinking. What are you looking at? Yin Xiao roared. Are you all happy to see me rejected? The awakeners on the scene quickly averted their eyes, afraid to breathe loudly. Damn, witnessing Yin Xiao's failed confession, they won't be silenced, right? The flying ship, traveling at a steady speed, brought a group of people back to the northern base, and the time was nearing midnight. After bidding farewell to Lu Xiao at the elevator entrance, Song Ke took off her shoes, carefully held them in her hands, and tiptoed towards the bathroom. To her surprise, even at this late hour, there was someone inside. The warm yellow light cast a hazy shadow, and the sound of the shuriad echoed. Through the steamed frosted glass, a tall figure was faintly visible, taking a shower. Song Ke silently turned around, preparing to exit silently. But it was too late. The water abruptly stopped, followed by a click. The bathroom door opened from the inside. Back. Song Ke's back stiffened, and she dared not turn her head. Did you settle it? Settled. A low, faint laugh sounded. What are you hiding for? Turn around and talk. Song Ke turned around clumsily, and Zhuang Qinjian pushed his wet hair back behind his head. His features were clear and handsome, with deep and charming eyes. He was dripping wet from head to toe, only wearing a towel around his waist, revealing well-defined abdominal muscles and a narrow mermaid line. Zhuang Qinjian casually wiped himself with a towel and asked, Do you need the bathroom? It's fine. I don't need it. Perhaps due to the steam, Song Ke's cheeks felt like they were burning, and her heart pounded uncontrollably. Zhuang Qinjian took a step forward, his imposing body slowly lowering, his hands supporting the sink, enclosing Song Ke in his arms. There's only one bathroom. You don't need this. His expression suddenly froze, and he delicately lifted a strand of Song Ke's hair, sniffing it. What's this smell? Immediately, Zhuang Qinjian's face changed dramatically as he realized something. He kept stepping back, repeatedly retreating. Did you roll in the zombie pile again? Song Ke, what kind of nose is this? It's even more sensitive than Dao Tao's. She had been outside in the wind for half an hour. Zhuang Qinjian furrowed his brows tightly, endured for a moment, endured again, couldn't hold it any longer, and began to meticulously wash his hands. Song Ke, I'm very angry. The romantic atmosphere dissipated instantly. Song Ke's face puffed up like a bun. She walked over arrogantly, deliberately bumped into Zhuang Qinjian's shoulder, then rubbed her head against him a couple of times, pushing him out of the bathroom, closing the door, and locking it. There's only one bathroom anyway. If it's going to smell, let's both suffer. Asterisk. The next morning, Yazaime, accompanied by Song Ke and Zhuang Qinjian, went to Central Antique Street. Central Antique Street was a street reconstructed in the style of an old civilization, with a variety of antique shops, specialty restaurants, fortune-telling stalls, and rows of yellow taxis on both sides of the road. Normally, it was bustling with people, and the residents were ordinary people with District B household registration. The three of them meandered through the winding streets until they almost reached the end. The continuous noise finally quieted down, revealing a large and tranquil three-story villa area in front of them. After confirming the house number, Yazaime spoke to the visitor system. Hello, I'm Yazaime from the Awakener department. I'd like to visit Mr. and Mrs. Ming Gang. She scanned her ID in front of the camera. The mechanical electronic tone sounded flatly. Verification in progress. Please wait. 10 minutes later, the gate opened automatically with the owner's permission. Please come in. The three of them climbed the stairs and passed through a quiet little garden. When they reached the living room, a couple was already sitting there. Perhaps well-maintained, the two of them looked like they were in their early 50s. Lucia had a bun on her head, wearing traditional Chinese clothing, elegant and dignified. Ming Gang wore glasses, and numerous holographic screens floated around him, displaying dense papers and academic reports. Seeing Yazaime and the others entering, Ming Gang put down the paper he was correcting, raised his head, and with a mature and wise look, he scrutinized the three of them. I don't recall the Ming family having any dealings with the Awakener department. They were an ordinary couple, immigrants from early years, leading a secluded life. Minimally affected by the apocalypse, they usually didn't interact with Awakeners. Ming Gang had a serious and reserved face with graying hair. When he looked at people, there was a unique sense of scrutiny typical of intellectuals. Song Ke, pushing the wheelchair, was momentarily stunned. She was certain she had never seen Ming Gang before, but somehow, he seemed somewhat familiar. This feeling arose for no apparent reason and was quickly pushed aside. Yazaime respectfully said, Professor Ming, sorry to disturb you. At the request of someone, a gentleman wishes to meet you. Lucia politely added, Miss Ya, please leave. We don't entertain visitors. Zhuang Qinjian wheeled forward, nodding politely to the two of them. Senior, I'm Zhuang Qinjian, a colleague of Mingji. We used to work in the same project group at the Qinglan Research Institute. Upon hearing Mingji's name, Ming Gang and Lucia's faces flashed a slight surprise, but they didn't utter any words to ask them to leave. You go ahead and chat. I'll wait outside. Yazaime tactfully withdrew. Since guests were being retained, proper hospitality was necessary. Lucia raised her hand, and immediately a robot butler pushed a tea cart, took out delicate tea sets and snacks, skillfully brewed tea, and served it one by one to everyone. Taking a sip of the hot tea, Lucia's voice carried an indescribable nostalgia. It's been a long time since I heard Xiao Ji's name. You're his colleague? Coming here to see us, is there something on your mind? Zhuang Qinjian, keeping an eye on Yazaime's departing figure, got straight to the point. Do you two know Mingji's current whereabouts? Song Kei's eyes widened slightly, her face showing surprise. Wasn't that too direct? No buffering at all? But what Zhuang Qinjian wanted was a lack of buffering. Subconscious reactions are challenging to hide, even for an outstanding psychologist like them. He focused intently on the two, not missing any subtle expressions. Ming Gang showed a momentary surprise, followed by a displeased look. Lucia's grip on the teacup paused imperceptibly, but she quickly recovered at novel bin at. Zhuang Qinjian's mouth slowly curved into a smile, a hint of understanding crossing his mind. It seems like this trip was the right choice. Ming Gang's tone was direct and sharp. Mingji has been dead for a full 14 years, blown to pieces in Lok by the explosion. The news of his death was personally sent to us by Kinglin. As his colleague, shouldn't you be aware? What's the meaning of bringing up these things now? Are you deliberately trying to provoke us? Ming Gang's chest heaved, and his breathing became rapid. Professor Ming, please calm down. Initially, I also thought Mingji had perished. Zhuang Qinjian remained calm and explained slowly, but due to some coincidences, I encountered another surviving member of the project group. She witnessed it herself. Mingji did not die. According to the witness's account, before the accident occurred, Mingji left the research institute alone. Zhuang Qinjian's expression gradually turned colder, and he took away an important experimental subject. Impossible? Mingji would never do such a thing. Ming Gang erupted in anger. He is already dead. You can't slander him. Lucia almost lost her grip on the teacup, and a few drops of hot tea splashed out. Could there be a mistake? Xiaoji is an honest and upright child. Stealing an experimental subject would constitute a crime, and he wouldn't do that. The tea used for hospitality by Lucia emitted a fragrant aroma, making Song Kei salivate. Taking advantage of the distraction in the conversation, she stealthily reached out, grabbed a tray, and attempted to taste a bite. This matter is indeed unbelievable, so I brought the witness from back then. Zhuang Qinjian sighed slightly, taking out a holographic screen from his bag. If you two don't believe it, you can confront her face to face. Witness? In the spacious living room, besides them, there was only one person left. Ming Gang and Lucia both looked at Song Kei simultaneously, one with a stern gaze, the other with displeasure. Ming Gang slammed the table suddenly, the powerful force knocking over the teacup, and the golden tea spilled all over the table. Pointing at Song Kei, he exclaimed, "Are you the witness? 14 years ago, you were so young. Why would you slander Mingji?" Song Kei stuttered, "Huh." At a critical moment, Zhuang Qinjian cleared his throat twice, saving the innocent Song Kei who was wrongly accused. "Professor Ming, she is the witness." At the right moment, the holographic projection cut in on the screen, and a woman in a researcher's white robe appeared in front of the three. It was Lin Xiu. Perhaps Zhuang Qinjian had instructed her beforehand. Lin Xiu was not as eccentric today. She sat upright, with a serious expression. 14 years ago, Ming and I were both researchers in the G team of the Fire Seed project. At that time, Ming Ji was a cultivator, and I was a recorder. The day before the accident, Lin Xiu narrated in a calm voice. Ming Gang and Lucia listened attentively. Song Kei, feeling down for not having tea, suddenly saw a cup of hot tea appear in front of him. Zhuang Qinjian discreetly pushed it towards her. She picked up the teacup, sipped it happily, and squinted his eyes with enjoyment. Lucia, seeing the pitiful look on the girl, turned her head and had the robot brew another large pot of tea, placing it in front of her on purpose. After Lin Xiu finished speaking, the living room fell silent for a long time. "You didn't lie." After a while, Ming Gang asked coldly. Lin Xiu looked up, meeting Ming Gang's gaze. Her sharp eyes were full of scrutiny, as if she could see through any lies in her heart. "No," Lin Xiu shook her head firmly. "How can you be sure you haven't been subjected to hypnosis or psychological manipulation by others? What if you are just fabricating facts based on your imagination?" Ming Gang questioned with a cold tone. Lin Xiu sighed softly. "Professor Ming, I have died once. What you are seeing now is my backup memory. Even I never thought I could revive, and I don't think anyone would go to great lengths to tamper with my memory. So, I am very clear-headed now and speaking the truth. Ming Ji is not only my colleague but also a friend. I, like you, want to know why he did this." In the long silence, even the air seemed heavy. Ming Gang slowly took off his glasses, rubbed his temples wearily, tears shimmering in the corners of his eyes. He was an upright and serious person, and the sudden revelation of his child's crime shook him, making it difficult for him to accept. "This question, forgive me for not being able to answer. My son, Ming Ji, was intelligent and outstanding. He obtained his PhD at the age of 20 and was selected to join Kinglin, a 1 in a million opportunity. After he started working, due to the confidential nature of his work, our contact gradually diminished. However, every time we spoke, his mental state was stable. No matter what he did, he's no longer here." "Professor Ming, allow me to correct you," Zhuang Qinjian interjected. "Ming Ji did not perish. He took the experimental subject with him, and it's highly likely that he is still alive. I need to know his whereabouts. Why, if he's alive, hasn't he come to see us? For a whole 14 years, we haven't moved, and he couldn't bear to come back even once." Ming Gang asked with pain and frustration. "What about Professor Lucia?" Zhuang Qinjian suddenly changed the subject. "I think, you know where Mingji is, don't you?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Even Ming Gang looked at his wife beside him in speechless astonishment. Lucia put down her teacup and sighed. Before you entered, I always thought my child was dead. How could I know? Zhuang Qinjian spoke seriously. Senior colleagues, I have no ill intentions towards Mingji himself. However, the Fire Seed project is the Alliance's highest level classified project. From Kindlin's perspective, that experimental subject must be traced back. Ming Gang and Lucia were not naive people. Upon hearing this, they both fell into silence. In your eyes, what kind of person is Mingji? Zhuang Qinjian looked at Lucia and gently asked, what do you think his motive was for taking the experimental subject? Lucia didn't like being manipulated in a conversation. She calmly glanced at Zhuang Qinjian and then turned her head. Child, do you like tea? She suddenly asked, changing the topic. Huh. Song Kei held the teacup in her hands, enjoying it with her eyes closed. Not understanding why the topic shifted to her, she stammered, why yes, I like it. Few people drink tea nowadays. Lucia smiled affectionately. Tea was a unique cultural symbol of the old era. Tea trees were precious and hard to cultivate, and tea production was scarce. Gradually, it was phased out in the tide of development. My grandfather also liked tea, but not the kind you brew. Yours is delicious, Song Kei said earnestly. This is my self-created health tea, with a mix of small soup golden chrysanthemum, yunshan puer, dried dandelion, and a little bit of rock sugar. Xiaoji also loved drinking the tea I brewed for him. Zhuang Qinjian did not urge, patiently waiting in silence. Lucia seemed to be lost in distant memories. When Xiaoji was young, he loved small animals. He would always bring back stray kittens or puppies, looking at me with eager eyes, asking, Mom, can I keep them? I'd say, sure, and he would be so happy. But his luck was often not good. Those little things would die one after another due to fragility and illness, and Xiaoji would cry heartbreakingly. Later, he stopped keeping anything, saying he needed to focus on studying and find a way to make those little beings live longer. On the day he officially started working, he smiled and said to me, Mom, I'm going to raise something again. This time, they won't die for sure. Sometimes, I wish he wasn't so kind, sensitive. It wouldn't hurt for him to be a bit indifferent to the world. Lucia wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and sighed softly. Zhuang Qinjian lowered his voice, so you have seen him, right? After the accident, you saw Mingji. Ming Gang's face showed astonishment. Lucia, you. I haven't seen him. I'm not sure if it was him, Lucia denied. After the news of Xiaoji's death came, I fell seriously ill, almost bedridden. On the anniversary of our marriage the following year, there was a bouquet of longevity flowers at our doorstep, with an unclear signature. I asked the delivery person, it was an anonymous sender, and the address was encrypted, untraceable. Lucia held Ming Gang's hand. Your heart wasn't well those years, I was afraid you'd worry, so I didn't tell you. Ming Gang tightened his grip. It's okay, it doesn't matter. I know now. On the same day the next year, the same longevity flowers. Then the third year, the fourth year. I never knew who sent the flowers. Until one year, the bouquet didn't appear. I waited for a year, still nothing. Year after year, I gradually realized that the person who sent the flowers might not be there anymore. Zhuang Qinjian asked calmly, from which year did the flowers stop? Lucia thought for a moment, in the year 40 of the new calendar. Her tone then softened. Child, I know Xiaoji made a mistake, but as a mother, I believe he had his reasons. Rest assured, both of you. Finding Mingji and bringing back the experimental subject is my personal will. This matter will not be made public, Zhuang Qinjian solemnly promised. After leaving the Ming residence, Lin Xiu couldn't help but ask in a hushed tone, Professor Zua, Brother Yan, was that person who sent flowers Mingji? Zhuang Qinjian strictly prohibited her from calling him Vincent or Professor Zhuang. In the end, Lin Xiu could only timidly address him as Brother Yan. Most likely, he replied. So, Mingji, if he's still alive, wouldn't he continue sending flowers to his parents? Not necessarily. Go back and try, see if this virtual address can dig up anything. In the end, Lucia gave Zhuang Qinjian the information about the flower sender. With Lu Xiao around, they could always find some clues. Lin Xiu murmured to herself, my feelings are complicated now. If Mingji didn't take the experimental subject, he might have been blown up with me. But he ran away, escaped the accident. From a professional ethics standpoint, I strongly condemn him, but deep down, I feel it's good that he survived. Brother Yan, tell me, when Mingji ran away, why did he take the experimental subject? Why didn't he take the ones scheduled for destruction, LAC 0117 and LAC 0366, and specifically chose LAC 0017? Lin Xiu chattered away. In terms of psychological age, she was just a 23-year-old girl. Mingji was a cultivator, Zhuang Qinjian said. Lin Xiu nodded. Oh, right. Do you know what specific experiments the Fire Seed project conducts? Not very clear. As a recorder, Lin Xiu had the lowest level of access. She was not a core member of the Fire Seed project, but she had heard bits and pieces, some of which involved brutal genetic experiments. Mingji knew, Zhuang Qinjian said casually. Cultivators have the authority to participate in some gene fusion experiments. According to what Lucia said, Mingji was a person with extremely strong empathy. What if, like with little cats and dogs, he felt sympathy for LAC 0017? But that's an experimental subject. Lin Xiu exclaimed. Experimental subjects were conscienceless, thoughtless, artificially created alien organisms. How could they be compared to little cats and dogs? Lin Xiu was at a loss for words. She suddenly remembered a time during lunch break when the handsome young man was standing alone in the corridor, lost in thought. At that moment, Lin Xiu lightly patted his shoulder. Hey, why are you hiding here slacking off? Ming Ji turned his head, and Lin Xiu only then noticed that his eyes were slightly red. What's wrong with you? She asked at novel bin at. Following Ming Ji's gaze, Lin Xiu looked into the empty laboratory. The observation chamber door was tightly closed, and there was nothing unusual. Today, it said pain to me. Ming Ji's voice was barely audible. Who? Lin Xiu inquired. You know what the fire seed is? Ming Ji asked. The fire seed is hope, the hope of all humanity. Yeah, the hope of all humanity, but not its own. For the fire seed itself, burning over and over again, reduced to ashes, it clearly has always been in despair. At that time, Lin Xiu didn't understand the meaning of these words, but now, looking at Zhuang Qinjian's statue-like profile, she fell into a long silence. Before reuniting with Yazaime, Lin Xiu retreated into the holographic screen. The three of them traversed the medieval street again, heading towards where the floating car was parked. On the way, Song Kei's terminal rang. She stopped and took a look. The message was from the official channel of the Awakener department, filled with lengthy bureaucratic language praising her excellence. After condensing the message, it requested her to undergo further genetic testing as she was a rare S7 level Awakener. They wanted her to provide some indicators for record keeping, contributing to more accurate Awakener detection in the future, and so on. Song Kei read through it twice, still unsure about the true intention of the Awakener department. She decided to discuss it with Zhuang Qinjian. Suddenly, a horrified scream erupted at the street intersection ahead, catching Song Kei's attention. She abruptly looked up. A double-decker public bus went out of control, careening wildly towards them. The rear of the bus shattered the glass of the nearby shops. Pedestrians who couldn't evade in time were rolled over by the wheels. In the driver's cabin, the driver convulsed with an unnatural expression, pupils covered by a layer of dead white shadow. It's a zombie? The apocalypse was still ongoing. Radiation was everywhere, and with its continuous accumulation in the body, ordinary people exposed to sunlight were highly likely to lose their sanity one day, turning into flesh-eating monsters. The previous message was overridden, and a new task appeared on the terminal, Sea-Level Emergency Commission, exclusive to District B10 zombie suicide attack incident reported in the medieval street. Please eliminate the source promptly, protect civilians at the scene, and contain the situation as quickly as possible. Surrounding Awakeners rushed forward, attempting to intercept the zombie driver of the careening double-decker bus. However, the swaying bus drifted around the corner and collided head-on with a floating subway train that was traveling at high speed and was more than 10 sections long. Boom! The several thousand-ton car soared high into the air. In that moment of mass acceleration, a catastrophic explosion ensued. Yazaime dashed forward and suddenly acted. An invisible psychic wave, like a stop button, froze both the double-decker bus and the floating subway train in midair. Passengers inside the two vehicles had terrified expressions, their eyes rolling, mouths opening and closing as if in slow-motion playback, screaming in silence. She turned out to be a gravity-type Awakener. However, relying solely on her power was not enough to counteract the force. In a matter of seconds, cracks began to appear under Yazaime's feet, and she was pushed backward by the tremendous force, appearing as though she would stumble and fall. The floating subway train teetered, and from the sky, it came crashing down at high speed. Unfortunately, Zhuang Qinjian happened to be directly under the front of the train. Even if he stood up and ran frantically, it would be challenging to escape the area in an instant. Zhuang Qinjian's wheelchair swiveled abruptly but was unexpectedly bumped by the chaotic crowd around him. His glasses with golden rims flew off and rolled on the ground. Bang! Just at that moment, a slender figure shot out like an arrow. Both hands emitted a blue light, and instantly covered with metallic knuckle dusters, fiercely intercepting the plummeting floating subway train midair. Boom! Boom! With the gravitational support from Yazaime, Song Kei hammered the front of the train, each strike creating a powerful and domineering force. Yet, her posture remained very relaxed, as if she were not smashing a few thousand tons of scrap metal but merely tossing around a sandbag. Under the formidable reactive force, the floating subway train was forcefully pushed back, coiling like a snake with its tail raised, slowly collapsing to the ground. Song Kei leaped onto the roof, grabbing the floating double-decker bus with one hand, and with a powerful mid-air shoulder throw, slammed it together with the subway train. Crash! The smoke and debris scattered in all directions, and a tragedy that almost destroyed the ancient street was effortlessly resolved by Song Kei. Next, Song Kei shattered the driver's seat glass, pulled out the convulsing zombie driver, and with a snap, broke his neck. The bustling market street fell into silence. Whether they were Awakeners or ordinary citizens, everyone stared in astonishment at the savior who descended from the sky. Song Kei turned back, and Yazaime excitedly gave her a thumbs up. In the midst of all eyes, Song Kei bent down to search on the ground, picked up the golden-rimmed glasses that had fallen in the chaos, wiped them clean with the edge of her clothes, and then walked back to Zhuang Qinjian. She bent down to help him put on the glasses. 2 tiny dimples appeared on her cheeks, and she smiled as if seeking praise. Was Captain impressive? Zhuang Qinjian graciously played along. Of course, very impressive. Our captain is the best. This family, cough cough, V587 can't do without you. Song Kei was flattered by his sweet words, and with great enthusiasm, she declared, when we get back, let's take on some missions and climb the rankings. Captain will be aiming for the top. As for the message from the Awakener department, it had long been tossed aside by her. The news of an S7 level powerful attacker appearing at the northern base quickly spread. The first to react was Takushima. Videos of Song Kei saving people, stopping the bus, and beating up Lei Zhao and Yuko Noguma were laid out on the conference table of the B15 district's high-level meeting. Let's hear everyone's thoughts. So far, she's the first publicly known S7 level in the entire alliance. Both her reaction speed and explosive power are top-notch. But I have a question, if the information is correct, she's a powerful attack type, right? But her physical abilities are unusually off the charts? She single-handedly caught a subway weighing several thousand tons, almost comparable to the strength of an S-level physical enhancement type awakener. Can we get a report on her awakened abilities? It's quite difficult. Reports on S-level awakeners are well hidden by that old witch. Send a spy to try. Also, I heard she came from a lower-level district and doesn't have much attachment to the northern base. It's best to recruit her. Yes. Asterisk. District A1, Central Court. The reporter in front of the projection was systematically analyzing the top awakener resources in each district. The overall number of awakeners is showing a steady increase. Resource distribution in each district is uneven. Currently, the highest ranked is the S7 level awakener from B10, Northern Base. The scene of Song Kei punching the floating subway and kicking the double-decker bus flashed across the screen. Stop. The official sitting below suddenly spoke. Director Park, do you have any instructions? The reporter asked nervously. Park Jae-woo, rubbing his chin, began to contemplate. This awakener looks very familiar. He gradually revealed a realization. Oh, isn't this the one from the time when Bloody Hunter Punk was killed in Mu City? The owner of that rabid dog, who still acts like he has rabies, is now chasing him down, insisting that he hand over the footage from that time. I want to have a conversation with the person in charge of District B10, Park Jae-woo instructed. Is it General Ya? The secretary beside him instinctively asked. Park Jae-woo smiled faintly without answering. The secretary realized and said, all right, I'll contact Commander He right away. With a deadline of 1 month, as long as the ranking is not in the last 1%, one can stay, though this applies to ordinary teams. V587, as a lively, free-spirited, united, and friendly rising star team, not only had the wise leadership of an S-level captain but also the strong support of 4 A-level backbone members and 2 talented and mysterious family members. Their goal was to charge to the front row. However, before being the wise leader of the team, Song Kei had to settle some debts. For example, owing Liu Xiao 270 grams. Liu Xiao had set his sights on a rhenium block with a purity of over 90% in the black market, and because it was a rare item, it was currently being publicly auctioned online. Bidders needed not only substantial financial resources but also exceptional speed. Song Kei crouched beside him, reluctantly clutching her money pouch. It was the first time she had seen Liu Xiao so busy. 6 mechanical arms simultaneously controlled 6 screens displaying densely refreshing data. Liu Xiao was constantly tapping on the terminal with a clattering sound. According to Liu Xiao himself, he had implanted an automatic bidding system in the background, capable of jumping thousands of times in a minute. In the ultra-high-definition projection, the auctioneer eloquently introduced the item. Song Kei paid no attention to what he was saying, staring intently at the large screen with continuously jumping numbers, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. Ding, the golden auction hammer finally fell. How is it? Song Kei asked nervously. We got it, Liu Xiao proudly replied, lifting his chin. His silver hair tips brushed against his neck, and a unique light called happiness flashed in his distinctive pupils. Pay up, Captain. Song Kei glanced at the final bid on the big screen, her voice trembling. Liu Xiao, do we really have to buy it? At novel bin at. Liu Xiao's wheelchair swooshed to the front of Song Kei, staring at her without blinking. Zhuang Qinjian said you would buy it for me. There was an irresistible focus in his gaze, like a stubborn child pestering an adult for candy. If you didn't buy it for him, he would keep nagging, seizing every opportunity to ask for it. Song Kei took a glance at his empty pants leg. Besides mechanical parts, Liu Xiao never actively asked for anything. If he wanted a new and fancy leg, what else could she do as his team captain? She gritted her teeth. Buy it. Song Kei, with a righteous demeanor, pulled out her terminal and swiped it. The deduction prompt sounded. You have spent 3,300,000 alliance coins from your account ending in XXXX. 3.3 million. Not 330 alliance coins? For such a tiny amount? This wasn't a rhenium block, it was clearly a gold-devouring beast. Not only was her money pouch emptied, but a part of Song Kei's soul also seemed to be hollowed out in a trance. Liu Xiao enthusiastically started purchasing new parts, his joy being so simple and unpretentious that a mere 3.3 million could satisfy him. Song Kei rested her chin on the bar, wearing a look of despair. Zhuang Qinjian passed by and casually asked, how much did you spend? Song Kei slowly raised the terminal to show him. It's about the same as what I calculated, Zhuang Qinjian commented. Song Kei suddenly realized, no wonder Zhuang Qinjian insisted on only buying 270 grams for him. Even a substantial family fortune couldn't withstand Lu Xiao's extravagant spending. Zhuang Qinjian leaned in close and whispered in her ear, "I won't let you suffer a loss. This is called casting a long line to catch big fish. Give him a little sweetener, and later, I'll help you recover the cost with interest." Song Ke. She sneakily glanced at Lu Xiao, silently lighting a candle for him in her heart. Why does he have a friend like Zhuang Qinjian? It's really an unfortunate choice of friends, too pitiful. The next day, Lu Xiao spent the whole day in his room, busy working on the new arm. Among the 6 mechanical arms, one was noticeably different, with a silver-white appearance similar to a starship, polished to a dazzling shine. Other than being good-looking, is there any other difference with this one? Feng Zhigzu asked with a curious expression. Lu Xiao's rhenium arm flew out with a swoosh, touching the terminals of Feng Zhigzu, Sucha, and Lin Yuyu in turn. Then, magically, the browsing records from the previous night appeared before everyone. Feng Zhigzu repeatedly watched some precious old photos and videos, all related to him, Zhang Wanyao, and Tian Tian. Sucha was diligently studying the public lessons of the Alliance Combat Master, information he didn't have access to back in Ferrara. As for Lin Yuyu, she was chatting with Jennifer. To win the favor of the beautiful woman, Jennifer, without any hesitation, spilled the beans about her daddy, Yin Xiao, confessing and failing miserably. The two of them were enjoying the gossip to the fullest. Lin Yuyu supported her forehead, gritting her teeth, and muttered, "Lu Xiao, leave some privacy for people." She glanced at Sucha, who was diligently studying even before going to sleep, feeling inexplicably guilty. After Lu Xiao showcased the new features, he finally answered Feng Zhigzu's question. Rhenium has a hexagonal close-packed crystal structure, outstanding mechanical properties, and, when made into an alloy, it can become a superconductor. By combining my ability with the mechanical arm, it now functions as a powerful hacking interface, capable of connecting to any machine with basic computing capabilities. Any machine? Even a starship? Zhuang Qinjian suddenly spoke up. Everyone paused, wondering what he meant. The latest model of starships in District B, can it connect to them? Zhuang Qinjian asked again. Their current missions were limited to the vicinity of the northern base due to transportation and time constraints. If they could switch to the fastest District B starship, it would save a lot of travel time and expand their mission choices. No way, are you planning to steal a starship? Lin Yuyu exclaimed. Wasn't that too audacious? They had just arrived at the northern base, and now they were making such a big move? How can you call it stealing? We're borrowing it, we'll return it, Zhuang Qinjian corrected. V587, shameless, so shameless. Asterisk. Northern base, the busy starship station. A newly maintained and pristine starship slowly emerged from the energy column, gliding smoothly on the track, about to enter the station to pick up passengers. A group of 7 people wearing masks and hats passed by. Men and women, old and young. 2 young men were in wheelchairs. A girl held a skipping child's hand, appearing as if they were joyfully heading out for an excursion. As they passed the starship not yet carrying passengers, a silver-white mechanical arm suddenly appeared in the air. It touched the charging port briefly, and the control panel inside the starship flickered for a second, silently changing its original route and switching to high-orbit mode, heading towards an empty platform. At the same time, the station's floating screen automatically issued an error alert. C-1011 train detected a malfunction, signal lost. A silver-haired young man slightly tilted his head upward, his ice-blue eyes sparkling with scattered light as the flowing data invaded the panel. Half a second later, the floating screen automatically corrected the information. Malfunction cleared, today's weather, clear. The starship's cabin door opened, and the 7 individuals who had just passed by walked in without any concern, disappearing into the sky after a moment. It was like any other calm and peaceful morning. Except for the passengers waiting on the original platform, looking utterly bewildered. Where was their car? They bought tickets, so why was the car gone? Asterisk. Yin Xiao pulled Song Ke into a channel with a somewhat peculiar name. Although the name was odd, the quality of the tasks inside was indeed much higher than the ones pushed by the system. Moreover, they quickly received a mission they desired. A-level commission, urgent in District C-27, a large-scale zombie tide has occurred. Detected zombie quantities are as follows: 3rd-level zombies XX, 2nd-level zombies XXXX, and mutant zombies XXXX. Nearby awakeners are requested to immediately provide support. Depending on the number of zombies killed, different amounts of points and alliance coins rewards can be obtained. Killing zombies, this was undoubtedly their specialty as V587. 4 engines simultaneously spewed out streams of air, and the silver meteor flashed across the sky. Rainbow mist was a typical karst landscape, with the central city located at the summit of a plateau surrounded by undulating green terraces. However, at this moment, a multitude of zombies had piled up in layers, crawling upward. In this critical situation, numerous awakeners rushed from all directions, joining the battlefield one after another. Although this wave of zombie tide was formidable, fortunately, there was no commander, making it incomparable to the Zombie King encounter that Song Ke and the others had experienced. The starship's cabin door opened, and in the brisk morning wind, V587 arrived above the battlefield. Song Ke and Sucha, the 2 melee fighters, descended low into the center of the most densely packed powered zombies, slashing through them like a whirlwind. Lin Yuyu promptly applied buffs, boosting the speed and strength of the 2. With death scythe-like spiritual weapons in their hands, they rapidly harvested zombies. Su Xing, with his victory headband on, performed movements resembling radio calisthenics. As he raised his arms and kicked his legs, countless ice blades swept through the air, accurately piercing through the zombies' heads. His efficiency in killing monsters was the highest among them. Lu Xiao controlled one of the mechanical arms to move the starship and brought out a heavy machine gun purchased from the black market, firing alongside Zhuang Qinjian in the high sky. In a section of the monster group, Song Ke occupied a small high ground. As she looked down at the densely packed living dead below, she raised her hand slightly. Just as she was about to take action, her terminal suddenly beeped. Song Ke dismissed it, but the other party switched to voice bombardment. Song Ke lightly clicked her tongue. Can't they see she's busy? Glancing at the sender, it was another official message from the Awakener department. They had changed personnel several times in the past few days, harassing her daily and requesting her to undergo further examination. Annoyed, Song Ke added it to the blacklist and activated the Do Not Disturb mode, finally bringing peace to her terminal. Immediately afterward, her palm moved slightly, and a high-speed shooting longbow appeared. Sucha, lend me some ability. Sucha flipped over with one hand, gripped the bowstring, and unleashed his awakened energy. The ethereal blue surface of the bow instantly flashed a cold quenching green. This was a newly developed attack method after the two of them dealt with the mutated moths in the ULab laboratory. Song Ke took a step back, pulled the bow, aimed, and released. Ding! The arrow shot through the head of a level 3 zombie. She pulled the bow again, another arrow, still a level 3 zombie. Arrow after arrow, each shot found its mark. Song Ke specifically targeted level 3 zombies, and under the powerful penetration and the dual impact of strong neurotoxins, even robust level 3 zombies instantly perished, without any chance of fighting back. In the terraced fields, Feng's Higza carried a black mountaineering bag and, like a scout, swiftly followed Song Ke's shooting path. He ran to the fallen level 3 zombies, cleanly sliced open their skulls, and extracted crystals. It sounded absurd when spoken out loud. Why would the healer of V587 also join the battlefield? The reason given by others was, because of Feng's Higza's unique physique and precise knife skills, he was entrusted with the most important task: collecting crystals. Song Ke encouraged him with a pat on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Su Xing grinned. Uncle Feng, you should exercise more. The Awakeners on the battlefield were stunned by their skillful maneuvers. Damn, where did those people come from? They're targeting evolved zombies and mutant zombies specifically. Are they here to score points? Secretary Li, I need to know all the information about this team within a minute. After resolving the crisis of the zombie tide in Rainbow Mist, V587 hastily headed to the next location. A-level commission, privately issued escort mission. Please ensure the safe return of Mr. Zhang and his family from the Yinkola shelter to B13, Beishan. This kind of private mission was a rare and highly sought-after opportunity. The issuer needed to pay a considerable deposit on the mission platform and determine the mission's difficulty level. Although points could only be calculated based on the lowest limit after determining the level, the significant feature was the generous Alliance coin reward. As for Mr. Zhang, whether he was naive with money and a beautiful soul or just wealthy and generous, he surprisingly posted an A-level mission. Zhuang Qinjian was right. Lu Xiao, having tasted the sweetness, was indeed full of enthusiasm and managed to secure this rare mission using the newly upgraded cheats. At the entrance of the Yinkola shelter, Mr. Zhang paced anxiously. A group of Awakeners wearing matching tactical suits approached him. Excuse me, are you Mr. Zhang, the client? A gentle female voice rang out. Mr. Zhang looked up in surprise, and the speaker was a delicate woman with flowing long hair. You are. Mr. Zhang's expression showed doubt. Snap. Suddenly, the people in front of him stood at attention, loudly shouting a slogan. Thousands of miles away from home, the original heart remains unswayed. V587 assists you in setting sail for a distant journey. Su Xing excitedly recited his lines. Worry-free throughout the journey, thorough protection. V587 ensures your safe journey. Sucha's sorrow is greater than death. V587, the most reliable guardian in the entire alliance, escorts your travels. Zhuang Qinjian summarized with a grin, hands resting on his stomach. Song Ke stood behind everyone, arms crossed, nodding in satisfaction at novel bin at. Indeed, these were the slogans she had thought hard about. Very good, very impressive. Mr. Zhang. These people were all flashy, but were they reliable? He explicitly requested at least 2 A-level Awakeners. Which route are we taking back? Mr. Zhang tentatively asked. From the Yinkola shelter to Beishan, most cities along the way had already been destroyed. Therefore, Mr. Zhang's family didn't dare to travel alone. If this group couldn't provide a good solution, he would definitely complain to the platform. Respected money bag, client, your Daidao special car is ready, Song Ke said with a straight face. Mr. Zhang looked in the direction she pointed, staring blankly for a moment. He saw a sparkling starship parked not far away. These people could actually get a starship? And it was the latest model from District B. Can starships be privately used? Mr. Zhang and his family boarded the starship with dreamy expressions. Even hours later, stepping onto the land of Beishan, they still couldn't believe it. They arrived already? As night fell, the 7 of them stayed in Beishan for the night. During that time, Zhuang Qinjian went out for a bit, and the next day, they resumed their journey to accumulate points. After 3 full days of continuous effort, V587's points surged significantly, currently ranking around 60%. 3 days later, on a rare rest day, Northern Base, Garden Apartments. At 5 in the morning, Song Kei's hair was messy as she got up dreamily to have a drink of water. Having received 3 A-level missions yesterday, everyone was as tired as Dao Tao. She closed her eyes and, in a state of unclear consciousness, groped her way back to the bedside. Accidentally kicking the trash can, she lowered her head and saw that it was full. Song Kei's eyes glazed over, and after 2 seconds of contemplation, she decided to go downstairs to take out the trash. Wearing pajamas and sleep pants, she had just walked out of the apartment door when someone called her name from behind. Song Kei. A man and a woman stood side by side under the trees, resembling each other. The woman looked her up and down, while the man glanced at her, taking out a terminal to check the recording. Song Kei felt that the two seemed a bit familiar and, after a while, slowly recalled that they were the S6 level twins, Ling Yan and Ling Yu. After Ling Yu called her, 2 more unfamiliar awakeners appeared behind her. The 4 of them inconspicuously blocked her way. Song Kei's gaze focused, and she instantly became clear-headed. Judging from the awakened energy released externally, these 2 were also S-level. Ling Yu sighed. You are really hard to find. Song Kei asked. What? Ling Yu pointed to her own dark circles and cursed in the Cario Empire's common language. The position is constantly changing, and the entire alliance is in chaos. We've been staking out for 3 whole days, not even getting a wink of sleep. Stake out on me? Why? Song Kei was puzzled. We want to invite you to go somewhere. As soon as the words fell, Ling Yan and Ling Yu both acted simultaneously, instantly clearing all objects around Song Kei, including the trash bag in her hand. The next second, Song Kei found that all the radiation nearby had disappeared, similar to the situation she had encountered below the 7th floor of the death prison. Her awakened energy couldn't resonate, and she couldn't use her abilities. At the same time, her hands and feet were tightly restrained by an unknown force, and she couldn't make a sound. This was a restraining type ability? Territory type ability? Song Kei suddenly looked up. It was the other 2 S-level individuals who had taken action. The twins captured Song Kei's arms from the left and right, effortlessly lifting her up. Song Kei's feet left the ground, and a question mark slowly appeared in her head. What were these people up to? A fight? It didn't seem like it. Sorry. Another A-level awakener rushed out, clasping his hands together and bowing repeatedly to Song Kei. We have no ill intentions. It's just a last resort. The awakener department tried to contact you, but you didn't respond to messages, didn't answer calls, and even blocked location tracking. Commander, he gave a strict order. Today, no matter what, we must bring you back. Song Kei blinked slowly. Commander He Chu Hong wanted to see her? If that's the case, why not just meet and talk? Why resort to physical actions right away? Sending 4 S-level individuals in such a big fuss was unnecessary. Really unnecessary. Also, could they let her change her clothes? A strong spatial fluctuation occurred, and the 5 individuals disappeared from the original location. Half an hour later, Zhuang Qinjian lazily leaned against the door, knocking on Song Kei's room. Knock, knock, he announced. Captain, it's time to go. No one responded. He changed his posture, casually tidied his hair, and knocked twice again. Song Kei, don't think about staying in bed. Inside, it was quiet as if there was no one there. Zhuang Qinjian furrowed his brows slightly, the careless expression on his face gradually disappearing. He twisted the doorknob open. I'm coming in. The bedroom was empty. Zhuang Qinjian took 2 quick steps, reaching out to touch the bed. The palm of his hand felt icy. His expression remained relatively calm, but his eyes revealed a storm. The awakened energy belonging to an S-level spread out like a dark cloud, a sign of an impending tempest. In the invisible space, a faint trace of not yet dissipated spatial ability lingered. Song Kei was kidnapped. Shouts, escalating in volume, echoed through the entire garden apartment building. Just after finishing packing up, getting ready to enjoy a day off, the entire V587 team was in a state of confusion. Su Xing, carrying a small yellow duck backpack, rushed into Song Kei's room, opened the curtains, opened the wardrobe, and even stubbornly bent over to look under the bed. Sister. Our Song Kei, the dignified S7 level attack type awakener, undefeated in direct confrontations, you're saying she was kidnapped? Lin Yuyu incredulously pinched her own cheek and, in passing, pinched Sucha's thigh. She still doubted her ears, finding this whole thing unbelievable. No, are you two intentionally messing with us, you lovebirds? Where did Song Kei hide to slack off? Sucha remained composed despite being pinched, instead gently pushing Lin Yuyu's back, indicating her to look at someone. Lin Yuyu raised her gaze and, upon seeing the expression on that person's face, instantly fell silent. Zhuang Qinjian's complexion could no longer be described as unpleasant. Leaning against the bar with one hand in his pocket, he held the terminal that Song Kei had left at the bedside. His long crow-like eyelashes hung low, lost in thought, silent to a somewhat eerie extent. Zhuang Qinjian, to put it nicely, had a naturally large heart, showing no emotions of joy or anger. To be blunt, he was cold-hearted and cold-lunged, with a detached demeanor. Due to his high intelligence, he lacked interest in almost everything, and his true thoughts were impossible to fathom. while others joined V587 due to being lonely and wandering with nowhere to go or having unfulfilled wishes. Zhuang Qinjian was the first to meet Song Ke. Since their first encounter, he had been in a wheelchair due to a leg injury, and he was the only person without a goal. No one knew what he was thinking or what he intended to do. This was the first time Lin Yuyu saw Zhuang Qinjian in a state of rage, and yes, rage. Even though he remained silent now, with a calm and pale expression, everyone could feel the terrifying pressure emanating from him. It was a level of suppression belonging to the S level, amplified by his awakened psychic abilities, easily inducing a chilling sense of tremor. Like a precarious live volcano, the calmer he appeared now, the more shocking his eruption would be. The surveillance footage has been retrieved, Lu Xiao said. A clear image appeared on the projection, and everyone quickly shifted their gaze. At 5 in the morning, Song Ke, wearing pajamas and sleep pants, holding a garbage bag, yawned and walked out, kicking and stepping along the way. After leaving the apartment gate, she turned into a shaded area of trees and never came out again. Fixed-point camera, conveniently in a blind spot of the surveillance. Lu Xiao enlarged the footage, rotated the angle, but the situation under the tree shade couldn't be captured. He switched to other cameras in the community, patrolling one by one. Half an hour passed since Song Ke disappeared, and apart from a few regularly entering and exiting AI property personnel, there were no other suspicious figures. This made the kidnapping case even more puzzling. Without any movement, a person disappeared into thin air? Sucha said coldly. The other party scouted in advance, came prepared. Zhuang Qinjian's hoarse voice sounded. She didn't resist immediately, indicating that the intruder is not a stranger. Everyone was stunned. You mean, Song Ke knows the kidnapper? Lin Yuyu whispered. Not necessarily familiar, but at least they've met, confirming that the other party is not an adversary. If the kidnapper was a stranger and showed malice, given Song Ke's vigilance, she wouldn't sit idly but would immediately counterattack. In that case, the degree of commotion in the apartment would have been impossible for others to miss. Zhuang Qinjian tightened his fingertips. To silently take her away, the culprit must be an awakener, and, probably of the control type. The captain is S-level, Sucha reminded abruptly. At first, this statement seemed inexplicable, but the group quickly grasped the implication. Indeed, Song Ke is S-level. To control her, the other side must be at least S-level? Probably more than one. Zhuang Qinjian's eyes revealed a mocking smile. If I were the one orchestrating from behind, to ensure nothing goes wrong, I would send out 2, 3, even 4, at any cost. As the reasoning deepened, the truth of Song Ke's kidnapping gradually surfaced, but the answers became increasingly absurd. In the northern base, who could mobilize 2 or more S-level awakener? Everyone vaguely had an answer in their hearts. The deputy leader of District B10, the highest official of the awakener department they had encountered briefly. Lin Yuyu frowned. Did He Kaiyuheng make a move? Feng Higzo couldn't understand. Wasn't her attitude good before? Why did she suddenly turn hostile? I think this is the reason. Zhuang Qinjian pointed to the little B terminal. Song Ke hadn't set any permissions, and he effortlessly opened it. Zhuang Qinjian had already checked through it. He released the Awakener department officials from the blacklist and opened those unread bombardment messages in front of everyone, stopping his fingertips on the words further inspection. In the past 3 days, V587 had been busy with missions non-stop, not even having time to talk. Given Song Ke's personality, she probably forgot about this or treated it as simple harassment messages. Zhuang Qinjian said in a deep voice, "There's an issue with Song Ke's Awakener report." Everyone was genuinely shocked. What issue? The returned report is missing pages, and someone deliberately erased information about the gene sequence and radiation stability. Zhuang Qinjian had noticed the abnormality in the report earlier, but those 2 items were routine checks, not directly related to ability awakening. So, even though he suspected that He Kaiyuheng was hiding something, it didn't attract enough attention. I made a mistake, Zhuang Qinjian sighed. He Kaiyuheng must have noticed something was wrong, but she couldn't confirm it. She could only temporarily suppress it and find an opportunity to verify it with Song Ke. Repeatedly urging her to undergo the examination indicated that this matter was crucial to He Kaiyuheng, important enough for her to risk confronting a powerful S-level. What if they found out Song Ke is a dual-class awakener and want to capture her for study? Feng Higzo asked anxiously at Novel Bin at. V587 internally knew about Song Ke's S-level dual-class abilities, but they had kept it a secret externally, never mentioning a word about it. Zhuang Qinjian clenched the terminal and slowly shook his head. Dual-class awakened abilities cannot be detected by instruments. In theory, dual-class awakened abilities are divided into dominant and recessive. For example, Punk's Bloody Explosion is a dominant ability, and Time Reversal is recessive. On the same temporal axis, a coordinate point cannot possess 2 different awakened abilities. This means that Punk cannot simultaneously trigger Bloody Explosions and Time Reversal. When facing instrument checks, he can actively choose which ability to reveal, which is why it could be concealed for so long. Song Ke's second ability is related to the rapid healing of the body, a passive ability within the recessive category. Unless her heart is severely damaged, even an R-type won't be able to detect it. It was because Zhuang Qinjian understood the functionality of R-type that he felt at ease letting Song Ke undergo genetic testing. Feng Higzo became even more puzzled, but if it's not because of the dual class, why would He Kaiyuheng want to kidnap her? Zhuang Qinjian couldn't figure out what issues those two routine indicators, gene sequence and radiation stability, could have. What secrets could be hiding on Song Kei's body that even he couldn't discover? Lin Yuyu snapped her fingers, bringing everyone's attention back. Now that the kidnapper has been identified, how do we rescue her? Even if not explicitly stated, they all understood implicitly. Song Kei was the soul of V587, the core that brought them together. Lin Yuyu didn't ask do we rescue her, but rather how do we rescue her? Daring to kidnap my sister, I'll definitely kill them. With Song Kei absent, Su Xing's young lion's claws were exposed, and his angelic, innocent face was covered in dark clouds. Should we just break into the Awakener department building? Feng Zhigzu absent-mindedly rubbed his chin, his thoughts involuntarily turning more violent. Not feasible, Lu Xiao decisively opposed. Did you forget the safety education videos we watched? Su Cha's remark was incisive. The most important thing now is to confirm the captain's specific location. Zhuang Qinjian's expression changed slightly. He opened a profile from the terminal and initiated a video call. The call was quickly answered, and a lively voice came through. Good morning, Song Kei. Any new requests? Miss Yet, it's me. Song Kei is missing, Zhuang Qinjian coldly interrupted her. A look of obvious astonishment appeared on Yazaime's face. Zhuang Qinjian's next words directly dismantled her composure. Do you think she would be at the Awakener department now? Yazaime, huh? Although Yazaime had a carefree personality, her mind worked quickly. After the initial shock, she quickly calmed down. Mr. Zhuang, are you suspecting me? Zhuang Qinjian, I am equally suspicious of everyone. Yazaime, Zhuang Qinjian brazenly hinted. Miss Ya, why don't you use your permissions to check if there were any unauthorized individuals in the building this morning? Yazaime took a deep breath and cut the video feed, saying, please wait a moment. A few seconds later, she returned with a decisive tone. I have confirmed that there is no abnormal entry or exit in the Awakener department. We are a legitimate and compliant organization. We wouldn't detain an S-level without cause. Why do you think Song Kei would be with us? Zhuang Qinjian carefully observed Yazaime's subtle expressions. Her face displayed anger, grievance, and the resentment of being misunderstood, appearing completely unaware. Zhuang Qinjian raised the corner of his lips, devoid of any hint of a smile. He suddenly changed the topic. What is Commander he busy with today? Yazaime's anger abruptly stopped, and an idea that made her scalp numb flashed like lightning. Perhaps Zhuang Qinjian's true suspicion wasn't directed at her. I apologize, Commander He's schedule is confidential to the outside world. Yazaime's voice quieted down. After some thought, she continued, but she has a tight schedule today, personally attending all the meetings. She wouldn't choose this time for something like that. Accused of being involved in a kidnapping early in the morning, Yazaime grew increasingly displeased with her thoughts, raising her voice. Song Kei and V587 were both brought into the northern base by me. Rest assured, I will follow up on this matter and give you an explanation. After saying this, she abruptly ended the communication with a click. Zhuang Qinjian looked at the dark screen and tossed the terminal to Lu Xiao. I want information on all S-level awakeners in the northern base, including detailed classifications, types of abilities, and their current locations. Lu Xiao didn't catch the terminal, and a rare trace of hesitation appeared on his face. Zhuang Qinjian and Lu Xiao were the only two in V587 who hadn't switched to District B terminals. These two individuals lived like primitive people, one rarely using electronic devices, living like a caveman every day, occasionally borrowing Song Kei's terminal to catch up on some news. The other immersed himself in various instruments, using only the outdated District C terminal, and in his words for safety and pollution-free purposes. Lu Xiao stared at the sparkling little bee, his voice showing no fluctuations. Are you asking me to establish a deep consciousness connection? Zhuang Qinjian nodded. Yes. To crack the location of an S-level awakener, it required breaking through the District B firewall and hacking into the District B network. In other words, Lu Xiao could only accomplish this using the District B terminal. She will find me. Lu Xiao uttered a mysteriously profound statement. Zhuang Qinjian remained impassive. What's this? 6 years ago, you could cripple her during her peak, and now you're trembling just standing in front of her. Lu Xiao's ice blue pupils suddenly stood up, the veins on the back of his hand protruding, revealing a sharp combat stance. Zhuang Qinjian confronted him without giving an inch, his eyes resembling the deep mouth of a volcano, ready to spew out scalding lava at any moment. Letting you play the driver a few times, messing around with some parts, living in comfort for too long, and you start considering yourself useless. Have you forgotten you're also an early awakener? The tense atmosphere between the two scared the other members into silence. It felt like if Zhuang Qinjian said one more word, Lu Xiao would break ties with him. In the dead silence, Zhuang Qinjian asked one word at a time. In her presence, can you find Song Kei, erase any traces of intrusion, and retreat without a trace? Can you still do that now? Lu Xiao's face showed no expression. Without uttering a word, he picked up the terminal. His chromium arm slightly shimmered as he connected to the data port. With his movement, the entire living room was covered in a dazzling silver light. Vast amounts of data, like a galaxy, flowed slowly above their heads. It seemed as if everyone had stepped into a virtual world, surrounded by various intricate and jumping lines of code. Lu Xiao slightly closed his eyes. The silver hair flowed without wind, and with his body as the center, tendrils of data barbarically grew, expanding their territory unscrupulously, gradually occupying every corner of the apartment. Unable to hold back, Su Xing mumbled, "He looks like a tree." In a city far away from the northern base. Inside a spacious greenhouse, the environment was silent, and only a withered giant tree stood. Suddenly, it sensed something, and its roots emitted a cherry blossom-colored glow. A pair of inorganic eyes slowly opened, calm yet ancient, whispering words like a murmur. "I see you, my child." However, the faint light vanished in an instant, quickly fading into the boundless ocean of data, leaving no trace. Yet, the almost withered giant tree lit up. Its branches rustled, sounding like countless children clapping in joy. Tiny signs of life sprouted, one after another, and a soft cherry blossom glow surged into the sky, enveloping the entire city in a hazy halo of light. Back at the garden apartment, Lu Xiao still had his eyes closed. However, apart from Song Ke, the information of the 8 other S-level individuals in the northern base appeared before him. Thanks to the special terminal that He Kaiyuhung had sent to S-level awakeners and the good habit of carrying it around by B district personnel, under the tracing of the top-level hacker Lu Xiao, the positions of these individuals were nowhere to hide. Ken Oda, S2 level engineering type, located 10 kilometers away in the Ocean District. Ling Yan and Ling Yu, S6 level double attack type, located in the Awakener Department building. Today happened to be their regular reporting day. Zhao Yuking, S2 level water type, located a few thousand kilometers away in District C. Zhigler, S3 level constraint type, located somewhere in the city. Shizi, S3 level domain type, located somewhere in the city. 2 unknown S-level individuals, located at the governor's mansion, where the firewall level was the highest. Lu Xiao didn't bother continuing to crack it because the answer was already clear. Zhigler and Shizi, one with constraint ability and the other with domain ability, were currently in the same location. Typically, S-level individuals would have a sense of territory. Unless like the Ling siblings, who were twins, they rarely gathered together outside of missions. Various scenarios of the two coordinating their abilities to catch Song Ke off guard immediately surfaced in Zhuang Qinjian's mind. "Where is this?" he asked with a deep voice. "The map doesn't have a label, only showing it's a controlled area." "Risk level, H, high risk," Lu Xiao replied. Zhuang Qinjian stood upright, exhaling a long breath. "Let's go. Captain has always been the one to save us, but this time, it's our turn to save the captain." Sucha carried a box of spiritual weapons out of the room and quickly attached them to his arms and legs. Feng's Higzu pulled out several bags of hot weapons specifically purchased for completing missions, clumsily attempting to assemble them. Lu Xiao took over silently and, with 6 arms moving in unison, quickly assembled the weapons. Zhuang Qinjian led the 5 of them out of the apartment, and the others followed behind him, keenly aware of one thing. He wasn't in a wheelchair. Brightly lit laboratory. Song Ke's arms were being carried by the twins, gliding through the long corridor. Since she couldn't escape for the time being, she decided to close her eyes and pretend to sleep. She appeared to be asleep, but in reality, she deliberately let the enemy relax their guard, secretly using her awakened energy to sense any movements outside at Novel Bin Adat. After a while, Song Ke was brought into a sealed capsule. Inside, it was empty with no furniture, even the tables and chairs were absent. The personnel here were informed that she could use transformations with her ability, so they cleared the space in advance. Ling Yu opened the terminal across the transparent glass, and on the other end of the line, a holographic image of He Kaiyuhung appeared. "Song Ke, I have another meeting. To keep it short, Dr. Ning is an expert in genetic engineering. He will conduct a comprehensive examination on you while ensuring your personal safety. Please cooperate in any case." He Kaiyuhung, accustomed to being in a superior position, employed a mix of soft and hard approaches in her speech, leaving Song Ke somewhat speechless. In her mind, Song Ke couldn't help but sneer. "Cooperate? You've already captured me, and there's an S-level eyeing me. How is this not considered cooperating?" After He Kaiyuhung finished speaking, she quickly ended the communication, appearing genuinely busy. With the Ling siblings having completed their task and leaving gracefully, only Zhigler and Shizi remained at the scene. The two of them intertwined their abilities, showing no signs of interruption. They guarded Song Ke vigilantly from the outside. After lingering in place for a moment, Song Ke slowly yawned and sat down, cross-legged. Feeling bored, she looked around, left and right. Suddenly, a glint of light flashed across the corner of her eye. Song Ke paused slightly, then suddenly lifted her head. In the completely sealed and narrow space, a glaring light shone from above, and a bright red dot flickered intermittently in the high air. It was the light from a surveillance camera. Song Ke stared at it intently for a while, somewhat in a daze. Her pupils gradually contracted due to the strong light, and in the all-white background, her 2 eyes appeared remarkably black. The laboratory door automatically opened to both sides, and a group of researchers in white robes entered, led by a middle-aged man with graying temples. He seemed to have not slept for a long time, with a tired complexion and 2 large dark circles under his eyes. His assistant respectfully called him Dr. Ning. Through the glass, Dr. Ning glanced at Song Ke sitting on the ground, lowered his head to review the Awakener report on the screen. After a few seconds, he looked up again. When facing her in person, Song Ke appeared completely normal. No one would think that the radiation level in her body exceeded that of an ordinary person by 20 times. It was as if she carried a nuclear bomb but casually wandered around. Dr. Ning pressed the intercom button and calmly said, "I will conduct radiation endurance tests on you. I heard you are S7 level." Song Kei's dark pupils stared at him. Yes. Dr. Ning nodded with satisfaction. "Very well, your physical fitness is up to par. The experiment process may be a bit tough, so try to endure as much as possible. Your vital signs will be monitored throughout. If you really can't handle it, just raise your hand, and I will stop." Hypocrite, Song Kei rolled her eyes. Dr. Ning didn't mind. Let's begin. In the capsule compartment, 4 built-in radio frequency lamps above lit up, causing Song Kei to instinctively squint. Dr. Ning waited in place for a moment. Report the radiation level. 23%, 35%, 41%, 48%. The assistant's voice gradually changed tone. No wonder he was surprised. This data had already exceeded their highest record. At that time, the test subject was a fallen, and the critical point was only 47.75%. Song Kei sat quietly in the capsule compartment, as if she couldn't feel the changes in radiation at all. Nausea, vomiting, bleeding, and symptoms of decay that should have appeared were all absent. Dr. Ning turned to look at the resonance spectrum analyzer. According to the image display, the organs in Song Kei's body were functioning normally. The only noteworthy thing was that the massive radiation that had originally existed in her body seemed to be slowly flowing, greedily absorbing energy. Awakened energy report. Stably maintained at 12,000. For an S7 level awakener, normal awakened energy fluctuated between 8,000 and 13,000. In other words, the current increase in radiation had no obvious effect on Song Kei's awakened energy. Dr. Ning calmly ordered, "Increase the radiation level." The assistant manipulated the instruments with trembling nerves, not daring to make the slightest mistake. Following Dr. Ning's instructions, he adjusted the values to 50%, then raised them to 90% after a few cycles, briefly paused at 100%, and finally skyrocketed to 120%. "Stop," Dr. Ning raised his hand. Song Kei felt a faint discomfort, not from the increasingly strong radiation, but from the oppressive atmosphere created by the surroundings, the glaring rays above, the flickering red lights, and the white-robed researchers coming and going. Her eyes lost focus, and hallucinatory symptoms gradually appeared, with voices in her ears screaming hysterically, like the cries of a desperate animal. Taking a deep breath, Song Kei stood up irritably, covering her ears with both hands, pacing back and forth in the narrow space. Record, radiation exceeds 120%. The target shows obvious anxiety, pacing back and forth. DNA double strands normal, organs functioning normally, awakened energy, Dr. Ning's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Awakened energy value, 14,000. The assistants nearby collectively gasped. Not only did the target remain unscathed under the current terrifying level of radiation, but her surging awakened energy had already reached S8 level. Dr. Ning's eyes gleamed mysteriously. He clenched the screen tightly, unable to resist taking large strides forward until his nose almost touched the glass. Record, radiation exceeds 120%. The target shows second awakening symptoms. Increase the radiation level. Doctor, the assistant trembled as he reminded, exceeds 130%, the scale is maxed out. The machine they were currently using had limited instruments, with the highest scale being 130%. Astonishingly, though the machine had reached its limit, this extraordinary individual named Song Kei seemed to have no upper limit to her radiation tolerance. Song Kei's discomfort intensified. Under the intense radiation, her entire body felt like it was burning, her skin ached, cells died in large numbers, only to regenerate quickly. Something seemed eager to burst out and take control of her body. Song Kei's limbs spasmed, and she staggered forward. Bang! With a deafening roar, Song Kei raised her fist and smashed it against the glass. Crimson blood flowed down, and although the glass didn't shatter due to its special material, the entire laboratory floor shook violently. The researchers outside were frightened by her momentum, retreating in succession. Tiny blood vessels appeared in the corners of Song Kei's eyes. Her dark pupils, without blinking, were fixed on the people in white robes outside. Dr. Ning glanced at the spectrum analyzer, observing her body greedily absorbing radiation, and all organ indices were in a chaotic state. "Stop," Dr. Ning ordered. The assistant pressed the pause button, relieved. Dr. Ning spoke slowly. Record, radiation exceeds 130%. The target's anxiety intensifies, emotions approach losing control, awakened energy value, 18,000. Silence engulfed the surroundings. Gulp after a while, the sound of someone forcibly swallowing saliva was clearly heard. What did 18,000 mean? That theoretically placed her at S9 level. If Song Kei wished, she could not only crush them like ants but effortlessly destroy an entire city. After the radiation in the capsule compartment stabilized, Song Kei's awakened energy slowly returned to 12,000, and other values returned to normal. "Release the nutrient solution," Dr. Ning whispered. A hidden opening in the ceiling revealed itself, and a bag of liquid substance landed on the ground with a soft thud. Song Kei didn't touch it. She resembled a cold and vigilant young beast, curled up in the corner, observing each person with her pitch-black eyes. Dr. Ning fell into contemplation, his expression unusually hesitant. Professor, is there a problem? The assistant asked. Her constitution is too special. Can we persuade her to cooperate with us for long-term experiments? Dr. Ning inquired. Director, he said, this examination was a one-time thing, the assistant cautiously reminded. After all, she's an S7 level superpower, and it's already quite rare to invite her once. While the assistant expressed this sentiment, internally, he silently criticized, although the examination was requested by director, you, old man, are really lacking in courtesy. You came straight to perform a radiation test without even a proper greeting. If this S7 level individual doesn't come after you for retribution, it's already benevolent. Dr. Ning also felt the hope was faint, then asked director He to switch to a machine with a higher scale. Now, the assistant asked. Dr. Ning's expression remained unchanged. If she wants results, it has to be now. Before the assistant could react, several security uniformed awakeners rushed in. Dr. Ning, the laboratory is under attack. Please evacuate immediately. Attack. Dr. Ning repeated incredulously, when you invited me here, didn't you say that the security level was second only to the Awakener department? Asterisk. Outside the laboratory, the fully armed V-587 was tearing through the defenses. In the storm of howling winds, the disorienting mist of blade fog, and the elusive shadows of an assassin, various dazzling awakened abilities accurately struck the crowd. Despite numerous high-level awakeners guarding the area, this reckless six-person squad continued its unstoppable assault. How much longer? Zhuang Qinjian asked. 2 minutes, Lu Xiao replied. The protective door of this laboratory was made of special materials, impervious to water and fire. A slash with a blade only left faint marks on it. Lu Xiao quickly bypassed the firewall. 2 minutes later, the door opened a narrow gap, and V-587 repelled the security rushing out, swiftly entering. Time is limited. The Awakener department has received the message. Reinforcements are expected to arrive in 10 minutes, Lu Xiao reminded. Find her first. Zhuang Qinjian decisively led them straight to the laboratory. They caught He Kaiyuheng off guard, and once she reacted, it wouldn't be so easy for them to escape. In the bright corridor, security personnel shouted desperately, hurry. Go inform Dr. Ning to evacuate. A gust of wind passed, and the person shouting fell to the ground, writhing in agony. In his consciousness, there was a tearing pain. A young man in black clothes and pants crouched down, coldly staring at him. The Dr. Ning you mentioned, could it be Dr. Ning wrong? Zhuang Qinjian asked indifferently. The security officer's face showed clear astonishment, as if saying, how do you know? Zhuang Qinjian's eyes were mysterious. He stepped over the fallen person and walked quickly towards the depths of the laboratory. Dr. Ning, you need to leave quickly. You go first, I need to retrieve the research data. Data isn't as important as a person's safety, Dr. Ning. Your safety comes first, the urging person said anxiously. You don't understand. Without the data, the research cannot continue. If there's data, why am I still doing the most basic data testing until now? Dr. Ning Rong suddenly raised his voice, his chest heaving. Tap, tap, tap. Steady footsteps, reminiscent of the tolling of a death bell, echoed in Ning Rong's ears. A tall figure walked towards him against the light in the corridor, stopping in front of the two at Novel Bin At. The nearby security personnel were on high alert, raising their guns at the newcomer. Sucha flashed behind them, swiftly disarming the man. A scream rang out, and the alarm bells suddenly blared around them. Frantic footsteps of people fleeing echoed continuously. Ning Rong, holding a large pile of documents, felt a sense of fear. Unexpectedly, he met eyes with the young man in black, causing him to be momentarily stunned. Long time no see, Dr. Ning, Zhuang Qinjian spoke casually. Old Zhuang. Ning Rong blurted out, but his gaze froze. Soon, he self-denied, no, old Zhuang is already dead. It's you? Ning Rong looked bewildered. You're alive, you're still alive. Zhuang Qinjian stood in front of him. Where is Song Ke? Ning Rong covered his face, seeming to laugh and cry at the same time. If I had known you were still alive, why would I have gone through all this trouble? Dr. Ning, we can catch up later. Where is Song Ke? Zhuang Qinjian interrupted. Song Ke. Ning Rong was puzzled for a second, then suddenly enlightened. You mean the S7 that He Kaiyuheng sent? Zhuang Qinjian nodded. Regardless of what you've done before, release her immediately. Unexpectedly, Ning Rong decisively refused. I can't release her. At least not now. She just completed a radiation tolerance test, and the accumulated value in her body is too high. Any slight stimulation now could easily lead to a loss of control. A radiation test. It was unclear what kind of relationship Zhuang Qinjian had with Ning Rong, but the latter was surprisingly unreserved. Without a second thought, he handed over a screen containing Song Ke's complete superpower report. You're also an expert, take a look yourself. With her condition, these tests must be done, and the sooner the better. Not to mention the unknown excessive radiation in her body, just consider those hidden genetic sequences. If we don't figure out their specific origins, when they erupt one day, you know very well what the consequences will be. Outside the capsule, Ziegler was pretending to doze off with closed eyes. Sensing the person next to him standing up, he immediately questioned, What are you doing? Shi Ziyi shrugged, adopting a somewhat carefree attitude. Bored, just getting up for a stroll. Don't forget our mission, Ziegler warned in a deep voice. Mind your own business, Shizii retorted. Both of them were S3 level awakeners. Ziegler was approaching middle age, while Shizii was only 20, with a promising future. He considered himself a step above the older man. Shizii sauntered over to where Song Ke was held, unceremoniously knocking on the glass. Hey, what kind of monster are you? How can you withstand such intense radiation? Or maybe you have some way to resist radiation. Tell me, I'm all ears. Song Ke stared at him with a deep gaze, her eyes seemingly unmoving for a long time. Shizii found himself displeased under Song Ke's gaze, but more so, a subtle sense of envy. S7 level or not, she ended up as a captive, subjected to inexplicable experiments. Ning Rong's assistants had already fled in panic, and in the chaos, no one remembered to shut down the instruments. Shizii, hands in pockets, casually approached the scale meter. Suddenly, he pressed the start button, initiating the radiation beyond 130%. Have you gone mad? Who gave you the right to mess around? Ziegler roared. Just playing around. Anyway, she's fine. Shizii blocked Ziegler's punch, activated his field, and turned towards Song Ke with a mischievous grin. Doctor must have taught you. Remember to raise your hand when it gets unbearable, okay? Raise it high. Stop it immediately. Ziegler unleashed his full awakened energy, and Shizii responded with an equal pressure. Inside the capsule, the just stabilized radiation instantly surged to its peak again. Song Ke's dark pupils became deeper, her cells burning fiercely throughout her body. Chaotic screams filled her ears, and her cognitive abilities gradually diminished. Unnoticed on the spectrum analyzer, the stable double helix of DNA underwent rapid changes, forming a completely unfamiliar structure, grotesquely resembling the skull of some fierce beast. Meanwhile, Song Ke's awakened energy value had surpassed 20,000. Song Ke slowly raised her hand. Behind Ziegler and Shizii, the instruments began to float. A deep blue light flashed, transforming into a fierce tang sword. The back of the blade clang hit the glass, leaving an extremely subtle crack. The two fighters abruptly stopped, looking at her in astonishment. It was just a very small crack, but it was enough. 1,000-mile dike collapsed because of an ant. Song Ke pressed her palm against the glass, and her powerful awakened energy pushed outward. The entire glass shattered with a thunderous crash, breaking into tiny remnants. Asterisk. Zhuang Qinjian browsed through the report on Song Ke, which could be described as mind-boggling. His eyes grew deeper in contemplation. Ning Rong stared at his face and sighed deeply. Genes are truly miraculous. Back then, no one believed you were father and son. Now, anyone with eyes wouldn't make a mistake. Zhuang Qinjian didn't respond immediately, frowning as he asked, how much excessive radiation did you expose her to? Ning Rong was momentarily speechless. 130%. Zhuang Qinjian sneered, 130%? Regular instruments must be close to their limit, right? I heard that this laboratory is sponsored by Hikayu Hung. Are you working for her? What about your research? Is it for the Fire Seed or the Eternal Project? Never mind, I'm not interested in knowing. Now, take me to see Song Ke. Crash. As they were talking, the ceiling suddenly collapsed, and a slender figure rapidly descended, pressing onto someone. The person beneath emitted clear sounds of bone fractures, and blood gushed from their nose and mouth. As they turned their pale face, it revealed the S3 level domain type awakener who had provoked Song Ke. Shizii. Sister. Captain. Members of V587 were about to cheer and rush forward but suddenly halted their steps. Something was evidently wrong with Song Ke. Her eyes were pitch black, devoid of any smile. With blood-soaked hands, she raised the tang sword and unhesitatingly stabbed it into the heart of the fallen person. The powerful surge of awakened energy from Shizii, on the brink of death, shattered the glass in the corridor. Boom! Amidst the puzzled and alarmed expressions of everyone, another person fell from the ceiling. Slightly better off than Shizii, Ziegler's awakened energy field shattered, and blood spurted from his mouth. Crawling on all fours, he tried to escape the scene. Holding the tang sword, Song Ke stood up, coldly pointing it at his neck. In a critical moment, reinforcements from the awakened department arrived, unleashing various abilities against Song Ke without any regard. Song Ke, stop. Hikayu Hung's holographic image lit up, sternly commanding. Song Ke appeared like a reaper, the tang sword swirling as hot blood splattered, swiftly harvesting the lives of her enemies. V587 still hadn't figured out the situation, but if their captain was involved, could they just stand by and watch? Instantly, they joined the fight. From now on, pretend you don't know me, Zhuang Qinjian whispered, lowering his voice, pushing Ning Rong away from the center of the battle. Song Ke was in a frenzy of killing, and the floor was covered with a dense layer of bodies. The tip of the blade continuously dripped blood, leaving crimson footprints with each step. Only a few remaining awakeners, who could still stand, retreated in fear. Rapidly, Lu Xiao said, 3S levels are coming, including Hikayu Hung's specialized car. We won't make it if we don't leave now. Lin Yuyu anxiously called out, Song Ke, can we leave first? Alone in the blood-soaked battlefield, with a trail of bodies, the determined figure didn't respond. Lu Xiao urged, 3S levels are on their way, including Hikayu Hung. We need to leave now. Zhuang Qinjian waded through the blood and bodies, resolutely approaching Song Ke. Song Ke, with a blade in hand, noticed him approaching and coldly aimed the weapon at him. Song Ke, Zhuang Qinjian's voice was gentle and soft, it's me, Zhuang Qinjian. Quiet down and look at me. Do you remember? Song Kei quietly stared at him, holding the blade, and in her pitch-black eyes, a small Zhuang Qinjian was reflected. Despite the relentless screams around her, she was plagued by hallucinations. Who was it? It was her. She was smashing things with a loud crash. Was it a door or glass? She couldn't remember. She only remembered that time, the arrogant young man sitting with crossed legs outside, complaining incessantly. It's hard to find a quiet place. He won't let me participate in projects, but makes me carry the data every day. Is he really my dad? He assigns so much, how can I remember it all in one day? Thud, thud, thud. She forcefully banged on the door, trying to get the other person's attention. Be quiet. The young man turned his head, and his beautifully curved eyes glared at her dissatisfied. But it hurt so much. She could only use even more force to bang. Thud, thud, thud. The young man clicked his tongue impatiently and slowly approached, squatting in front of her. His slender fingers swiftly manipulated a control panel. A pile of colorful nutrients dropped from above. Thud. Many hit her head. Now you can be quiet, little thing. Initially puzzled, she quickly realized and tore open the packaging, eagerly drinking. Whether it was a psychological effect or not, the pain inside her seemed to diminish slightly. Looking at you closely, you look really ugly, huh? The young man observed her and quickly turned his eyes away in disdain. Are these genes from lizards? Her eating motion paused imperceptibly. What did ugly mean? Unaware, the young man yawned and continued to casually flip through the data. He looked somewhat tired and indifferent, with a brilliantly beautiful side profile, and a teardrop mole shining. Song Kei, I am Zhuang Qinjian. Look at me, just one glance. Do you remember? Someone seemed to be calling her from a distant place. Zhuang, Qing, Yan. Song Kei's hoarse voice slowly uttered 3 words. The dark color in her eyes receded, and her consciousness returned to her body. Zhuang Qinjian sighed in relief, taking large steps forward, tightly embracing her blood-soaked figure. It's me, it's okay now. Don't be afraid. Like comforting a child, he gently patted Song Kei's back. The distant screams disappeared, and the burning cells in her body gradually calmed down. Song Kei lowered her head, glanced at her blood-stained hands, belatedly recalling what had happened just now. A group of awakeners rushed in like a tide, surrounding V587 still in the corridor. Under the protection of the Lin siblings, Hikai Yuheng appeared behind the crowd, her face darkening. Glancing at the convulsing bodies of Shizi and Zhigler, she angrily said, I only asked you to cooperate with the inspection, Song Kei. Did you resist orders and harm your fellow awakeners? Don't you want to stay at the northern base? Song Kei stared straight at her. Inspection, I cooperated. Hikai Yuheng's mouth tightened into a straight line. She raised her hand, about to say something. Clang. A tang sword whizzed past her ear, and Song Kei swiftly moved forward, passing through layers of awakeners, heading straight towards Hikai Yuheng like a lightning bolt. Startled, Ling Yu and Ling Yan quickly intervened, but were blocked by 6 mechanical arms and the ever-present Socha. Hikai Yuheng was forcefully pulled out of the crowd by Song Kei's domineering strength, her neck pinched, and pressed to the ground, her face turning purple. Are you insane? Daring to attack? The aftermath of the burning cells hadn't completely subsided. With an indifferent expression, Song Kei raised the tang sword high, casting a cold light. Hikai Yuheng, now no longer composed, displayed an expression of utmost horror. I really cooperated, she pleaded. The tip of the blade slowly pierced Hikai Yuheng's heart. Song Kei's hand remained steady, and her expression was unwavering. The first day we came here, you said the northern base respects strength. You seem to be, only B-level, right? Why, don't I dare to kill you? Hikai Yuheng's pupils contracted, her face instantly turning ashen. Wei. In the nick of time, another formidable unfamiliar S-level awakener approached. His arms were like steel, gently deflecting Song Kei's blade. He calmly looked at Song Kei. Please wait a moment. Song Kei observed him for 2 seconds, then stepped back, unceremoniously pulling out the tang sword from Hikai Yuheng's chest. Ugh. Hikai Yuheng groaned. The unknown man helped Hikai Yuheng up, then turned his gaze towards the confrontation in the corridor. His authoritative voice echoed in everyone's ears. Stop. Adat novel bin adat. V587 remained motionless. On the other hand, the people from the Awakener department retreated 2 steps obediently, including the Ling siblings. The man silently opened the terminal, and a holographic image slowly appeared. An old man leaned against the window, his side profile resembling a statue. He spoke with a world-weary tone. I heard from Zaime that a young S7 level has arrived at the base, diligent and with excellent combat talent. She keeps talking in my ear every day, making me curious. Kai Yuheng, I'll have Baichi go and receive this person. Do you have any objections? Hikai Yuheng, protecting her neck, respectfully lowered her head. No, teacher. The old man nodded. Awakened people. The key in the phrase is not in the awakened, but in the people at the end. They are first and foremost people with flesh and blood, just like the millions in the base. Remember, this is our foundation. Some things cannot be reversed. Hikai Yuheng didn't dare to refute a word, bowing with deep respect. Yes, I will remember the teacher's teachings. The old man sighed softly and turned his gaze to Song Kei standing in the corner. You are the Song Kei that Zaime mentioned? I am Yezhang. I would like to meet you and your friends in person. Do you mind? Song Kei didn't answer immediately. The old man spoke politely and patiently without rushing, waiting for her to respond. After a while, Song Kei nodded slowly. All right. Today's events end here. Baichi, please bring them back. The image of the old man disappeared from the air, leaving everyone in the room in silent shock. Wasn't he Kai Yu-hung powerful? As the second in command in the northern base, the highest official in the awakened department, she could control everything in B10, doing as she pleased, even forcefully conducting experiments on a powerful S-level awakener. But one thing, since the establishment of the northern base, was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. The true master of this city was the one with the last name Ye. Baichi was a man of few words, matching Sucha in his level of silence. At least Sucha became a bit more cheerful after joining the team, but on the way to Yezheng's mansion, Baichi didn't say a word, perfectly embodying the saying silence is golden. The floating car sped along the floating sky bridge, crossing through a bustling urban area towards the city's outskirts. Inside the car, Feng's Higsa carefully treated Song Kei's wounds with his abilities, and a faint white soft light lit up as the fine cracks in her joints healed as if untouched. Su Xing cautiously knelt on Song Kei's lap, his eyes watery. Sister, do you remember Xiao Xing? Others also looked at her with concern. Song Kei's previous state was too frightening, as if she had fallen into madness, recognizing no one, only knowing how to kill. Song Kei touched Su Xing's curly hair, feeling its softness, and comforted her softly. It's okay, I remember everything. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the quiet atmosphere, Song Kei tilted her head slightly and stole a glance at Zhuang Qinjian. Then she noticed that Zhuang Qinjian was leaning on his chin, staring at her without turning away, his deep eyes filled with concentration. Song Kei, she awkwardly looked away, glanced back after a while, and Zhuang Qinjian was still looking at her. A blurry image flashed in her mind, but unfortunately, besides the phrase be quiet, Song Kei couldn't recall anything else. She wasn't even sure whose memories those were, because in her life in District F-177, such scenes had never appeared. She stole glances too frequently. Zhuang Qinjian took one of her hands, smoothed her palm, and secretly wrote a later. Song Kei understood that it wasn't convenient to talk in the car, and he meant to discuss it later. 2 hours later, V-587 arrived at the residence of the ruling official. Surprisingly, Ye Zheng's place was just an ordinary 3-story villa. Although it had a vast land area, the exterior was modest and inconspicuous amidst the modern skyscrapers of the northern base. Moreover, the security here was lax, not even comparable to the Awakener department where Kai Yu-hung was, let alone Ningrong's laboratory. Zhuang Qinjian's comment on this was, the more people lack something, the more they want to show off. Because Kai Yu-hung was only a B-level awakener and had extreme insecurity, she turned the office building into an airtight fortress, even daring to use only holographic images for their first meeting. What does that mean? Does Ye Zheng not lack a sense of security? At first, everyone didn't quite understand his words, but the answer was soon revealed. The floating car entered the villa area, and Yazaime, dressed in the uniform of the Awakener department, was waiting at the door, nodding at Baichi. At this time, Miss Ye should be at work, right? Zhuang Qinjian casually asked when getting off the car. Thanks to you all, the department is in chaos today, and I was forced to take a day off. Yazaime sighed, seemingly genuine or fake. Yazaime. Ye Zheng, Lin Yuyu repeated the two names, tentatively asking, so General Ye is your? Yazaime helplessly smiled, yes, he's my grandfather. Adat novel bin Adat. Lin Yuyu suddenly realized, no wonder Yazaime, just a mere administrative secretary, had such high authority in the northern base. She not only independently handled the recruitment of awakeners but also easily agreed to their requests. It turns out she was a well-hidden third-generation official, of course, described in an entirely positive sense. Please come in, my grandfather is waiting for you, Yazaime said. As they passed each other, Song Kei softly said, thank you. From what Ye Zheng said in the laboratory, if he was willing to intervene, it surely had Yazaime's involvement. Yazaime smiled, I said I would give you an explanation. Baichi led them through a corridor into a quaint study, and Song Kei finally met the true master of the northern base. Ye Zheng was in casual clothes, nearing 90 years old. His silver hair was neatly combed, and his sunken eye sockets, weathered face with wrinkles and spots, told tales of experience. Yet, his eyes held a serene understanding of the world, and his straight posture reflected the dignity left after enduring wars and the ravages of time. However, that wasn't the focus. Song Kei had seen old people before. What surprised her was that Ye Zheng was an S-level awakener. He didn't deliberately restrain his awakened energy but didn't show any offensive posture either. Naturally, a portion flowed out like breath, silently circulating. However, the formidable aura and the grade suppression of an S-level made people bow their heads submissively. General, the guests have arrived. Baichi nodded respectfully and then quietly exited. This general was not a casual title. Unlike someone like Nikong, who was a mere show-off without substance, general in the Mundane was a title of respect for the first rank. Ye Zheng was a genuine military man, having carried a gun, shed blood, dug trenches, and led troops in battles during the old civilization era. Ye Zheng witnessed the decline of the old civilization, the establishment of the New Asia Alliance, and now, the arrival of the apocalypse. His life experience was like a thick ancient book, even if covered in the dust of time, still invaluable. In recent years, due to his declining health, Ye Zheng lived a reclusive life, gradually disappearing from the public eye. The northern base values strength. Song Kei suddenly remembered this phrase. No wonder Ye Zheng didn't need security. He himself was the most robust shield, even in his old age. Seeing such a legendary figure, Song Ke felt a bit awkward, not knowing where to put her hands and feet. Ye Zheng took the initiative to open the conversation. Is that a tang knife in your hand? He pointed to the knife inserted in Song Ke's backpack. Can I take a look? Song Ke silently took it off and handed it to him. Ye Zheng's hands were very old, with thick joints that could hardly bend. He carefully touched the blade and sighed. I didn't expect to see young people using artifacts from the old civilization. I thought we old folks should all be in the ground by now. He made a joke, and although Song Ke and the others didn't laugh, their tense nerves relaxed a bit. As leaders, Ye Zheng's impression was completely different from He Kaiyuheng. He didn't exude a condescending arrogance. Instead, he emanated humility more befitting an elder. When speaking to others, he looked them in the eye and listened patiently. After skillfully twirling the knife, Ye Zheng suddenly spoke. Do you have a bad impression of the northern base? Song Ke remained silent for a moment, then nodded sincerely. Ye Zheng smiled. You seem to be not very talkative. Zhuang Qinjian stepped forward, standing side by side with Song Ke. General Ye, forgive my boldness. Our captain may not be eloquent, but that doesn't mean she should be mistreated. He Kaiyuheng kidnapped an S-level awakener and even used force. How do you intend to handle this? On this matter, I'd like to discuss it with you calmly, Ye Zheng said as he returned the tang knife to Song Ke. Kaiyuheng did make a mistake. She tends to be stubborn, and I'm not defending her, but her original intention was to have you undergo an examination to understand your abnormal constitution. The reason the situation deteriorated to this point is because you nearly killed two S-level individuals. Do you understand the seriousness of this matter? Ye Zheng pressed a switch on a desk, displaying real-time footage and several reports. It showed Higler in critical condition, still unconscious, and Shi Zi, although barely recovering, had dropped to A9 level due to the shattered magnetic field. This was the first occurrence of an S-level downgrade, and once the news was made public, it would undoubtedly cause a significant stir within the alliance. A few months ago, the Central Court lost an S-level dual-type awakener in District C. The inspection team is still investigating the murderer. After the apocalypse, every S-level individual is a precious strategic resource. Kaiyuheng has always valued awakeners. In fact, you incapacitated two of them, so naturally, she wanted answers from you, Ye Zheng explained. Song Ke remained expressionless. District C, S-level dual-type. Why did it sound a bit familiar? As if it was also someone she had taken down. Does General Ye also want answers from us? Zhuang Qinjian's face showed no hint of a smile. Ye Zheng waved his hand and sighed. I have always believed that appearances can be deceiving, Song Ke. I want to hear your side of the story. Why did you attack Higler and Shi Zi? Song Ke looked into the old man's calm eyes, pondered for a moment, and recounted the situation where Shi Zi provoked her by deliberately activating the device. Ye Zheng nodded. If that's the case, you have indeed suffered a lot of grievances. How would you like me to handle this? General Ye, do you know that Kaiyuheng secretly supports illegal research? Zhuang Qinjian suddenly changed the topic. Forgive me for being frank, she is not a qualified leader. She acts impulsively, has deep-seated prejudices, uses awakeners on one hand, and ruthlessly discards them on the other. Have you considered the consequences of continuing to support her? Zhuang Qinjian implied through his words that letting Kaiyuheng lead would eventually lead to the downfall of the northern base. However, Ye Zheng said, Kaiyuheng is currently the most suitable person. She has the ability and ambition. Even if she can't do better, she can at least maintain the status quo. Zhuang Qinjian's expression changed slightly, noticing that Ye Zheng used the words currently and maintain the status quo. Do you know what people outside call the northern base? Ye Zheng asked. Humanity's last hope, Ye Zheng said word by word. In this world, things will become increasingly difficult, bringing more despair. Maybe one day, our days will come to an end. Ye Zheng's gaze was profound and determined. But even if that time comes, I still hope that the northern base can be the last refuge for countless ordinary humans. That was my original intention in building this city. I am old, and death can embrace me at any time, but I don't want to see my lifelong efforts go to waste, Ye Zheng sighed deeply. Until I find a suitable successor and completely entrust the northern base to them, even if Kaiyuheng makes mistakes, she cannot temporarily leave that position. Ye Zheng gazed at the young girl before him. Both being S-level, he could intuitively feel Song Ke's strength, like a drawn sword, sharp and unstoppable. More importantly, her blade would never turn against her own people. This was the rarest trait among S-level awakeners, but unfortunately, He Kaiyuheng couldn't see this. With a weathered voice, Ye Zheng spoke, Song Ke, can you give the northern base another chance? Song Ke was momentarily stunned. For your future affairs, and the matters of your team, report directly to me. You no longer need to be under the jurisdiction of the Awakener Department. If there are any issues in your daily life, go to Zaime. If you ever face injustice, this old man will personally stand up for you. After all, Ye Zheng's expression turned cold. I am just old, not dead. Song Ke remembered asking Zhuang Qinjian on the V587 starship coming to the northern base about the founder of this place. Zhuang Qinjian had said at that time, a person worth admiring. She looked at the silver-haired Ye Zheng and thought for a long time before nodding slowly. After leaving the villa, Lin Yuya grumbled discontentedly. He Kaiyuheng only got a 2-week suspension. Isn't that too easy for her? Yeah. Su Xing joined in, old witch, I curse her. Song Ke, however, remained unusually calm, it's because of me. I'm not strong enough. If she were strong enough, at the apartment entrance, even if Zhigler and Shizi simultaneously launched an attack, she shouldn't have been instantly controlled. In the Manzoni Street and Punk battle, if she could have directly killed him, he wouldn't have had a chance to activate time reversal. Song Ke lowered her head, looking at the palm of her hand. All along, she had been too confident. Awakening abilities were diverse, and the methods of attack were unpredictable. If she faced a similar situation next time, with more S-level individuals coming to hunt her down, would she let herself be slaughtered again? Absolutely not. Although the intense radiation brought endless pain, she also felt a new power. Suddenly, Song Ke remembered Dr. Ning, the silver-haired man. After the chaotic battle, she wasn't sure if he survived. Back in the apartment, Zhuang Qinjian followed Song Ke into the room. With a serious expression, he took out a light screen. Now, let's talk about your physical condition. Song Ke lowered her head and glanced at it, signaling with her eyes. I don't understand. Zhuang Qinjian fell silent for a moment, then changed the topic. Your grandfather, do you have a photo or video of him? Grandpa's photo? Song Ke shook her head honestly. No, not a single one. Zhuang Qinjian was slightly surprised. Song Ke counted on her fingers. Grandpa doesn't take photos, doesn't play VULEGE, and doesn't have a phone. As for terminals, there's no such thing in District F. Zhuang Qinjian cleared his throat and couldn't help but correct her pronunciation, VLOG. Song Ke pouted. Oh, she learned the alliance language late, and it's not her fault if she doesn't speak well. Zhuang Qinjian continued. Do you still remember what your grandpa looks like? Song Ke nodded. Of course. Then you describe, and I'll draw. Zhuang Qinjian took a pen, crossed his long legs and leaned against the window, starting to sketch. Grandpa and Old Fang are about the same height, round forehead, a nose that is straight at the top and a little curved at the bottom. Here and here, there are wrinkles, and he has little hair. Song Ke tried to describe in simple words. He likes to wear hats. His health is not good, always coughing. After more than 10 minutes, Zhuang Qinjian put down the pen and turned the screen to Song Ke. Take a look. Does it look similar? Song Ke gave him a thumbs up. Very much. Zhuang Qinjian looked helpless. Is it really similar or not? I'm not seeking praise from you. I want the truth. Really like, Song Ke said confidently. Getting the answer, Zhuang Qinjian's brow slowly furrowed, and he looked down at the sketch on the screen. According to Song Ke's description, what he drew was a sickly old man, with tired eyes, slightly hunched back, looking around 70 years old, but far less spirited than 90-year-old Ye Zheng at Novel Bin At. Song Keek, Zhuang Qinjian sat down close to her, and the screen was switched to projection mode. Did you have a serious illness when you were a child? Have you been to the hospital? I don't get sick. Song Ke shook her head. Her body was very strong, and she rarely had even a cold or fever. You see, this is your genetic report. I've marked several DNA deletions with nitrogen-containing bases, peptide chain fragments with breaks and losses, significantly affecting both copies. Currently, we don't rule out the possibility of meiosis or translocation, but this unknown sequence is different. Song Ke, listening, began to stare blankly, pulling a cereal bar from her pocket and mechanically stuffing it into her mouth. Crunch! The crisp sound of chewing interrupted Zhuang Qinjian's analysis. He abruptly turned his head, meeting Song Ke's puffed-up cheeks. The two stared at each other for a second. Song Ke desperately swallowed, like an unlucky student caught daydreaming in class, honestly saying, sorry, I don't understand. Zhuang Qinjian, no, it's my fault. He immediately changed his approach, tailoring his words to her. In short, there are some issues with your genetic composition. I suspect your grandfather may have had you undergo genetic modification. He couldn't bring himself to say this sentence. Song Ke was an orphan, dependent on her grandfather from childhood to adulthood. She had only one relative, so saying such a thing was like stabbing a knife into her heart. Zhuang Qinjian raised his palm, paused on Song Ke's cheek for 2 seconds, and finally patted her head. Genetic problems are like hidden thunder. Just because it hasn't erupted in your past 19 years doesn't mean you can safely pass in the future. Shall we investigate it thoroughly? Don't worry, there won't be any more radiation tests like today. I'll accompany you for every future checkup. It would take a few more days to rebuild Ningrong's laboratory. The research and equipment foundations there were top-notch in District B. The only concern was his deal with Hikayu Hung and the possibility of leaks. However, he could use other chips to exchange for it. For Song Ke's subsequent examinations, he must personally handle them, controlling every step of the process. Zhuang Qinjian's handsome profile sank into contemplation. The character on his brow remained tight for a long time. Song Ke extended a finger, slowly helping him smooth it out. Although she didn't feel she had any genetic defects, she still nodded. Okay. In the next room, Lin Yuyo was searching for information about Ningrong on the Star Network. Indeed, the terminal privileges in District B were high. With just a refresh, densely packed pages popped up. Lin Yuyo flipped through 2 pages and then exclaimed unbelievably, this Ningrong is actually a renowned genetic engineer, on PAR with Vincent, and officially joined the Kinglin Research Institute in the year 19 of the new calendar. She pulled out the light screen, lightly tapping it twice, and said, Hey, Lin Xiu, come out quickly. A holographic projection flashed, and Lin Xiu, wrapped in a blanket, sat up, rubbing her eyes sleepily and murmuring, "Why are you calling me? I stayed up late watching dramas yesterday, so tired." "Don't joke. You, an AI, can get tired." Lin Yu suddenly found it amusing. "I call this simulated sleep, creating an atmosphere, you understand or not?" Lin Xiu immediately retorted. I don't understand. Lin Yu rolled her eyes, gossipingly asking, "Hey, do you know Ning Rong? Dr. Ning? I've heard of him but haven't met him. What's up? He seems to know Zhuang Qinjian." Lin Yu revealed an intrigued expression. "The Zhuang Qinjian you're talking about, Vincent or Brother Yan?" Lin Xiu squinted at her sister. Lin Yu stuttered for a moment. She still hadn't figured out the relationship between these two people. If you're talking about Vincent, they're colleagues, so it's not strange if they know each other. However, Lin Xiu, seemingly thinking of something, chuckled. "Dr. Ning's life perfectly confirms a saying, called if you're born with jade, why bother with brilliance?" Lin Yu became interested. "What do you mean?" "He has a nickname, Eternal Second. As long as Vincent is around, everything can only be second best. He joined Kinglin a year later, became a professor a step slower, published one less paper in a top journal, even got married and had a child later. Haha, by the time I shut down, he was still a bachelor." "What? Zhuang Qinjian, Vincent, got married?" "Yeah, his marriage was quite sensational at the time. The news was all about Golden Boy and Jade Girl crossing boundaries, and the background of the woman was very profound. In the end, nothing about her name or pictures was revealed." After Lin Xiu finished talking, she yawned and continued her simulated sleep. Lin Yu held the terminal and murmured, "Now I'm sure, the man in our team is truly a mysterious one." Onlooker Sucha asked, "Why do you suddenly want to know all this?" Lin Yu, puzzled, replied, "Why? Of course, out of curiosity. I thought." Sucha hesitated for a while and stuttered, "He and the captain, that, it's not good for you to do this." "Pfft. Ha ha ha." Lin Yu laughed without any restraint. "You don't think I'm interested in him, do you?" Sucha was speechless, and Lin Yu continued, "How could that be? I clearly like pure little puppies. I thought you knew." Sucha's actions of tapping his fingertips suddenly stopped, and he looked at her silently, lips tightly pursed. Lin Yu's lips curled slightly. After teasing, she ran away, comfortably nestled in the rocking chair, opened the projection and started remote work. There was a piercing gaze behind her, but she pretended not to notice, humming a light tune. "I like the smile of a puppy, like a gentle rain sprinkling into my heart." Anyway, it's her own song, so she can change the lyrics as she pleases. The chat box beeped, and Jennifer sent a heart emoji along with a staged photo of a table covered in rose petals, accompanied by a sweet voice message, "Darling, I've booked the Galaxy restaurant. Would you honor me with your presence for a starlit dinner tonight?" Lin Yu glanced at Sucha, and indeed, he saw the chat content. His brows furrowed, and his ears were almost standing up. Lin Yu intentionally typed loudly, "Why suddenly invite me to dinner?" Jennifer quickly replied, "Because you're my lifesaver. Dad always said, a drop of water should be repaid with a bucket of water." Lin Yu smiled, "It's repaying a drop of water with a gushing spring, but we're friends, no need to be so formal." Jennifer's melodious tone paused, and her tone returned to normal. "Oh, actually, the words just now were taught by Yin Xiao, that illiterate. I'm very cultured myself. Because we're friends, I want to see you, I want to be your best girlfriend." The high chair made a harsh noise on the floor, and Sucha stood up abruptly. "I'm going to train." He clenched his shoulders, lowered his head, and walked out of the room in large strides. Lin Yu casually sent a voice message, "Sorry, Jennifer, I can't have dinner with you alone. My little dog at home is upset, and I have to comfort him." Jennifer sent a crying emoji. "Let's talk about business then. Have you seen the group tasks today? The pinned task released today. Is your team interested in participating together?" In the living room, Su Xing was focused on painting. Feng Zhigze casually glanced over and commented, "Wow, you're a master of abstract art." Su Xing drew a distorted face of a female monster, resembling the white-boned demon from a storybook, being beaten by a group of awakeners. One big man unleashed a fierce snowstorm with both hands, and colorful text next to it was deliberately labeled height 3 meters, Hero Su. As Su Xing colored, he explained with annoyance, "This is the old witch, and this? The most powerful one is my sister, and then the tallest is me? We teamed up to kill the old witch." Feng Zhigze, rubbing his chin, seriously observed for a while, "There's a problem with your painting." Su Xing immediately turned to him, "What's the problem?" "Me?" Feng Zhigze pointed at himself, "You even drew Dao Tao, but where am I?" Su Xing blinked his eyes, jumped off the bar stool, and grabbed the drawing board as he ran to the room, muttering, "You don't know how to fight anyway." Feng Zhigze rolled up his sleeves and threatened him, "You little brat, feeling itchy, huh? Who says I can't fight? I picked up all the crystals." As the two were playfully wrestling in the crowded living room, Sucha came out from Lin Yu's room and silently sat on the sofa. With expressive big eyes, Su Xing asked him what happened. Feng Zhigze, panting from the pursuit, shook his head, indicating he had no idea. After a while, Song Ke and Zhuang Qinjian also came out. Zhuang Qinjian casually asked, "Where's Lu Xiao?" Feng Zhigze replied, "He went out, said he wanted to dye his hair." Coincidentally, the apartment door opened at that moment. The familiar wheelchair glided in, but the person sitting on it looked unusually unfamiliar. Jet black hair fell smoothly on the neck side. The young man's pupils changed to a clear brown, and a pair of old-fashioned black-framed glasses sat on his nose. Due to prolonged indoor stays, his face had a pale, delicate complexion. He calmly looked at the stunned crowd and said, "I'm back." Song K looked at his empty legs, then at his face, and finally reacted, Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao pushed his glasses and responded with a touch of arrogance. Song K, shocked, blurted out in a local dialect, "Why did you change like this?" Lu Xiao glanced at Zhuang Qinjian, raised his chin, and said, "Because I invaded the terminal in District B and caused a little, very little trouble. Of course, I wiped out all traces, confident that I did it seamlessly. But for safety reasons, and considering someone's past experience, I decided to do some disguise." Oh, Song K expressed understanding. She stole a glance at Zhuang Qinjian and couldn't help but think, "You two have quite similar hobbies, huh?" Lin Yuya came out of the room holding the terminal, found everyone gathered in the living room, and walked over. Upon seeing them, she laughed. "Oh, you two difficult brothers, sitting in wheelchairs together, and now playing cosplay together with glasses." Zhuang Qinjian and Lu Xiao exchanged a glance, then turned their eyes away in mutual disdain. Lin Yuya waved, "Song K-er, come over and take a look at this task. Should we take it?" Song K ran over quickly. After people dispersed, Zhuang Qinjian stood next to Lu Xiao and asked seriously, "Did you find any clues about that anonymous IP?" He handed over the sender's address he got from Lucia to Lu Xiao for investigation. Lu Xiao replied, "That person is quite cautious, using his own layer of encryption, but it's all in vain. I cracked it in less than 5 minutes. Based on the last signal source location, he should be in the eastern part of the alliance. But there's something strange. He didn't use a terminal to connect, instead, it's the lowest level local area network. Isn't this kind of antique outdated long ago? And his outer IP is fixed, but the inner one keeps changing. I estimate he has at least 1,500 devices." Lu Xiao's glasses were a bit big, and as he spoke, they slid down. He adjusted them uncomfortably and casually said, "If it weren't for the network level being too low, I would suspect it's someone from your side doing garbage network testing. Besides the research institute, where else would you need so many devices?" "No," Zhuang Qinjian suddenly spoke, "there's another possibility. He's in an internet cafe." Lu Xiao looked puzzled. Being from District B8 Urgia, he had been exposed to the most cutting-edge computer technology since childhood and was completely unfamiliar with this unfamiliar term. However, Lu Xiao wouldn't casually reveal his ignorance. He subtly moved his fingertips and quickly opened the terminal to search. 1,500 devices would already be considered a large-scale internet cafe, making it easier to hide oneself. In some backward D or F districts, there are many people who use this method to sneak into the star network. Zhuang Qinjian paused as he spoke, and the anonymous sender. Ming. District F. Internet cafe. In a flash, all the clues in his mind connected, leading to an unimaginable thought. Song K saw the mission mentioned by Lin Yuyu in the District B10 High-Level Awakeners Matching Conference channel. Dozens of large rehabilitation, nursing, and dietary suppliers in District B jointly initiated an S-level commission. As of 2300 hours yesterday, the Foreign Trade Department of the Elderly People's Nation in District A5 has been out of contact for 21 days. Special line communication is unavailable, and all related cooperation has been completely suspended. A-level or above Awakener teams are requested to go to District A5 to confirm the situation. Accepting the mission will grant the team 48 hours of supplier access permission. Song K was momentarily stunned. This was her first mission related to District A. She quickly gathered everyone for a meeting and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you all." Today was the most chaotic day in Song K's 19 years of life. From being kidnapped in the early morning, undergoing radiation testing, losing control, falling into a state of killing, to being rescued by her companions, with Ye Zheng mediating, meeting at the government mansion, everything unfolded in the midst of chaos. Fortunately, she had returned to normal, and V587 was unharmed. "Starting tomorrow, let's continue to climb the rankings," Song K said seriously. "We'll settle the score with Hikayu Hung sooner or later." "I agree," Fangs Higzu said. "Hikayu Hung dared to move against you today because she holds immense power in District B10 and is accustomed to controlling S-level individuals. Secondly, she looks down on us. We, the A-levels, are insignificant in her eyes, and we're even lower in the rankings. We're not worth a second glance." Lin Yuyu sneered, "Let her see that. Apart from Song K being S7, V587 also have us." Su Xing banged on the table, charge to the first place in the northern base and defeat the old witch. Su Cha silently nodded, expressing his support. "No, that's not right." Song K shook her head, her eyes filled with a determined resolve. "Not just in the northern base, but the first place in the entire alliance." Northern base, outskirts of Qianshan City. A helicopter was slowly descending, its massive rotor buzzing and generating strong gusts of wind that forced pedestrians to step back. The cabin door opened, and a member of the Tustan team in black combat gear lowered a swaying rope. He effortlessly grabbed it and descended one after another, performing with a flair as if in a movie. The first to touch the ground was a tall young man wearing pilot sunglasses, a dazzling ruby earring catching the light, exuding an arrogant disregard for others' well-being. He waved towards the other group waiting on the opposite side. Hey, Captain Song, traffic was jammed on the morning route. Sorry for being 2 minutes late. Yin Xiao's gray eyes, seen through the sunglasses, scanned the large vehicles parked on the side of the road, and his eyebrows slowly lifted. Oh, District B starship. No wonder you have the confidence to have us gather here. Needless to say, the other group waiting in place was V587. They had repeated their morning routine and borrowed another starship. Yu. Jennifer had just landed, her deep red curls swaying as she eagerly rushed towards Lin Yu, opening her arms to embrace her. Sucha stepped in with an expressionless face, blocking her way. Jennifer glared at him. What are you doing? I want to get close to the beauty. Sucha remained unmoved, his tone cold and unyielding. Stalker fans are not allowed, please maintain a safe distance. Jennifer exclaimed. What the heck? She had just successfully arranged a joint activity between the two teams, no, two alliances. What did this man mean by calling her a stalker fan? Get on first, we're in a hurry. Song K cleared her throat and raised her voice. The two groups quickly boarded the starship, the cabin door closed, and facing the crowd bustling towards the northern base in the glow of the morning sun and mist, the silver-white flying starship quietly departed. Inside the starship, there were 12 Tustan members in total, spreading out to find seats. Yin Xiao's two long legs moved swiftly, heading straight for Song K. Just as he was about to sit down next to her, he suddenly noticed someone already there. Zhuang Qinjian in white casual attire, golden-rimmed glasses, reading a light screen with a gentle and perfect profile. Yin Xiao sneered inwardly, what's up with him? It's not like they're on vacation. Wearing all white, isn't he afraid of getting bloodstains? He casually sat down directly across from the two, as if passing the time, dismantling and reassembling the Hellcat, its cold mechanical parts emitting a chilly gleam. Zhuang Qinjian raised his eyes to glance at him, showing no emotion. Once everyone was seated, a Tustan team member spoke up loudly, Captain, none of us have been to District A, and we don't know much about the elderly people's nation. Can you introduce the background of this mission to everyone? Yin Xiao completed the assembly of the Hellcat with a click sound, placing it in front of Zhuang Qinjian. Then, he leisurely stood up and said, sure. Without a word, Zhuang Qinjian's wheelchair glided forward, taking the lead to enter the aisle, brushing past Yin Xiao, and stopping in front of everyone. I'll do it. Tustan member. Who is this guy? V587, the peacock has opened its feathers again. Yin Xiao generously extended his hand in a pleased gesture, then crossed his arms and stepped aside, with a face full of anticipation. Zhuang Qinjian nodded indifferently. I am V587's technical consultant. I'll be introducing the relevant information about this mission. Feel free to ask if anything is unclear. Someone below whistled lightly, making a joke about him stealing the limelight, but there was no malicious intent. Zhuang Qinjian paid no attention, opened the screen, and projected the alliance map. The New Asia Alliance currently has 5 districts representing the highest centralized authority for different functions. They are, Central Court A1 for Political Center, Amira A2 for Military Command, Ikang A3 for Economic Council, Liaponi A4 for Cultural Academy, and Elderly People's Nation A5, a welfare paradise. Except for the Elderly People's Nation, the other 4 districts do not provide household registration services, have no local residents, and entry and exit are based on admission permissions. Even so, 90% of the Alliance's people, throughout their lives, cannot step into any District A. Zhuang Qinjian's storytelling was clear and organized, his voice seemingly possessing a peculiar persuasive quality. On the Tustan side, the initially disdainful expressions gradually disappeared, replaced by focused and serious expressions. Song K held her chin, listening with relish, while Yin Xiao stared at her face without blinking, his fingertips subtly moving, feeling strangely itchy. He took out a bottle of specially provided functional drink from his tactical backpack, grapefruit flavored, and gently pushed it towards Song K. The concept of the Elderly People's Nation originated from the renowned utopianist, Smyril. Zhuang Qinjian continued calmly. He believed that individuals who had made significant contributions to human development should enjoy their retirement in the best environment, with the most comprehensive welfare conditions. Smyril attempted to mobilize the entire alliance to create a retirement home resembling paradise, dedicated to caring for those distinguished individuals. Upon hearing this, whispers arose in the rear cabin. It sounds reasonable. If you've contributed to all of humanity and worked hard your whole life, it's only right to enjoy your later years. The recommendations from this expert seem quite sensible. Zhuang Qinjian's eyelashes drooped, and the smile at the corner of her lips gradually turned cold. Smyril's original intention isn't necessarily wrong, but unfortunately, he couldn't see through human nature. The best environment and the most comprehensive welfare always protect the privileged class. As long as you have enough power, enough status, and enough wealth, even crying children and blood-stained criminals can knock on the doors of the Elderly People's Nation and enjoy the Alliance's best infrastructure and meticulous care. The household registration in District A5 is like a life clearance card. Once you have it, you don't need to struggle for a lifetime. You can stand at the height others admire. As various interests continuously pour in, it gradually loses its initial function and becomes a paradise for the powerful. The founder of the Elderly People's Nation, Smyril, was also sentenced to 100 years in prison. Damn, using our taxpayers' money to support a bunch of social parasites. You were just an electrician before. How much tax did you pay? I own a company. My heart is bleeding. The two members who joined Tustin after the apocalypse gritted their teeth. Although others remained silent, their hearts were filled with mixed emotions, feeling a sense of pity for the situation in the elderly people's nation and the fate Smyrl suffered. In the quiet atmosphere, occasional clouds drifted past the porthole. They had already left the range of the northern base and were speeding towards the northern part of the Alliance. Zhuang Qinjian lightly touched the screen, switching to the mission page. Returning to the mission itself, because the residents of the elderly people's nation do not engage in production or work, and all resources are transported from the outside, its only management department is also called the Foreign Trade Department, responsible for supplier selection and procurement. With the loss of contact for a whole 21 days, the entire chain of interests between the two sides has been completely severed. Our client, who can't sit still, can understand. What Zhuang Qinjian didn't mention was that there was something subtly strange about this matter. The system determined the difficulty of public commissions on its own, and the client simply asked them to investigate the elderly people's nation. So why was the mission rated as S? Could it be that the elderly people's nation had fallen victim to a zombie tide or savage beasts? Absolutely impossible. Not to mention its unique geographical location, the city defense of the elderly people's nation is under the control of Amira, the strongest military force, making it virtually impregnable. With the mission background understood, everyone had a clearer picture. Since the elderly people's nation is located in the Endless Sea at the northernmost part of the Alliance, bordering the Cario Empire and the Loose Federation, even with the District B starship at full speed, the journey would take around 5 days to reach. Zhuang Qinjian returned to his seat and smiled tenderly at Song Ke. Do you understand? If there's anything unclear, I'll explain it to you in detail. Song Ke proudly lifted her head. I understand everything. That's good. Zhuang Qinjian completely ignored Yin Xiao across from her. Just as he sat back down, he suddenly noticed a bottle of pink drink on the table. He nonchalantly reached over, took it, and unscrewed the cap, taking a sip. Thanks, you're quite considerate. Huh? You know I get thirsty when I talk. Yin Xiao couldn't stop him in time. Hey, that's for Song Ke. Really? Zhuang Qinjian turned to look at Song Ke, looking melancholic. I accidentally drank your drink. You won't blame me, will you? Song Ke waved her hand generously. It's okay, go ahead. Zhuang Qinjian turned back, his peach blossom eyes curved as he smiled warmly. Yin Xiao, he had never seen such a shameless man. On the other side, once the starship entered stable flight, the Tustin members enthusiastically started chatting. There are only 50 slots for this mission, and our northern base is sending the least, only 3 teams. Another team is Blue Flame, right? Hey, speaking of which, did Shizi not go? Doesn't he never miss an S-level commission? Haven't you seen the official statement from the Awakener department yesterday? I was shopping with my wife yesterday. What happened? Ziegler and Shizi were besieged by a large-scale beast tide during their mission, including a rare 5th-level beast. They almost got wiped out. Shizi's awakened energy shattered, and he dropped back to A9. Director, he was suspended from duty because of it. What the heck? An S-level awakener getting downgraded. Isn't that explosive news? Why don't I know about it? Am I the only one who doesn't know? Hey, V587, do you guys know? The members of V587's beast tide could hardly keep the smiles on their faces. Haha, we don't know. Innocently, Su Xing said, uncles and aunts, yesterday we rested and slept at home all day. Song Ke, the globally rare 5th level beast, said. 5 days later, northern part of the Alliance, Endless Sea. Early in the morning, Lu Xiao disengaged the automatic pilot, summoned the control panel, and switched to low orbit mode. Then, he pressed the intercom button and spoke in a flat and calm tone. Wake up, we've reached the Sea of Misfortune. I will manually pilot the starship and pass through the navigational hazard zone. Friendly reminder, fasten your seatbelts, or bear the consequences. Outside the porthole, the morning sun painted the sky with a golden glow, casting a radiant light on the gently undulating sea, resembling a serene and embracing elder. As an islander, Song Ke had grown up by the seaside and was very familiar with the ocean. However, this particular area gave her a completely different feeling. Beneath the calm surface, it seemed to hide a turbulent crisis. She turned her head and curiously asked, why is it called the Sea of Misfortune? Yin Xiao, having just finished washing up and holding a toothbrush, came back and casually explained, because misfortune descends here. Hundreds of airplane and ship disappearances occur here every year, and the phenomenon remains unexplained by science. Oh, Song Ke nodded in understanding. At that moment, Lu Xiao's morning announcement sounded, and her expression changed. She quickly fastened her seatbelt. At the same time, other V587 members heard that Lu Xiao was switching to manual control. They instantly rushed back to their positions, their expressions uniformly serious. Only then did Su Xing, almost imperceptibly, grasp the armrest, and even Yin Xiao hesitated for a moment. With a sudden realization, he threw away his toothbrush, took a step forward, and swiftly buckled his seatbelt across from Song Ke. The Tustin team members remained oblivious to this, continuing their cheerful conversations and carefree movements. Jennifer lazily sat at the mobile snack bar, lifting her flower-adorned fingers to enjoy an iced coffee. The next moment, the entire starship flipped in midair, engines roaring violently as it charged towards the vast sea like an unbridled wild horse. XXXX. Jennifer was splattered with coffee all over her head, her beautiful face a mess. However, she wasn't the most unfortunate. The Tustin team members standing in the aisle, caught off guard, tumbled and rolled like bowling balls, colliding with each other in 2s and 3s. In the cockpit, Lu Xiao was completely focused, pushing the energy system to the maximum. The calm sea gradually revealed ferocious fangs, black clouds overhead changing rapidly with lightning and thunder. Layers of huge waves splashed against the front window, and black, terrifying mist encroached from all directions. Although the navigation had long since failed, Lu Xiao, relying on pre-memorized mechanical coordinates, decisively changed direction. The massive starship, like a sailing ship breaking through the waves, plowed through obstacles, advancing at high speed. In the rear cabin, cries of despair filled the air. Jennifer's long hair was in disarray as she clung to the bar like a koala. But when she looked up, she saw Yin Xiao sitting calmly in place, securely fastened by his seatbelt, witnessing their embarrassment and bursting into laughter. Jennifer angrily exclaimed, "Yin Xiao, faced with great danger, you abandoned your daughter. What kind of man are you?" Others weakly echoed, "Yeah, Captain, you're not a real man." 30 minutes later, the speed of the starship finally returned to stability, and the sounds of vomiting echoed in the rear cabin. Zhuang Qinjian gently reminded, "We've arrived. At Novel Bin at." Song Ke looked out of the porthole with anticipation. The sky was clear, seagulls soared, and in the center of the vast sea, a magnificent and dreamlike island stood quietly. This was one of the 5 major districts as in the Alliance and the destination of their journey, the elderly people's nation. Prepare for landing. The starship announcement sounded again, and this time, there was no need for Lu Xiao's reminder. All crew members in the rear cabin neatly and uniformly clicked their seat belts in place. After approaching the periphery of the island, a transparent barrier appeared in the sky, and holographic signs automatically lit up. "Please use the supplier channel." Following that was a small bright square area. "Please present your admission authorization here." Lu Xiao decelerated and turned the direction, and the starship hovered neatly in the highlighted area. Song Ke and Yin Xiao opened their terminals, pulled up the temporary admission obtained after accepting the mission, and 2 seconds later, the barrier opened a passage, just large enough for the starship to pass through. The aerial signs also turned into clear navigation maps. "Please continue driving 3 kilometers along the current road and land at the splendid tower." It had to be said that the visitor system of the elderly people's nation was planned very reasonably, just, with a somewhat inexplicable soft coercion. They had no other choice but to follow the route provided by the system, and there was no possibility of "I'll go around first" at all. At the top of the splendid tower, there was a luxurious helipad. Lu Xiao found a vacant space, smoothly landed the starship, and just as he stabilized, the ground passage folded open, and the entire starship was slowly taken into the building, transported to the temporary parking level. After the 2 teams came out, they could only take the observation elevator, which had only one button inside, Visitor Hall. Ding, the elevator door opened, revealing a spacious banquet hall, and surprisingly, there were already quite a few people on the scene. Song Ke sensed it slightly and was surprised. These people were all awakeners. The chaotic and diverse awakened energies were like those in a vegetable market. "Why are there so many people?" 50 teams, there must be those who arrived earlier than us, Zhuang Qinjian said. The northern base was too far away, and they rushed non-stop, taking a full 5 days. Not only the Alliance, Yin Xiao pointed in 2 directions, but people from the Cario Empire and the Loose Federation are also here. Song Ke looked in the direction he pointed. Although it was unclear what permissions the other 2 countries used to enter, the awakeners in the hall were clearly divided into 3 groups, and their differences were apparent just by their appearances. 90% of the cities in the Loose Federation were located in the ice fields, with a cold climate. Most of the awakeners there had high noses and deep-set eyes. Both men and women were tall and slender, looking like they had explosive combat capabilities. Among them, the most eye-catching was a pair of intimate-looking lovers. The man had a sturdy physique, nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a powerful polar bear, while the woman, estimated to be around 1.9 meters, had shoulder-length brown hair and a somewhat unapproachable face. On the other hand, in the Cario Empire, due to being an immigrant nation, the awakeners had various skin colors, and their irises were colorful. At first glance, it was challenging to determine their nationality. "What are they doing here?" Jennifer snorted lightly. Yin Xiao chuckled, "Girl, your grandfather is, after all, from Cario. Are you forgetting your roots?" Jennifer was unashamed and even proud, "But my father made an enlightened decision against our ancestors. I am a born and bred Alliance person." Zhuang Qinjian looked at the 3 different forces in the hall with a meaningful smile. The elderly people's nation is located at the intersection center of the 3-country sea area. The residents are not only from the Alliance, and they probably heard the news and came to join in. "It's reasonable." "Sister." Suddenly, Su Xing pulled Song Ke's sleeve and stared straight at someone across the hall. It was an awakener from the Cario Empire, and he looked quite young. Freckles adorned his tender face, and his thick, curly reddish-brown hair framed his face. His eyes were a clear ocean blue, and despite his young age, he was already close to 1.7 meters tall, surrounded by people like the center of the universe. Tustin's electric-type awakener leaned over to gossip. "His name is Dylan, quite famous." Su Xing blinked. "Why is he famous?" "Dylan is from Cario and is also the youngest S-class awakener in the world. He reached S2 level at just 10 years old. His ability is in the mysterious category called Nightmare Descends, which can unconsciously make people's bodies fall asleep while keeping their minds awake, creating hallucinatory nightmares similar to sleep paralysis. After hearing this, Su Xing pursed his lips. His self-esteem took a heavy blow. He was happy to be able to take on S-class missions, but here was someone who reached S2 level at just 10 years old. While he struggled to grow to 1.7 meters, Dylan effortlessly reached that height at 11. It was truly a crushing defeat, both in abilities and height. Comrade Su Xiaoxing became a complete emo. Yin Xiao. Several awakeners with alliance faces walked over, and among them, a short-haired woman, elegant and agile, greeted them proactively. The northern base is distant. I thought you wouldn't arrive until at least tomorrow. I hitched a ride. Yin Xiao smiled, raised his hand to try to put it around Song Kei's shoulder, but considering it might be offensive, he temporarily changed it to a patting motion. This is captain of V587 and also my friend, Song Kei. Yoa, Guru Yi, captain of the Peace Dove team in Minlan, B16 district. Jennifer stepped back, whispered to Lin Yuyo, I swear on my sixth sense as an illegitimate daughter, she's interested in my dad and wants to be my stepmother. Stepmother? Then who is your dad's legal wife? Lin Yuyo laughed. There, Jennifer discreetly pointed at Song Kei, hasn't entered the door yet, a long way to go. Feeling a chill behind her, Jennifer rubbed her arm. As she turned around, a handsome young man in a wheelchair was expressionlessly staring at her. Jennifer's magical sixth sense kicked in again, and she quickly changed her tone. Actually, my dad continuing to be single is quite good, really. In the Peace Dove team, a man with rainbow-colored hair in the back exaggeratedly exclaimed, V587? Never heard of it. I guess you don't even have a ranking in the alliance? Is your northern base so short-handed that you're randomly picking a team to make up the numbers? We do have a ranking, Song Kei argued seriously. Currently, we are ranked 235,706th. What rank? Rainbowhead was stunned for a good 3 seconds, even scratched his ear. Then he burst into laughter along with his teammates. Ha ha ha, did you guys hear that? How many numbers did she just say? 235,706th. Rainbowhead's exaggerated tone attracted the attention of many people. Is this your level? Did you deliberately bring in an A-class to act as a newbie? Are you A-class? No, Song Kei honestly shook her head. Rainbowhead then asked Lu Xiao, what about you? A-class. Lu Xiao couldn't be bothered to look at him and coldly spit out a word, no. Hey, there's also a guy in a wheelchair. Rainbowhead turned to the other side, amusing himself. Bro, are you disabled people having a party here? Are you A-class? Zhuang Qinjian folded his hands together and politely said, of course not, how could I be A-class? The 4 A-class members of V587 exchanged glances. Similarly, Yin Xiao and others who knew Song Kei's true level had the same reaction. This rainbow-haired guy was really something. Was it luck that he got it wrong each time? Or was it bad luck that he always managed to pick an S-class? Truly incomparable, luck. Enough, Yang Xiaobo, say one more word, and I'll have you roll back to Minlan, Guru Yi reprimanded with a cold face. Yang Xiaobo raised his hand to his mouth, mimicking a zipper motion at novel bin at. Yin Xiao chuckled and ignored him. Why is everyone gathered here? Because we can't leave. Guru Yi calmly dropped a bomb. The elderly people's nation's weather simulation system is malfunctioning. Weather simulation system? Song Kei quickly glanced at Zhuang Qinjian. That name sounded familiar. Guru Yi took out a terminal and displayed the environmental index. You also entered through the sky route, right? Following the navigation all the way indoors, so you didn't feel it. The current temperature outside is 38 degrees Celsius. The sunlight is glaring, and the heat radiation intensity has exceeded 13 times the normal post-apocalyptic level. Staying outdoors for an extended period can easily cause mutations. Somebody tried to go out just now, and within 5 minutes, their awakened energy went haywire. Helpless, they had to retreat. Did you report it for repair? Yin Xiao asked. We've already contacted the Kindlin Research Institute, but, Guru Yi sighed, after the apocalypse, many advanced repairers suffered casualties, and currently, they can't spare the manpower. The earliest they can arrive is 2 days later. Sister Ruyi, what's the use of telling them? They can't fix it anyway. Yang Xiaobo started blabbering again, unable to stop his mouth. Guru Yi took a deep breath, turned her eyes away from him, and rolled her eyes. Yang Xiao Bo. All right, I won't say anything more. Yang Xiaobo instantly conceded. Guru Yi nodded apologetically to Song Kei. Sorry, he has a sharp tongue, likes to boast, but he's not a bad person. Song Kei frowned slightly. Their admission was only for 48 hours, and in 2 days, it would all be over. But wait, if there's radiation outside, what about the residents here? Did they turn into zombies? Someone in Tustin's team asked in confusion. Do you think they're idiots? If they sensed danger, they would definitely hide first, like in basements or air raid shelters, and then send out distress signals, a companion reasoned convincingly. The problem is, Guru Yi said in a deep voice, we haven't received any signals, and we can't contact any organizations. Everyone fell silent after hearing this, disbelief flashing across their faces. Suddenly, someone stood up in the corner, an awakener who ignored his companion's attempt to stop him, insisting on going out. He shouted, what's there to be afraid of? Not every bit of radiation will cause mutations. It's a matter of probability. I'll be back before my awakened energy goes haywire. Guru Yi quickly explained. They were the first team to come in, hoping to take the lead. Seeing more and more people, they probably couldn't sit still. The polar bear couple not far away glanced at the person who spoke, had a brief conversation in a low voice, and made no move. The person smashed a window, leaped onto the balcony, then jumped to the adjacent ribbon bridge. He strode into the sunlight, his back disappearing in an instant. About 7 or 8 minutes later, he nonchalantly strolled back. I circled nearby, and there's no one in the entire splendid tower. He spread his hands, basking in the sunlight, and casually smiled at his companions. See, I'm perfectly fine. My awakened energy is stable. I told you, radiation is a matter of probability. His body suddenly swayed, a piece of rotten flesh falling from his face. Captain. His teammates in the hall panicked. The person absent-mindedly wiped his face, and another piece of decaying flesh fell off. Under the intense radiation, his eye pupils rapidly turned gray, teeth bled and fell out, his appearance quickly resembling that of a zombie. What's happening? Before he could finish his sentence, his last bit of sanity disappeared, turning him into a full-fledged mutant zombie. Emitting a deep, hoarse roar from his throat, light orbs flickering in his palms, he pounced toward them. From leaving to coming back, the entire process took less than 10 minutes, and this person transformed from a human into a ferocious zombie. Bang, bang! Other awakeners in the building quickly took action, eliminating him. The martyr's body lay quietly on the ground. After this incident, no one dared to go out without permission. Some smart individuals sent the situation back to the system platform. After consulting with the client, awakeners from the Alliance team received a new prompt. New side mission, please restore the ecological environment of Elderly People's Country District F5 as soon as possible. The reward for this mission will be calculated separately. Song K quietly walked to the side and gestured for Zhuang Qinjian to come over. T014. Like a street secret agent, Song K whispered the code. This was the serial number of the out-of-control weather simulation system in Hua City. At that time, only she and Zhuang Qinjian were part of V587, and only they knew the details. Zhuang Qinjian immediately understood. Elderly People's Country's T001 is a first-generation machine, and it's also the only simulation system used in District A. Do you want me to shut it down? Can you shut it down? Yes. Zhuang Qinjian smiled. I know the central location of T001. If we have Lu Xiao's help, it won't take 14 days. But the difficulty of this matter isn't in the simulation system. I believe there are other hacker-type awakeners at the scene. The key is the radiation outside. As he spoke, he suddenly looked up, staring at Song K intensely. Song K, you're not thinking of. With the current radiation, how much is the excess? Song K changed the subject. The calculation of radiation was a very complex formula, but Zhuang Qinjian quickly glanced at the environmental data and almost instantly provided an answer, equivalent to about 30%. Song K nodded and then pointed to herself. I'll go find the central hub. She wasn't showing off. Although the radiation test at Ningrong's laboratory had caused her pain, Song K now had a deeper understanding of her awakened energy. Within a radiation excess of 100%, her body wouldn't be affected at all. Instead, her awakened energy would slightly increase. This side mission seemed tailor-made for V587. Your abnormal radiation and unknown genes inside your body haven't been fully examined yet. Zhuang Qinjian hesitated. A rare occurrence. If you enter a strong radiation environment again, and if anything unexpected happens. Song K patted his shoulder, reassuringly saying, don't worry, I know my situation. Recalling Ningrong's test report, if one analyzed the data alone, the impact of 30% excess radiation on Song K was practically negligible. Her real tolerance limit was above 130%. Zhuang Qinjian remained silent for a while at Novel bin at. Song K patted him again and again, saying, let me go. Okay, you can go. Take the communicator with you and stay in constant contact. Zhuang Qinjian, with a slightly painful chest from the patting, helplessly held her wrist and gently scratched her palm. Also, don't linger. Go and come back as soon as possible. I got it. Song K made an okay sign with her other hand. The two returned to the team, and Song K informed everyone about her decision to go outside to find the T001 central hub. Both Tustin's team and V587 were shocked beyond words. What? Captain Song, don't act impulsively. Yin Xiao frowned. Song K, this decision is very unwise. If you're in a hurry, we can push Kinglin Institute again. Tustin's team members also joined in persuading. Yeah, Captain Song, you don't need to be so sacrificial. Anyway, everyone is here, and no one can complete the mission. Hey, V587, aren't you stopping your captain? Song K picked up her backpack and zipped up her jacket to the top. Don't worry, just wait here. Yin Xiao wasn't naive and quickly guessed something. Do you have a way to resist radiation? Song K nodded vaguely. About the secrets of her body, besides Zhuang Qinjian and her teammates, she didn't plan to tell anyone. After the initial shock, members of V587 calmed down. Su Xing scratched his head, his mind in confusion. T001? T014? His inability to remember suddenly began to attack him. He instinctively looked at Zhuang Qinjian, and Lin Yuyu and Fang's Higzu also turned their gazes in unison. Song Ke wasn't one to act recklessly. Even if we consider the worst-case scenario and her thoughts were immature, Zhuang Qinjian would surely intervene. Then they noticed that Zhuang Qinjian nodded imperceptibly. V587. Look, these two are whispering behind their backs again. The group quickly returned to normal. Feng Zhigze sat back on the sofa, reviewing the treatment methods for radiation sickness. Lin Yuyo took out sunglasses, a hat, and sunscreen gloves from her bag, putting them on Song Ke. Zhuang Qinjian turned to Lu Xiao. After obtaining the central hub of T001, how long can you crack it? Lu Xiao snorted, just a first-generation machine, half an hour is enough. Song Ke couldn't help but laugh. She glanced at Zhuang Qinjian and awkwardly pulled down her hat. In a rare occurrence, Lu Xiao sensed a subtle embarrassment on Zhuang Qinjian's face. His tea-colored pupils blinked, cleverly realizing something. Have you tried to crack a firewall? How long did it take you? Zhuang Qinjian turned coldly. Let's get ready to move. Lu Xiao persistently brought his head closer. How long did you take? A day? A week? Why won't you tell me? You must have taken a long time, right? Shut up. I remember. Su Xing suddenly exclaimed. T014, is that the one you spent 14 days repairing? Lu Xiao, pfft. His mood visibly improved. The mechanical arm fluctuated up and down, and he happily walked away. Zhuang Qinjian narrowed his eyes, expressionless, staring at Su Xing. Su Xing touched the back of his collar for the first time in a long time, and ran behind Song Ke to hide. 5 minutes later, Song Ke put on her hat, sunglasses, and earphones, turned around, and walked towards the broken window. She stepped over the body on the ground, raised her hand towards her companions with her back turned, and then right in front of everyone's eyes jumped outside. Dylan, with his sea blue eyes, flashed a mocking curve. Idiot, adults really underestimate themselves. The polar bear couple exchanged a glance, and the tall man spoke heavily. Veronica, did you sense the person who just went out? Veronica, an S5 level precognitive awakener, looked solemn. She shook her head slowly. Vladimir, I can't discern her level, but she's a tank. At Veronica's fingertips, a tarot card suddenly appeared, the chariot in the upright position. The chariot card, a symbol of strength, was closely related to power. In the upright position, it meant overcoming obstacles and achieving success. Vladimir lowered his head and made the sign of the cross with his fingers. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. 1 hour later. Bang, bang. The main entrance of the splendid tower was knocked, and the awakeners inside changed their expressions, instantly preparing for battle. Yin Xiao walked casually to the center of the field, effortlessly holding a superpowered shotgun in his hand, aimed at the restless crowd. Everyone, don't be nervous, relax a bit. It's just our friend who came back. Are you sure it's your friend who came back? Questioned Cario's awakener with a cold tone. Of course, Yin Xiao pushed and loaded the gun, revealing a sarcastically kind smile. Didn't she knock on the door? How polite. Lu Xiao's 6 mechanical arms extended simultaneously. Before everyone could react, he swiftly operated the control panel, opening the main door. The sunlight was glaring, and everyone quickly retreated, moving into the shadows. Then, they suddenly looked up, exclaiming. They saw a machine, exceeding 2 meters in length, width, and height, slowly walking in. With a loud thud, it slammed onto the ground. Afterward, a young girl's flushed face emerged from the front, sweat beading on her forehead, but her eyes were exceptionally clear. I'm back, so tired. Song Ke gasped for breath. Although she followed Zhuang Qinjian's advice and dismantled the outer shell, leaving only the core components, this machine, made of an unknown material, was exceptionally heavy. She carried it all the way back, fearing any accidental bumps, and she was genuinely exhausted. The hall fell into stunned silence, and the awakeners displayed expressions of disbelief. No way, right? This person stayed under 13 times the radiation for a whole hour, and nothing happened? Song Ke calmed her breathing and then went to Tustin and V587 with a serious expression. Something's not right outside. What's wrong? Everyone, go outside and see, you'll understand. Those knowledgeable quickly recognized it as the central control of the weather simulation system. An awakener approached voluntarily, saying, Hey, need help. I'm an A7 level hacker and can try to break in. No need, we have a faster way. Lu Xiao activated the T001 central hub, tapping on the panel. Come on, permissions. Zhuang Qinjian glanced at him coldly, cooperating for fingerprint and iris recognition. Lu Xiao's 10 fingers worked rapidly, and he hummed something. On closer listening, one could hear him singing. 14 days, it actually took 14 days. Zhuang Qinjian's forehead veins throbbed. That's enough. With one's own strengths, attacking the opponent's weaknesses, what are you so proud of? Lu Xiao remained unfazed. 14 days. After 22 minutes and 20 seconds, as Lu Xiao entered the last line of code, T001 was forcibly shut down. Rainbowhead Yang Xiaobo witnessed the entire process, covering his face in disbelief, murmuring, Oh my god, is my mouth cursed or something? The 3 weaklings he had just mocked because none of them were even at A level, each of them gave him a slap. What was the background of this V587 team? Why did something that many people couldn't handle become easy when it fell into their hands? Sister Ruyi, do you think it's not too late for me to apologize now? Yang Xiaobo forced a smile with a bitter face. Song K clicked submit task on the terminal, and V587's points soared significantly, proudly entering the top 200,000 in the alliance. With the closing of T001, there was a noticeable change in the weather outside. The bright sunlight disappeared, the temperature suddenly dropped, and the gloomy sea breeze roared. Even though it was midsummer, people shivered as if it were freezing. All the awakeners stood up, leaving the splendid tower one by one. Fine drizzles hit their faces, carrying the unique salty scent of the sea. Song K and her team also arrived at the side of the ribbon bridge, overlooking the entire island from top to bottom. The city construction of the elderly people's nation lived up to being the top in the entire alliance. Many buildings were beyond their ability to name: floating cinemas, private care centers, immersive restaurants, simulated parks changing themes, and various flying vehicles drifting through the air. The entire city was orderly, all infrastructure operating normally, except there was no traces of human habitation, and it didn't look like it had been invaded by an external force. Everything was in perfect order, yet everything exuded an indescribable sense of strangeness. This dreamlike island, this District A5, this elderly people's nation. It turned out to be an unmistakable deserted city. Song K looked up at the sky, cold rain falling on her cheeks. She suddenly noticed that after T001 was shut down, all the seagulls had disappeared. On a nearby rooftop, a perception-type awakener suddenly issued a warning: something is approaching us. Song K sensed something and looked towards the distance. A speedboat was approaching from the sea, and the awakeners on it shouted across the distance, "Hey, we're late. Has the mission been completed? Can we still get some soup?" The awakeners on the island were silent, no one answering. The person cursed, "Damn the sea of misfortune. If it weren't for getting lost, I would have been here already. Sister, over there." Su Xing pointed sharply to a certain direction, where continuous shadows were rapidly moving, undulating waves causing the sea to shake violently. Suddenly, a group of whale sharks covered in gray spots leaped out of the sea, their massive bodies rolling half a circle in the air, biting onto the speeding speedboat. The driver didn't have time to escape, his entire body was bitten in half at the waist. The others fell into the sea in panic, hastily releasing their awakened abilities. Unfortunately, the ocean was not a human's domain. Another batch of grotesque monsters burst out of the water, their decayed bodies swimming agilely, chasing and biting the awakeners who fell into the water. Blood sprayed, turning that area into a deep red in an instant. After seeing the monsters clearly, Song K swallowed hard. "Do you all know how to swim?" Song K felt very uneasy, the tragedy unfolding before her eyes seemed to foreshadow something. "Do you all know how to swim?" She turned to her companions. "Sister, I can do many different swimming styles." Su Xing and Song K both came from the District F177, where most children growing up by the seaside were adept swimmers. Yes. Sucha, who grew up in the rainforest, underwent rigorous training, and swimming was a necessary survival skill. Song K felt a bit relieved and then looked at the two difficult brothers sitting in wheelchairs. "I used to know how." Lu Xiao was always candid, not deliberately avoiding his own shortcomings. "Now, I might need some time to adapt." After breaking his legs, he was thrown into the death prison and hadn't had the chance to go into the water since then. Zhuang Qinjian leaned on the wheelchair, his gaze fixed on the blood-stained sea, wrinkling his nose in disgust. "I actually don't like this sport of swimming." "Really? Didn't you book the temperature-controlled swimming pool at the dormitory building?" The young master, spending money like water, paid 10 years' worth of exclusive booking fees in one go. Lu Xiao didn't hesitate to expose his old classmate. Zhuang Qinjian's smile remained unchanged, but his tone changed. "But I'm quite good at it." "Song K, you clearly just find the sea water dirty." Among the remaining two, Fang's Higzu honestly shook his head. "No, I was too busy with work before, didn't have time to learn." Surprisingly, Lin Yuyu also followed with a sheepish smile. Yeah, I don't know how either." "Huh." Song K's eyes widened slightly. "Didn't you shoot an ocean-themed photo shoot?" At that time, fans supported her, and the flower boats and billboards along the street looped Lin Yuyu's new song promotional MV, portraying her as a mermaid swimming in clear waters. Song K remembered it very clearly. It was all special effects, synthesized to create the pure desire image. Lin Yuyu grabbed Song K's shoulder and looked pitiful. "I'm actually terrified of water. Song K, you must not make me go in." Song K fell silent for a moment, once again marveling at how fake the entertainment industry could be. "Well, then wear a life jacket." Zhuang Qinjian pulled out life jackets from the space and distributed them to everyone. "Be prepared." Everyone put them on. As they put on the life jackets, they discussed, "Why did so many marine beasts suddenly appear?" "Because we closed T001. Zhuang Qinjian looked up at the gloomy sky. The strong radiation it originally emitted had the effect of repelling beasts. Marine life tended to avoid it, automatically staying away. Now that it's back to normal, with more awakeners gathering here, they come attracted by the scent. The ribbon bridge where V587 was located was the famous island loop scenic line in the elderly people's nation, rotating slowly around the entire island. As it moved closer to the sea level, the scene gradually became clear. The zombie whales and the extremely ugly giant flounders that appeared later leaped high into the sky, eagerly crashing towards the island with a bam-bam sound. Although they were blocked by an invisible barrier, the ground beneath the feet of the people shook continuously. The awakeners on the island took action one after another. On the side of Tustin, the Yin Xiao raised a mortar, activated his ability seeing weakness. The scarlet explosive bomb drew an arc in the air and landed accurately on a zombie whale that had just jumped out of the sea. Its eye sockets were instantly blown open, countless shrapnel pierced its skull, and its bulky body fell heavily, creating a splash of water over 10 meters high. Led by Jennifer, the AoE-type awakeners bombarded wildly, causing fire, thunder, wind, and mist to rise on the sea surface. However, these marine beasts were equally cunning. As soon as they saw the attacks starting, they quickly submerged underwater to avoid damage. Guru Yi, from the Peace Dove, was an A5-level powerful control-type awakener. Her ability, called Gathering, could maximize the traction of enemies to specific locations or areas. Coordinating with the AoE-type awakeners, it often had a miraculous effect when facing a tide of corpses. Guru Yi moved her fingers, and whirlpools appeared on the sea surface, sucking nearby beasts together. She glanced at Tustin's side, changed direction, and helped them gather a wave of monsters. Finally, the group attacks had tangible results. Thanks, Sister Ruyi, Tustin's teammate shouted from a distance. The combat capabilities of the Awakeners in the New Asia Alliance were strong, and among them were prominent S-level individuals. Looking at Cario and Luce's side, the most eye-catching should be the pair of polar lovers from the Kazan locomotive, Vladimir and Veronica. Vladimir's ability is distortion, and he is also an excellent boxer. Although he cannot go into the sea, he slightly raised his right hand, covered with old scars, and clenched his fist fiercely. The giant flounder was twisted into a spiral, with hundreds of broken bone spikes piercing into flesh, instantly turning into a bloody string of sashimi. Everyone was quite formidable, except for V587, who looked like a slacker. From the perspective of Rainbow Head Yang Xiaobo, this group of people was cowardly, wearing life jackets early on, and the whole team was goofing off. Surprisingly, the only one taking action was a kid. He immediately regretted his apology. He didn't say anything wrong. The ranking of 235,706 definitely made sense. Even if they were skilled at repairing machines, they completely fell apart when it came to killing monstrous beasts. V587. Slacker number 1, Feng's Higzu, usually responsible for picking up crystals, found himself almost useless in the current situation. Slacker number 2, the wheelchair brothers in charge of logistics and transportation, refrained from getting involved unless absolutely necessary. The remaining 2 passive slackers, Songke and Sucha, looked at each other. Both were melee fighters, they couldn't just jump into the sea to fight, right? Not to mention the current concentration of monsters, those awakeners didn't have foresight. They lazily held their spiritual crossbows, shooting into the sea with sporadic attempts. Su Xing, on the other hand, was in his element. He started doing radio calisthenics, and his ice-type ability became significantly more potent in the presence of water. With a set of stretching exercises, the sea instantly froze. Then, with a set of kicking movements, ice blades shot out, skewering various fish into a string. Su Xing sneakily glanced at Dylan, his small face full of pride. Nightmare Descends couldn't control the monsters, and Dylan was visibly frustrated. Lin Yuyo was also pondering new possibilities. Her ability relied on lyrics to function, and different lyrics imposed on different targets resulted in completely different buffs. However, evidently, these marine monsters couldn't understand human language, causing her singing effects to be greatly reduced. Lin Yuyo closed her eyes, singing a song without lyrics that echoed gently in the air above the sea. When the song finished, nothing happened. Lin Yuyo couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. She had just expressed her willingness to communicate, but evidently, these monsters couldn't understand. Yang Xiaobo couldn't bear to watch anymore. Why were they doing exercises and singing? Were these people here for a vacation? Could they be more serious? After half an hour of concerted efforts from everyone, the sea monsters disappeared without a trace, and the floating corpses drifted away with the waves. The crisis in the elderly people's nation was averted. The powered individuals prepared to conduct a comprehensive search of the entire island. As they were leaving, Song Ke looked back at the Crimson Sea. Was the crisis really resolved? 6 hours later. Click. Song Ke twisted the pull ring, and the sweet and thick hot corn juice poured into her throat, warming her entire abdomen. The weather was continuously gloomy and rainy. She blew into her cupped hands, but unfortunately, her fingers were still icy cold. There were many colorful small pavilions along the streets of the elderly people's nation. These mobile restaurant-style booths offered various flavors, and without payment or verification, passers-by could take out warm food cooked on-site by machines. Similar facilities couldn't exist in the District F177 district. If they were placed there, they would be smashed and looted by the crazy wanderers on the first day. However, the residents of District A5 lacked nothing in terms of clothing and food. They seemed to prefer showcasing their noble morality through such generosity. After the failure of T001, the dreamlike elderly people's nation was torn apart to reveal its true face. The island was shrouded in grey cold fog, with a blurry vision, slippery and difficult to walk on the wet road. The incessant raindrops were enough to make one feel anxious. A group of awakeners passed by, and fragments of their conversation were carried into Song Ke's ears by the wind. The access restriction is about to expire. Damn, where did the people here go? Maybe we should give up. S-level missions were never easy, and this place is eerie. I feel uneasy. Captain, let's just leave. Sure, let's go. Staying here is no fun, it's like a ghost town. At novel bin at. As they spoke, the group headed towards the splendid tower, seemingly preparing to retreat. Song K watched them go, took another sip of the warm corn juice, and then left the small pavilion. Inside an unmanned coffee shop 2 meters away, Zhuang Qinjian asked in a low voice, "Any progress?" Sucha shook his head quickly. The structure of this island is different from a regular city. There are no air raid shelters or underground facilities for refuge. I've confirmed that all residential buildings and public places are empty. Is that so? Interesting. Zhuang Qinjian supported his chin, and his gaze gradually became distant. Sucha hesitated, but eventually voiced his thoughts. The feeling here is very unsettling. What do you find unsettling? Zhuang Qinjian lifted his gaze. Everything is too clean and orderly. The residents don't seem to have suffered an attack. Instead, it feels like they disappeared out of thin air. Sucha knew his thoughts sounded absurd, but that's what he believed. The residents of the elderly people's nation had vanished into thin air. Your intuition is correct. Zhuang Qinjian nodded faintly. I guess they left voluntarily. This statement stirred up waves of questions. What? Lin Yuyu exclaimed in disbelief. Why would they leave voluntarily? Elderly people's nation is the most prosperous city in the entire alliance. Why would they run to our lower-level districts and suffer? Doesn't make sense, right? There are quite a few residents here. If they really left, how could there be no news at all? Feng Zhigze questioned. The number of local residents in the elderly people's nation was around 1 million, a mere drop in the bucket compared to the alliance's 30 billion population. However, for 1 million people to vanish quietly, especially among the privileged class, it couldn't possibly happen without causing a stir. This S-level mission was becoming more and more mysterious. The residents of the elderly people's nation were hiding something, but what were they hiding and where had they gone? That's right, 1 million people can't just disappear out of thin air. Zhuang Qinjian lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, his gaze turning gradually cold. So I suspect that the Central Court has long known the truth, and perhaps, this is part of their plan. The others listened, feeling confused, and were about to ask Zhuang Qinjian for clarification. Something doesn't seem right. Sucha spoke up, his sensitivity to the environment making him keenly aware. What's wrong? The others became tense. After leaving the splendid tower, I made a reference mark using a landmark. Sucha pointed to a spot below. The position of that tree has changed. Lin Yuyu looked over in confusion and then turned back with the same confusion. I can't see anything. What do you all think? Zhuang Qinjian frowned at the statement. It's not the tree that's changing, it's our position. Surrounded by endless seas, it was easy for people to lose their sense of direction in such an environment. Lu Xiao quickly pulled up a map, confirming their current location. Wow, here's some bad news. From the time we landed on the island until now, the exact position of the elderly people's nation has shifted 30 nautical miles. When nobody noticed, the entire island had been moving at a gentle pace on the surface of the sea. Everyone fell silent. Su Xing asked innocently, is this island alive? Maybe it's due to magnetic attraction. Zhuang Qinjian pondered for a moment. Can we determine the direction of its movement? Lu Xiao clattered on the keyboard, then abruptly stopped. Even worse news, it seems to be heading towards the Sea of Misfortune. The Sea of Misfortune Triangle, the legendary nightmare of countless sailors, a place of no return. 15 hours from now, in less than a day. Just as Song Ke was about to speak, her eyes suddenly froze. A 2-meter-long emperor crab crawled towards them horizontally, its 8 long legs raised high. Swiftly, Song Ke threw a flying knife, piercing through its crab shell and pinning it firmly in place. The zombie emperor crab's green bean-sized eyes twitched a few times, and it spat out a pool of foul-smelling pus. Weeva wawa awawa, it's so scary. Su Xing agilely jumped onto a chair and pointed. Sister, there are more outside. Song Ke suddenly looked up, and indeed, there were more than a dozen of the same creatures crawling quickly on the muddy streets. Ear-piercing screams echoed from a distance. Densely packed light flesh-colored sea rats emerged from the corners, resembling giant radishes with long tails, wriggling and crawling on the damp ground. Song Ke's face turned pale. This was definitely not something that should be in the elderly people's nation. How did they manage to pass through the barrier? The sound of engines starting came from above. A fully armed supersonic ship slowly took off from the helipad on the top floor of the splendid building. Was it the team that had just planned to leave? Song Ke raised her head to bid them farewell. The supersonic ship ascended smoothly and, after a short while, plunged straight down with its nose into the sea. Song Ke. Suddenly, she felt like she had returned to Hua City, witnessing the meteor shower of starships crashing again. On the faces of Lu Xiao and others were expressions of uncontrollable surprise. The energy source failed? No, the Yayo was sucked away. All the flying terminals in the Alliance, to some extent, used the new energy source Yayo to maintain their levitating capabilities. The Lu starships were entirely powered by this new energy source. Without Yayo, they could only perform short-distance flights and needed to stop periodically to replenish their energy. Zhuang Qinjian quickly scanned the environmental index. The magnetic field is disturbed. As he spoke, the cup of corn juice on the table suddenly tilted, and with a plop, it spilled on the table, and the viscous yellow liquid oozed out. In the blink of an eye, the earth began to shake violently. The dull vibrations came from the depths of the sea, and the thunderous sound waves rapidly spread upward. Crackle at novel bin at. A deep and bottomless crack tore open the ground beneath their feet. Lin Yuyu almost did a split, but at a critical moment, Sucha embraced her with one hand, and the two jumped to the other side, standing together with Song Ke, Feng Higze, and Su Xing. However, the crack became deeper and larger, unexpectedly splitting the island in half. Song Ke and the other 6 people were dumbfounded. The elderly people's nation was splitting open? Literally splitting open? The seismic activity from the ocean floor continued. After the first crack appeared, numerous fissures followed closely behind. The irreversible trend of the island's destruction quickly unfolded, and fragments of varying sizes fell from high above. Crack. As Song Ke stumbled, she reached out and steadied herself with one hand. She watched as the island fragment where Zhuang Qinjian and Lu Xiao were slid away from her. In a critical moment, Lu Xiao's 6 mechanical arms extended, stabbing into the ground on the opposite side. With both the person and the wheelchair airborne, they narrowly landed on the opposite side. Due to the strong momentum, he inevitably fell out of the wheelchair, and Feng Higze and Sucha hurried to help. Zhuang Qinjian wasn't as lucky. He was closest to the crack, and as the ground tilted, his wheelchair rapidly descended. If he fell down like this, whether he could swim or not, being crushed to death was certain. Song Ke took 2 steps back, then suddenly accelerated and charged forward. She leaped into the air, swiftly reaching the edge of the cliff. With a short spiritual dagger formed in her hand, she exerted all her strength to stab into the ground, grabbing hold of the falling Zhuang Qinjian with one hand. Zhuang Qinjian's entire body swayed among the falling debris. His other hand tightly grasped Song Ke's hand. Song Ke's toes kept sliding forward. She gritted her teeth, her face turned red as she exerted all her strength to pull upwards. Suddenly, Zhuang Qinjian was lifted into the air, and Song Ke's arms encircled him. Due to the inertia, they both rolled on the ground. After rolling out of the inclined area, Song Ke got up, kicked Zhuang Qinjian's shin, and roared like an angry dragon. Don't pretend to be a cripple, get up, run. Zhuang Qinjian made a painful hiss and smiled bitterly. Song Ke, you overestimated me. Did he pretend to be lame just now? Having used a wheelchair for almost a year, he was now a genuine weak researcher. No matter how fast his mind worked, his physical strength couldn't keep up. The two of them crawled back to the elevated area where Lin Yuyu and others were, a relatively intact fragment of the island. Song Ke, catching her breath after the ordeal, sat on the ground and suddenly saw something that left her stunned. Among countless cracks in the islands, a colossal head emerged. Its face was covered in large black spots, 2 eyes shrouded in grey shadows, and it slightly opened its mouth, devouring several falling awakeners. As this giant beast moved, Song Ke gradually saw its complete appearance. Its body length exceeded 100 meters, covered entirely in a dark green hard shell, except for the head, limbs, and tail. The back shell was adorned with thousands of barnacles, creating a forest of barnacles that could instantly terrify sufferers of trypophobia. With a splash, the monster's long forelimbs rose above the water's surface, patting the island where they were like oars. Another round of earthquakes ensued, and the cracks underfoot grew larger and larger. Song Ke suddenly realized that it was this monster that shattered the elderly people's nation. The terminal beeped, and a new urgent message popped up. New submission, urgent, please eliminate the level 5 zombie monster, the prism shell sea turtle, that has appeared in District A5 elderly people's nation as soon as possible.